The sky was a deep blue, the sun blazing down. It felt so hot that the cicadas in the trees were chirping sporadically, half-heartedly. It must have been around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. The air still carried the scent of burning straw, a smell that felt incredibly familiar and comforting. Li Wei climbed out of the grass under the shade of a riverside tree and froze. Something was wrong. If he remembered correctly, he should have been in a southern coastal city in the summer of 2015, not beside a small river. There, rice paddies and clear streams had long vanished, replaced by towering skyscrapers and rivers with a faintly foul odor. Li Wei, feeling down, had drunk a little and was walking aimlessly along the beach alone when he saw a woman attempting suicide. He acted heroically and tried to save her. His memories ended abruptly there. The only vivid impression he retained was of the woman's skin so pale, her figure so perfect, exactly his type. It was a shame such a young, beautiful woman wanted to end her life. But tragically, it would have been better if the woman hadn't clung to him so tightly when he saved her. Yes, her skin was fair, her body flawless, and she was beautiful. Yes, being hugged by a pretty girl felt amazing. But being hugged like that in the water, well, Li Wei quickly lost consciousness. His memories ended completely there. As for what happened to him and the woman afterward, he had no idea. If he were to give a speech on the incident, he'd loudly declare, "Fellow comrades, beware. When rescuing someone in water, never approach heathen. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, failing to save the person and losing your own life." Standing in the grass, Li Wei looked around. Everything here seemed incredibly familiar, so familiar it was uncanny. Suddenly, he slapped his own head. Damn, wasn't this his hometown? He'd been swimming and fishing in this very river since he was 6 years old. For nearly half the year, he'd spent his time here. How could he not know it? Those rice paddies, with harvested grain piled together, wasn't this precisely the time of the summer harvest and double cropping at home? Damn, he'd only acted heroically once, and now he was magically transported thousands of miles away. Wait, something was off about this river. In 2015, the water in this river had become extremely murky, filled with smelly, disgusting garbage. How could it be so clear now unless the time was wrong too? Also, in 2015, families mostly used combined harvesters for uniform harvesting. How could he still see people manually cutting rice and using those bulky, old-fashioned threshing machines? Time. Could it be that his heroic act had caused him to transmigrate? This seemed like a necessary trope in reincarnation novels, waking up from a dream to find oneself back in a past era. Realizing this, Li Wei immediately turned to look at his village. He'd visited home during the spring festival of 2015 and remembered the village clearly. Looking now, he saw no straight concrete roads, no newly built, beautifully decorated houses. Instead, there were only red brick houses mixed with some rammed earth structures, haphazardly scattered about. So he really had transmigrated and been reborn. But he had no idea which year it was. Reborn. What incredible luck. Though he didn't know which year he'd been reborn into, he recalled dropping out of high school to work as a migrant laborer. Once a top student, he'd struggled outside for over a decade, failing to save even 10,000 yuan, and by his 30s, he still didn't have a wife. His life had been utterly miserable. Now, heaven had granted him a second chance. This was like winning a grand prize. He absolutely must not squander this opportunity. Just as he was pondering what to do with his new life, a child's loud cries and shouts for help suddenly came from not far away. Someone had fallen into the water. Damn, again? He'd been reborn because he saved someone from drowning, and now, right after waking up in this new life, he was faced with another drowning incident. How incredibly coincidental. Thinking this, Li Wei stopped pondering his rebirth plans. He didn't even bother grabbing the things under the tree, immediately sprinting toward the cries for help. This was the time when all the adults were home eating lunch and resting after the summer harvest. It was scorching hot outside, so there were hardly any adults around. The children, left unsupervised and naturally mischievous, had taken advantage of the hottest part of the day to come play in the river, and now an accident had happened. Such incidents occurred once or twice every year in Li Wei's hometown. When he reached the spot, Li Wei saw a child, drenched and dripping wet, being pulled onto the bank by several people. Beside them, a boy who looked like a middle school student was crying and shouting for help. The person was already rescued. Why was the boy still crying and yelling? Wasn't he a bit pathetic? Just as Li Wei was puzzled, the boy spotted him and immediately shouted, "Quick, help save my sister." She pushed the kid up, but she sank down herself. All right, another hero who'd gotten himself killed trying to save someone. Li Wei had no time to lament. He quickly looked into the river. Although the stretch of the river had a relatively swift current, he could still see a spot where bubbles were continuously rising. That was probably where the unfortunate person was trapped. Once he pinpointed the location, Li Wei jumped straight into the water. At this moment, he didn't have the small belly he developed by 2015. His body was sturdy from constant farm work, though a bit thin. In the final semester of junior high, his body had shot up like a bamboo shoot, rapidly reaching 1.75 meters tall, but his weight was only a little over 100 pounds, making him look, as comrade Lu Sun might have described, like a pair of compasses. As he hit the water, Li Wei suddenly remembered a crucial problem. Damn! He had no idea which way the woman underwater was facing. Was he doomed to repeat the tragedy? This was truly tragic. But the river wasn't wide, and the deep section wasn't long. Even if the woman dragged him down, he could still bring her to a safe area. With that thought, Li Wei stopped hesitating. He quickly swam to the bubbling spot, dove down head first, opened his eyes, and looked around. The river water was very clear. Although opening his eyes underwater hurt, he could still make out his surroundings. He swam down toward the riverbed and saw the woman sinking there. Good. She was head up, her limbs still struggling slightly. She didn't seem to be dead yet. Li Wei immediately swam over, disregarding everything else, grabbed a fistful of the woman's long hair, and pulled her toward the surface. When he reached the shallows, he wrapped an arm around her waist and dragged her onto the bank. In the water, he couldn't see much. But once on shore, Li Wei realized the woman he'd pulled up was wearing a dress. Soaked through, her perfect figure was clearly outlined. She had everything in the right places, rivaling the beauty of the woman he'd saved in his previous life. The only difference was one was more mature, the other more innocent. The water-soaked dress clung tightly to her body, making her look exactly like a mermaid. He never expected that his first act in this reborn life would be pulling a mermaid out of the river. Chapter 2. How Dare You Kiss My Sister? As Li Wei gently laid the woman onto a cool patch of ground, he finally discerned her features. A strikingly beautiful woman, albeit one he did not recognize. The only discordant aspect was her slightly distended abdomen, a consequence of prolonged submersion in water, and she was currently unconscious. Without hesitation, Li Wei set to work, clearing the water, mud, and debris from her mouth and nostrils, delicately extracting her tongue while deftly unfastening the buttons of her dress to ensure her airway remained unobstructed. He then turned her over, resting her abdomen on his knee to allow her head to hang downward, using his hands to apply pressure to her back in an effort to expel the water. Throughout this endeavor, Li Wei appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. However, to the nearby children and the woman's younger brother, the scene was quite different. They perceived this slender figure as a rogue, shamelessly unfastening the buttons of a woman's dress. Unbeknownst to them, as Li Wei was loosening the buttons, he inadvertently adjusted her undergarment, a sight that would have undoubtedly incited a frenzy among the onlookers. At that time, relationships between young men and women in rural areas were far more modest compared to their urban counterparts, where middle school students boldly engaged in flirtations and public displays of affection. In contrast, rural youth maintained a certain innocence, although no one openly condemned romantic pursuits. The lines were clearly drawn during school hours, and close interactions between male and female classmates often drew ridicule from peers. Thus, witnessing a young man attempting to unfasten a woman's clothing was indeed a shocking spectacle. Engrossed in his task, Li Wei paid little mind to the onlookers. After expelling the water from the woman's abdomen, she remained unresponsive, seemingly devoid of breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he laid her flat on the ground, crouching beside her to support her chin while pinching her nostrils shut. Drawing a deep breath, and under the astonished gaze of several children, he pressed his lips against hers, gently blowing air into her mouth. As her chest began to rise, he promptly released her nostrils, using one hand to compress her chest, aiding her exhalation. This rhythmic cycle continued until the woman began to cough and regained her breath. Upon witnessing her revival, Li Wei ceased his efforts, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully brought her back to life. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the middle school boy rushed forward, shoving Li Wei aside as he positioned himself protectively beside his sister. Pointing an accusing finger at Li Wei, he exclaimed, "How dare you kiss my sister? You are shamelessly making advances on her. I know who you are. Just because you're about to enter high school doesn't mean you can escape. I will call the police." It was only then that Li Wei took notice of the boy's demeanor, recognizing him as a fellow student from a lower grade, rumored to be the son of the coal mine owner in town. uncertain whether it was due to a life of comfort leading to premature development or exposure to inappropriate influences. This individual's middle school experience was characterized by poor academic performance and a propensity to conspire with unruly peers to harass female classmates after school. Their time was spent indulging in snacks and video games at a nearby shop, living a life of unbridled leisure, courtesy of a wealthy father. Do you believe others are as base as you? A scoundrel who harasses female classmates after school? I was rescuing your sister. Did you not see that she awoke after I saved her? Li Wei, infuriated, glared at the ruffian. As a senior with a notable presence in the school, he towered over the miscreant, who, feeling outmatched, fell silent yet remained visibly displeased. Seeing the woman on the ground begin to breathe normally, Li Wei speculated that she would soon regain consciousness and deemed her condition stable. He casually mentioned the existence of a nearby clinic before departing. Observing the demeanor of the woman's brother, he pondered the nature of her character, concerned that his good intentions might lead to an unfortunate backlash. Earlier, he had unfastened the woman's clothing and removed her undergarments, administering artificial respiration to save her life. Reflecting on his recent actions sent a shiver down his spine. He raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, "I have returned." Ignoring the bewildered looks of nearby children, Li Wei strolled back to the venerable tree where he had awakened. Aside from the makeshift bedding of leaves, he noticed a large bucket he had left behind. Recognizing it, he understood why he had found himself sleeping by the river. He had intended to go fishing. Contemplating the words of the earlier ruffian, he realized the time frame into which he had been reborn. To his astonishment, he had dreamt his way back to the summer of 1998. Though the exact date eluded him, he knew that after this summer, he would attend the prestigious county high school, which had then been referred to as a county-level city. As the top student of the local middle school, Li Wei had secured a place in the top 10 of the city's examination results for the prestigious high school. While not the most glamorous position, it was noteworthy considering the competition from 2 elite high schools and numerous rural institutions. He was the sole student from a rural school to achieve such a rank, with the remaining top spots dominated by urban students. Counting on his fingers, he resolved that this second chance must not be squandered. He was determined to complete high school and strive for admission to a distinguished university. Failing to finish high school and gain university acceptance had not only been a personal regret, but also a lasting sorrow for his mother. Although he had been forced to drop out due to financial constraints during his previous examination cycle, he had completed the papers and achieved scores sufficient for elite university admission. Now, in this renewed existence, while the finer details remained elusive, he retained a general recollection of the experience. Wait, how can I vividly recall the moment I completed this exam paper? What is happening? It is quite common to remember experiences from university entrance exams. Yet I can still distinctly remember the questions on that paper. It seems I have already reserved my place among the top students of this cohort, just to show some individuals a thing or two. However, pursuing education requires financial resources. After my family supported my studies through the second year of high school, I could no longer afford the tuition fees. The head of my grade would mock me incessantly, moving my seat from the front rows to the very last. In a fit of rage, I dropped out and spent several months working in construction, eventually venturing south for labor. Thus, if I wished to complete high school and gain admission to a prestigious university, I must find a way to gather the necessary funds. Well, the second point is to make money. At this point, I have never encountered notions of winning the lottery or sudden wealth. They are entirely foreign to me. And the prospect of acquiring unexpected riches seems utterly impossible. Investing in stocks is out of the question. Rummaging through my pockets reveals nothing. My tuition fee, which exceeds 1,000 yuan, was cobbled together by my family, and now it is carefully stashed away by my mother. Besides, what can one invest with such a meager amount? I lack any understanding of the stock market, and before my rebirth, I didn't even have 10,000 yuan in savings. What could I possibly use to trade stocks? The idea of engaging in any other venture without capital is equally futile. Reflecting on my previous 30-plus years of life, I dropped out of high school and entered the construction industry as a laborer. I wandered from place to place, and during a challenging job search, I finally secured a position in a factory as a general worker. I saved up enough money to buy a computer and began to learn various skills. Initially, I intended to pursue graphic design, but despite my studies, I never found work in that field. Instead, I inadvertently shifted towards computer maintenance, network engineering, and software development. In summary, my working life has been filled with hardships. I have climbed trains, slept in parks, and even been detained by security in a small holding cell. I have sold goods at stalls, held jobs, and performed in nightclubs, ultimately returning to a semblance of normalcy as a manager in a company, earning a wage that could never afford me a home. I have had 3 or 4 girlfriends, but they all left. As I could not provide them with even the simplest things, my pockets were perpetually empty. Looking back at others whose partners supported them despite lacking wealth, I felt a wave of despair wash over me. My life seems to be an utter failure. Even in seeking companionship, I have only attracted those who value wealth above all else. Even with this rebirth, aside from having some foreknowledge, I possess no other advantages. I am neither familiar with nor proficient in any lucrative skills, lacking even the basic capital to start anew. How am I to navigate this existence? Contemplating this, I found myself disheartened. I suppose I must take it one step at a time. At the very least, I have already altered the fate of the woman I saved earlier. In my previous life, she perished while attempting to rescue someone. At that time, I was preparing to attend school in the city and did not pay much attention to these matters. Now, all those memories have resurfaced, vividly replaying in my mind from my childhood to the present. Within these memories, there exists no recollection of effortless wealth or fortuitous fortune. Thus, Li Wei descended directly into the water, armed solely with the bucket he had brought along. For a single pound of fish could fetch 3 to 4 yuan. The art of catching fish by hand was his forte. During the midday hours, he would venture forth with his bucket, returning with nearly a half-full catch, never empty-handed. The technique of hand fishing is nuanced, with the species varying by season. In winter, his quarry primarily consisted of crucian carp and small carp, where he would cast large stones into the shallows beside the riverbank, startling the fish into hiding beneath the muddy depths, allowing him to deftly feel for them. In summer, the target shifted to yellow catfish, which, unlike crucian carp, excavate small, bowl-shaped depressions in the riverbed where they lie in wait. These creatures are predominantly nocturnal, remaining largely motionless during the day. Even when disturbed, they merely shift slightly rather than flee, thus facilitating Li Wei's hand-catching endeavors. The only challenge lay in the barbed spines along the backs and sides of the yellow catfish, which could inflict painful and itchy wounds if not handled carefully. However, Li Wei, skilled in this practice, rarely fell victim to such stings and managed to retain his catch securely. After more than an hour of foraging in water up to his waist, his bucket was filled to the brim. This was achieved by releasing the smaller specimens, as he only kept those exceeding 7 or 8 inches. Had he chosen to keep all, the bucket would scarcely suffice. After rinsing off in the water, Li Wei prepared to return home with his abundant catch. By this time, it was nearing 3 o'clock and numerous individuals along the riverbanks had resumed harvesting rice. Li Wei's family had already completed their rice harvest and replanted for the second season, allowing him the opportunity to fish today. Otherwise, he would have been assisting in the hurried reaping. As he strolled along the riverbank, just as he was about to turn onto the path back to the village, he suddenly heard splashing sounds emanating from the irrigation canal flowing into the small river. Curiosity piqued, he turned to investigate, discovering 2 soft-shelled turtles frolicking in the water. A surge of joy filled Li Wei's heart. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating ways to earn money, and now fortune appeared to him directly. At this time, soft-shelled turtles were a rare find in the countryside, nearly eradicated by the myriad of toxic pesticides employed during collective farming. Hence, these naturally wild turtles commanded high prices, albeit with a distinction between males and females. Males were worth only several dozen yuan per pound, while females fetched a staggering 150 yuan per pound, with larger specimens even more valuable. The 2 turtles had likely crawled from the small river into the canal, perhaps seeking a more favorable environment. This serendipitously benefited Li Wei, as the canal's shallow waters and firm bottom rendered escape impossible for the turtles, who, upon realizing their route back to the river was blocked, resigned themselves to capture. After securing the 2 turtles, Li Wei quickly discerned their genders, 1 male and 1 female. Were these 2 creatures perhaps preparing for a wild encounter? The female turtle is nearly a circle larger than the male, estimated to weigh around 4 to 5 pounds, and moss can still be seen on its back, while the male likely weighs only 1 or 2 pounds. Such a large turtle is seldom encountered in Li Wei's memory, and it is presumed to be worth a considerable sum. The thought of this brought a smile of delight to Li Wei as he savored the fortune of his first day after rebirth, a splendid start indeed. As he walked along the rural path with a large bucket of yellow catfish and 2 sizable turtles, he was greeted by the astonished exclamations of familiar villagers, which only heightened his joy. Light-hearted, he returned home, where his mother was sunning grain on the ground at the entrance. Upon seeing her son return with his catch, she beamed with happiness. Li Wei, noticing his mother, who appeared youthful and full of vigor, felt tears welling up in his eyes. This was the mother he had known over a decade ago. Who would have guessed that more than 10 years later, she would suffer from the ravages of time, her joints deformed from years spent in water and excessive labor, living with constant pain, unable to stand upright, aging prematurely before her 60th year. "Mom," Li Wei called out, his voice tinged with emotion, turning his head away to conceal his distress. In both his previous and current lives, his mother had sacrificed the most for him and his siblings. Yet, he lamented that he had never allowed her to truly enjoy life, leaving them all with a sense of guilt toward her. However, his mother did not perceive anything amiss with her son. She merely noted that his voice sounded strange and assumed it was due to his prolonged stay in the water. Without discussing the arrangement for the fish, she urged him to quickly change out of his wet clothes. As they conversed, Li Wei was about to retreat to his room with the bucket when a trader from the neighboring village, who purchased turtles, hurried over upon hearing of Li Wei's catch. Upon seeing the fish and turtle in the bucket, he wasted no time in making an offer. Li Wei inquired about the price and found it comparable to his recollections, thus deciding to sell the turtle. However, he chose not to sell the male, as 30+ yuan per pound seemed too meager for such a wild delicacy. He preferred to keep it for himself, to nourish his mother, along with a few large catfish. The female turtle weighed just over 4 pounds, and with the remaining catfish, they fetched a total of 750 yuan, enough for half a semester's tuition or a full semester's living expenses. This unexpected windfall brought great joy to both mother and son. Li Wei's mother did not object to his decision to retain the male turtle, allowing her son to make his own choices. After changing into clean clothes, Li Wei emerged with a large bowl and squatted at the doorway, chatting with his mother while enjoying his meal. After hours of exertion in the water, he was famished. At this stage of his growth, he was always preoccupied with thoughts of food. Otherwise, his hunger would soon return. Their conversation naturally turned to the fact that in 2 days, Li Wei would be heading to the city for school, and tomorrow, his aunt would come to celebrate his acceptance into a prestigious high school with the family. As the two conversed, Li Wei was reminded of his inaugural journey to the city for academic pursuits. At that time, he had never ventured into the city alone. His previous trips had solely been for joint examinations or competitions, meticulously organized by the school. Coupled with his somewhat introverted and timid disposition, he had relied on his mother to accompany him for his first experience of attending high school in the city. With a modest sum of over 1,000 yuan concealed within a cloth pouch close to her heart, his mother helped him carry a quilt and a wooden box aboard the public bus, which made only 2 trips a day, to City No. 1 High School. However, upon their return, the crowd was overwhelming, and more than 100 yuan, which remained after paying his tuition and living expenses, was stolen from his mother during the journey. This incident left her disheartened for several days. Now, having been reborn, Li Wei felt confident in his ability to navigate the city without his mother's accompaniment. He was intimately familiar with the route to the city and the location of the high school, and felt little trepidation. After all, he had spent over a decade exploring the world independently. When he shared this newfound resolve with his mother, she was taken aback. She knew her son's character well, and this sudden shift in his demeanor left her puzzled. Nevertheless, Li Wei appeared resolute in his decision, and after some thoughtful explanation, his mother, although still somewhat concerned, ceased to insist on accompanying him to the city for his studies. She recognized that her son had grown, and it was time for him to spread his wings. Observing the determination in his eyes, she couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. The two busied themselves at home throughout the afternoon, harvesting and packaging grain. By evening, Li Wei found himself disinterested in the television. Whether it was the relentless daily news or the soap operas that typically held his attention, they now seemed tedious. Boredom settled in, and the sight of their humble earthen house became increasingly uncomfortable for him. Thus, after dinner, he decided to venture out with a flashlight to catch mud frogs, a delicacy he had not savored in many years and craved dearly. Mud frogs differ from their green counterparts. They are considerably larger and possess a unique coloration akin to the earth itself. Their camouflage in rice fields makes them notoriously difficult to catch, and consequently, they fetch a high price in the market. Fortune smiled upon Li Wei, as he managed to catch 3 during his jaunt, enough for a satisfying meal. promising a delightful culinary experience the following day. The next morning, Li Wei rose early to assist his mother in drying the grain. He then gathered a large bag, meticulously packing a few sets of clothing and essential items. He opted not to bring any books, as those from middle school held little relevance for high school. Compared to his previous life, his preparations for the city were considerably simpler. Apart from a backpack and a carry bag, he deemed a single blanket sufficient for the journey. On that summer morning of 1998, the sun ascended high in the sky. The sounds of summer harvest resonated from beyond the village, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of threshing machines, the cheerful shouts of children, and the barking of dogs. Somewhere in the village, a cassette player serenaded the air with the nostalgic tune "A Meeting in 98, echoing softly, "Come, come, let us meet in 98. At this moment, the countryside was bustling with activity, devoid of any tranquil ambience. Li Wei, while tidying up his belongings and listening to the music drifting in from outside, heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. A military green Beijing Jeep pulled up at his doorstep. Who could it be? His family had no affluent relatives. Perhaps it was someone from the school or elsewhere. As he pondered this, a girl's voice inquired about directions. "Excuse me, is this Li Wei's home?" Setting down what he was holding, Li Wei was about to step outside when he overheard his mother and aunt laughing merrily. Upon seeing a beautiful girl inquiring after her son, his mother's laughter grew even louder, causing the corners of Li Wei's mouth to twitch involuntarily. His mother was reading too much into it. The woman asking the question was surely not someone he knew, and definitely not a classmate. During his 3 years in middle school, he had firmly etched the boundary of modesty in his mind, never once entertaining the thought of secretly admiring girls. He had no knowledge of who the school belle was. So how could a girl possibly come looking for him? If there was indeed someone, it might be the girl who once gifted him a notebook, delivered by another male classmate, as his family's poverty, living in 2 mud brick houses, had deterred him from inviting classmates over. At that moment, memories of his past middle school life flooded back, particularly of the girl who had given him the notebook, who ultimately became his first girlfriend. However, after a few years of drifting through the vibrant world outside, she chose to abandon the affection they once had, marrying a well-off classmate from her vocational school, leaving Li Wei behind. As Li Wei stepped out of the room, he spotted the boy he had encountered by the river the previous day, alongside his sister. As they descended from the jeep, what a surprise! Have they truly come to hold me accountable for my mischief? Chapter 5. Godfather. Upon seeing Li Wei emerge, the boy immediately turned his head away, appearing quite uncomfortable, as if he had been coerced into this encounter and intended to ignore Li Wei. His sister, having rested for a day, looked considerably more vibrant, her complexion far healthier than the pale visage from yesterday. Accompanying them was a man in his 40s, presumably their father, who was engaged in conversation with Li Wei's aunt, indicating a prior acquaintance. Observing the man's expression, and then glancing at the numerous bags the girl was carrying, Li Wei quickly realized that they had not come to confront him, but rather to express their gratitude. He had overthought the situation. Only a childish mind would be angered enough to consider reporting his savior to the authorities. As Li Wei emerged from the house, the girl promptly set down her belongings and expressed her gratitude towards him, stating that without his assistance, she would likely have perished. The middle-aged man also extended his thanks. It was then that Li Wei learned that this man was the mine chief of the local coal mine, surnamed Xie. Chief Xie had a square face, and perhaps due to his long tenure in official positions, he exuded an air of authority. However, the character of the mine manager seemed quite amiable. When conversing with Li Wei's mother and aunt, he spoke in a gentle and polite manner, devoid of any oppressive demeanor, which naturally elevated Li Wei's regard for him. At that time, rural officials, even with a mere hint of authority, would eagerly adopt an air of officialdom, as if failing to project a facade of bureaucratic gravitas would diminish their status. His son, Xie Xiaoyan, was the troublesome student notorious for his poor academic performance and for harassing female classmates, now awkwardly standing before Li Wei. The manager's daughter, Xie Xiaoyan, was the very girl Li Wei had rescued. She had recently graduated from a municipal teacher training college and was assigned to a secondary school in the city as a music teacher. In those days, vocational schools still dictated placements, but by Li Wei's generation, that system had tragically collapsed. Reflecting on the era he inhabited, Li Wei often felt a profound sense of being out of sync with the times, as if the post-80s generation was an utterly tragic cohort. Born into a world of population control, they faced exorbitant tuition fees upon entering school, and just as they managed to graduate, the job market was chaotic, where self-reliance became a necessity. However, this self-reliance coincided with an era of severe employment difficulties, not merely the reluctance to undertake manual labor, but a genuine mismatch between job availability and workforce needs. Many individuals found themselves sleeping in parks and train stations across southern cities due to unemployment. Traveling by train was akin to going into battle, which birthed the new term spring festival transportation. Upon securing a job and preparing to work diligently and establish a family, they were met with soaring housing prices in a time when societal values had begun to decay. Those without cars or homes were dismissed. While some experts suggested that several men could share a single wife, spouting absurd ideologies that trivialized the struggles of many. Pondering these matters left Li Wei feeling frustrated. As if he were overthinking, he reined in his spiraling thoughts and calmly accepted the gratitude of the Xie family, which piqued the elder Xie's interest in this seemingly mature young man. Elder Xie was genuinely grateful to Li Wei had he not rescued Xie Xiaoyan. The blow of losing his daughter right after graduation would have undoubtedly shattered him. In a previous life, Elder Xie had resigned from his position at the town's coal mine due to the grief of losing his daughter. Being familiar with Li Wei's aunt and recognizing Li Wei as his daughter's savior, Elder Xie did not maintain a distant demeanor upon arriving at Li Wei's home. Instead, he followed Li Wei into the modest earthen house, showing no surprise at its humble appearance, though his son, Xie Xiaoyan, displayed a look of disdain upon entering, clearly unimpressed by the dilapidated state of Li Wei's home. Once inside, Li Wei's mother busied herself preparing tea and offering snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts, while she and Li Wei's aunt sat with Elder Xie, engaging in conversation, marking a rare occasion for their family to host a guest of some stature. Li Wei observed old Xie, whose lips twitched slightly as he seemed quite curious about him, casting furtive glances in his direction from time to time. Meanwhile, his daughter and son sat obediently, wholly engrossed in the sunflower seeds and peanuts laid out before them. As the three adults engaged in conversation, they inevitably began discussing their children, during which Li Wei's mother proudly divulged every detail of his life, from his early years to the present. As he listened to his mother extolling his virtues, Li Wei felt the oppressive heat of the day, causing his face to flush and his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. At that moment, old Xie discovered that Li Wei was indeed a top student from the local secondary school, having recently achieved a commendable rank among the top 10 in the city, earning admission to the prestigious Shi High School. No wonder his son claimed to know him. Such students are often regarded as exemplars of positivity in educational circles. How could they not be well known? Contemplating this, old Xie, feeling an inexplicable surge of inspiration, jestingly proposed to Li Wei's aunt that he ought to adopt Li Wei as his godson. The moment old Xie's words left his lips, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Li Wei's mother and aunt appeared utterly stunned, unable to fathom that the esteemed director of a state-owned coal mine would suggest such a thing. It wasn't that they were unwilling. Rather, it seemed entirely absurd for someone of old Xie's stature to lower himself to such a proposition. However, Li Wei quickly regained his composure and boldly addressed old Xie as godfather, which sent old Xie into a state of euphoric delight. From their conversation, it was evident to old Xie that Li Wei's swift acceptance stemmed from his family's circumstances. Li Wei's household was one where traditional norms were inverted. His father, irresponsible and often absent, provided little financial support and contributed nothing to the family. Consequently, it was his mother who tirelessly toiled in the fields to support her 3 children, enduring a low social status in the village and frequently falling prey to more dominant families. By acknowledging old Xie as his godfather, Li Wei believed that others would be compelled to treat his family with greater respect, offering them some semblance of protection. Thus, he boldly proclaimed godfather before anyone could react, and then referred to Xie Xiaoyan as elder sister, while disregarding the younger child entirely. As for whether his actions might appear sycophantic, Li Wei paid it no mind. His sole desire was to see his mother smile more and to shield her from the bullying of others. Chapter 6. A delicious meal. Old Xie had initially come to express gratitude to his daughter's savior, but unexpectedly found himself with a new godson, a development he regarded with considerable satisfaction. Li Wei, too, felt a sense of fulfillment at having gained a godfather employed in the public sector, creating a scene of mutual joy. The conversation continued merrily, and soon Li Wei's mother invited old Xie's children to stay for dinner, a small celebration of their double good fortune. Li Wei had prepared the meal himself, a gesture of appreciation for his mother's lifelong hard work, which he had planned with her the previous day. Originally, with only his aunt attending, he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. However, with the sudden addition of 3 more guests, the variety was somewhat diminished, yet Li Wei ensured that the portions were ample. Li Wei's culinary skills are indeed commendable. In his previous life, he operated a street food stall, providing late-night snacks for factory workers after their shifts. It was during that time that he honed his craft. On this occasion, he prepared a dish of dry pot yellow-bone fish, a novel creation that had yet to make its debut. He also conjured a dry pot of mud frogs, 3 hefty specimens accompanied by a generous helping of chili, ginger, and garlic. Additionally, there was a stir-fried dish of river shrimp, which Li Wei had dried during the summer, imbued with a delightful spiciness. The only relatively mild dish was a plate of water spinach with fermented tofu, complemented by a medicinal turtle soup made from herbs sourced from the nearby mountains. All ingredients were entirely natural, embodying the authentic flavors of Hunan cuisine. The group relished the meal, caught in the delightful dilemma of savoring the delectable dishes while grappling with the heat of the spices, perspiring profusely yet reluctant to set down their bowls. Li Wei's mother had never envisioned her son possessing such remarkable culinary talent. Old Xia was thoroughly impressed, exclaiming that despite his numerous dining experiences at various establishments in the city, he had never tasted dishes as exquisite as these. This only deepened his satisfaction with his newly recognized godson. The turtle soup was particularly nourishing, while the others fared well after their servings. The 2 young men found themselves in unfortunate circumstances, both suffering from nosebleeds shortly after. The scene left everyone astonished as they watched Li Wei nonchalantly wipe away his blood and remark on the soup's potency before continuing his meal. The sight prompted the others to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Undeterred by Li Wei's calm demeanor, the younger boy decided to fill his own bowl and continue eating, reasoning that the soup might be best consumed in moderation but that hearty meals were essential. After their meal, Li Wei suggested that his godfather and the others relax at home while he ventured out with a bucket. Hearing old Xie rave about the yellow-boned fish inspired Li Wei. Such fish were scarce in the market, likely due to old Xie's family being less inclined to fish for them. Consequently, they probably had little opportunity to enjoy this delicacy. In Li Wei's hometown, the dish was virtually unknown, resulting in few catches, despite the river teeming with them. Fishing was not a daunting task for him. A simple trip to the river would yield several pounds without difficulty. Thus, he instructed old Xie to wait at home while he went to catch some yellow-boned fish, intending to gift them alongside the dried river shrimp as a token of goodwill. Xie Xiaoyan, curious to see what Li Wei was up to, pulled her younger brother along to the riverbank, despite having fallen into the water just the previous day. As a music teacher at an ordinary school in the city, she endeavored to present herself as an adult in front of Li Wei. However, he remained unfazed by her attempts, while her brother, Xie Xiaoyan, seemed to exhibit a fear of authority figures, responding only to his sister while largely ignoring Li Wei. Despite the lack of harmony among the 3, their youthful spirit allowed for lively conversation, with Li Wei effortlessly sharing amusing anecdotes that left the siblings in fits of laughter. Upon reaching the riverbank, Li Wei noticed that Xie Xiaoyan had followed him. Deciding not to undress, he felt that his slender frame, combined with a hint of awkwardness, was hardly worth flaunting. After placing the bucket on the shore, he waded into the water. To the astonishment of the Xie siblings, he began tossing one yellow catfish after another onto the bank, as if they were eagerly awaiting his capture. The initial restraint of the Xie siblings vanished, and they excitedly scrambled to collect the fish Li Wei had thrown ashore, all the while marveling at the lively yellow catfish thrashing in the bucket. Xie Xiaohu, the mischievous child, was pricked by the catfish several times but paid it no mind, his attention wholly captivated by the fish being tossed onto the bank, seemingly more enticing than the annoying stings. After over an hour of fishing, Li Wei, having gathered a considerable number of catfish, decided to search along the riverbank for a few large crabs to add to his collection. Observing the siblings' exuberance over the fish, he surmised that the crabs would elicit an even greater thrill. Indeed, when he successfully caught a large crab and flung it onto the shore, the siblings erupted in excitement. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Xie Xiaoyan's enthusiasm, thinking to himself, "Sister, soon you will be a middle school teacher. You ought to maintain an image." Meanwhile, the other impetuous child disregarded all caution. Upon seeing the crab land on the shore, he lunged for it, grabbing it with reckless abandon. Li Wei, witnessing this from the water, felt a pang of reluctance to look on, wishing he could warn him, but it was too late. He could only watch as the boy yelped in pain, a sense of sympathy welling up within him. The crab, which Li Wei had tossed onto the bank, had clamped down fiercely on the boy's finger, refusing to let go. "Young lad, crabs are not to be handled carelessly. It's quite normal to get pinched if you're not cautious," Li Wei called out, instructing the boy to place his hand in the bucket. Once submerged, the crab immediately released its hold. When the boy examined his finger, a vivid red-and-purple bruise was glaringly evident. The pain brought tears to his eyes, yet he seemed determined not to let them fall, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. Observing the siblings' antics, Li Wei concluded that it would be wiser to catch the crabs himself and directly place them into the bucket. He feared that if the boy were to get pinched again, he might not be able to hold back his tears. After catching a few more crabs, Li Wei decided to call it a day, and the trio set off homeward with the bucket in tow. Along the way, the Xie siblings exhibited a particular fascination with the bucket of fish and crabs, frequently peering inside. They beamed with delight whenever someone praised Li Wei, as if sharing in the credit for the haul. Upon reaching home, they divided the bucket of fish in half, sending one portion back with his aunt while the remainder, along with a few crabs, was given to the Xie family. While Li Wei's mother chatted with old Xie about school matters, it was mentioned that Xie Xiaoyan was to report to the city school the following day. Old Xie promptly offered, "Tomorrow, I plan to drive Xiaoyan to school. I can conveniently take Li Wei along and come back to pick him up." Chapter 7. The mischievous child Li Wei's mother was overjoyed upon hearing the news. She had been worried about her son traveling to the city alone with over 1,000 yuan, but to her relief, old Xie and his family were also heading to the city. With familiar company, her concerns were alleviated. They arranged to depart the following day, and old Xie's family of 3 took their leave. They arrived laden with numerous packages and left with nearly as much: a few pounds of yellow fish, a bag of dried river shrimp, and several pounds of tea oil that Li Wei's mother had packed for them made for a substantial fare. Tea oil, regardless of the time period, was a precious cooking oil, often adulterated in the market. Genuine tea oil could only be procured from close relatives or friends, making it an esteemed gift for visitors from the countryside. Old Xie felt embarrassed to accept the gifts from Li Wei's family, insisting it was inappropriate. However, Li Wei interjected, explaining that it was merely a token of appreciation from a godson to his godfather, consisting of local specialties that were not of great value, a gesture of filial piety, unconnected to any other affairs. Li Wei's aunt happened to be traveling the same route as old Xie's family and joined them in the car provided by Li Wei's godfather on their return journey. After bidding farewell to their guests, Li Wei's mother retreated to tidy the house. With the evening still young and little else to occupy him, Li Wei leisurely strolled around his village, hands clasped behind his back, pondering potential ventures that could yield income without substantial investment or effort. His house stood at the village's entrance, facing east, adjacent to the ancestral hall. From his grain-drying yard, he gazed towards the outskirts of the village, where the neighboring village and the rice fields between them came into view. This expanse of rice paddies belonged to Li Wei's village but was largely unproductive due to its location at the village entrance, susceptible to the ravages of rodents and the village's chickens and ducks. Consequently, villagers were reluctant to cultivate it. Building houses there was also impractical, as the area was too damp and unsuitable for habitation, and the residents of the neighboring village would likely oppose any construction, further diminishing its appeal. Li Wei studied the fields intently, recognizing that this area would eventually become the route for the village's concrete road. At that time, the land would have been exchanged for residential plots by a man who had married the daughter of the village's party secretary, eventually transforming it into his homestead and establishing a shop. The convenience of the location attracted customers from surrounding villages, leading to booming business. The issue of excessive moisture would no longer pose a problem then. 2 layers of concrete could be laid over the ground, topped with ceramic tiles, effectively eliminating dampness. Alternatively, creating a hollow foundation with concrete piles would suffice, allowing for a second story to be constructed above. To seize the opportunity presented by this land, swift action was necessary. The village allotted residential plots once every 15 years, and with a new allocation set for this winter, Li Wei planned to have his mother secure this neglected rice field in their name. Then, a house would be erected upon it. In 15 years, once the village's arable land had been entirely allocated for construction, this plot would transform into a personal homestead. Others might hesitate to build without first marrying the daughter of the village secretary, Yet Li Wei possessed a means to ensure that no one would oppose his family's construction. By then, he could open a shop, alleviating his mother from her relentless toil, allowing her to earn a decent income by selling goods comfortably in the store, which would also be beneficial for her health. Li Wei's village was modest, consisting of merely 20 households. At this juncture, the villagers retained a certain innocence, but that would soon change. In a few years, despite the village's small size, the atmosphere would grow increasingly treacherous, with mere 20 households embroiled in schemes and rivalries. Those who had earned a bit of money or had many brothers would dominate the village. Yet none dared to defend their neighbors against outsiders, a classic case of internal tyranny. As Li Wei strolled around the village, he intended to head towards the back when he noticed two rascally children playing in front. For reasons unbeknownst to him, one had pushed the other into a sandy area, causing the fallen child to immediately burst into tears. Just as Li Wei was about to intervene, the mothers of the two children, laughing as they approached from their conversation, glanced at their respective offspring to check for injuries, only to have their expressions shift drastically. Regardless of the outcome of the scuffle, each mother swiftly reprimanded her child, delivering a sharp admonition before they began to wail even louder in a contest of tears. The adults scolded their children, insisting they apologize to one another. Observing this familiar scene, Li Wei chuckled. It was emblematic of the time. Consequently, children could be seen frolicking and bickering throughout the village, filling the air with joyful noise from dawn till dusk. In those days, whenever children fought, regardless of the victor or the vanquished, as long as there were no severe injuries, it was customary for the parents to first discipline their own child in front of the other. There was never a sense of division among adults due to children's quarrels. Children fought, but adults never showed favoritism or bias. Li Wei and his peers had grown up in this manner, having experienced such events themselves, and watching this scene now stirred a wave of nostalgic warmth within him. However, in a few years, everything would change, society would transform. At that time, the focus would shift to wealth and power, and when children fought, their parents would join the fray. Li Wei distinctly recalled an incident where two children clashed while playing, and the parent of the first child intervened, unjustly striking the second child. This escalated into a fierce confrontation between the adults, culminating in several of them needing hospitalization. From that point on, the village children were confined, only allowed to play with their siblings, or remained indoors watching television. The once vibrant sounds of children playing in the village at night fell silent, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. At times, I find myself at a loss for words when it comes to commenting on such matters. As time progresses, life appears to improve for everyone. Our living conditions have notably enhanced, with daily meat on our plates and televisions in our homes. Yet, paradoxically, the bonds between individuals seem to grow increasingly frigid. Society is entranced by the allure of mere paper, valuing it above all else, as if the depth of human connection can be overshadowed by the thickness of currency. This is indeed a lamentable reflection of our era. Two mischievous children, after receiving a stern reprimand from their respective mothers, displayed a newfound obedience. However, the moment the adults turned their backs, the children resumed their playful antics as if the earlier scuffle had never occurred. Li Wei, disinterested in the antics of the children, chose to shift his attention from the front of the village to its rear. Chapter 8. Reflections. Behind the village lies a modest hill adorned with numerous pine trees, accompanied by a sprawling bamboo grove. This land is communally owned, with each household possessing a small parcel. However, to Li Wei, this hill held little promise. Its utility was minimal. Aside from the annual spring harvest of bamboo shoots and branches, it offered scant value and was unsuitable for leasing. Conversely, the expansive reservoir situated beyond the hill piqued Li Wei's interest. This reservoir, a shared resource among 3 neighboring villages, was constructed during the Great Leap Forward to irrigate the rice paddies nestled against the hills. The water within the reservoir was never permitted to be fully drained, as it served to irrigate the surrounding fields year-round, rendering it unattractive for leasing. Fish farming proved impractical, as the fish were often taken by those drawing water for their fields, leading to considerable losses. Additionally, local villagers frequently fished in the reservoir, which created tensions over a few catchable fish, resulting in minimal profit and strained relationships. Furthermore, fishing was only feasible during the winter months when water levels were low, and even then, the yield was meager, just enough to sell for the new year. Thus, the reservoir, encompassing dozens of acres, was left unleased for a mere 100 yuan annually, as it was deemed unprofitable. However, in the ensuing decade, this reservoir transformed into a highly coveted locale. The surrounding barren hills proved ideal for poultry farming, pig rearing, and duck cultivation. By then, the fields adjacent to the reservoir went untended, and the water levels were no longer restricted, leading to fewer individuals fishing or catching fish, thus simplifying aquaculture. At that point, leasing the reservoir for a mere 100 yuan was no longer feasible. It had become a prime site amidst a burgeoning industry of poultry and pig farms in the vicinity, all clamoring for access to the reservoir's resources. Previously, the short-term leases had granted the collective an opportunity to raise prices significantly, soaring to 10,000 yuan annually. During this period, the government heavily invested in rural development, fostering various forms of livestock farming that flourished like bamboo shoots after rain. With subsidies for large-scale production and the implementation of infrastructure improvements, Li Wei's village thrived in its agricultural endeavors. Although Li Wei aspired to return and engage in this lucrative field, he found no available space to establish himself and, disheartened, returned to the southern city to continue his monotonous work life. Li Wei took a stroll around the reservoir before returning home. He had long contemplated a mature plan for how to utilize the contracted reservoir, drawing inspiration from those who had previously maximized its potential. However, these plans would not yield immediate financial returns. Rather, they required substantial annual investments, which did not alleviate his current dilemma regarding educational expenses. He needed to devise alternative means to fund his studies. As he returned home from the back mountain, dusk was approaching. After helping his family gather the sun-dried grain, he and his mother shared a dinner and engaged in light conversation. The following day, Li Wei would depart for the city to continue his education, and he would likely be away for a month or even half a year at a time. Naturally, his mother felt a deep sense of reluctance and wished to converse with her son as much as possible. Yet, Li Wei remained indifferent. Although the school's notification stated it operated under a closed management system, he was aware that as long as one was willing, returning home weekly was feasible. The only issue was the limited transportation options, making travel inconvenient. However, walking home was also an option, taking 3 to 4 hours from the city to his home, a journey Li Wei had often undertaken in his past life to save the 3 yuan bus fare. Upon entering high school, Li Wei's mother began to regard him as an adult, consulting him on family matters. He had 2 siblings, an elder brother who had left school after junior high to work at a restaurant, where he was learning to be a chef while earning a modest salary sufficient only for his own sustenance, and a younger sister, 2 years his junior, who was currently in the first year of junior high and helping a classmate harvest crops, thus absent from home. As for their father, who worked outside the home and rarely returned, sending only a meager sum back each year, Li Wei chose to disregard him entirely after his rebirth. A man devoid of familial responsibility, focused solely on his own pleasures, was unworthy of the title of father, especially when Li Wei was acutely aware of the hardships his mother endured for their family. As mother and son watched television, they discussed trivial matters until Li Wei steered the conversation toward his ambitions. He shared his analysis and thoughts with her, proposing that the 2 areas in question were unclaimed and that no one would think to contest them. He speculated that the villagers would merely consider them foolish, failing to foresee future changes, thus presenting a prime opportunity. After Li Wei articulated his ideas, his mother hesitated, aware that such endeavors required financial backing. The prospect of contracting the reservoir for 50 years while also encompassing the surrounding barren hills was daunting, as it would demand considerable annual funding. The cultivated land designated for residential purposes was more manageable, requiring only minimal grain production, but with their already precarious financial situation, supporting a high school student and a junior high student left them wishing to stretch every penny. Thus, it was understandable that his mother was reluctant. Alas, once again, the issue boiled down to finances. Li Wei shook his head and sighed, realizing this was the 3rd time since his rebirth that he found himself troubled by monetary concerns. In the realm of rebirth, while others effortlessly grasp fortune with a mere flick of their proverbial golden fingers, I find myself ensnared in the throes of financial woes. Initially, the burden of tuition looms large, followed by the desire to make modest investments, yet funds remain elusive. Contemplating this predicament, I reluctantly enlist the aid of my newly acknowledged elder sister as a FAAD, continuing to engage in laborious tasks. My educational expenses can be managed. My sister has informed me of scholarships available at school that could cover half a semester's tuition, given my academic prowess, I am confident of securing one. Moreover, during summer weekends, I can undertake temporary work, thus ensuring that both tuition and living expenses are adequately covered. Should my brother send additional funds, my sister's tuition will also be addressed. If we endure these 2 years, the returns from the reservoir will undoubtedly exceed our current expectations. By then, if I gain admission to university, tuition will no longer be a concern. Failing to prepare now would only tighten our family's financial situation when I eventually enter college. The reservoir's annual contract is merely 100 yuan, a sum that can easily be saved. Constructing a few houses there for poultry would incur minimal costs. My uncle can assist in the construction, and we can invest a bit of labor along with purchasing some red bricks and tiles. We shall start modestly, and as we accumulate wealth, we can gradually expand our endeavors. Chapter 9. The Jeep. Upon hearing her son's aspirations, Li Wei's mother hesitated, expressing the need for further contemplation. After all, there remains ample time, 6 months to be precise, to deliberate on such matters. Recognizing his mother's indecision, Li Wei understood that convincing her was futile. He would have to secure funds independently before any decisions could be made. The conversation dwindled into silence, enveloping them both. At that moment, music from a distant radio echoed through the village, the alluring lyrics resonating with the allure of wealth. "Oh, how the enticing bills glimmer before me," a young man misled. Entranced by the allure of money, which brings both sorrow and despair. Absorbed in the melody, Li Wei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether a rendition of Money by the Prison Prince was warranted at such a time. In truth, life in the countryside did not mirror the exaggerated depictions of the song, yet the societal transformations in the coming years would certainly align with such narratives, where the mockery of the impoverished would overshadow that of the disreputable. After listening to the song, Li Wei's mood soured. The lyrics left little room for joy. His conversation with his mother became disjointed, as she mistook his silence for fatigue, reminding him that he would need to rise early for school the next day. She turned off the television and urged him to retire for the night. Once back in his room, lying on his bed and gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, Li Wei found himself unable to sleep. Thoughts of his past life flooded his mind, an existence fraught with absurdities driven by the pursuit of money, where even the simple act of assisting an elderly woman became a source of anxiety. Countless attempts to count sheep failed to soothe him. Was he too sentimental? What transformations awaited society, and how could a mere grassroots individual like himself influence such changes? Ultimately, he resolved to surrender to sleep. The following morning, Li Wei rose early to tidy up his belongings and assisted his mother in sun-drying the rice grains. With a sense of enthusiasm, he set about preparing breakfast, Qingzhou rice noodles. Just as he was about to begin, his godfather and elder sister arrived by car. They had not yet had breakfast and planned to eat in town later. This was fortuitous, as they decided to cook together. Rice noodles, a specialty of the southern region, are relatively simple to prepare and quite filling, making them a common choice for breakfast here. However, while the preparation may be straightforward, crafting a delectable dish requires skill. After parking the car, old Xie learned that Li Wei was cooking rice noodles, and, without hesitation, he and his daughter rushed into the kitchen to observe Li Wei's culinary process. As if it were a particularly captivating spectacle, Li Wei greeted the two newcomers with a nod before immersing himself in his tasks. He chopped some minced meat and sauteed it in the pan until it released a fragrant aroma, then added salt, soy sauce, and chili powder. After a brief stir, he poured it into the freshly prepared crucian carp broth to bring it to a boil. Meanwhile, the rice noodles had softened in boiling water. Once he divided them into bowls, he garnished them with chopped scallions and minced ginger, then ladled the boiling fish broth with minced meat over each bowl, creating an authentic Qingzhou rice noodle dish. This was a breakfast he had encountered during a previous visit to Qingzhou, where he had found the flavor quite delightful. At that moment, Li Wei's mother finished her tasks, and after everyone washed their hands, they began to enjoy their breakfast. Upon tasting it, old Xie's praises erupted. This craftsmanship is simply unparalleled. When I had this dish during a conference in Qingzhou, it was nowhere near as good as this. With skills like yours, Xiao Wei, you could easily establish a thriving eatery in the city. You'll never have to worry about making a living. Li Wei's mother beamed with joy at the compliments directed towards her son, clearly relishing the admiration. Li Wei, however, felt a curious admiration for his godfather. It was peculiar. Men of this era often exhibited a degree of male chauvinism, and one would expect his godfather to dismiss Li Wei's culinary endeavors. Yet, he was instead offering praise. which seemed quite out of character for the times. After finishing breakfast, Li Wei loaded his luggage into the car, and just as the three were about to depart, old Xie's phone rang. Li Wei watched as his godfather produced a rather outdated Nokia phone from his pocket, which struck Li Wei as quite uncool. Given the poor signal in the countryside, Li Wei observed his godfather shouting into the phone while pacing back and forth. It was apparent that old Xie was not the type to flaunt his phone. In rural areas, one had to speak loudly and move around to maintain a connection. The call was from the mine, conveying urgent matters that required the mine manager's immediate return. However, both Li Wei and Xie Xiaoyan needed to report to the city, and time was of the essence. The earlier bus to the city had already departed, and the next one wouldn't leave until after 3 in the afternoon, making it impossible for them to arrive on time. After hanging up, old Xie immediately expressed his frustration, as the situation was indeed quite inconvenient. He hung up the phone and began pacing back and forth, seemingly pondering who among his acquaintances might be available to drive his 2 children to the city. However, after circling around for a while, picking up and putting down his phone repeatedly, he ultimately failed to find a suitable candidate. Observing Lao Xie in this state, Li Wei immediately spoke up. "Godfather, why not hand me the car keys? I'll give it a try." Although he framed it as a trial, it was merely a polite expression. In reality, Li Wei was quite experienced in driving, having done so in both his past life and the present. Even during his middle school years, he often drove coal trucks, mastering the art of driving large vehicles at a young age. Each time he assisted familiar faces by taking empty trucks to the mines, he earned 5 yuan per trip, returning with the vehicle and occasionally helping out with other tasks. In the countryside, anyone who had driven coal trucks on the bumpy, muddy roads possessed commendable skills. Lao Xie retrieved the car keys and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Xiaowei, can you drive?" "I can," Li Wei affirmed. "Whenever we delivered grain, it was I who drove the tractor." His mother interjected, "He drives both the tractor and the plow remarkably well." Although she had never witnessed Li Wei operating a coal truck, she was confident in his abilities with the other machinery. Yet, she remained unaware that the Beijing Jeep was of an entirely different caliber than a tractor. Upon hearing her words, Lao Xie's mouth twitched slightly. His hand, which had been holding the keys, hesitated as if he were about to retract it. Li Wei, however, offered no further explanation, taking the keys from Lao Xie's hand and climbing into the vehicle. Before Lao Xie could settle into his seat, Li Wei had already familiarized himself with the gear shifts, swiftly starting the engine, engaging the gears, and reversing the car with an elegance that rivaled Lao Xie's own proficiency. Chapter 10. Reporting in. Is this the demeanor of someone who is merely adept at driving a tractor? Lao Xie marveled as he watched Li Wei expertly maneuver the vehicle into position and execute a turn by the roadside. It wasn't until Li Wei turned off the engine that he regained his composure, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately finding himself at a loss for words. He settled for a reassuring pat on Li Wei's shoulder, declaring, "Your driving skills are more than sufficient for the city. You too can drive there. I will handle some matters at the mine, and then catch a ride to the city to bring the vehicle back." With that, he exited the car and called for Xie Xiaoyan to board, preparing to take a motorcycle to the mine. Suddenly, it seemed as though a thought struck him, and he called out to Li Wei, "Xiaowei, have you obtained your identity card yet? If you have, please hand it to me. I can assist you in acquiring your driver's license at the mine where there are available slots, sparing you the trouble of going through the process elsewhere." Li Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was a stroke of fortune, considering that in the future, obtaining a driver's license entailed navigating numerous tests and incurring considerable expenses. To think that his godfather could facilitate this with just a single statement was incredibly generous. He promptly produced his identity card, freshly issued, and handed it over to his godfather for the license application. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 adults, he steered the Jeep in the direction of the city. It had been a while since he last drove, and the sensation of being behind the wheel felt exhilarating, even if the vehicle itself was not particularly luxurious. As I journeyed along, I encountered numerous individuals busily engaged in the harvest, with rice paddies stretching endlessly before me. At this juncture, most fields had already been sown with seedlings for the second season, leaving only a few still in the process of harvesting. "Is there anything you are not capable of?" After sitting quietly in the vehicle for a moment, Xie Xiaoyan began to scrutinize her younger companion, who was a few years her junior, inquiring about the many surprises he had presented her with over the past few days. It seems I am not proficient in childbirth," Li Wei replied, startled by Xie Xiaoyan's sudden question. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled in response. only to be met with the sight of two large sanitary balls floating past. In the absence of adults, Xie Xiaoyan's demeanor became considerably more vivacious, shedding her previously demure persona. Do you know? Whenever I stand beside you, I always feel that you are older and more mature than I. Li Wei, upon hearing this, nearly swerved the vehicle into the rice field, taken aback by her perceptiveness. Indeed, in terms of his past life, his actual age surpassed hers significantly, thus rendering her observation not entirely unfounded. However, would anyone believe him if he claimed to have been reborn? This was not an era where tales of time travel and reincarnation flourished. He feared that such a declaration would lead others to deem him insane. Perhaps it is simply a matter of circumstance. The children of the poor mature early, and my appearance tends to suggest a greater age. I do not mind if you call me brother. Li Wei managed to regain his composure and responded with a smile while concentrating on driving. It was not long before they encountered yet another pair of white sanitary balls. Due to the sparse traffic, despite the rugged road, Li Wei and his companions reached the city in just over an hour. If they had opted for public transport, the journey would have been a jarring and prolonged affair, easily exceeding an hour. The first high school was situated in the direction they entered the city. After inquiring about Xie Xiaoyan's preference, Li Wei directed the vehicle towards the school. The secondary institution that Xie Xiaoyan attended was not far from the first high school, merely a few bus stops away. As a teacher reporting for duty, her process was considerably simpler than Li Wei's. Having visited the school several times during the summer, she had nearly completed all necessary arrangements and only needed to appear for the new term. Thus, she was eager to accompany Li Wei to the first high school first. Since dropping out in his second year of high school in his previous life, Li Wei had not set foot in this institution again. To his astonishment, he found himself returning to the very school over a decade later after his rebirth. As they drove along the route to the school, they passed by many youths of similar age, some animatedly engaging in conversation, while others, accompanied by their parents, cautiously observed their surroundings. Yet, the eyes of all the newcomers sparkled with a sense of anticipation for their new school. Li Wei had once shared this sentiment, but now, he felt a profound difference. Upon arriving at the school entrance, they discovered that outside vehicles were prohibited from entering, prompting Li Wei to park by the roadside. He took his admission notice and slung a backpack over his shoulder as he exited the vehicle. Xie Xiaoyan followed suit, immediately attracting the discreet glances of several nearby boys, a testament to her innate allure as a beautiful woman. However, these matters were of little concern to Li Wei. Standing at the entrance of this venerable institution, he gazed with a complex expression at the school that had left indelible memories in his mind, albeit predominantly negative ones. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the gates of the school, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, "First high school, I'm here." With an air of swagger, he strode past the gatekeeper and into the school. Perhaps it was Li Wei's audacious demeanor, or perhaps it was the car he had parked at the entrance. But the gatekeeper did not even attempt to stop him. Upon seeing Li Wei enter, Xie Xiaoyan hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, someone behind Li Wei shouted, "First high school, I'm leaving," seemingly attempting to capture Xie Xiaoyan's attention. Unfortunately, she did not even glance back, directly pursuing Li Wei instead. However, upon hearing that shout, Li Wei's mood soured, and he turned back, disgruntled. Was that individual mimicking his style? If one wished to attract someone, they ought to devise their own creative approach rather than resorting to imitation. Having already registered, Li Wei effortlessly located the class assignment notice board. After feigning a cursory glance, he proceeded straight to his new class, Class 164. This was the class to which he had been assigned, the foremost one in the first year, with the subsequent classes numbered consecutively up to 177, encompassing a total of 14 classes and roughly 1,000 students. Typically, the leading class is deemed the accelerated class, where academically adept students are concentrated. Li Wei harbored a disdain for this accelerated class, as its students were relentlessly pressured by teachers to study, leaving little room for camaraderie among classmates. It was a place where students were oblivious to the world outside, wholly absorbed in their scholarly pursuits. As a result, relationships among classmates tended to be rather frigid. Having spent 2 years in high school, Li Wei felt no strong connections with any of his classmates and perceived no deep friendships among them. Once they entered society, each student would go their separate ways, never to reconnect. While others spoke of alumni reunions, Li Wei had never heard of any gatherings from his own class. Not even knowing who the school beauty was, his memories were filled solely with formulas and problems from mathematics and physics. Chapter 11. I want to earn my tuition. What was the purpose of attending such a school? With this thought, Li Wei lazily sought out his classroom, registered, and paid the tuition fees. When the homeroom teacher inquired if Li Wei would be residing on campus, he promptly replied in the negative. Stay there? Absolutely not. He was already displeased with the institution. The prospect of living there and being monitored daily without the freedom to go out was unbearable, especially since he had other matters to attend to. Li Wei vividly recalled a night in his previous life when, out of curiosity, he had followed a dorm mate to sneak out and watch a film. Upon returning, he was caught by a teacher lying in wait as he climbed back over the wall. The ensuing punishment was a tragic scene, running laps in the cold winter night. Clad in nothing but a thin shirt, a clear violation of human rights. Upon hearing Li Wei's decision not to reside on campus, Xie Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts immediately. It was only after Li Wei had completed his registration and stepped outside the school gates that her curiosity compelled her to inquire about his reasons for not staying on campus and how he intended to attend classes while living elsewhere. After finalizing his enrollment procedures, it was already midday, and the September sun blazed, rendering the interior of the car uncomfortably warm. Li Wei, observing the inquisitive expression on Xie Xiaoyan's face as she posed several questions in rapid succession, replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. My family is impoverished. I need to earn my own tuition, and staying on campus isn't feasible. If I were to live there, it would complicate matters. Therefore, I have long since planned to rent a room near the school." At that moment, the surrounding accommodations were remarkably affordable, costing merely 30 to 40 yuan a month. His mother had prepared 1,500 yuan for him. The tuition amounted to 1,100, leaving him with 400. After renting a room for half a year, he would still have enough for 2 months' living expenses, which would suffice for him to seek part-time employment. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Xie Xiaoyan realized she had no grounds to refute his statements. Having seen the conditions of Li Wei's family, she understood all too well. After a brief pause, she remarked, "Haven't you already paid this semester's tuition? By next semester, your family shouldn't be short on funds, right? Why must you still earn money on your own?" "The financial gap will only widen next semester," Li Wei sighed. "Half of this semester's tuition was borrowed from relatives, and I still need over 100 yuan each month for living expenses. By the next semester, the shortfall will be even greater, which is why I must find a way to earn my own tuition, or I won't be able to attend school at all." He was acutely aware that, come the following semester, he would struggle to pay even his tuition, leading to his seat being pushed further back until he ultimately dropped out. At that point, his sister would have to forego her middle school education to work, leaving Li Wei to face the prospect of high school alone, unaffordable. His father worked far from home, rarely returning and lacking the means to provide support, while his brother had succumbed to gambling addiction, squandering his meager salary each month. Li Wei's tuition and living expenses rested solely on his mother's shoulders, who had recently fallen ill, causing everything to shift unexpectedly, forcing him to leave school and seek work. Rather than placing his hopes in unreliable family members, he preferred to forge his own path. As a person reborn, though he lacked the ability to turn stone into gold, he believed that earning enough for his tuition each semester was within his grasp. This conviction fueled his decision to not reside on campus, allowing him the flexibility to attend evening self-study sessions as he sought employment. "You are still young. How can you earn money? Focus on your studies," Xie Xiaoyan urged. "Now that I am teaching, my monthly salary is not needed at home. I could save several hundred yuan for your tuition." She endeavored to present herself as a wise elder, even boasting of her monthly earnings, yet her efforts fell flat under Li Wei's discerning gaze. Deflated, she conceded that her tendency to spend liberally left her with little to save. "Thank you for your kind intentions, dear sister. I am fully capable of earning my own tuition, and it will not hinder my studies. Just wait and see. I have already reserved the title of this year's provincial college entrance examination champion," Li Wei remarked, observing Xie Xiaoyan, who quickly averted her gaze when met with his. He appreciated her good intentions, yet he deemed it impossible, setting aside how much Xie Xiaoyan could save. The pride of a reborn man would never allow him to accept her kindness. Hence, Li Wei made his gaze appear more imposing. How could a fresh graduate possibly rival someone like him, who had navigated society for over a decade? "I refuse to believe it. Unless you can prove to me that you can truly earn money," he challenged. Xie Xiaoyan, determined to bolster her confidence, reminded herself that she was a few years older than Li Wei and would soon become a proud middle school music teacher. How could she be defeated by the gaze of a mere child? Thus, she crafted what she deemed a suitable counterargument. All right, let us dine first. There is a place nearby with delectable dishes. We shall enjoy a meal together. Afterward, I will demonstrate my ability to earn money, ensuring you will not be disappointed. Li Wei proposed, which only intensified Xie Xiaoyan's irritation towards him. She secretly resolved that when the time came and this fellow failed to earn money, she would take great pleasure in undermining him, ensuring that she would not be able to present herself as the elder sister in his presence any longer. Upon exiting the school gate and walking a few dozen meters, they arrived at the restaurant Li Wei had mentioned, which, though modest in size, was impeccably clean. However, with the new school year just commencing, business was slow, and the establishment had no patrons at that moment. The owner was an attractive woman whose husband had once been a teacher at the local high school, but tragedy struck shortly after their marriage. Their restaurant had originally been located within the school premises, but this semester, due to the absence of her husband, the school reclaimed their space, denying them the opportunity to operate there any longer, and thus they relocated outside. This circumstance contributed to Li Wei's indifference towards the school, unlike the simplicity of rural life. The city at this time was driven solely by money and power, and this prestigious urban high school was no exception. The unfair treatment of the widow who owned the restaurant was one aspect, while Li Wei's inability to pay tuition and subsequent reassignment to the back of the class was another. What infuriated him further was the matter of the scholarship. Li Wei had indeed informed his mother about the scholarship, which was legitimate. In his previous life, students like him, who excelled academically yet came from modest backgrounds, were eligible for such awards. However, throughout 2 years of study, he had received not a single penny. Instead, he was consistently awarded trivial accolades like excellent student, which held no real value. It was only years later that Li Wei learned the school did have scholarships, but they were allocated to students with better family circumstances and lesser grades than his own, often due to connections. This reality was the true source of Li Wei's disdain for the institution. Chapter 12. Vast Horizons. A school should fundamentally focus on nurturing students. How can a prestigious urban high school, rife with intrigue and favoritism, possibly cultivate its students effectively? Following Li Wei's tenure, the city's prominent secondary school has seen a steady decline, ultimately overshadowed by a private institution, which has made it increasingly difficult to attract even the most promising students. Once a beacon of academic excellence, the school has now become merely a vestige of its former glory. After the two found a suitable spot to sit, the proprietress hurried over to inquire about their orders. At present, the establishment is devoid of waitstaff, with the proprietress assuming the roles of chef, owner, and server all at once. Upon noticing the alluring and mature presence of the proprietress, Xie Xiaoyan cast a disapproving glance at Li Wei, suspecting that he was drawn here solely by her beauty, which she felt rivaled her own. The mature fragrance emanating from the proprietress was so enticing that it almost tempted her to take a bite. Receiving Xie Xiaoyan's disapproving looks, Li Wei offered no explanation, merely smiling before asking her what she wished to eat. Unfamiliar with the menu, and with no printed options available, Xie Xiaoyan felt at a loss and opted to let Li Wei place the order. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei confidently ordered stir-fried river fish with green peppers, farmhouse stir-fried pork, and a cold eggplant dish. All simple yet delightful choices, particularly as Xie Xiaoyan could tolerate spicy food. When the dishes arrived, Xie Xiaoyan realized that Li Wei had not lured her here merely for the proprietress's beauty. Rather, the proprietress's culinary skills were genuinely impressive. Transforming simple ingredients into delectable dishes requires true talent, as evidenced by the multitude of individuals cooking daily without achieving similar results. As they savored their meal, Xie Xiaoyan requested a bottle of beer, only to remember afterward that she was a girl, seated beside a boy still in school and younger than herself. Li Wei smiled, refraining from admonishing her about the propriety of a young woman consuming alcohol, nor did he mention his own status as a student. Instead, he called the proprietress for 2 bottles. In a display of skill, he deftly opened the bottles with chopsticks, and the two clinked their bottles together, indulging in a toast. Dining possesses a social allure, and as Li Wei and Xie Xiaoyan relished their meal, the establishment, which had been quiet upon their arrival, began to fill with patrons. The sight of a beautiful young woman enjoying a drink in the restaurant proved to be quite infectious, especially during mealtime, prompting others to flock in. By the time Li Wei and Xie Xiaoyan finished their meal and settled the bill, the proprietress was overwhelmed with customers who had discovered the exceptional flavors of the dishes. Understanding at last why the beautiful proprietress was so beloved, henceforth, This venue would be the chosen spot for future gatherings among classmates. Upon exiting the restaurant, Li Wei prepared to escort Xie Xiaoyan to her school for registration. He had resolved his own matters, yet Xie Xiaoyan remained unconcerned about her school obligations. Her interest in witnessing Li Wei's performance for money far outweighing her eagerness to register. Reluctantly, Li Wei accompanied her to the vicinity of her school before heading off to earn his keep. Xie Xiaoyan attended the affiliated school of the Municipal Normal University, conveniently located near several universities. At this moment, as schools across the city are commencing their sessions, the streets are bustling with activity. Li Wei's gaze is drawn to the students and teachers from the Normal University, as well as those from other institutions nearby. Under the watchful eyes of Xie Xiaoyan, Li Wei parks the vehicle in a shaded area, retrieves the guitar that Xie Xiaoyan had brought along, and steps out, seeking a spot that is both spacious and teeming with foot traffic, adorned with the shade of trees. He had noticed the guitar when he got into the car, but had said nothing at the time. Now, with the necessity to earn, he finds a perfect opportunity to utilize it. Li Wei opens the guitar case and lays it on the ground. After strumming a beautiful melody to test the sound and clearing his throat, he prepares to sing. In this city, street performers are a rare sight, and there are no intimidating city management officers in sight. So Li Wei's plan to perform seems to be free of obstacles. He had engaged in similar performances in a past life, initially motivated by a desire to learn guitar from a street artist, later even performing in bars. However, despite his artistic aspirations, he had never achieved fame and ultimately returned to a more conventional job. Perhaps it was the novelty of seeing someone sing on the streets. Or perhaps Li Wei's slightly handsome appearance was appealing, or maybe it was the fact that he truly played the guitar well. Whatever the reason, a crowd of curious young men and women began to gather around him even before he started to sing. Rather than feeling anxious, Li Wei felt a surge of excitement and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, began to play and sing. I once doubted myself, walking in the desert, bearing no fruit, no matter what dreams I sowed. Just as I spread my wings, the wind turned silent, accustomed to pain. Can it be considered a harvest? Fortunately for me, I never turned back, and finally discovered there truly is an oasis. With every drop of sweat, life becomes weighty, stepping out of despair. I behold a new universe. Indeed, he was performing the band Xingyue's version of The Vast Sky, a song that had not yet been released during this time, allowing Li Wei to sing without pressure. More importantly, this song resonated deeply with him, seeming to fuel his relentless pursuit of dreams. For Li Wei, it was an anthem of inspiration, a melody that expressed his emotions. Within the Normal University, there are art students, and the surrounding schools are populated with individuals knowledgeable in music. Although the accompaniment was solely from his guitar, the quality of his singing was evident to all. Soon, enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd, and some began to toss coins into the box he had placed on the ground. 50 cents, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and even a 10 yuan note. It may seem a trifling amount, but at that time, while Li Wei was studying at a secondary school, 50 cents could purchase 2 meat buns for breakfast, and 10 yuan represented 2 or 3 days' worth of living expenses. Observing the generosity of his audience, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing he might not have to worry about his living expenses for the semester. After finishing the song, Li Wei spotted Xie Xiaoyan among the crowd, clapping enthusiastically. He offered her a gentle smile before continuing with his performance. The scene of that afternoon, perhaps years later, will still linger in the memories of those who watched. An autumn afternoon, where the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow. A delicate youth, self-accompanying on his guitar, serenaded the audience with a selection of classic yet unfamiliar melodies, amidst the intermittent eruptions of applause and cheers, creating a unique spectacle. After performing Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, he followed with Sudden Self and Has Anyone Told You? And as he bowed in gratitude to the surrounding crowd, they remained reluctant to depart, eager for more of his enchanting songs. However, it was evident that such an encore was not feasible. He had already sung for over an hour, and he still needed to accompany Xie Xiaoyan to her enrollment and seek accommodation, as he was still a student. He closed his guitar case, which brimmed with cash. Though composed of small denominations, it amounted to a considerable sum when gathered together. Unable to fit the guitar into the case, Li Wei slung it over his shoulder and carried the box as they made their way to Xie Xiaoyan's school, with her following closely behind. Finding a secluded spot, they counted the money from the guitar case, and Xie Xiaoyan was taken aback to discover nearly 500 yuan, nearly equivalent to her monthly salary as a teacher. The ease with which this money was earned astonished her. Observing her expression, Li Wei chuckled, neatly organized the cash, and tucked it into his pocket with a pat, considering it a modest windfall that would bolster his living expenses for the semester. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let us go back to that restaurant we dined at for lunch. Are you even human? Xie Xiaoyan leaned closer to scrutinize Li Wei, seemingly attempting to discern what set him apart from others. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded, yes, he is quite handsome, a bit taller than me, but found nothing particularly extraordinary beyond that. Like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, Li Wei instantly retorted, a humorous instinct prompting the response. What do you mean? Xie Xiaoyan's expression revealed her unfamiliarity with the reference, prompting Li Wei to smile and point at his own nose. Do you really think of yourself as some kind of immortal? You're quite vain, she teased. But haven't you visited the city alone before? You seem rather familiar with it. Realizing her quick deduction, Li Wei offered a fabricated explanation. I've come to this city for various exams and competitions no less than 10 times since elementary school. It's not vast. A genius would surely become familiar after traversing it so many times. He concealed his deeper familiarity, having attended high school at the city's one high school for 2 years. Xie Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, but chose not to pursue her suspicions further, attributing Li Wei's peculiarities to his exceptional nature, and led him directly to her school for enrollment. In truth, she wished to inquire about the origins of the captivating songs he performed, but the enrollment process took precedence. Having graduated from a teacher training program, she secured a position at this prestigious affiliated school only through familial connections. Otherwise, she would likely have been assigned to a rural elementary school. This is a nation steeped in relationships, particularly in this era, where to lack connections would be considered foolish. The process for Xie Xiaoyan to register took considerably longer than that of Li Wei, possibly due to her status as a teacher. By the time she completed all her formalities, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As Li Wei was about to escort her back to the first high school, Xie Xiaoyan's mobile phone rang, and it was then that Li Wei realized she possessed such a device. At that time, mobile phones were just emerging, clumsy and exorbitantly priced, indicating that this technology was still in its infancy and had several years of potential ahead. Regrettably, Li Wei lacked the knowledge of this technology and its market trends, and given the substantial investment required, he could have ventured into this lucrative field. In truth, there were many missed opportunities and regrets. In his previous life, he was merely a small individual struggling to make ends meet without a high school diploma. Lacking expertise in any particular field, had he possessed such knowledge, he could have established an empire of superpower or advanced materials. Even in the entertainment realm, his engagement was limited to occasionally listening to songs. Otherwise, he might have created an entertainment empire of his own. Now, these dreams were but fleeting thoughts, as his own knowledge was limited. After glancing at her phone, Xie Xiaoyan informed Li Wei, "My father is looking for me. He must have arrived in the city. Shall we go meet him?" Li Wei nodded and followed her directions to a specific location. He found it curious that Xie Xiaoyan's phone did not display any Chinese characters, only a string of phone numbers. How did she know where her godfather was without returning the call? Upon their arrival, the mystery was unveiled. The Xie family had purchased an apartment in the city for their daughter's education long ago, and this was where Xie Xiaoyan had brought Li Wei. After ascending the stairs with various items Xie Xiaoyan had brought, Li Wei discovered that the apartment was conveniently situated between the first high school and the normal school, suggesting that her father had indeed given considerable thought to his daughter's convenience. Years ago, vocational schools were far more esteemed than high schools. Students with good grades typically pursued vocational training, earning credits, and graduating sooner. Only those from affluent families or with ambitious aspirations would opt for high school and university. At that time, the city's normal school was the preferred choice for average families, with many unable to gain admission due to subpar academic performance. Upon entering the apartment, Li Wei found old Xie reclining on the living room sofa, watching television, and he expressed curiosity at their early return. Having assumed the registration process would take at least a day, after greeting his godfather, Li Wei found a seat to watch television while Xie Xiaoyan went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks for their guest. The apartment boasted 5 rooms and 2 halls, a structure not common at that time and likely quite expensive. Li Wei suspected that his godfather had amassed a considerable fortune during his tenure as a mine manager. Otherwise, how could he afford such a property? Although housing prices in the city had not yet inflated to the extreme seen in Li Wei's previous life, This substantial apartment, nestled among numerous schools, must have been among the most expensive in the city at that time. This apartment was purchased by my mother. My father does not have that kind of money, Xie Xiaoyan remarked. It seemed as though she could read Li Wei's thoughts. Seeing him in such a state, Xie Xiaoyan, regardless of whether old Xie was present, spoke up directly. This left Li Wei feeling particularly embarrassed, as tarnishing the reputation of his godfather for profit was hardly a noble intention. Unbeknownst to him, old Xie was equally astonished, not by the suspicion that Li Wei might defame him, but by how his daughter could possibly explain this to Li Wei. After all, his daughter was not one to share personal matters with others and had only recently become acquainted with Li Wei, merely 2 days ago. Had this young man, while driving his daughter into the city, somehow enchanted her. However, realizing that Li Wei was 3 or 4 years younger than his daughter and still a high school student, he was left speechless, quickly dismissing such thoughts. Chapter 14. The era of cohabitation. Xie Xiaoyan was oblivious to the impact her words had on old Xie. Instead, she excitedly ran to his side and sat down, exclaiming, "Dad, don't go home tonight. Let Xiao Wei treat us to dinner. We must give him a good scolding for making quite a bit of money today." Old Xie's curiosity deepened upon hearing his daughter's words, and he looked at Li Wei with a puzzled expression. Had this young man gone to report for duty and stumbled upon a fortune? He was well aware of Li Wei's family circumstances, and so was his daughter. Unless this young man had indeed struck it rich, why would he be treating them? Upon hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Sister, I still need to look for a place to stay. How can I treat you all if you pull old Xie over here?" Yet, noticing old Xie's bewildered gaze, he honestly explained the source of his earnings to his godfather. "You mean you stood there singing for over an hour and earned nearly 500 yuan? If that's the case, wouldn't you make a fortune singing every day? You'd be a 10,000 yuan household by the end of the month." Old Xie's skepticism grew stronger. Surely, it was just a matter of singing on the street. Could it be that lucrative? "Not quite," Li Wei replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Today was my first time, and due to the large crowd, it was quite profitable. However, once the novelty wears off, the earnings won't be as significant." Old Xie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You seem quite knowledgeable about this. But what made you decide to sing there?" He had intended to say busk, but perhaps fearing the term might offend Li Wei's pride, he quickly altered his phrasing. Li Wei, however, had no qualms about it. He was merely earning his tuition through his efforts, and there was nothing shameful in that. Yet, had he been in his previous life, he would never have dared to do such a thing. Just as he was contemplating how to elaborate on his situation to old Xie, Xie Xiaoyan interjected, "He wants to earn his tuition." "Nonsense. Isn't there a way for the family to handle tuition? You should focus on your studies at this time. What if thinking about these things distracts you from learning? If your family is in difficulty, you can always turn to your godfather for help. Just endure a few years, and you can manage until you graduate from university." "Does your mother know about what you're doing?" It is impossible for old Xie to contain his anger, as the majority of people in this era still believe that education is the sole pathway to success, dismissing all else as mere folly. Li Wei utilizes his leisure time for these endeavors, which old Xie finds excessive. In his view, children ought to focus on their studies while financial matters are the concern of adults. Upon witnessing her father's displeasure, Xie Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, sitting quietly, unsure of how to continue explaining, feeling as though her good intentions had backfired. At that moment, Li Wei lifted his head and addressed old Xie, saying, "Godfather, I am 16 now. I am no longer a child. I am well aware of what is important. Frankly, you only see the superficial aspects of my family's situation. The underlying issues are far more complex. I choose to work on weekends or in the evenings, ensuring that my studies remain unaffected while earning my own tuition. I do not consider this to be folly, and I wish to keep this from my mother." Upon noticing the determination in Li Wei's gaze, old Xie's initial intention to assert his authority swiftly dissipated. "This boy is not simple. He seems almost like an adult." He could only think this to himself, then softened his tone, asking, "What are your plans? Will you sing on the streets every weekend to earn money?" "This is my current plan, though it cannot last long, as others will surely follow suit. I intend to learn about computers and find a stable job for the weekends. Then explore the bars near the university city in the evenings to see if there are opportunities for live performances. If I manage this for 2 years, I will alleviate my family from worrying about my high school and university tuition." Li Wei stated this vaguely, aware that revealing too much at once might be overwhelming. "Very well, I shall not press you further. I will give you a year, If your grades decline significantly, you must cease these activities immediately. Little Wei, since I have acknowledged you as my godson, how could I not assist you in times of need? Your older sister has graduated and secured a job. Supporting your education alone poses no burden for us. Therefore, you must prioritize your studies. Diligent learning is the path for rural individuals to change their destinies. Old Xie said earnestly, gazing at his resolute godson. Understood, thank you, godfather. Old Xie's words stirred a sense of emotion within Li Wei. His family is not without wealthy relatives. His mother has 4 sisters, and the first 2 have relatively good circumstances. However, they have always looked down upon Li Wei's family, making it difficult to borrow money, while his aunt is willing to lend, albeit her own situation is not much better, and her 2 children are currently in middle school, with their tuition this semester only covered by her borrowing half of it. Yet, this newly recognized godfather, who seemingly has no significant ties to his family, has readily promised to cover his future educational expenses, a gesture of profound kindness. Initially, he had accepted old Xie as his godfather merely to provide his family with a source of support, sparing his mother from being bullied at home. It has only just dawned on me how fortunate I am to have acquired such a remarkable godfather. This is indeed a consequence of my first transformation since my rebirth. While my act of saving Xie Xiaoyan certainly played a part, one cannot deny that my godfather is truly an exceptional person. Consequently, there is no longer a need for you to rent a place near the school. You may reside here instead. I am somewhat uneasy with your older sister living alone in the city, and now that you 2 siblings can keep each other company, we need not visit frequently, which brings us peace of mind. Moreover, you will save on rent. Before Li Wei could express further gratitude, old Xie swiftly made another decision. What? Huh? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback by his godfather's words, while Xie Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with delight. Her earlier revelation regarding Li Wei's earnings was intended to persuade her father. She wanted him to stay here as well, for it would be far too unsafe for him to rent a place outside. Is it really appropriate for me to stay here? Li Wei hesitated, feeling that it might not be entirely proper for a male and a female to live together. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Xiaoyan has a classmate who works in the city and also resides here. You are mature for your age. I trust you to look after your sister and ensure she doesn't stray with the wrong crowd, old Xie asserted decisively, dismissing any objections, even disregarding Xie Xiaoyan's subtle discontent. Very well then, living with 2 young ladies, I seem to have stepped into the era of cohabitation ahead of time. Chapter 15. The Young Singer Competition. After discussing these matters, old Xie picked up his phone and asked Li Wei to call home to reassure his mother. Li Wei, feeling no hesitation, took old Xie's phone and dialed a family in the village that had a telephone, asking them to fetch his mother for the call before hanging up and waiting a few minutes before dialing again. At that time, telephones were not widespread in rural areas. Most households lacked one, with only a select few affluent families having installed them out of necessity. Thus, outsiders seeking to contact someone would first call these homes to request assistance in locating the person, before waiting several minutes for the connection. After making the call, Li Wei noticed that time was slipping away, so he invited old Xie and his daughter to join him for dinner, with him treating them tonight. Upon hearing Li Wei's invitation, Xie Xiaoyan sprang from the sofa, filled with excitement. Her younger godbrother remembered to treat her to a meal. Although she did not particularly care about the grandeur of the feast, today she had witnessed a small miracle, and she wished to treat her younger godbrother in return. The place they visited for lunch was quite pleasant, not extravagant, but the flavors were delightful. Xie Xiaoyan had covered the bill at noon, and the 2 of them had ordered 3 dishes along with 2 bottles of beer, totaling less than 20 yuan. At that time, a stir-fry dish cost around 4 yuan, while a bowl of 3-flavor rice noodles was merely 3 yuan. Even near the school, 2 yuan would suffice. Old Xie looked at his daughter with fondness and shook his head, offering no objections, before turning off the television and following the 2 young ones downstairs. The location was not far, so they opted not to drive. On the way, Li Wei made a call home to assure his family of his safety and informed his mother that he would not require any living expenses for the semester, as his own funds were sufficient. After reminding her to pay attention to the 2 matters they had discussed previously, he ended the call. Lao Xie, who had been listening, felt a spark of curiosity and inquired about the issues Li Wei mentioned. Li Wei shared his thoughts with Lao Xie, which piqued his interest even further. Being a person within the system, Lao Xie had a clear understanding of certain policies. He was pleasantly surprised that his godson could also be attuned to such matters. With a smile, he promised Li Wei that he would visit when he had time, and if things turned out well, he would assist Li Wei in addressing the concerns of his mother. Grateful for Lao Xie's kindness, Li Wei acknowledged that Lao Xie's words would undoubtedly carry more weight than his own. Throughout the journey, Xie Xiaoyan remained mostly silent, her eyes flickering between her father and Li Wei as they conversed. She had never realized how well her father could relate to a young man. It was as if he regarded Li Wei as an equal. In contrast, she and her brother, Xie Xiaohu, had not shared such a rapport with their father. While she was spoiled at home, her brother had faced his fair share of strictness. According to their father, Xie Xiaohu, being a boy, had to be disciplined. When they arrived at the small restaurant, it was already bustling with several tables occupied, a stark contrast to the quietness of the afternoon. Li Wei noticed that the patrons were young teachers from the first middle school, likely friends of the owner's husband, who had come to support the business following his passing. After the three of them were seated, they ordered a few dishes along with 3 bottles of beer. The teachers, animatedly discussing their opinions, glanced curiously at the sight of a young boy ordering beer. It seemed evident that Li Wei was a student at their school, and while they might have wished to express their thoughts, they refrained, assuming that it was acceptable to the boy's parents given Lao Xie's presence. Xie Xiaoyan, noticing Li Wei's order of 3 bottles of beer, discreetly looked at her father, who seemed unfazed, casting a playful tongue at Li Wei. Amused by her demeanor, Li Wei found it endearing that his older sister, despite being a few years his senior, still possessed a childlike spirit. Lao Xie was indeed quite indulgent towards his daughter. In contrast, Xie Xiaohu appeared to be like a mouse before a cat whenever Lao Xie was around, perhaps having endured considerable discipline. At that moment, a teacher in the restaurant turned on the music, featuring a duet between a romantic ballad singer and a female vocalist. The lyrics spoke of summer, with cicadas chirping by the willow trees. As Li Wei listened, he recalled that this autumn, the singer's songs seemed to echo everywhere, and he anticipated enduring them throughout his school days. The campus radio at school incessantly plays the music of this particular artist, to the extent that during our music class, the entertainment committee member insists we all learn to sing his songs. It seems as though there is no music worth playing unless it features him. To be candid, Li Wei has little enthusiasm for this artist's music, primarily because his voice often leads Li Wei to perceive him as somewhat feminine, which prompted Li Wei to dub him with a rather derogatory nickname. As Li Wei's thoughts drifted, Xie Xiaoyan suddenly inquired, "Which singer performed the songs you sang this afternoon? I've never heard them before. Also, when did you learn to play the guitar?" Li Wei responded that he learned guitar from a fellow in the neighboring village, along with eru and flute. "But those songs are surely unfamiliar to you, as I performed them for the first time today." He chuckled, anticipating that he might earn a couple of hygiene balls for his efforts. To his surprise, Xie Xiaoyan did not roll her eyes, but rather nodded in approval, saying, "You've written quite well. You could become a star, far surpassing my own compositions." Taken aback, Li Wei stared at Xie Xiaoyan, this time genuinely rolling his eyes in disbelief. "You think my time at the normal university was wasted? I majored in music and even won awards for my songs, though none are as good as what you sang today. Could you perhaps write a few songs for girls to sing?" Li Wei felt utterly flustered. As a mere youth who had just transitioned from the countryside to the city, he hardly considered himself capable of writing songs. Those were merely copies, after all. Yet, as someone who had been reborn, he reassured himself that many original pieces did not yet exist, and thus, his copied works could still be viewed as his own creations. "Why do you need songs for girls?" he asked. "I wish to participate in the provincial television station's youth singer competition. I feel that my own songs are not presentable, yet singing someone else's feels inappropriate," Xie Xiaoyan lamented. "Actually, you could enter as well," Li Wei suggested, glancing at her and then at old Xie, who seemed tacitly aware of the situation and did not voice any objections. When Xie Xiaoyan encouraged Li Wei to join her, old Xie merely furrowed his brow slightly. At that time, the entertainment industry appeared relatively pristine, devoid of the subsequent scandals that would tarnish its reputation. Female stars did not evoke the impression of being promiscuous, embroiled in various controversies. Old Xie seemed quite liberal regarding his daughter, allowing her a significant degree of freedom and rarely opposing her decisions unless they were detrimental. Chapter 16. Lu Yanwell, "I won't participate. I have school and no time." "When is that competition scheduled?" Given that his godfather did not object to the matter, Li Wei felt it prudent to express his support, planning to lend Xie Xiaoyan several popular songs he knew for her performance. He certainly did not wish to reveal the darker aspects of the entertainment industry from the future, as doing so might lead to dire consequences for his older sister figure. At that moment, the provincial youth singer competition held considerable prestige, having produced numerous successful artists, and was quite sought after in the country. Li Wei currently has no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. He recognizes his own limited talents and believes it is best not to embarrass himself in such a vibrant and competitive environment. His desire to perform at bars is merely to sing others' songs, and if he happens to create one or two new pieces that resonate with others, selling them could yield some financial benefit. Unfortunately, he lacks the extraordinary abilities of others and has not paid much attention to the entertainment sector in the past, which leaves him unaware of the addresses of record companies. Otherwise, selling songs could provide a decent income. For now, he can only dream, but he is determined to support his older sister in her endeavors. After their meal, old Xie retrieved his briefcase from under his arm to settle the bill. But Li Wei intervened, insisting on treating them, pulling out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. Regrettably, it consisted mostly of small denominations. It would have been preferable if all the bills were crisp 100 yuan notes, although at that time, the new red version 100 yuan bills had yet to be released, making the current 100 yuan notes resemble 10 yuan notes in color. The following day, there was no need to attend school as classes officially commenced the day after. However, students residing on campus were required to study at the school, whereas day students were exempt, showcasing the differences between the two. Old Xie rose early to drive back, as he had to head to the mine. Xie Xiaoyan was going to school that day and invited Li Wei to accompany her, intending to discuss music along the way. Initially reluctant, Li Wei had hoped to explore the city and seek suitable opportunities. However, he could not refuse his older sister, so he obediently followed her. After becoming acquainted with Xie Xiaoyan, Li Wei realized that not only was she beautiful, but she was also quite talented, albeit with a somewhat childlike demeanor that often left him both amused and exasperated. As a benefit of accompanying her, Xie Xiaoyan mischievously promised to introduce her friend to Li Wei, claiming she was a stunning college student. It was then that Li Wei discovered that Xie Xiaoyan's friend hailed from the southern provinces and was a year behind in her studies due to attending college. This girl would be arriving from home that afternoon. However, the promise of introducing a beautiful girl seemed more like playful banter, and it was likely that Xie Xiaoyan herself did not take it seriously. What truly piqued Li Wei's interest was the fact that the girl's uncle owned a hotel in the city, which featured resident singers, and Xie Xiaoyan had performed there before. With this enticing prospect, Li Wei resolved to accompany her for the sake of his future tuition. After spending the morning exploring the affiliated high school with his older sister, they hurried to the train station to welcome the beauty Xie Xiaoyan had mentioned. Upon meeting her, Li Wei understood the adage that birds of a feather flock together, as beautiful individuals often congregate. The most striking aspect was the girl's curvaceous figure, which was quite captivating. Witnessing the two women embrace exuberantly in the train station square, with their exaggerated expressions and playful antics, Li Wei couldn't help but smile, knowing that the future days of cohabitation would surely bring their own set of challenges. After all, he considered himself a spirited young man. Subsequently, Xie Xiaoyan introduced her sworn brother to her classmates. Upon seeing Li Wei, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight, radiating an expression akin to that of discovering a delightful toy, which sent shivers down Li Wei's spine. Fortunately, the square was bustling with people, and as it was their first encounter, the girl did not overtly display her excitement. However, he learned that her name was Lu Yan, and her uncle had sent a driver to pick her up. Noting the car's model, Li Wei surmised that Lu Yan's uncle was quite well connected in their city, which led him to believe that performing at his hotel to earn some living and tuition expenses would not pose a significant challenge. After Lu Yan instructed her uncle's driver to take the three of them to Xie Xiaoyan's residence, she casually mentioned that she would spend some time with her classmates and would later join her uncle for dinner. The young driver, seemingly accustomed to Lu Yan's personality, nodded in agreement. Yet, Li Wei sensed a subtle distinction in the driver's demeanor, indicating he had likely served in the military, distinguishing him from the average individual. Throughout the journey, Xie Xiaoyan and Lu Yan engaged in animated chatter about their summer apart, resembling two swallows reunited, a scene one could readily envision. Li Wei, playing the role of the silent laborer, carried various items brought by Lu Yan, trailing behind them without a word, while the two girls exchanged laughter and playful banter, entirely disregarding him. As their conversation meandered, they unexpectedly began discussing Li Wei, exchanging glances before lowering their voices to murmur. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Li Wei strained to listen. But the two women had no intention of allowing him to overhear, quickly engaging in hushed whispers. This did not appear to bode well for him. Upon reaching the upstairs door, Xie Xiaoyan went to unlock it, while Lu Yin deliberately lagged behind. As Li Wei, drenched in sweat, ascended the stairs, she promptly stood on her toes, gently patted his shoulder, and with an air of sisterly authority remarked, "Handsome, you did well. I have high hopes for you." Li Wei, with a face full of exasperation, watched Lu Yin, who looked as mischievous as a fox that had just stolen a hen, enter the room. His mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. What kind of situation was this? Do not underestimate me. I can speak Cantonese. The welcome banquet for Lu Yin took place at a quaint little restaurant, where business was notably better than the previous day, filled with students from their school. Li Wei also noticed a boy of similar age helping out, the brother of the restaurant's owner. In a past life, he had developed a good rapport with this young man while working elsewhere, though they were strangers to each other now. During the meal, Li Wei finally comprehended why old Xie had appeared so relieved when he arranged for Li Wei to stay at his place. And he understood why Xie Xiaoyan had indulged in alcohol. A mere glance at the expressions of the young boys in the restaurant revealed all. Chapter 17. The computer training room. Upon returning to the room clad in a form-fitting outfit, Lu Yan's curves were accentuated, and she was engaged in a boisterous celebration with another stunningly beautiful woman, both exuberantly toasting to a dozen bottles of beer. Their antics, indifferent to their surroundings, left Li Wei on the verge of tears. "Sisters, this is a school area. Please be mindful of your influence." Li Wei had only managed to consume 2 bottles of beer, not due to an inability to drink, but rather a lack of desire. The remaining bottles were swiftly emptied by the 2 women, who showed no signs of inebriation afterward. It was evident why old Xie entrusted his daughter to Li Wei's supervision. One could glean much from this encounter. After their meal, Li Wei found himself coerced into singing, with Lu Yin claiming it was to assess his vocal abilities on behalf of her uncle. Should he falter, it would tarnish the reputation of the hotel's nightclub. To secure his future tuition, Li Wei reluctantly complied under the watchful eyes of the 2 women. However, compared to the previous day, he had prepared an additional setup. He scavenged a second-hand speaker from a thrift store and spent time converting it into a decent amplifier powered by a battery. Such devices were ubiquitous in the era of Li Wei's reincarnation, essential for street performers. Today, they ventured to a city event plaza. As before, Li Wei began with a solo guitar piece, waiting for a crowd to gather before launching into song. The 2 women, one sporting oversized sunglasses, sat nearby, enjoying a bag of sunflower seeds with relish. Seriously? Is this necessary? Li Wei thought, realizing he might not fulfill old Xie's expectations, feeling a sense of obligation. The afternoon plaza was bustling, likely due to the weekend, and Li Wei's voice attracted a fair number of onlookers. After his performance, he was met with applause. To his astonishment, he saw the 2 women enthusiastically clapping and cheering. Lu Yin even pulled out 50 yuan from her bag and placed it in his guitar case, insisting he perform another song as if she were an entirely unfamiliar patron. Witnessing this, others began to contribute money as well, though in lesser denominations. Li Wei couldn't help but smirk, nearly causing him to drop his guitar. All right, in light of the monetary incentive, I'll overlook her antics. Despite Lu Yan's generous 50 yuan, the afternoon's earnings did not surpass the previous day's record but still totaled over 300 yuan. Li Wei felt satisfied. Such an amount was substantial enough to cover several months of living expenses. After listening to Li Wei's singing, Lu Yin gave his shoulder a hearty pat. "Young man, you performed admirably. You've been hired by the Twilight Hotel. Once you're ready, you can start working, and we can discuss your salary then. But tell me, where did you learn those songs? I've never heard them before." Li Wei's face twitched again, suppressing the urge to deliver a playful smack to the cheek of the girl before him. However, on the other side, Xie Xiaoyan ceased to tease her brother-in-law and directly informed Li Wei that Lu Yan's involvement was acceptable, as her uncle had no objections. She mentioned that Lu Yan could simply accompany her to work later. Upon hearing this, Li Wei cast a surprised glance at Lu Yan, realizing that this whimsical woman seemed to possess some degree of capability. Otherwise, he believed her uncle would not allow her to make decisions regarding the hotel affairs so freely, no matter how favored she might be. Shortly thereafter, Xie Xiaoyan proudly revealed to Lu Yan that the songs they had just sung were composed by her brother-in-law. her expression reminiscent of a little girl who had just acquired a delightful new toy and was eager to show it off to her peers. Once back in the room, the two women retreated to their quarters to converse privately. Li Wei, after watching television alone for a while and finding it rather dull with no engaging programs, decided to venture outside to purchase groceries, intending to prepare dinner for himself. Adjacent to the school's vegetable market, Li Wei stumbled upon a computer training center that appeared to be quite substantial. His attention was drawn to a sign advertising the recruitment of instructors, and an idea sparked in his mind. This was something he could potentially undertake. At that moment, the computer training center seemed to operate in two distinct manners. One as a cyber CAF, albeit at a steep price, and the other as a training facility offering courses on office software and typing skills. More complex subjects were often beyond the grasp of many, thus rarely taught. For someone who had experience in network management within a factory, these matters were hardly daunting. He even had some knowledge of animation design, image processing, and computer troubleshooting. His only concern was that he could only work on weekends, leaving him uncertain about whether they would accommodate such a schedule. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wei ventured into the training center. Upon entering, he immediately heard a man exclaiming about a newly purchased computer that would not boot. Curious, Li Wei took a few steps toward the source of the commotion and discerned the beeping sounds emanating from the computers, quickly realizing the issue at hand. However, he chose to remain silent, acknowledging that it was not his place to interject at that moment. He preferred to assess the situation further during the interview. Inside the training center, a considerable number of individuals were present, with some discerning parents having already enrolled their children for training in preparation for the impending technological boom. After entering, Li Wei was promptly greeted by a young woman who appeared to mistake him for a student seeking computer training. Upon hearing that he was there to interview for a teaching position, her face registered disbelief. Li Wei refrained from explaining himself, recognizing that she lacked the authority to make decisions. Once she escorted him to the reception area, the young woman exited, and shortly thereafter, a young man entered and took a seat opposite Li Wei, preparing to interview him. The moment Li Wei laid eyes on this man, he was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, this individual was likely to be his new computer science instructor for the upcoming term. To his surprise, it turned out that this training center was indeed operated by him. It appeared that this man came from a well-off background, as establishing such a large training center would require substantial financial investment. Moreover, he had astutely recognized the potential of this industry early on. Li Wei was unaware of this man's full name, only that he bore the surname Fong. A significant sum was expended by the first high school to acquire over 200 computers, which they flaunted with great pride. However, when it came to practical application, all that enthusiasm evaporated. Students attended merely one computer class per month, where they were instructed on how to power the machines on and off, followed by a brief indulgence in games like Minesweeper and Solitaire. Ultimately, they derived no substantial knowledge from the experience. It was merely a fleeting formality. After a semester of such lackluster computer classes, the individual in question realized that he was relegated to the role of a mere mascot within the school. He subsequently resigned and ventured into other pursuits, resulting in the cancellation of all subsequent computer classes at the first high school, with the computers locked away, only to be displayed for the occasional inspection by school leaders. Chapter 18. It seems everyone knows Mr. Fong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Wei. In his eyes, this individual appeared to be just a youthful student, presumably from the first high school, who had audaciously come to interview for a teaching position. Such boldness was remarkable. If he were not simply foolishly brave, he might possess some noteworthy capabilities, which piqued Mr. Fong's interest. I am Mr. Fong, Fong Yu. I oversee this area. Could you please share with me how proficient you are with the material outlined here? After introducing himself, Fong Yu handed Li Wei a brochure detailing the training program's content. Unlike future interviews, which typically required submitting a resume or a letter of recommendation, this one proceeded directly to the interview stage. Li Wei accepted the training brochure and scrutinized its contents. Wubi typing, office software training, image processing. These seemed well within his grasp, presenting no significant challenge. I believe I can handle all of this. Fong Yu was taken aback by Li Wei's assertion. While he could accept that Li Wei was familiar with Wubi typing and office software, claiming expertise in image processing seemed far-fetched. After all, such skills were primarily relevant to certain advertising professions. Noticing Fong Yu's skepticism, Li Wei added, "Perhaps you could provide me with a computer, and I can demonstrate my image processing skills for you?" Fang Yu had intended to do just that, as he himself held a degree in computer science. If it weren't for his family's reluctance to allow him to work far from home, he would not have found himself in this situation. Though he had only recently dabbled in this field, he recognized the potential market for such software and thus initiated this training program. Over the past few days, he had interviewed several candidates, yet aside from the basics of office software, few had any understanding of image processing. The audacity of this young man claiming proficiency was indeed perplexing to him, especially since he himself had spent considerable time studying the subject and had only grasped the fundamentals. As Fang Yu led Li Wei to the training room, he intended to find a computer for testing. However, he soon discovered that all the computers were occupied by students, leaving only the one that had been malfunctioning, the very one Li Wei had noticed upon entering. Just as Fang Yu was about to ask Li Wei to wait, Li Wei pointed to the non-functioning computer and remarked, "This computer has no serious issues. It's merely a loose memory stick. A quick fix will have it operational again." "How do you know that?" Fang Yu instinctively inquired, while the young man who had previously noted the malfunctioning computer looked at Li Wei with astonishment. At this juncture, computers were still regarded as sophisticated devices, far from the era when establishments dedicated to assembling and repairing them proliferated on every street. Consequently, when a computer malfunctioned, it was customary to summon professionals from dedicated computer companies for repairs. Fang Yu was not well versed in computer hardware and had initially intended to wait for the technicians to address the issue. Given that it was a new computer, it was unlikely to encounter problems. The only conceivable cause could be a loose component resulting from the recent relocation. The sound of the computer's alarm further confirmed this suspicion, indicating that the motherboard was unable to detect the memory. "If you provide me with a Phillips screwdriver, I can rectify this swiftly," Li Wei stated confidently, having heard such alarm sounds countless times before. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the young man beside him turned to Fang Yu, who pondered for a moment before instructing the young man to fetch a Phillips screwdriver. Li Wei effortlessly disassembled the chassis, locating the memory slot, extracting the memory module for inspection, and then reseating it securely. After pressing the power button, the computer soon powered on without emitting the alarming beeps, revealing a familiar English desktop interface. "Is it really that simple?" the young man exclaimed, astonished at the computer's successful boot up. "Well, it's not entirely straightforward," Li Wei replied with a smile. "There are numerous reasons a computer may fail to start, but when it emits alarm sounds, it becomes easier to diagnose. Those beeping patterns correlate with specific issues, so one must first understand what those sounds signify. Not every problem can be resolved simply by reseating the memory." At this point, the system had fully booted, although the desktop displayed not the familiar Windows 7, but rather the short-lived Windows 95. Li Wei settled beside the computer and quickly drafted a resume, his fingers flying across the keyboard at an astonishing speed without glancing down, leaving the onlookers in awe. The students nearby, engrossed in their studies, also turned their attention towards the spectacle. However, Li Wei did not linger in showcasing his typing prowess. He merely created a concise resume and concluded with a brief self-introduction. He then opened a software application, acknowledging that while this version was somewhat outdated, the fundamental features remained intact and the keyboard shortcuts were largely similar. He swiftly opened a photograph, invoked several keyboard shortcuts, and performed a simple edit before rising and turning to Fang Yu. "You have successfully passed the interview. Let us proceed to discuss the specifics of the job and compensation." After witnessing Li Wei's performance, Fang Yu decisively approved him. She could not help but feel overshadowed by his adeptness with keyboard shortcuts, pondering what the training program could possibly impart if someone of his caliber were not to be accepted. The two then returned to Fang Yu's office to discuss employment and compensation matters. Fang Yu refrained from inquiring how Li Wei had acquired such knowledge. However, upon glancing at his resume and noting that he was merely a newly promoted high school student, she felt a pang of frustration. Despite being a professional graduate herself, her typing speed and familiarity with the system paled in comparison to his, which was rather disheartening. The thought of becoming this young man's computer course instructor upon the commencement of the school year only intensified her displeasure. Li Wei anticipated that attending classes solely on weekends would pose a challenge. However, he was not inconvenienced, as the training program typically had few students during the week, with most attending on weekends. Thus, this arrangement was not problematic. Regarding compensation, Fang Yu did not take advantage of Li Wei's status as a student, offering him a monthly stipend of 400 yuan. Granted, he attended full-day classes on Saturdays and Sundays. Frankly, this remuneration was somewhat generous. significantly improving Li Wei's impression of Fangyu. Nevertheless, his responsibilities increased considerably, as he would also be required to assist in resolving any issues with the computers in the training room, and he would be the sole instructor for certain classes. Moreover, if new courses were introduced, Li Wei would be the first to teach them. He had no objections to these stipulations. His primary concern was the salary, and he was indifferent to the content of the training, happy to simply demonstrate using the textbooks. Chapter 19. The new semester to his surprise. A simple grocery run enabled him to secure his weekend job, leaving Li Wei in high spirits on his way home. He even purchased a few delightful ingredients and a couple of bottles of beer, intending to showcase his culinary skills that evening, celebrating the successful establishment of both his planned jobs. A comfortable life was within reach, and happiness was already at his doorstep. The two women remained secluded in their room, engaged in hushed conversations even after Li Wei returned from his interview and shopping. The kitchen boasted a fully equipped cooking setup, albeit looking rather unused due to its pristine condition. Li Wei began by washing the kitchen utensils, and as the time approached, he hummed a tune while washing vegetables and preparing the meal. Cooking was a source of joy he had come to appreciate during his solitary existence in a previous life. When he was in good spirits, the dishes he prepared turned out delicious. Conversely, when he was feeling down, the act of cooking helped him regulate his emotions, gradually bringing him peace. Luyan had plans to dine at her uncle's that evening, so Li Wei did not prepare a meal for her. Once the enticing sounds of stir-frying filled the kitchen, the two women appeared, drawn by the delightful aroma. "Wow, you can cook. That's impressive. I won't be going to my uncle's tonight. I must sample my little brother's culinary talents." "Who is your little brother?" Li Wei replied, his hand nearly slipping as he wielded the knife, bemused by her playful banter. "I thought you were dining at your uncle's." Beside them, Xie Xiaoyan either failed to grasp the situation or was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. "Little Wei is quite the chef. The last time we visited his home, he prepared a meal that was truly delectable. I was stuffed, and even my father praised his cooking. Are you two ganging up on me? I'm not going to my uncle's now. I'll eat first, and then go." With that, Lu Yan playfully tickled Xie Xiaoyan, and they both slipped into a light-hearted mood. Li Wei chose to ignore their antics and focused on his cooking. After Lu Yan savored a few bites of his dishes, she praised them heartily and insisted on saving a portion for herself before hastily departing for her uncle's house. Li Wei found a spare bowl and set aside a little of each dish, leaving just the two siblings to enjoy a table filled with delightful food and drink at a leisurely pace. The first night of shared living for the three individuals passed quietly, and the following day marked the commencement of classes for Li Wei. Rising early, he ventured out for a jog, engaging in some martial arts practice, habits he had maintained since childhood, as these skills were a treasured inheritance of self-defense. He then slung a heavy backpack over his shoulders, filled to the brim with books for the new semester, a burden that caused him considerable discomfort. The thought that he had yet to open any of these books filled him with melancholy. During his 3 years in high school, aside from gaining admission to university, how much had the contents of this backpack truly contributed? He felt he was squandering resources and money, and more importantly, he had to carry this weight to school. It seemed prudent to plan to leave the books in the classroom after today's lectures, allowing him to carry an empty bag henceforth, as no one would claim them. After a quick breakfast at school, Li Wei arrived at his classroom just on time. Upon entering, he surveyed the room for available seats, ultimately selecting one at the back. With good eyesight and hearing, sitting in the rear allowed him to play the role of a quiet, handsome boy, even catching up on some much-needed rest. As for studying, he believed that merely being aware of the content for the college entrance examination would suffice for a passing score. The routine tests were of little concern, as long as he managed to pass. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. The seating arrangement would soon be reconfigured by the homeroom teacher. Thus, Li Wei casually pulled a book from his backpack and pretended to read, awaiting the new seating assignment. In his previous life, he had been seated in the 4th row, which he found amusing, considering his height of nearly 1.8 meters made him one of the taller students in class. His front row placement was solely due to his good grades. He hoped this life would differ. Li Wei's wish was swiftly granted. During the new seating arrangement for morning study, he found himself placed in the third-to-last row, a position towards the back. The classroom comprised 9 rows with 8 seats each, accommodating a total of 72 students. However, upon sitting down, he was startled to discover that his desk partner was a girl, one who had left a significant impression on him. This classmate had only attended for less than a semester before being counseled out of school. What struck Li Wei was that, years later, he had encountered her outside of school, where he learned that this remarkable young woman, now a successful entrepreneur worth billions, was once the same student who had been advised to leave. He wondered how the teachers who had urged her departure would feel upon realizing her current success. To his astonishment, he now found himself seated next to her. Logically, this seemed improbable. He was, after all, a student with commendable grades. How could he be paired with someone who had been expelled? Li Wei did not feel superior. Rather, he sensed a divergence from the path of his previous life. While he pondered this conundrum, the homeroom teacher delivered a brief address from the podium, emphasizing the importance of diligent study and urging students to refrain from smoking and drinking. Casting a glance in Li Wei's direction as he spoke. Upon hearing the news, Li Wei immediately understood the situation. It was likely that his indulgence in alcohol at the small eatery near the school had been witnessed by a teacher. In his previous life, he had been the quintessential model student, thus avoiding such incidents and securing a position near the front of the class. After the seating arrangements were made, self-introductions commenced, with each student expected to share a few simple statements about themselves. In his former experience, these introductions were voluntary. But now the homeroom teacher insisted that those seated at the back initiate the introductions, proceeding one by one in succession. Observing this scenario, Li Wei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In his previous life, he had successfully evaded the self-introduction, but this time, he resigned himself to the inevitable. Truth be told, he found the exercise rather disheartening. The classroom atmosphere felt utterly devoid of spirit. What purpose did these introductions serve? After the names were stated, it was likely that the listeners would hardly pay attention. The students who followed were predominantly those with poorer academic performances. They had initially hoped that being seated at the back would allow them to escape the ordeal of introducing themselves, only to be ordered to go ahead. Naturally, those who went up were quite displeased, merely stating their names and hobbies before hastily returning to their seats, seemingly indifferent to the increasingly displeased countenance of the homeroom teacher. Soon, it was Li Wei's turn. He intended to simply state his name and exit, but found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of the teacher. Distracted, he blurted out, "My name is Li Wei, I am 16 this year, my hobby is eating, and my specialty is devouring several large bowls of rice." This elicited uproarious laughter from the entire class, and he sheepishly returned to his seat. What was meant to be a humorous quip had inadvertently become a true self-introduction, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Even the previously stern teacher couldn't help but chuckle at Li Wei's introduction, and this lightened the atmosphere significantly, prompting a more relaxed demeanor from the remaining students as they introduced themselves. Li Wei's deskmate spent the entire study period after his introduction giggling uncontrollably, seemingly unable to contain her laughter at the sight of him, which left Li Wei feeling thoroughly mortified. He buried his head in his high school textbooks, which he hadn't touched in years. According to his homeroom teacher, his deskmate was quite flamboyant in her attire, yet from a contemporary perspective, she was simply a well-dressed and attractive young woman, physically well-developed and nearly 1.7 meters tall, possessing all the desirable attributes. Li Wei couldn't help but admire the discerning taste of the boy who pursued her relentlessly. However, from the viewpoint of all the boys in Li Wei's class, none seemed to harbor any affection for his deskmate, highlighting the disparity and generational gap in their perspectives. The first class that followed was English, taught by a newly graduated female instructor whom Li Wei remembered as being quite pleasant in appearance. However, she seemed rather peculiar, frequently fixating on a certain charming boy in the class, often pausing beside him during lessons and giving him special attention. This behavior drew considerable criticism from both male and female students, who perceived her as infatuated. In his previous life, Li Wei had struggled with English. While he managed to achieve decent scores in middle school with simple sentences and rote memorization of vocabulary and grammar, high school proved to be a different challenge altogether. With a total of 150 points on the exam, he consistently hovered around the passing mark, though he recognized all 26 letters individually. Combining them into coherent formations proved to be quite challenging, leaving him bewildered by the majority of phrases. The complexities of grammar were a source of frustration. However, a newfound clarity emerged as he found himself comprehending everything the female teacher elucidated, retaining each word with remarkable ease. What could this phenomenon signify? Li Wei closed his English book and, with his eyes shut in contemplation, effortlessly recalled a plethora of vocabulary and grammatical structures from the entire text. This extraordinary ability seemed somewhat exaggerated. Had he perhaps acquired a scholarly attribute upon his rebirth? Reflecting on his recent resurrection, he recalled the daunting examination paper from the college entrance test. He retrieved a physics book, glanced at it, and then shut his eyes to reminisce. Indeed, the contents of the book vividly unfolded in his mind, page by page. Regrettably, he had not intended to excel during these 3 years, merely desiring a quiet existence, unnoticed, until the pivotal moment of the exam when he could astound others with a sudden flourish. Thus, this newfound attribute held little significance for Li Wei, feeling like a squandered opportunity. Following English class was Chinese class, during which Li Wei had never paid much attention, instead staring blankly at his textbook. His lack of ambition had grown even more pronounced with this additional ability, diminishing his desire to study. Observing his classmates, each engrossed in their studies, he reflected on the futility of this so-called accelerated class. Apart from striving for university admission, in 3 years they would disperse, never to connect again. Such is the coldness of human relations. While Li Wei scrutinized his classmates with a detached gaze, his deskmate, a girl named Yifang, was also observing him. Curiosity sparked within her as she regarded this classmate, whose only apparent talent was his ability to consume food. To her surprise, he appeared rather refined, albeit not fitting the mold of a diligent student, which piqued her interest. The Chinese teacher, a woman in her 40s, left the most favorable impression on Li Wei compared to other instructors. Her lessons were engaging, and her demeanor was commendable, treating all students equally, regardless of their academic standing or socioeconomic background. In the first lesson of high school, she introduced no new material, but merely recommended several extracurricular books for students to explore. Among her recommendations was Science Fiction World, which gained prominence due to its connection with the previous year's college entrance essay, If Memories Could Be Transplanted. In his previous life, it was at this juncture that Li Wei had developed a fondness for science fiction, having read The Dutch Gambler in the Showcase and Fire in the Earth multiple times. Contemplating this, a thought struck him, since he was reluctant to engage in the lesson and found himself with idle time. Why not attempt to write some science fiction stories for submission? After all, Science Fiction World was his favorite magazine. While immersed in thought, Li Wei suddenly sensed that his desk mate was passing something to him. Turning his head, he discovered a copy of the latest issue of Science Fiction World being extended in his direction. His female classmate had evidently been keenly interested in this magazine for some time. Upon noticing the sparkle in Li Wei's eyes following the teacher's introduction, she decided, for reasons unknown, to offer him the magazine she held. Li Wei accepted the magazine from Yifang, softly murmured his gratitude, and began to delve into its contents. Although he had previously read this issue, revisiting it after several years stirred a sense of excitement within him. He quickly flipped through the entire magazine and noted down the submission address, intending to write something during moments of boredom. However, he was uncertain whether his attempt would yield any success, as he had never managed to publish anything in his previous life. Even during his aimless wandering on platforms like Qingdynasty, his efforts had been met with failure. He wrote solely for his own amusement, far removed from the caliber of established authors. After returning the magazine to his deskmate, Li Wei commenced his endeavor to craft a science fiction novel. Yet, he pondered what to write. His mind brimmed with ideas, primarily drawn from the plethora of novels he had encountered in the digital realm of his later life. Nevertheless, he recognized that many of these concepts would likely fail to captivate contemporary readers. This was not yet an era of information overload. The world was still in a developmental phase, and novel, eccentric ideas had yet to find widespread acceptance. Contemplating this, Li Wei summoned 2 science fiction films from his memory as inspiration, intending to flesh them out gradually based on his recollections. One narrative revolved around a woman coerced by drug traffickers into becoming a drug mule. An unexpected injury resulted in the rupture of packaging containing a novel hallucinogenic substance within her body, causing the drug to merge with her organs and bloodstream. Remarkably, she did not perish. Instead, she acquired extraordinary superpowers. Ultimately, upon achieving her full potential, she could no longer exist in the mortal realm and vanished in an instant. The second narrative depicted a future where Earth's deteriorating environment posed an existential threat to humanity. Scientists discovered a wormhole that could transcend human limitations, offering a chance to seek life-sustaining opportunities in the far reaches of outer space. A little girl's father embarked on a space exploration vessel, traversing an unknown star region in search of humanity's future. He ultimately entered a multidimensional space, communicating the tale of this voyage to his daughter through Morse code. With a soft science fiction narrative and a hard science fiction narrative established, Li Wei plunged into the arduous task of writing. Lacking a computer and having to write discreetly during class, he resorted to a notebook to draft both novels by hand. He would then meticulously revise them until he felt satisfied, before borrowing a computer from the training room to print the final versions for submission to the magazine. Due to his limited writing skills, the entire process of revising took Li Wei nearly a month to complete. Only after sending off the manuscripts did he feel a sense of relief wash over him. He had finally achieved this milestone. Life without a computer for writing had proven to be quite arduous. However, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Once one takes action, it often proves to be less daunting than anticipated. Drawing from 2 lifetimes of experience, I can confidently say that the 2 novels I have penned are indeed commendable. Now, it remains to be seen what feedback the editors will provide. During this time, my 2 part-time jobs have also commenced, and after a period of engagement, both employers have expressed satisfaction with my performance. Within the classroom, a diagnostic examination was conducted this month. In an effort to minimize my presence, I submitted each subject's examination paper with scores precisely at the passing mark, indifferent to my ranking. However, my rapport with my deskmate flourished rapidly, primarily due to our shared interest in a particular magazine, leading to frequent casual conversations after class. Regrettably, my frequent exchanges with my deskmate, coupled with an awkward introduction, have caused some classmates to regard me with disdain. They presume that a student who can converse with a rather flamboyant female classmate must not be a diligent scholar. I remain indifferent, as these classmates will be mere memories once we graduate from high school. What does their impression of me truly matter? During this period, I encountered the individual who had persuaded my deskmate to withdraw from school, a senior male student who often approached my deskmate, offering to serve her meals. I contemplated sharing my thoughts with her but hesitated, aware of the delicate nature of their relationship. If I were to speak out, it might inadvertently create distance between them. Thus, I chose to remain silent, occasionally offering subtle reminders, trusting her to discern the situation herself. A month elapsed, and the computer training class finally commenced. In this class, only a few students had prior exposure to computers, while the majority had merely heard of them. Thus, excitement permeated the room, with me being the exception. The instructor, clearly aware of this disparity, began by extolling the wonders and value of computers, cautioning us to use them responsibly. After this admonition, the students suppressed their excitement and cautiously followed the instructor into the computer lab. I, however, entered the lab with the nonchalance of a market-goer, occasionally glancing at the cumbersome machines and giving them a light kick. There were 2 computer instructors. The one leading us was merely an assistant to the primary teacher, who had yet to arrive. As he introduced the computer lab, I could not contain my laughter, grateful to be seated at the back, lest I become the target of his admonishments. Welcome, students. Today we shall familiarize ourselves with computers. Our school's computer lab is the finest among all schools in the city, equipped with state-of-the-art 486 computers. This represents the pinnacle of current technology. The evolution of computers has progressed from the 286 and 386 models to our present 486. And in the future, we shall see the emergence of 586, 686, and 786 models. In the entire city, currently, only the first high school possesses a computer room, which undoubtedly makes it the finest in the region. As for the models 586, 686, and 786, they truly astonished Li Wei. While the 586 is available, the 786 is something that could only be conceived by a teacher's innovation. After the teacher finished speaking, Fang Yu approached, promptly instructing everyone on how to power on the machine and navigate the system. He then demonstrated how to access programs and documents, leading into typing practice. This class possessed a modicum of value, as it introduced students to computer usage. After a brief typing session, Fang Yu allowed everyone to take a break and engage in the built-in game of Minesweeper to spark their interest in computers. Unbeknownst to Fang Yu, he inadvertently revealed his past achievement by announcing that he held the record for the fastest completion of Minesweeper. He promised that any student who could surpass his record would earn the privilege of free access to the computer room every day. Upon hearing this declaration, the students became instantly exhilarated, all eager to participate in the game, motivated by the allure of engaging with such advanced technology. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei couldn't help but smile. This was a familiar scenario. In his previous life, he had been the one to break that record. After playing a few rounds, he had discerned a pattern and easily surpassed Fang Yu's time. Regrettably, he had not realized the benefits of computers back then, nor had he access to any literature on the subject, leading him to squander the opportunity for daily free use of the school's computers. Fang Yu remained oblivious to Li Wei's presence among the students, thus projecting an air of solitary superiority. However, the atmosphere was soon disrupted by an incongruous voice. "Teacher, I believe I have broken your record. Could you please come and verify?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yu felt a surge of irritation. Was this an inconsiderate child? Was his record so easily surpassed? After dozens of classes had already passed, with the best time still a few seconds slower than his. How could someone claim to have broken his record in mere minutes? Impatiently, he pointed to the 3 difficulty levels and their corresponding best times on the blackboard, clearly indicating that the student should verify the times before making such claims. Yet, the voice persisted, insisting that a record had indeed been broken. Reluctantly, Fang Yu instructed his assistant to investigate. Deep down, he harbored doubts that any student could surpass his record so soon into their experience with the game. His assistant, equally skeptical, approached the computer, and upon glancing at the screen, his mouth fell agape. The times for all 3 difficulty levels were indeed 3 seconds faster than Fang Yu's record. After confirming this astonishing fact, he beckoned Fang Yu over from behind Li Wei. Curiosity piqued, Fang Yu hastily made his way to Li Wei's workstation, and upon realizing it was Li Wei seated there, he needed no further verification. In terms of personal computer proficiency, Li Wei evidently surpassed Fang Yu. Consequently, upon recognizing Li Wei, Fang Yu could only exclaim in disbelief, "Is it really you? Sitting here and playing Minesweeper like the other students? Are you pretending to be naive to catch me off guard? Teacher, your statement is flawed. I am also a student. So why shouldn't I sit here and play Minesweeper? Wasn't it you who encouraged us to do so?" Knowing Fang Yu's personality, Li Wei feigned casualness and asked deliberately, "Enough of this nonsense. Even if your grades surpass mine, it doesn't count. In the future, feel free to use the computer directly, but should any issues arise, you must assist in resolving them." Understanding Li Wei's jest, Fang Yu chuckled and playfully patted his shoulder, yet this scene left the other students puzzled, especially when Fang Yu added, "If any of the other students encounter computer troubles, they can consult with Li Wei. His technical skills surpass even that of our teacher. So you can learn from him." This remark instantly caused a stir in the entire computer room. Regardless of the circumstances, being superior to the teacher undoubtedly signals exceptional prowess, a notion shared by all the students at that moment. However, this excitement was fleeting. For the students at this juncture, computers were merely a source of amusement, and focusing on studies for university admission held precedence. Thus, Li Wei need not fret over the teacher's comment regarding his computer skills leading to an influx of additional responsibilities. Such a scenario was improbable. Little did they realize that one day, their lives would be inextricably intertwined with these seemingly trivial devices they currently dismissed. The number of students Li Wei mentored in the training room continued to grow. Many were awestruck by his adept touch typing, and his engaging teaching style resulted in him attracting more students than other instructors, predominantly from the first high school. However, his own classmates remained unaware of his part-time job outside their school, and had they known, their astonishment would have multiplied. As October arrived, Xie Xiaoyan took a week-long leave after a month of proudly teaching at the affiliated school. Lu Yin also requested a week off to accompany Xie Xiaoyan to the provincial youth singing competition. Otherwise, her parents would have been reluctant to let her travel so far. Li Wei had prepared 3 songs for Xie Xiaoyan, allowing her to familiarize herself with them beforehand, while instructing her that one song was designated for the finals, leaving the other 2 for her discretion. Upon reviewing the 3 songs Li Wei provided, Xie Xiaoyan quickly grasped his intentions. The year 1998 was marked by calamity, with many southern cities inundated. The station troops in Li Wei's city dispatched numerous soldiers to partake in flood relief efforts. In a year like this, mainstream music would undoubtedly hold significant advantages in competitions. The 3 songs Li Wei selected were White Fox, Invisible Wings, and For Whom. He advised Xie Xiaoyan to reserve For Whom for the finals, seemingly assuring her a stable position in the youth singer competition. Having heard Xie Xiaoyan's remarkable vocal abilities, Li Wei believed none could surpass her, unless, of course, there were underhanded tactics involved. However, even if there are hidden agendas, one must consider the larger picture. For sometimes overarching principles prove far more effective than clandestine machinations. After the departure of the two women, Li Wei found himself enjoying a newfound sense of tranquility. No longer did he have to endure the sight of them swaying in the living room in their night attire, nor witness their antics as they transformed into playful beings. Nor was he compelled to prepare extravagant meals every weekend. Now, he could simply cook whatever he desired. Yet, the absence of their whimsical presence rendered his days somewhat too tranquil. Fortunately, this reprieve would last only a week before the two women returned. That evening, after class, Li Wei followed his usual routine, dining at school before hastily completing his assignments at his residence for over an hour. After changing his attire, he made his way to the hazy hotel to perform. This was the rhythm of his daily life. On weekends, he devoted an entire day to computer training sessions. This busy schedule was essential for his livelihood, his aspiration to complete high school and attend university, and to alleviate his family's poverty. After all, he lacked the various advantages that others might possess. The hazy hotel resembled the nightclubs of the southern regions in later years, with performances scheduled from 9 in the evening until midnight, followed by a free dance segment. Located in a school district, the clientele consisted largely of students, alongside some professionals, creating a pleasant atmosphere devoid of excessive chaos. According to Lu Yan, her uncle owned several such establishments in Guangdong province, where there were reportedly numerous emerging stars. Though her family primarily resided in this locality, individuals like Li Wei, who could be considered youthful and attractive, were quite popular in the bar scene. His singing talent garnered frequent requests from patrons, providing him with additional earnings alongside his salary. Typically, his working hours spanned from 9 to midnight, after which the stage would open for guests to dance without the need for continued performances. Upon finishing his set, Li Wei greeted the manager of the bar and prepared to leave. He had been introduced by Lu Yan, who had established rapport with everyone in the establishment. Thus the manager, upon recognizing him, warmly acknowledged his departure. Lu Yan held considerable influence in this bar. Everyone adhered to her directives, and anyone she endorsed faced no difficulty. Li Wei, being respectful, would often offer a cigarette to the staff, earning their amiable regard. Chapter 23. Just you wait. The October nights in this city had begun to turn chilly. As Li Wei exited the hotel, he felt a slight chill and quickly donned his outerwear before mounting his bicycle to return to his abode, for he needed to rise early for class the following day. Just as he turned from the narrow alleyway at the back of the hotel to the front, he spotted 2 men and 2 women engaged in a tug-of-war. Having witnessed such scenes in bars before, Li Wei was accustomed to turning a blind eye to such antics. He could surmise the intentions of the 2 men with a mere glance. At this moment, he was likely overwhelmed by desire, hastily dragging his intoxicated female classmate towards a hotel. As they approached the 2 couples ahead on their bicycles, the woman in front appeared somewhat amenable, acquiescing to the man's advances and reluctantly entering a taxi. Observing his companions successfully engaged, the man from the second couple grew anxious. Seizing the woman who was crouching on the ground, retching, and attempting to pull her into the vehicle. However, it became apparent that she was unwilling to go to a hotel, as she forcefully pushed him away and unsteadily made her way towards Li Wei. The alley was rather narrow, and upon seeing the woman approach, Li Wei swiftly halted, fearing a collision with a drunken individual would lead to complications. Who could clarify matters with a tipsy person? Upon reaching him, the woman leaned against the wall once more to vomit, the foul odor wafting directly towards Li Wei. Frowning, he prepared to maneuver his bicycle past her. At that moment, the woman's male companion rushed over, resuming his attempts to pull her away. In the glow of the streetlight, Li Wei discerned the identities of the pair, his own deskmate, Yitong, and the zealous senior boy pursuing her. A sudden realization struck Li Wei. His deskmate had been persuaded to leave school merely a month into the term. The reason? She had been caught in a hotel room with a young man from society during a police inspection, which subsequently alerted the school. At that time, Li Wei was unaware of the identity of that young man, but it was now evident that it was this very individual. A cold smile crept across Li Wei's face, as fate had brought them together again. Years after graduation, during a chance encounter with Yitong, he learned that she had been coerced into drinking and subsequently taken advantage of, culminating in a police raid. Tragically, she soon discovered she was pregnant, while the man vanished without a trace. Such sordid tales were all too common in the ensuing years, as many young women, lacking the fortitude to resist, became victims. Yet, this bore no relevance to Li Wei. In his high school days, he had been a modest student, unaware of who the school belle was. Witnessing his deskmate in such a disheveled state evoked no particular emotion within Li Wei. Anger? Hatred? Disappointment? None of these were applicable. This predicament could not be wholly attributed to any one individual. It was a collective failure. However, having encountered the situation, he decided to play the role of both the villain in her romantic misadventure and the hero in her rescue. Grasping Yifang's shoulder firmly, he called out her name loudly, checking if she still had any awareness. Fortunately, she recognized him, her bleary eyes opening as she grasped onto him tightly. The young man who had been tugging at Yifang halted in his tracks, and upon realizing that Li Wei was her deskmate, he immediately adopted a menacing demeanor. Believing himself to be a senior with some social clout, he thought that dealing with Li Wei, a mere good student newly arrived from the countryside, would be effortless with a few harsh words. He thus escalated the confrontation, stating, "This is none of your business. Just return to your school and play the obedient student. Otherwise, if you ruin my plans, I'll have someone deal with you severely." He was simply mistaken. The soul residing within Li Wei's body was over a decade older than his own, rendering him impervious to the intimidation of a mere youth. Furthermore, Li Wei had trained, dismissing the words of this individual as nothing more than the ramblings of an imbecile. When he realized he could not provoke Li Wei, the young man's demeanor shifted to one of cold hostility, and he swung his fist towards Li Wei. Li Wei, balancing his bicycle with one hand and trying to secure the grasp of Yifang with the other, found himself at a disadvantage in this altercation. However, judging by appearances, despite being in his final year of high school, the assailant was a head shorter than Li Wei and rather slender. His punch was evidently a mere fade, lacking any real threat. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei swiftly grasped the young man's fist with his other hand and squeezed with considerable force, causing the assailant to crouch in pain. A swift kick sent him tumbling aside, marking a decisive victory for Li Wei in this first round, without any trouble at all. Meanwhile, the individual waiting in the taxi, noticing the delay, began to shout from a distance, oblivious to the ongoing skirmish. The bouncers from the nearby bar, noticing a stranger confronting Li Wei, rushed over to offer assistance. Typically, security personnel at hotels tend to disregard incidents involving intoxicated women being taken away, believing it to be the woman's responsibility to maintain her virtue. If she had conducted herself with propriety, she would not have been in such a state. Thus, the plight of a drunken woman often elicits little sympathy. However, the bouncers approached out of concern for Li Wei, as he was known to the owner who had requested that they keep an eye on him. The young man, who had been kicked aside by Li Wei, attempted to rise and continue the fight. However, upon seeing Li Wei's newfound support, he uttered a menacing warning, "You wait," and retreated to the waiting taxi, lacking the courage to persist. With the night shrouded in uncertainty and no nearby accommodations, Yifang was in no condition to walk, leaving Li Wei unable to transport her on his bicycle. After a moment's contemplation, he entrusted his bicycle to the approaching bouncers, explaining that the girl was his classmate who had been inebriated. The two bouncers, having not paid attention to Yifang, immediately expressed disdain upon hearing that this girl, a mere freshman, had been brought to such a place to drink, their looks filled with contempt for her indiscretions. After handing over the bicycle, Li Wei hailed a taxi, taking Yifang directly to his residence. Once there, he wiped her face and laid her on his bed. He dared not place her in the room of his elder sister, fearing the chaos that might ensue should she awaken in a state of disarray. Thus, his own room seemed the safer option. At this moment, Yifang was thoroughly inebriated, resembling a lifeless pig, oblivious to the quantity of alcohol she had consumed. It was astonishing that despite his repeated hints, she remained blissfully ignorant, having fallen into a drunken stupor. Had he not fortuitously encountered her that night, it was likely that she would have relived the tragic events of her past. Frustrated with the unconscious, Yifang sprawled on his bed. Li Wei, while assisting her out of her outer garments, turned her over and playfully smacked her posterior twice. Chapter 24. Inexplicable with two resounding slaps. Yifang Jiao let out a couple of soft grunts, but remained unresponsive. However, the sensation of striking her hand ignited a surge of desire within Li Wei, momentarily causing him to forget that he too was an adult. Sensing the imminent transformation into a werewolf, he hastily retreated from his bedroom to the living room to sleep on the sofa. He feared that remaining in the room might provoke him to engage in thoughts and actions better left unimagined. That night unfolded without any melodramatic incidents. Exhausted Li Wei, after a shower, soon succumbed to sleep on the sofa, free from any wandering thoughts. The following morning, he awoke promptly at 6 o'clock, ventured out for a run, and returned to find Yifang still deeply asleep in his bedroom. He knocked on the door with vigor, startling the girl from her slumber. A piercing scream echoed from within, catching Li Wei off guard. Irritated, he retorted, "What is all the fuss about? Did you lose a piece of flesh, or were you violated? I merely helped you remove your outer garments." The shrill cries ceased abruptly upon his outburst, and after a brief moment, Yifang emerged, dressed and looking perplexed, as if pondering how she had ended up there. Noticing her demeanor, Li Wei refrained from further commentary and handed her a new set of toiletries, saying, "Are you sober now? Hurry and freshen up. We need to head to school for breakfast soon." Afterward, he retreated to the bathroom for a shower, as the scent of sweat clung to him after his morning workout. It was his routine to cleanse himself post-exercise before attending school. Once they were both ready, Yifang appeared to have recollected the events of the previous night. Blushing, she expressed her gratitude to Li Wei, and together they set off for school. On the way, Li Wei found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence instead. After a while, Yifang broke the quiet, asking, "Do you think I am cheap for going out drinking with men and almost being taken to bed?" Contemplating her question, Li Wei realized he did not perceive her as cheap, though he could not deny feeling somewhat disappointed. While he had not developed any romantic feelings for her, merely viewing her as a classmate, he had subtly hinted at his interests several times. Thus, her behavior the previous night had left him feeling a mix of irritation and disappointment. However, labeling her as cheap would be unjust. In a few years, not only high school students, but even middle schoolers engage in relationships, with tales of compensated dating and similar escapades rampant. As someone who had been exposed to such morally degraded information, Li Wei was too apathetic to critique such matters. "It's not as you suggested. I'm just a bit disappointed. In fact, I've already hinted at my feelings during our conversations, but you seem to dismiss them," Li Wei replied after a moment's reflection. "I never expected him to turn out like that. I've always been taller than other girls, which made me appear more mature. I've been a misfit in class. I met him when I was in the 3rd year of middle school, and we've known each other for about a year. Previously, he had exhibited commendable behavior. Given that his family resided in the city and enjoyed favorable circumstances, he often purchased items for me and assisted in carrying heavy loads. As an ordinary girl, I felt touched by a boy's willingness to do these things for me. However, I never anticipated his actions last night. Perhaps it was a moment of impulse." After listening to Li Wei's words, Yifang responded slowly. Upon hearing her, Li Wei immediately understood that his desk mate might genuinely harbor feelings for that boy. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to elaborate further, simply replying, "Let us just wait and see. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge against me for disrupting his plans." Yifang assured him that she would speak to her boyfriend, promising that he would not cause any more trouble for Li Wei. Li Wei smiled in response, remaining silent, feeling that his efforts as a good person might be in vain. However, there was no way to explain the situation. How could he divulge something that had yet to occur? Now, he could only wait until school resumed to discover what that fellow had been up to the previous night. If nothing had transpired, he would indeed find himself in a predicament. The answer did not keep Li Wei waiting long. Yifang had not yet managed to discuss matters with her so-called boyfriend. During the second class in the morning, the class teacher unexpectedly entered the classroom to take attendance. Upon confirming that everyone was present, he cast a particularly scrutinizing glance at Yifang before announcing a new school policy. Students residing on campus must study in the school during the evenings and must seek permission from a teacher if they have any matters to attend to. Unauthorized outings were strictly prohibited, and any confirmed instances of students returning late from being out with individuals from outside would result in immediate expulsion. After hearing this policy, Li Wei instantly grasped that something had gone awry with that boy. However, he was surprised that despite having intercepted Yifang earlier, that fellow could still find himself in trouble. Yifang, seemingly oblivious to the situation, continued to engross herself in her comic book. At that moment, a popular manga titled Slam Dunk was quietly circulating throughout the school, captivating many readers. Consequently, some boys with an excess of testosterone would seize any opportunity during breaks to showcase their basketball skills on the playground. The school chose to suppress the details regarding Yifang's so-called boyfriend, recognizing the detrimental impact such news could have if made public. Nevertheless, during the 3rd class, Li Wei received the true information from others. Yifang's boyfriend had been caught by the police while renting a hotel room with a female student and was subsequently expelled. This incident had a significant impact on the school, prompting the administration to issue directives to enhance management of students, thereby introducing a concept of closed management to intimidate them. Li Wei was astonished to learn that the boy had not involved Yifang. Instead, he had opted to sleep with another female student alongside his friends, demonstrating an incredibly open attitude towards life. Upon learning this news, Li Wei remained silent, choosing to keep his thoughts to himself. Now, he understood why their teacher had hurriedly come to take attendance and announce the new regulations, likely out of concern that the female student involved was from their class. Yifang's situation with that senior student was somewhat known to their homeroom teacher, yet since there was no evidence of any inappropriate conduct between the two, there was no excessive intervention. During lunch, Li Wei chose not to return home. Instead, he had his meal at school and took a brief nap in the classroom to prepare for the afternoon classes, thus saving time that would have been spent commuting. However, Yifang did not return after going out for lunch, and by the time afternoon classes began, she was still absent. Li Wei felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering where his desk mate could be. In Chapter 25, he struggled to stay awake during the afternoon classes, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of her whereabouts. He even speculated, in a moment of despair, whether she might have taken a drastic step due to her circumstances. This was the consequence of being bombarded by overwhelming information. Doubt and worry were inescapable. Yet, even until school was dismissed, Yifang had not appeared, leaving Li Wei at a loss. He hesitated about whether to inform their homeroom teacher, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to wait and see. If she did not show up by the next morning, he would then approach the teacher. Having skipped lunch, Li Wei hurried back to his residence, a routine he had grown accustomed to, albeit today he lacked his bicycle, which delayed him by a few minutes. Upon arriving at the entrance of his building, he was taken aback to find Yifang sitting in the hallway, her hands clasped under her chin. How could she be here, having missed class in the afternoon? Don't be surprised. I asked the homeroom teacher for leave this afternoon, and he granted it. I came back to thank you for your help, but I still have to return to school, she explained. Upon seeing Li Wei, she quickly stood up, bowed slightly, and apologized. Li Wei chuckled wryly, touching his nose in confusion. Why such a formal apology? I'm sorry for what I said this morning, and I also want to express my gratitude for your assistance last night. I had no idea that the person who was always so eager to please me was actually a vile character. Thankfully, you took me away last night. Otherwise, I might have faced expulsion today, and I wouldn't even be able to return home. I took sick leave this afternoon to confront him, slapped him once, and then came back, specifically to wait for you at your door. I regret my earlier assumptions, so please disregard my words from this morning. Seeing Li Wei remain silent, Yifang added, It's nothing serious. I didn't dwell on this morning's incident. After all, we are young and tend to speak candidly. As they conversed, both their stomachs grumbled, revealing that neither had had dinner. Li Wei asked Yifang to wait for him downstairs while he dropped off his books in his room. Together, they went out for a meal. During dinner, Yifang informed Li Wei that her so-called boyfriend and his classmates had been detained for 3 months and would be subjected to a hefty fine. However, she cautioned Li Wei to be vigilant. That individual was involved in dubious activities and knew many people in the underworld. On the streets, Li Wei immediately became alert upon hearing the news. In this chaotic era, disorder abounds, with many who once thrived now conspiring with certain officials for nefarious purposes. There are even some officials' relatives who exploit their power to wreak havoc. Li Wei recalled the resentful gaze of that individual from last night. It was likely that he would seek him out upon his release. He realized he needed to be cautious, especially since he lived outside, making him vulnerable to being targeted. However, considering the timing, it seemed that this individual would soon be caught up in a city-wide cleanup operation. One could only hope he would not act foolishly, otherwise, he might find himself back behind bars again. After their meal, Yifang seemed inclined to linger with Li Wei, but he had no time to spare. He needed to rush to the dimly lit venue. Thus, after a hasty farewell, he hailed a cab to the place. Their shared experience had slightly strengthened the bond between Li Wei and his deskmate, yet due to the strict atmosphere at school, they both consciously maintained some distance to avoid being reprimanded by those idle troublemakers. Time flew by in such days, and soon it was Wednesday. As the afternoon classes ended, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom to announce that there would be no classes the following afternoon, as students throughout the city would gather to welcome back the troops who had participated in flood relief efforts. Upon hearing this news, Li Wei was reminded of a similar event in his past life, where he too had taken part in the welcoming ceremony. He recalled how many students carelessly tossed their half-drunk bottles of mineral water to the soldiers, running alongside the military vehicles in a display of admiration. While this behavior was meant to express respect for the military, Li Wei found it utterly distasteful. The thought of sharing his saliva-laden drink with others was nauseating. Nonetheless, Li Wei decided to participate again, and Yifeng accompanied him. When he saw her preparing to throw her half-consumed bottle at the soldiers, a smirk crept onto his face. He swiftly grabbed her arm and, pulling out some money, purchased a few unopened beverages from a nearby shop, insisting that she take them to the soldiers instead. After a while of watching, Li Wei found the experience rather uninteresting and decided to head back. This was not due to a lack of patriotism, but rather, the thought of military service made him uncomfortable. An absurd reality was that in economically disadvantaged provinces, rural individuals had to pay to secure connections to enlist. Conversely, in affluent cities, individuals were often required to pay and negotiate just to join the military. The stark disparity weighed heavily on Li Wei's heart. If only he had the opportunity to enlist in his past life, with his height, weight, and physical fitness, he would have had no issue. Yet, his family lacked the financial means. The quota intended for him was instead awarded to another family with connections and resources. Hence, every time Li Wei encountered soldiers, he felt a deep sense of frustration, knowing he had once been on the verge of becoming a proud soldier himself, hindered solely by a lack of connections and funds. Stepping off the main road and seizing the moment when the teacher was distracted, Li Wei slipped away from the crowd, intending to return home for some rest. To his surprise, after just a few steps, his desk mate followed closely behind. This piqued Li Wei's curiosity. He had distinctly seen this fellow accompanying the military vehicles to deliver beverages, so where had he suddenly emerged from? Why aren't you watching the welcome ceremony? Yifeng, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, remarked, clearly unimpressed by the afternoon's activities. I just want to return to sleep, Li Wei replied with a yawn. Glancing at his desk, mate trailing behind him. Sleeping again? I've been sitting next to you all day, and you're perpetually dozing off. When do you ever stay awake? Yifeng seemed perplexed by her desk mate's constant slumber. There's no helping it. Spring lethargy and autumn drowsiness have taken their toll, and I'm at that age where I'm putting on weight, hence my intense desire for rest. After studying at the first high school for over a month, Li Wei, no longer burdened by financial worries regarding living expenses and tuition, had gained about 10 pounds and no longer resembled a lanky bamboo pole as he once did. You're deceiving again. I saw you singing under the dim night sky. Is it because you stayed out late singing that you're so tired? Yet, you sing beautifully, Yifeng retorted, following closely behind him. Chapter 26. Look, your novel. Li Wei chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. The reason for my late nights and insufficient sleep contributes to my fatigue, but autumn drowsiness plays its part too. Are you heading back to school while I return to my place? At the intersection leading to the school and his residence, Li Wei inquired of the girl beside him. I'd like to visit you for a bit, if that's all right. I'll leave after a short while, Yifeng replied softly, averting her gaze as she noticed Li Wei looking at her. All right, I'll buy some groceries, and we can have dinner together later, Li Wei said with a hint of resignation upon observing Yifeng's shy demeanor. Li Wei had an inkling of her feelings. This woman, who had previously been pursued by another man, now felt a sense of disorientation after realizing that his intentions were merely to seduce her. Her companionship with Li Wei was not born from romantic affection, but rather from familiarity, a form of emotional support. However, it was evident that something was bound to transpire between them, though Li Wei seemed unprepared and had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship in high school. His past life left him with scant memories of high school and no awareness of any beautiful girls in school. He had barely known Yifeng for less than a month, and aside from her name, he had no other recollections. Yet, he was not one to dismiss a woman's company, so he chose to see where this would lead. As for their eventual outcome, that would be addressed in due time. After purchasing groceries for two, and noting the early hour, Li Wei found himself seated in the living room with Yifeng, watching television and engaging in casual conversation. They spoke of their dreams and future plans, and amidst their chatter, Li Wei eventually drifted off to sleep. Before succumbing to slumber, he recalled Yifeng mentioning her aspiration to become an exceptional fashion designer, wishing to wear her own creations daily. As he dozed off, he longed to tell her that in her previous life, she had indeed realized this dream, and he believed she could achieve it again in this life. Li Wei was awakened by the sounds of cooking, having initially intended to prepare the meal himself, but had dozed off while chatting. Upon waking, he discovered a blanket draped over him. Upon entering the kitchen, Yifang was already engaged in culinary preparations. Observing her adeptness with the knife, it was evident that she was no stranger to the art of cooking, which allowed Li Wei to feel quite at ease as he retreated to the living room to wait. Finally, he could indulge in the pleasure of being served a meal by another. Yifang's culinary skills were indeed impressive, and as they dined, they continued their conversation from the afternoon, revisiting unfinished topics. Li Wei offered her several suggestions, encouraging her to delve into more resources. These recommendations were, in truth, insights that Yifang had gleaned through numerous setbacks in her past life. Li Wei was merely imparting this knowledge to her in advance. That evening, the conversation between the two young individuals meandered beyond academics and romance, focusing instead on their aspirations for the future. After they finished their meal, Yifang tidied up all the dishes before returning to school, while Li Wei remained at home to catch up on his assignments. As a student, what could be more burdensome than an endless pile of homework? While he had the option to forego it, such a choice would undoubtedly draw undue scrutiny and criticism. To maintain a low profile and reduce his visibility in class, he resolved to diligently complete the daily assignments. During this period, Saturdays were not full days off as in later years, they were only half days. Upon arriving at class on Saturday morning, Li Wei noticed his deskmate approaching with a copy of Science Fiction World and a letter, beaming as he handed them over. "Look, your story has been published." Li Wei, puzzled, glanced at the envelope that Yifang had passed him, noting the return address from the editorial office of Science Fiction World. It seemed Yifang had subscribed to the magazine herself. It appeared the letter had taken quite some time to arrive, as the book had already been printed by the time his response reached him. The book was open, and Li Wei immediately spotted the title Interstellar Travel. A quick perusal of the content confirmed that it was indeed the piece he had submitted. Flipping through the table of contents, he noticed that his other story, Superbody, was absent, likely indicating it had not been accepted. At that moment, he finally took the time to open the envelope. The letter was from the editor of Science Fiction World. After reading it, Li Wei realized that the second story had not been rejected, but was slated for publication in the next issue. Considering the two stories totaled several thousand words and had earned him over 1,000 yuan, his spirits lifted immediately. However, he was curious as to how Yifang knew about his writing, as he had never mentioned it to her. Seeing the puzzled look in Li Wei's eyes, Yifang pointed to the notebook on the table, his manuscript. "I noticed you didn't put that notebook away, so during evening study, I browsed through what you had written recently. Last night, while perusing the new issue, I saw content identical to your notebook and guessed it was yours. This morning, I happened to see your letter at the mailroom, so I picked it up for you. Your novel has been published. You owe me a grand meal at noon. After all, we are deskmates." Li Wei chuckled at this and readily agreed, thinking it was no trouble at all to treat her to lunch. They decided to celebrate together after class, as he had no afternoon courses. After the morning lessons concluded, they hurried to the small restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a large red notice affixed to a pillar that boldly proclaimed for sale. Yifang had dined here several times and, upon noticing the notice of transfer at the entrance, turned her gaze towards Li Wei in confusion, aware of his close acquaintance with the restaurant's proprietress. Li Wei had only just learned of the transfer himself, but he quickly grasped the situation. The school had implemented a closed management system for boarding students, rendering them unable to dine out during lunch and dinner, only able to do so on weekends. This small restaurant relied on the patronage of students from the school for its livelihood. With such restrictions in place, how could it continue to profit? This was an unfortunate consequence, reminiscent of how the previous proprietress had also chosen to transfer the restaurant at a similar juncture before relocating southwards. After several years of hard work, she established a successful restaurant chain, significantly increasing her wealth, a detail Li Wei had learned during conversations with the proprietress's brother. Upon entering the restaurant, they found the proprietress engaged in discussions with a middle-aged man regarding the transfer, though no agreement was reached. After a brief conversation, he departed, indicating he would consider it further. "Sister Xiaolin, is your restaurant up for transfer?" With only Yifang and himself present, Li Wei casually inquired. "Yes. Ever since your school implemented that closed management system, my business has suffered tremendously. The leadership at Yizhong is truly ruthless," the proprietress replied, her words laced with sarcasm upon recognizing Li Wei. One cannot entirely blame the school's leadership. This is an unforeseen circumstance. They must be quite troubled themselves after such a scandal, hence the stricter regulations, Li Wei remarked with a bitter smile. Why should I care about their troubles? They expelled me from the school, and now that I have established a new venture, they impose closed management. It feels as though they are intent on driving me to despair. A bunch of inept individuals only know how to bully the vulnerable. The proprietress expressed her deep-seated resentment towards the leadership at Yitong. In truth, Li Wei paused for a moment, gauging the proprietress's reaction before continuing. Setting up your restaurant here makes it challenging to expand. You might barely break even. Making substantial profits is difficult, especially considering the 3 months of summer and winter breaks with minimal business, which means you're losing money on rent. I suggest you seek out a more advantageous location. That would provide a genuine opportunity for growth. A different location? I would like that, but all the prime spots in the city are already occupied, and I am only familiar with this area around Yitong. I have little knowledge of other places, the proprietress replied, shifting her focus from grievances to Li Wei's advice. Li Wei smiled in response. The proprietress had not yet evolved into the formidable force she would become in the restaurant industry, her approach lacking the decisiveness and efficiency that would characterize her future endeavors. Perhaps insufficient capital was also a contributing factor. Sister Xiaolin, have you ever considered opening a chain restaurant with your own unique concept? Unique concept? What uniqueness can a restaurant have? Aren't they all quite similar? And what does chain even mean? The proprietress inquired, frowning. Realizing his oversight, Li Wei mentally kicked himself, recognizing that what was commonly referred to as true craftsmanship in this context was merely a type of steamed dish, not yet a nationally recognized chain of Chinese fast food establishments. The fast food giants have yet to establish a presence in Li Wei's city, and various other fast food chains have also failed to flourish. Thus, most people remain oblivious to this opportunity. Consequently, the proprietress is likely unaware of the potential in the chain dining sector. There are, however, 2 viable approaches to creating a distinctive chain restaurant. One could either establish a specialty eatery focusing on Hunan cuisine or develop a unique fast food chain that emphasizes quick meals infused with personal flair. Both avenues hold significant promise. At this juncture, Hunan cuisine has yet to gain traction, with Mao's family restaurant reigning supreme in Shaoshan, yet to expand beyond its borders. The concept of Hunan chain restaurants has not yet been birthed, coinciding with the nascent phase of Hunan culinary chains. Li Wei's frequent visits to such establishments undoubtedly influenced his thoughts. After listening to Li Wei, the proprietress appeared contemplative, though she quickly shook her head, expressing her inability to pursue such an endeavor. According to your suggestion, I would need to invest tens of thousands in renovations. I simply do not possess that kind of capital. Li Wei fell silent, lamenting his own lack of funds. If only he had the means to invest directly and invite the proprietress to join him. Alas, it remained a mere thought. With this in mind, he refrained from further discussion and instead focused on enjoying a meal with Yifeng, acknowledging that without money, everything becomes a challenge. As Li Wei prepared to settle the bill and leave, the proprietress emerged from the back, inquiring if there were any existing chain dining models he could recommend. It seemed she was indeed intrigued. Li Wei pondered her question and replied, "Aren't you looking to transfer ownership? After the transfer, you could venture to Dongguan, Chang'an in the south, where there exists a chain called Double Seeds, which has successfully established several outlets in that region." He suggested that she could return and contemplate this further. Perhaps by then, she would have the capital to pursue it. "Yes, I shall transfer this establishment and then visit that area. It would be a good way to refresh my spirits, and who knows, I might find an opportunity for myself there," the proprietress boldly declared, as if all her frustrations from the small restaurant had dissipated. "Indeed, opportunities await. Sister Xiaolin, with your remarkable abilities, you shall surely become a prosperous businesswoman. Just remember to look after us." Li Wei smiled at the sight of her enthusiasm before preparing to head to his computer training class. "Where are you going? Aren't you returning to sleep?" Yifeng, who had remained quiet until now, curiously inquired, noting that Li Wei was headed in an unexpected direction. She was unaware that he would be teaching a computer class over the weekend. "I can't sleep. I have to work this afternoon. Would you like to come along and see?" Li Wei responded. "Work? You're working on the weekend? I hope my presence won't interfere with your job," she replied, concerned. "It won't. Just sit quietly, and perhaps." Li Wei suddenly recalled that if Yifeng intended to pursue a career in fashion design, there were several software programs she needed to familiarize herself with. Since he had a bit of knowledge in that area, it would be perfect for her to audit the class at the training center. He assumed Feng Yu would not object, and he could discuss it with her later. He couldn't help but wonder when he would possess his own computer. As a person who had been reborn, Li Wei felt constrained by his circumstances. Without money, all lofty aspirations seemed unattainable. Perhaps you could attend as an observer. There are several insights you might glean that would be invaluable for your future endeavors in fashion design. Am I to attend as well? You inquire, your confusion deepening with Li Wei's remarks. Just follow me, and you'll soon understand, Li Wei replied, maintaining an air of mystery. Upon arriving at the computer training room, they unexpectedly encountered Fang Yu, who, upon seeing Li Wei accompanied by a girl, jested, "Oh, you bold young man, flaunting your girlfriend before the teacher. Aren't you afraid I might report your affair to the school?" Li Wei, unperturbed, chuckled in response. "Feel free to report me, but you must not misinterpret. She is merely my desk mate, not my girlfriend." However, Yifeng, standing behind him, turned pale at Fang Yu's words, only regaining her composure upon realizing they were jesting. With Fang Yu present, Li Wei shared his plans, and Fang Yu readily agreed, albeit with the stipulation that lessons could only occur when computers were available, as disrupting other students would not be appropriate. With Fang Yu's approval, Li Wei felt a sense of relief. The computer training room was established. What remained was to procure the necessary software. As he pondered where to find these two programs, Fang Yu beckoned him over, evidently wishing to show him something. Li Wei followed him into the office, where Fang Yu pointed to several programs on his computer, asking if Li Wei was familiar with them. Upon glancing at them, Li Wei's spirits lifted. These were precisely the software he sought, and he was pleasantly surprised that Fang Yu had already acquired them. It seemed Fang Yu was quite invested in the training room's affairs and possessed an impressive foresight, as the software he selected was not only popular but also widely utilized across various industries. Grateful for the support of Gaozhou, he also requested followers and recommendations. Chapter 28, Chain Training. Among the software Fang Yu found were office suites and the trio of web design tools, all of which Li Wei had some familiarity with, and he felt confident in providing training. After all, he had undergone similar instruction during his previous life at night school, and he could vividly recall all the techniques he had learned, including various shortcuts. Upon hearing Li Wei's assurance that he could operate these programs, Fang Yu's demeanor relaxed considerably. The prospect of hiring additional instructors would have been a headache, as the number of individuals skilled in those areas was uncertain, and recruiting university professors for part-time positions could prove impractical. The venue was too modest. Whether individuals would even be willing to come was another matter, and discussions regarding salary could be contentious. Most critically, the potential student turnout for these new courses was unpredictable. Thus, upon learning of Li Wei's capabilities, Fang Yu felt genuinely reassured and joyfully patted Li Wei's shoulder, proclaiming, "Your salary will double. But first, you must teach these instructors in the training room." Li Wei smiled in response, indicating his willingness, but he requested to borrow Fang Yu's cumbersome laptop to transcribe all the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life into written form, which would then serve as training materials for the students. At that moment, there were no specialized training materials for these programs available in Li Wei's city, so he had to create them himself. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu immediately expressed his willingness to take charge of the printing and publication, assuring Li Wei that he would be compensated fairly for the materials he developed. For each textbook sold to the students, Fang Yu promised to provide Li Wei with an additional 10 yuan. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Receiving 10 yuan per book was quite a significant sum. Considering there were nearly 200 students in the training center, each averaging 2 textbooks, this meant an income of 4,000 yuan for him. However, Li Wei's concern was not primarily financial. Rather, he pondered a different matter. At that time, the formal vocational training institution, Beida Qingniao, had not yet expanded, and recalling the widespread establishment of its branches in later years made Li Wei wonder if Fang Yu's computer training center could develop in a similar manner. He was acutely aware of the industries that would flourish in the future, so sharing his thoughts seemed trivial. Fang Yu was not like Li Xiaoyan. Li Wei was quite familiar with Li Xiaoyan's circumstances, having known her brother well in his previous life. However, he did not fully comprehend Fang Yu, and the extent of benefits his proposed plan could bring depended entirely on Fang Yu's discretion. This uncertainty made him hesitate about whether to disclose his idea to Fang Yu and how much compensation he might receive. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei decided it was prudent to wait. It would be best to have some capital before negotiating with Fang Yu. Ideally, they could form a partnership that would yield the most practical benefits. Yet, another pressing question arose. Where would the funds come from? This thought left Li Wei immensely frustrated. Money was scarce everywhere, and living conditions were becoming increasingly challenging. As a reborn individual, he felt he might go mad from the incessant worry about finances. After attending classes with Li Wei for an entire afternoon, Yifeng felt a great sense of fulfillment, especially upon learning that the topics Li Wei taught would significantly benefit her future endeavors in fashion design. This realization made her particularly earnest in her studies. For dinner, Yifeng treated Li Wei at a small restaurant owned by Li Xiaoyan, where they spent just over 10 yuan. At that moment, the charm of the restaurant became evident. As the school opened its gates on weekends, attracting students from well-off families who flocked to the establishment, the small restaurant was bustling with patrons. With many tables set up outside, the owner was so busy in the kitchen that she seemed to be flying, which bolstered Li Wei's confidence in Li Xiaoyan's venture into the chain restaurant business, though he lamented the lack of funds. This thought dampened Li Wei's spirits. He had not anticipated that even after his rebirth, he would still be burdened by financial concerns. It was no wonder that society seemed entirely consumed by the pursuit of money. Reflecting on it now, the adage of everything revolves around money seemed quite reasonable. Without funds, nothing could be achieved. Upon returning home that evening, Li Wei received a call from his mother, who informed him that the village had scheduled the tea oil harvest for the following Saturday, asking him to return home to help, as she could not manage the task alone. After hearing this, Li Wei readily agreed, stating he would take a bus home after school on Friday. His family had a substantial amount of tea oil, yielding over 100 jin of oil each year. To produce over 100 pounds of tea oil, one must first dry and select nearly 2,000 pounds of camellia fruit, adhering to a ratio of approximately 1 to 15 or 20. However, the task of harvesting such a substantial quantity of camellia fruit solely by human effort presents a considerable undertaking, compounded by the fact that the mountain roads are impassable. One must resort to carrying the harvest home in baskets, load by load. In previous years, it took 5 or 6 family members a day or more to complete the harvest. Rising at 4 or 5 in the morning, before dawn had broken, they would set off for the mountains, with shifts to allow for meals back home. This year, the family's harvest is bountiful, with an estimated yield of over 200 pounds of tea oil, translating to roughly 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of camellia fruit to be collected. Yet, only he and his mother are available, along with his uncle and aunt, totaling 4 individuals. His 2 younger cousins can only be considered half a labor force, as they merely assist in overseeing the gathered camellia fruit, while his sister remains at home to prepare meals and tend to the collected harvest. Contemplating this predicament gives Li Wei a headache. Where can he find additional help? He considers Yifeng, confident that he can persuade her to join, especially since next week is a long weekend, with classes suspended on Saturday and Sunday, allowing boarders to return home for living expenses. However, Yifeng would likely only be on par with his younger cousins in terms of productivity. Lu Yin and Xie Xiaoyan are not viable options. Xie Xiaoyan recently won a singing competition and must remain in the provincial capital for television promotions and future endeavors. While pondering this dilemma on the sofa in the living room, the phone rang. It was his godfather, Lao Xie, inquiring about the tea fruit harvest at Li Wei's home. Many miners had taken leave to gather tea fruit, prompting the mine to declare a holiday for those days. Lao Xie remembered that Li Wei's family likely had a significant amount of camellia fruit. Li Wei felt a surge of joy upon receiving the call. Lao Xie's family does not cultivate camellia fruit, thus providing an additional pair of hands. He quickly relayed his family's situation to his godfather. Lao Xie responded with a smile, expressing that a bountiful harvest signifies increased income for the year ahead, alleviating concerns about the tea fruit gathering. The mine employs several out-of-town workers, and he could simply call upon a few of them for assistance, compensating them for their labor. Li Wei proposed the notion of wages, aware that Lao Xie, as the mine manager, would naturally expect assistance without pay. However, Li Wei preferred to offer remuneration, so as to avoid any gossip among the workers regarding Lao Xie's generosity. The wage would not be excessive, 40 yuan per day, totaling only 400 yuan for 10 workers. Lao Xie, upon considering Li Wei's suggestion, agreed without objection, holding his godson in even higher regard. After securing Lao Xie's approval, Li Wei made another call home to inform his mother that there was no need to enlist help from his aunts. He had already arranged for assistance. Li Wei harbors a strong aversion towards both of his aunts and their families, a sentiment that has persisted across lifetimes. Setting aside other matters, let us focus on the annual task of harvesting tea oil. Each year, when the Li family invites assistance, they ensure to send back a considerable amount of tea oil, valued at least 100 to 200. However, The two families that assist have never acknowledged this kindness, seemingly implying that the Li family benefits greatly from their efforts, which leaves Li Wei quite displeased. Meanwhile, hiring workers from outside costs only 40 yuan a day, and it is evident that they reap substantial benefits. Thus, upon learning that his godfather could secure laborers from the mine, Li Wei promptly decided to utilize local help instead. He would provide 2 meals, a pack of 2 yuan cigarettes, and some snacks and drinks from the mountain, totaling no more than 50 yuan per person, all without incurring any debts of gratitude. This arrangement felt far more agreeable, sparing him from the whispers of the two families. As for Li Wei's aunt and her family, their relationship was naturally close, and they mutually assisted each other in such matters. Furthermore, Li Wei's aunt possessed a commendable character, never speaking ill of these affairs. In truth, it was Li Wei's family that had benefited significantly from his aunt's household. The following day, when Li Wei met Yifang, he mentioned the tea-picking task, to which she readily agreed. Yifang's home was conveniently close to the city, allowing her to return for living expenses more easily than others, as she could go home every weekend. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Li Wei prepared for class, harboring ulterior motives for inviting Yifang to his home. Yifang's family was relatively well off, as evidenced by her daily life and attire, contrasting sharply with Li Wei's modest circumstances, characterized by 2 old adobe houses. Through their recent interactions, Li Wei sensed that Yifang might harbor feelings for him, prompting him to temper her expectations. His own lack of marriage in his past life was primarily due to his family's economic struggles, instilling a sense of wariness towards women of better standing. Given that his current circumstances were more favorable than in his previous life, he resolved to be well prepared to avoid future complications. On Friday after classes, Yifang accompanied Li Wei to his residence, as there were no buses returning to his village after school. He had borrowed a small car from Lu Yan's uncle earlier, informing him that he would be away for 2 days and needed 3 nights off. Initially, Lu Yan's uncle allowed Li Wei to work out of consideration for his niece. But after several encounters, he had grown fond of Li Wei. Their conversations had provided him with valuable insights that benefited his business, leading to considerable earnings. Therefore, when Li Wei requested leave and borrowed the car, he merely waved his hand in agreement without further inquiry. Unexpectedly, this marked Li Wei's first venture into the city for school, driving with a girl. The return trip was similarly characterized by him driving with a girl. Though she was not the same girl as before, Yifang was taken aback. Small cars were already a rarity, and those who could drive them were even scarcer. She never anticipated that her desk mate not only could borrow a car, but also knew how to drive. She has grown increasingly curious about her desk mate, seemingly never having witnessed any task he cannot accomplish. Li Wei drove steadily and swiftly, reaching home before dusk. At this hour, villagers were returning from their day's labor to partake in their evening meals. The sight of a car entering the village drew attention, prompting many to gather and observe. Just in time, they spotted Li Wei alighting from the vehicle with Yifang, and with a resounding exclamation, the entire village erupted in speculation. The news that Li Wei had returned from the city with a wealthy woman as his partner swiftly spread to the neighboring village, causing Li Wei's expression to darken instantly. He realized he had been rather naive, forgetting that rural life was not as liberated as in later times, where it was uncommon for young men to bring girls home. He had unwittingly set a precedent, making him a subject of gossip among the village's busybodies. Unaware of this commotion, Yifang, once brought home by Li Wei, politely addressed his mother as aunt and engaged in conversation with Li Wei's younger sister. Observing Yifang's demeanor, Li Wei noted the absence of any disdain, which eased his heart considerably. He began to ponder whether he was overly anxious about the situation. Perhaps he had developed a fondness for Yifang. To be frank, viewed through a contemporary lens, Yifang possessed both a striking figure and a charming face, demonstrating an admirable sense of style. In terms of appearance, she was more than a suitable match for Li Wei, which was evident as his mother's smile never faltered upon meeting her. However, she eventually recalled that her son was still a student and, while pulling Li Wei aside to prepare dinner, discreetly cautioned him not to let his grades slip while pursuing romantic interests. Li Wei, caught mid-drink, nearly choked on his water at her words. He found himself unable to explain his situation to her, instead retrieving 3,000 yuan from his pocket, which he had earned during his time in the city, including his writing fees and earnings from singing and tips. His mother was taken aback by the stack of money, her expression filled with confusion as she scrutinized Li Wei, evidently doubtful about the source of his income. He claimed it was money earned from working during weekends. But she remained unconvinced. Tears soon welled in her eyes, reflecting her feelings of inadequacy, lamenting that while other mothers provided for their son's education, her own son was earning money while still studying. Upon witnessing his mother's reaction, Li Wei felt overwhelmed and, in desperation, called Yifang over to clarify the situation, as he found it impossible to have a meaningful conversation with his mother while she was in tears. Indeed, as soon as Yifang arrived, Li Wei's mother's countenance brightened with joy. Chapter 30. Harvesting oil tea. This was not a matter of his mother's mood changing rapidly, but rather an understanding of human nature. Typically, individuals do not reveal their vulnerable sides to outsiders, as this was Yifang's first visit to Li Wei's home. How could his mother display her tears in front of someone who might become her daughter-in-law? Thus, when Yifang explained that Li Wei was working over the weekend and that it was not arduous, his mother was instantly convinced. This illustrates the subtle differences in human interactions. Due to the necessity of rising early the following morning for a trip to the mountains, Li Wei and his companions retired to bed rather early. In the early hours of the next day, while Li Wei remained ensconced in slumber, his mother had already risen to commence preparations for breakfast. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Wei promptly awoke and, upon glancing outside, noted that the dawn had yet to break. The world illuminated solely by electric light. After completing his morning ablutions, he joined his mother in the kitchen, as they had invited over a dozen guests, necessitating considerable preparation. The first to arrive was Li Wei's aunt and her family, who resided directly across the small river from Li Wei's home. Upon witnessing Li Wei engaged in culinary activities, his uncle-in-law appeared momentarily taken aback, yet he greeted Li Wei before settling down to the side. At this juncture, Yifang and Li Wei's younger sister also emerged from slumber. Upon encountering the unfamiliar Yifang, Li Wei's aunt's family was momentarily stunned. Their expressions shifted to one of peculiarity upon learning that Yifang was Li Wei's classmate, with unspoken thoughts about how swiftly their nephew had made such a connection, having only recently embarked on his academic journey. As Li Wei's aunt busied herself in the kitchen, she began to gossip with Li Wei's mother about Yifang. Li Wei, eavesdropping, felt his lips twitch involuntarily, his face darkening, particularly when he overheard his aunt remarking on Yifang's well-rounded figure, which she deemed suitable for childbearing. He nearly sliced his own finger in shock, realizing that inviting Yifang to assist with the tea-picking might have been a rather ill-advised decision, one that he could scarcely clarify. Once the meal was prepared, the sound of vehicles outside signaled the arrival of his godfather and his companions. Soon, Li Wei's uncle-in-law was exchanging pleasantries with old Xie, as it appeared that Li Wei's aunt had informed him of Li Wei's newfound godfather. Consequently, there was no surprise on his uncle-in-law's part. In fact, after their greetings, the rapport between Li Wei's uncle-in-law and old Xie seemed to deepen, with the former even making a light-hearted jest about Li Wei having chosen an excellent godfather who had come to assist with the tea-picking. Old Xie smiled, poised to respond. But at that moment, it was time to eat, and everyone gathered for the meal. With over a dozen people present, 2 tables were set, the dishes all prepared by Li Wei. During the meal, all present, including old Xie, could not help but praise the deliciousness of the food. They remarked that with such culinary skills, he could effortlessly establish a restaurant in the city. Li Wei, listening to the accolades, merely smiled without uttering a word, focusing instead on his meal, for today he was the backbone of the household, with a significant portion of the tea to be carried back from the mountains resting upon his shoulders. Such was the reality of life for a child of the impoverished. Responsibilities came early. Since middle school, whether it was harvesting rice, picking tea, or fulfilling tax obligations, the burden of labor fell upon Li Wei. His father was seldom home during such undertakings, and his brother had similarly departed for work shortly after Li Wei entered middle school. Despite these challenges, he emerged from his 3 years of middle school unyielded, even growing to an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, a remarkable feat in itself. After the meal, everyone prepared to ascend the mountain. The weather promised to be agreeable, though the heavy fog made walking somewhat inconvenient. As dawn's gentle light began to emerge, the roads were bustling with individuals wielding flashlights, hurrying along their paths. The oil tea mountain belonging to Li Wei was not far off, merely a couple of miles away. It would take about 10 minutes on foot. Upon reaching the summit, the first light of day illuminated the oil tea seeds adorning the trees. After placing the wicker basket he had shouldered down, Li Wei donned his backpack and, with several snakeskin bags in tow, ventured towards a thicket rich in reeds. For it was there that a nest of wild chickens resided. In a past life, on this very day, he had gathered oil tea. Yet that nest of wild chickens had eluded discovery until his aunt stumbled upon it at the break of dawn, yielding but one capture. However, the circumstances were different now. Li Wei intended to seize the entire brood, and with the morning light still dim, the wild chickens had nowhere to flee. Indeed, as he approached the thicket, the nest remained utterly tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the commotion of the mountain, with only the occasional soft clucking of a chicken breaking the silence. This particular nest was rather unique, encircled by dense thorns with but a single exit. Once that was blocked, not a single bird could escape. Thus, Li Wei effortlessly captured all 8 chickens, stowing them into the snakeskin bags, indifferent to their potential suffocation, as he intended to prepare them for a feast by noon. After securing the chickens within 2 bags and sealing them tightly, he set them beside the wicker basket, instructing his cousins to keep a vigilant watch. For this was indeed a prized meal. Li Wei's hometown was enveloped by vast expanses of wild oil tea forests, allocated to each household after the liberation. The mountain not only yielded oil tea but also boasted an abundance of game, wild chickens, rabbits, deer, and even wild boar. Yet, typically, only those with a penchant for hunting could procure such game. The general populace rarely succeeded, rendering these delicacies quite rare. Each year, during the oil tea harvest, it was common for a few deer, wild rabbits, and chickens to be startled and scurry about, ultimately meeting their demise. As for wild boar, no one dared to pursue them. Upon sighting one, individuals would flee, waiting for hunters with rifles to arrive before attempting a coordinated chase. Consequently, the oil tea harvest season marked the liveliest time in the mountains, filled with boisterous laughter and calls echoing through the air. People would engage in lively conversations while collecting oil tea, sharing tidbits of family gossip, and occasionally, when a deer or rabbit dashed by, the crowd would erupt in cheers. Abandoning their gathering to give chase, Li Wei, having captured several wild chickens, felt no inclination to boast. There was little to gain from such pride, and too many were aware of his catch. After all, the bounty would not suffice for all the guests his family had invited to assist in the oil tea harvest. In this community, when one family procured delectable food, familiar faces would soon come knocking, seeking to share in the bounty with laughter and mirth. As the number of gatherers increased this year, by the time the sun rose, the area where the baskets were placed had already amassed 3 loads of oil tea. Li Wei, not waiting for his mother's instruction, took the initiative to organize the baskets, tossing the 2 bags of wild chickens atop the oil tea to carry them back. His primary task for the day was not to gather tea seeds, but to devote himself entirely to transporting them, grateful for the generous rewards of youth. I continue today with the 3rd installment of Chapter 31, the muntjac. Tentatively testing the weight, I found it manageable, given my regular exercise and labor. Hoisting over 100 jeans posed no challenge. However, I pondered that in a decade's time, even lifting half that weight would likely prove strenuous. Upon returning home with the burden of tea oil, I retrieved the wild chickens from the snakeskin bag and placed them in a spacious chicken coop. Remarkably, the birds appeared unharmed, albeit somewhat lethargic. Once freed from their confines, they eagerly attempted to take flight, yet one by one, I gently secured them within the coop. There were 8 wild chickens, each weighing 2 to 3 jeans, 2 hens, and 6 roosters. My sister, busy preparing lunch, rushed over upon seeing the catch. After instructing her to keep a watchful eye on the lively creatures, I poured the tea oil from the basket onto the sun-dried area in front of our home and promptly resumed my ascent up the mountain. As I had little time to rest, the entire harvest of tea oil must be brought home. After several trips laden with burdens, fatigue began to set in, prompting me to pause with a load resting midway. My resting spot was by a water canal constructed by the collective for irrigating the surrounding rice fields. At this time of year, as tea oil was being harvested and autumn approached, nearly all the rice fields commenced their drying process, resulting in the canal's main gate being closed, leaving only a modest amount of water. Setting down my burden, I descended into the canal to wash my face when suddenly, a cacophony of voices echoed around me, faintly calling out for the muntjac. The commotion extinguished my curiosity, as I was already well aware of the situation. This annual occurrence had been part of my life since childhood. Every year, when the tea oil was harvested, a 30-gene muntjac would be startled into fleeing from our village's tea oil mountain, dashing wildly, leaping over the canal, crossing the fields, and swimming to the mountains on the opposite bank. Such events transpired annually, with some keen individuals attempting to intercept the muntjac along its path. Yet it effortlessly evaded capture each time. Occasionally, I mused whether the muntjac was deliberately toying with us, given its predictable appearances. Since no one had ever succeeded in capturing it, I lost the inclination to even climb the canal for a better view. I had already seen the muntjac during my tea oil harvests, and the thrill had long since faded. As the commotion continued, it became evident that the muntjac had once again traversed the mountains without obstruction. Just as I finished washing my face and prepared to ascend, I suddenly heard a rush of wind behind me. Before I could react, a muntjac leapt over my head and plunged into the canal. Li Wei's reaction was swift. As he lowered his head to allow the object above him to pass, he immediately comprehended that it was the deer. Before the deer could leap from the water to the opposite bank, he sprang forward, pressing the creature beneath the water, and seized its hind legs, hoisting it up with ease. Observing the struggling deer in his grasp, Li Wei erupted into laughter. He had encountered this creature annually, never imagining he could capture it alive. Yet here it was, finally caught in his clutches. At that moment, a group of people approached from the opposite side of the water channel, and Li Wei realized that the deer had probably spotted them long before, choosing not to traverse the stone bridge, but rather to leap into the channel, inadvertently encountering Li Wei, who was washing his face. This time, the deer had truly miscalculated. Upon witnessing Li Wei's successful capture of the deer, the onlookers rushed over. For the legend of this deer had circulated for ages, and few had not heard of it. They were astonished to learn that it had been caught alive. And a buzz of excitement ensued as they speculated about the deer's gender and how it might be prepared for a feast. Li Wei, undeterred by their chatter, firmly secured the deer with his feet and pressed down with his body. He then scoured the roadside for some straw, twisted it into rope, and bound the deer's forelegs before placing it in a basket atop the oil tea, ready to take it home. In previous years, while gathering oil tea, Li Wei's family had only managed to catch a wild hare and a wild chicken. So to capture a legendary deer alongside a brood of wild chickens was an unexpectedly bountiful harvest. Word of Li Wei's capture spread rapidly through the vicinity. Upon returning home with the oil tea and ascending the mountain again, people flocked to inquire if it was true that he had caught a deer. Even his mother had heard the news and questioned him during the break. After confirming the truth, the group that had helped him with the oil tea became quite animated. However, they soon realized that they would not be able to feast on the deer that afternoon, as preparing it would require an hour or two. And they were all busy gathering oil tea. Who had the time for such an endeavor? As they conversed, they even proposed to Li Wei's godfather that they forego their wages in exchange for a meal of deer meat. Li Wei chuckled upon hearing their discussion, insisting that they would still receive their pay, but the deer was indeed not suitable for consumption. It was a female, and her belly was noticeably swollen, indicating that she was with young, and no one dared to harm her. Upon hearing this, the 10 men were understandably disheartened. They had hoped for a delightful feast, only to encounter the reality that pregnant animals are not to be slaughtered. Noticing their glum expressions, Li Wei cheerfully remarked that even in the absence of deer, there were other wild delicacies to enjoy, and he recounted how he had just captured a brood of wild chickens. The crowd seemed skeptical until Li Wei's cousin stepped forward, affirming that they had indeed witnessed him bringing several wild chickens home. Previously, the two had been guarding the pile of tea oil. Thus, they had little opportunity to discuss the matter with others. Now, as they took a break and gathered together, they eagerly recounted their encounters with several wild chickens. The absence of deer was compensated by the presence of wild chickens. Upon hearing that Li Wei had caught a few, the surrounding individuals were instantly invigorated, realizing that a feast of wild delicacies awaited them at lunch. Li Wei's uncle jested that this fortune was due to old Xie's influence, noting that despite his years of harvesting tea oil, he had never managed to catch a nest of wild chickens, having only caught a hare at most. Yet, with old Xie's arrival, both deer and wild chickens seemed to be within reach. The crowd erupted in laughter, proclaiming old Xie to be a fortunate mine manager. Chapter 32. Windfall. Perhaps anticipating the wild chicken feast, the 10 men brought by old Xie noticeably quickened their pace. What was initially expected to take until the afternoon to harvest was completed before lunch, marking an early day's work. Li Wei, who had scarcely rested, found himself lagging behind in sorting the tea oil. By the time they finished, he still had a considerable amount left to sort, which allowed the others to assist him, significantly alleviating his burden. Upon returning home, Li Wei found his house surrounded by numerous children and adults from the village, as well as from neighboring villages, all eager to see the deer. To their surprise, not only did they see the deer, but they also discovered a nest of wild chickens, which enlivened the atmosphere. They settled in at Li Wei's home, discussing how to prepare the wild chickens deliciously while reminiscing about past hunts and helping to sort the tea oil. Li Wei, observing the situation, realized that the nest of wild chickens would soon dwindle in number. Seizing an opportune moment without anyone around, he conferred with his mother and decided to keep 2 hens and 1 rooster. The remaining 5, 3 to be killed for immediate consumption, and 2 to be given to his aunt and godfather, were agreed upon by his mother without objection. At this moment, some villagers who knew old Xie were astonished to discover that Li Wei had, unbeknownst to them, taken old Xie as his godfather. Their attitude towards Li Wei's family shifted dramatically. Li Wei chuckled inwardly, for this was precisely his intention in recognizing old Xie as his godfather. His influence was now beginning to manifest, marking a social ascent through old Xie's esteemed identity. He Feng, too, was visibly excited, accompanying Li Wei's sister and cousins as they gazed upon the nest of wild chickens and the deer, occasionally reaching out to touch them. The day spent harvesting tea oil on the mountain was nothing short of enjoyable for her. However, the wild chickens and deer, which she had never seen before, sparked her enthusiasm. As the villagers gathered once more to watch Li Wei prepare to kill the wild chickens, some even offered to assist in organizing them. Upon realizing that the deer was a pregnant doe, however, no one dared to suggest killing it any longer. The villagers remained quite superstitious about such matters. If an animal is not pregnant, its demise is of little consequence. However, if it is with child, such an act is deemed a transgression against the natural order. Soon, 3 wild chickens were prepared, and they were promptly cooked in a dry pot, a local specialty of the Xiangnan region, accompanied by garlic, ginger, and red chili peppers. A large pot was filled to the brim, and they managed to serve 3 sizable bowls, complemented by various other dishes. Li Wei's household set up 3 tables, one for the workers, another for the family, and the last for the villagers who came to observe. With insufficient seating at the table, the children simply took their bowls and stood aside, enjoying their wild chicken. The room was filled with warmth and lively conversation, and a generous soul even brought a case of beer to enhance the festivities. After feasting to their heart's content, Li Wei initially intended to retreat for a nap, as he had exerted himself gathering oil tea that day. However, with so many guests in his home discussing the past, and with both his godfather and uncle present, it would have been impolite for him to simply leave for rest. As the sole man in the household, he settled into a nearby chair, half listening to their discussions while dozing off. Their conversations traversed from the creation of the world to contemporary matters, covering the breadth of the heavens to the depths of the earth. Just as Li Wei was on the verge of slumber, the topic shifted to the renovation of the ancestral hall in the neighboring village. Upon hearing this, his drowsiness vanished, as a significant event from his previous life concerning the renovation resurfaced in his memory, a matter he had previously overlooked since his rebirth. It was around this time in his past life when the renovation of the neighboring village's ancestral hall revealed a long wooden chest hidden within the old beams, containing an ancient sword and over a dozen gold ingots. The discovery was made by a few visiting construction workers, who, upon finding these treasures, attempted to keep them for themselves. However, disputes arose over the unequal distribution of the spoils, for none could ascertain the value of the ancient sword, leading to discord among them. Eventually, word of the discovery leaked, and the villagers from the neighboring settlement became aware, resulting in a chaotic confrontation. In the ensuing melee, 2 construction workers lost their lives, and several villagers from the neighboring village faced legal repercussions due to their involvement in the brawl. Their anger stemmed from the fact that, despite the monumental discovery, they ended up with nothing, as the chest, sword, and gold were all confiscated by the municipal police. Yet, the saga did not conclude there. Years later, the villagers sought to rekindle the matter, rushing to file a lawsuit. They argued that the ancient chest belonged to their ancestral hall, a relic left by their forebears, and thus should not have been seized. Ultimately, they won the case, only to find that the chest remained, while the sword and gold had vanished. In their pursuit of these treasures, several villagers faced imprisonment, and a considerable sum was spent on legal fees, leaving them discontent with merely an empty chest. Consequently, they escalated their grievances, leading to a significant upheaval against the municipal police, as it was revealed that the treasures had been embezzled, with nothing recovered. Until Li Wei's rebirth, this matter lingered unresolved, as all the items had been sold, making retrieval exceedingly difficult. The matter at hand was one that Li Wei had not pondered in some time, primarily because he seldom visited the neighboring village. Without encountering familiar sights and faces, the related memories eluded him. However, the thought struck him, rather than allowing these items to claim 2 lives and incite madness within the village, it would be far more prudent to retrieve them himself, thus averting any calamity. The ancestral hall, a place where he frolicked in his youth, was well known to him, although the beam appeared quite elevated. It could easily be ascended from the adjacent pillars. The significance of the gold bars, valued at no less than $1 million, and the priceless ancient sword was not lost on him, especially as he currently found himself in dire financial straits. It would be unthinkable to forego such an unexpected fortune. With this in mind, Li Wei began to formulate a plan for acquiring these treasures. Daylight was not an option for such an endeavor. The ancestral hall, much like his own, was home to many, necessitating a nocturnal approach. Midnight would be the ideal time, as discovery could lead to complications. Tonight was his only opportunity, for he was to return to the city for school the following day. The evening promised to be fortuitous. After a day of harvesting tea oil, most villagers would likely be fatigued, thereby facilitating his covert mission. As the conversations within the house reached their conclusion, old Xie and Li Wei's aunt's family prepared to depart. Li Wei's mother emerged from the chicken coop, capturing 2 wild chickens and binding their wings and feet with twine. Each family received 1 chicken along with several pounds of tea oil. After some playful negotiation, both families happily accepted their shares, deeming the day's tea oil harvest quite profitable, especially with a wild chicken to take home. Li Wei's mother compensated the guests with wages and a couple of packs of cigarettes. Initially hesitant, they accepted the offerings with laughter, jesting that they could be called upon next year for assistance, as the day's harvest had yielded both a meal of wild game and wages. Once they had left, Li Wei commenced preparations for his nocturnal venture. A sturdy rope was essential. While ascending the beam was straightforward, descending would pose challenges. He planned to lower the rope from the beam itself. A backpack was indispensable for transporting goods, as the weight of several gold bars and an ancient sword would be considerable. He could not manage both carrying and lowering the rope simultaneously. Additionally, a flashlight was a requisite tool. As he gathered these items, his mother approached, inquiring about the fate of the remaining wild chickens and the muntjac. After thoughtful consideration, Li Wei advised her to keep them at home for the time being, observing their adaptability. Should they thrive, they could remain. If not, they would be consumed. As for the muntjac, he would wait until it had offspring before making any decisions. After all, his backyard was suitable for housing such creatures, and he had no fear of them escaping. Li Wei's mother seemed to lack an understanding of her son's intentions. In her mind, the wild game they had caught should either be consumed immediately or stored at home, as it would be a waste of resources otherwise, and certainly, such provisions could not be sustained for long. Li Wei merely smiled, opting not to elucidate the matter. The survival of such creatures was contingent upon circumstances. Soon, there would be individuals in their vicinity dedicated to breeding wild chickens and deer, capturing them from the wild to nurture, gradually developing into a lucrative venture. Li Wei called his sister over, entrusting her with the responsibility of caring for the creatures, as she was a middle school student in town and was a day student, allowing her the time to manage such affairs. He feared that if his mother were to take on the task, the survival rate of the animals would diminish significantly. As evening fell, after dinner, Li Wei and Yifeng strolled around their village, engaging in casual conversation. Yifeng's family was not from the countryside. Although they did not reside in the city, there was a tangible distinction between their lifestyle and that of rural inhabitants, as they belonged to the Mineral Bureau, classified as state workers. She felt particularly curious about rural life, especially when Li Wei took her to catch shrimp in the evening, which brought her immense joy. Not only was there delight in the activity, but they also indulged in a sumptuous feast of river shrimp. Although referred to as net shrimp, this method was somewhat unique. Li Wei fashioned square nets from old cotton mosquito nets, each side measuring 50 centimeters, supported at the corners by crossed bamboo sticks and tied with rope, the other end of which was affixed to a bamboo pole. The design bore resemblance to various local fishing nets, albeit on a smaller scale. He sprinkled the center of the net with fermented grains and covered it with clay tiles before submerging it in still water. This net was specifically crafted for capturing shrimp and small fish. After a few minutes in the water, The scent of the grains would attract the aquatic creatures towards the net. At that point, one would stand on the shore, gently lifting the net from the water with the bamboo pole, and collect the fish and shrimp into a bucket, then return the net to the water for further harvest. By employing this method and placing several nets in the water, it was feasible to catch 2 to 3 kilograms of wet fish and shrimp within an hour. The catch from these nets was generally larger than that obtained through direct scooping, and it spared one the need to wade into the chilly water, particularly as autumn had set in, making prolonged exposure to the cold water quite uncomfortable. After their leisurely stroll around the village, both Li Wei and Yifeng retired for the night. After a brief slumber, Li Wei checked the time and quietly rose to leave his room. Since he slept in a separate chamber, his departure would not disturb his mother. Exiting his room, he made his way to the neighboring village, guided solely by the moonlight, foregoing even a flashlight, which heightened his anxiety about encountering acquaintances. Given the proximity of the two villages, being spotted would lead to complications. Fortunately, he encountered no one along the way. However, upon entering the village, a minor predicament arose. Many villagers kept dogs, and upon hearing his faint footsteps, the dogs immediately began to bark, sending a chill down Li Wei's spine as he momentarily forgot about their presence. However, these dogs are generally confined to their homes at night, so Li Wei need not worry about them rushing out. Coincidentally, at that moment, someone passed by with a flashlight. Upon hearing the barking, the individual began to curse vehemently. Once the dog owners recognized that the voice belonged to someone from their village, they ignored the barking dogs and instead scolded their own. After the person passed, Li Wei also made his way toward the village's ancestral hall and, aided by the moonlight, climbed up to the beam. Once atop the beam, he had no choice but to turn on his flashlight, for the moonlight did not reach this height, and he was unsure of the precise location of the box, only knowing it was somewhere on the beam. The flashlight, when switched on, nearly startled Li Wei into falling off the beam, as not far in front of him coiled a snake, nearly as thick as his thigh, with its head nestled within its winding body, asleep. Fortunately, he had brought the flashlight. Had he ascended in darkness, he might have unwittingly stumbled upon the snake. Seeing the coiled serpent filled Li Wei with unease. Generally, by this time of year, snakes begin their hibernation, with only a few occasionally emerging to bask in the sun. However, a snake resting on the beam at this hour was certainly unusual, which heightened Li Wei's apprehension toward this creature. He had made quite a bit of noise climbing up from the pillar, yet this creature remained utterly still. Was it not too calm? To ascertain whether the snake was alive, Li Wei took the rope he had prepared from his pocket and tossed it towards the snake. This time, the snake reacted, lifting its head and gazing at Li Wei, occasionally flicking its tongue. Li Wei was not afraid of snakes, having grown up in a rural mountainous area. He had encountered many throughout his life and even caught them to sell. If not for his mother's fear of accidents, who would scold him each time he caught a snake, he might have pursued a career in snake catching. Yet, the snake before him instilled a deep sense of trepidation. Its considerable size was one concern, but its inappropriate location was another. In Li Wei's village, such snakes were referred to as house snakes, which were neither to be harmed nor captured. They could only be politely urged away, lest one suffer dire consequences. Whether this belief held any truth or was merely superstition, Li Wei could not say, but he had witnessed a family in his village suffer due to a house snake, an event he remembered vividly, instilling a sense of fear within him. Particularly unsettling was the fact that this snake was perched on the beam of a village ancestral hall. At the time of the incident involving that family, Li Wei had been merely 6 years old, and that household at the edge of the village made a living through herbal medicine, snake catching, and hunting. In those days, the practice of medicine was not akin to what it is today. It typically involved acupuncture, herbal remedies, and various techniques. In the vicinity of Li Wei's home, such practitioners were referred to as lower strategy masters, who often engaged in exorcisms and ghost catching as a secondary occupation. Li Wei was puzzled as to why individuals of this ilk seemed to endure some form of retribution while practicing their craft. Logically, one would expect that their frequent good deeds would yield favorable outcomes, yet this was not the case. In contrast to the tragic lives of those monks who merely recited scriptures in temples to deceive others for donations, these practitioners often found themselves embroiled in inexplicable misfortunes. The incident involving the snake was not an ordeal faced by this family, but rather by another. One summer, an elderly villager awoke from his slumber to find a formidable snake, likely a rat snake, crawling out from an unknown source. Weighing around 10 pounds, The snake's head appeared to have two small protrusions, resembling horns. Given the snake's relatively light weight, one can imagine its considerable size and length. When such a large serpent ascended onto the bed on a sweltering day, its cool body startled anyone awake. The old man, paralyzed with fear, could only urgently rouse his family. Once the lights were turned on, they discovered the enormous snake coiled beside him on the same bed, leaving everyone too terrified to move. Fortunately, the snake merely remained coiled and did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. In that moment, a more alert individual hastened to the edge of the village to summon the lower strategy master for assistance. Upon arrival, the master examined the situation and chuckled, assuring them there was nothing to fear. He declared that this was a domestic snake, a harbinger of good fortune, an occurrence that most people would never encounter. He cautioned them not to harm it, lest trouble ensue. After uttering a few incantations directed at the snake, he opened the door, and astonishingly, the serpent slithered away on its own. However, the tale did not conclude there. A few days later, the elderly man's younger son returned home. A bold character known for his mischief, he was somewhat of a rogue in Li Wei's neighborhood, having engaged in various petty crimes. Within 2 days of his return, he spotted the very same snake in the kitchen. Lacking the courtesy of restraint, he wielded a stick and struck the snake, injuring it. Subsequently, he captured the creature and called upon a few accomplices, declaring their intent to kill and cook the snake. At that time, the lower strategy master was absent, and the old man's family, disregarding the master's earlier warnings, passively witnessed the slaughter. Li Wei, who happened to be nearby playing, overheard the commotion and went to investigate. Reflecting upon it now, perhaps this was the family's fate. With 3 or 4 individuals pinning the snake down, the elderly man's son, brandishing a knife, swiftly severed the snake's head. In that instant, an unfortunate turn of events ensued. As the head was decapitated, a peculiar gust of wind arose. Rather than falling forward, the severed head turned back and bit the young man's neck. Typically, rat snakes possess minimal toxicity, and bites are seldom fatal. However, this instance was different. Within 10 minutes, the man convulsed and succumbed to death. Li Wei stood nearby, and some of the snake's blood even splattered onto his left arm. It seemed as though the severed head's gaze mocked humanity. At the time, he did not dwell on it, as he was still young and easily frightened, and the sight of the incident brought him to tears. For several consecutive days, a high fever rendered the person disoriented. During this time, the barefoot doctor in the countryside administered an untold number of penicillin injections to alleviate the fever, all in vain. Eventually, the local shaman returned home, having heard of the situation, and promptly instructed Grandpa Li to take Li Wei for a stroll around the back mountain. After burning some incense and returning, the fever miraculously subsided, and all was well. The decapitated snake lay abandoned on the ground, neglected by all. By the next day, when the villagers remembered the incident, the serpent had vanished. Once Li Wei recovered, the shaman gathered Grandpa Li and several elders from the village to perform a ritual for the slain serpent, hoping it would depart peacefully and not linger in the village to torment others. However, it seemed their efforts bore little fruit. The family of the man bitten by the snake experienced a series of calamities thereafter. Their only grandson drowned, the daughter-in-law left and never returned, and shortly after, the eldest son succumbed to illness. Ultimately, the elder passed away in the midst of the busy farming season, completely alone, unnoticed by anyone, having perished from hunger following his illness. It was the villagers who ultimately assisted in his final rites. From that point on, the village remained unsettled. A place that had never known plague or natural disasters began to experience a string of small misfortunes. Children playing at night were frequently frightened by a large snake. Yet when the adults arrived, nothing was there. The local shaman claimed that the snake bore a grudge, but his own abilities were insufficient to banish it or confront it. Eventually, the villagers, unable to endure any longer, collectively decided to invite a highly skilled Taoist priest from afar to perform a ritual, which finally resolved the matter. Thus, Li Wei held an acute apprehension towards the serpent before him, even contemplating retreat. However, thoughts of the fortune of over 1 million gold coins and the shaman's assertion that encountering a was a good omen kept him from descending directly from the beam. He locked eyes with it for a moment. It remained still, coiling up as if preparing to continue its slumber. Realizing that this impasse was untenable, Li Wei understood that if he did not drive the creature away, he would certainly gain nothing that night. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the snake before him was likely a rat snake, harmless and non-venomous. Thus, he began to flick the rope in front of the serpent, careful not to strike its body directly, lest the creature misinterpret his actions as an attack and retaliate. Chapter 35. Within reach upon the beam. Two parties faced each other in a tense silence. The serpent, coiled and slightly larger than a basket, had part of its body extending beyond the beam. Li Wei, seated upon the horizontal beam, despite having undergone over a decade of atheistic education that instilled disbelief in spirits and supernatural entities, was nevertheless fearful of retribution, having witnessed such phenomena with his own eyes. Yet, the snake seemed to have locked onto Li Wei, refusing to budge. Each time he waved the rope before it, the serpent's head would slightly shift, and it raised its head, flicking its tongue in Li Wei's direction as if contemplating whether to retaliate against this intruder disturbing its slumber. Meanwhile, Li Wei's patience was waning, caught in a dilemma of whether to flee or confront the creature. His bag contained only a flashlight and a rope, nothing more. Furthermore, he had to use the bag as a shield. Should that snake become agitated and strike, it would serve as a barrier against its fangs. He was too lethargic to toss the rope aside, opting instead to illuminate the serpent with his flashlight, observing it intently. As he directed his gaze beneath the snake, he finally discerned something unusual. The serpent was coiled precisely in the center of the beam, and beneath it lay a hollowed wooden board that appeared to be the size of a small wooden box. Upon realizing this, Li Wei felt a surge of excitement. Yet the immobile snake vexed him tremendously. Checking his wristwatch, he noted it was already past 1 a.m, and he had been perched here for over half an hour. He shone the flashlight back at the snake, which remained there, though it seemed to have awakened, lifting its head to survey its surroundings. Was it preparing to depart? Should he grant it passage and allow it to vacate the beam? He pondered while keeping the flashlight trained on the serpent. Just then, the sound of scurrying mice erupted from the adjacent beam. As Li Wei was about to turn his flashlight in that direction, the snake moved. He hardly had time to comprehend the situation before the serpent had already darted across to the opposite beam. When he redirected the flashlight, he discovered the snake coiled around a smaller beam, its mouth clenching 2 mouse tails. Witnessing the serpent's speed filled Li Wei with trepidation. He wondered if, upon moving to the serpent's location, it might return with the same swiftness. He feared he would be too slow to evade it. Fortunately, the snake did not return. After consuming the 2 mice, it slithered down the beam and disappeared into a dark drain beside the ancestral hall. Li Wei kept the flashlight trained on the spot where the creature vanished, finally feeling a weight lift from his chest. At this hour, he was not concerned about anyone else arriving, especially since the nearby dog had remained silent. Now, Li Wei truly believed the tales of a large snake residing in this ancestral hall, a claim he had heard many times before but had always regarded with skepticism. However, tonight he had witnessed it firsthand, dispelling his doubts about the stories of a serpent as thick as a large bowl. Cautiously making his way to the center of the beam, he noticed the wooden board was misaligned with the beam itself. He gingerly pried it open, using his bag as a shield in case any traps lay beneath. Such caution was prudent, as various treasure-hunting tales often describe such mechanisms. However, it was evident that Li Wei's fears were unfounded. Beneath the board lay no traps, only a beautifully carved wooden box, approximately 20 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long. Elated at the discovery, Li Wei carefully extracted the box. Its intricate carvings were both ancient and delicate, and upon grasping it, he realized it was likely quite valuable, though no one in the past had recognized its worth. Cautiously, he opened the box, which was remarkably well sealed. Inside, a layer of oil paper offered additional protection, and further within, a piece of silk cloth enveloped the contents. Once he had unwrapped everything, Li Wei beheld a sheathed sword alongside several gold bars. After a brief inspection, he closed the box and stowed it into his bag. He then divided the rope he had brought, lowering each half from either side of the beam, before grasping the 2 ends to descend into the center of the ancestral hall. After securing the rope and placing it in his bag, Li Wei extinguished the flashlight he had been biting down on and quietly departed for the neighboring village. Along the way, the dogs in the vicinity began to bark joyfully. But for Li Wei, who was elated by his newfound treasures, such distractions were of little consequence. Upon returning home, Li Wei meticulously examined the contents of the wooden box once more. Unfortunately, he lacked knowledge of antiques and was unable to discern the value of the ancient sword. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt that the sword was of fine quality, remaining remarkably sharp despite the passage of time. He decided not to alter the sword or the box. choosing instead to preserve them as heirlooms, considering that the neighboring village had been part of his own 5 centuries ago, thus representing a shared ancestral legacy. Finding a cloth, he retrieved 4 gold bars from the box, leaving the remainder inside. At this moment, the price of gold was relatively low, significantly less than the exorbitant rates of future years, which could reach hundreds of dollars per gram. The current value seemed to be under $100 per gram. Though Li Wei was uncertain of the exact price, so he planned to take a few bars to assess their worth. Holding one of the gold bars in his hand, he felt its substantial weight and estimated that even at $100 per gram, it would be worth several $1,000s. The thought filled him with exhilaration. He finally had money and would no longer be burdened by financial worries or the shame of a reborn individual. That night, Li Wei was unaware of when he fell asleep, only knowing that his excitement had rendered him restless. His mind was consumed with visions of the gold bars, and he fantasized about the possibilities that wealth would bring. Had it not been for the early start and the exhausting day he had endured, he might have remained awake throughout the night. The following morning, Li Wei unexpectedly slept in, neglecting his usual exercise routine. It was his mother who woke him for breakfast. After the meal, he and Yifang prepared to return to the city, as they needed to return the vehicle to Lu Yan's uncle. Observing her son's impending departure, Li Wei's mother seized the opportunity to discuss the matter of the land contract with him. Chapter 36. Changed since old Xie had visited the site Li Wei mentioned and had even offered advice to Li Wei's mother. Coupled with the money Li Wei returned the previous day, she was genuinely intrigued. Seeking her son's input now indicated that a decision was nearly made. I inquired about the reservoir at the village committee, she said. They have revised their proposal. The individual contracting the reservoir must also take on the surrounding barren hills and the adjoining rice fields for an annual fee of $1,000. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately grasped her meaning. Due to the committee's price increase, his mother was now uncertain about proceeding. However, the additional content integrated into the plan is indeed advantageous. Originally, Li Wei had intended to include that barren mountain in his bid for the reservoir. As for the nearby several acres of rice paddies, he had planned to exchange them with others using his family's manpower. By securing the contract for himself, he simultaneously alleviated his own responsibilities. And the annual fee of 1,000 yuan is not excessively burdensome. Yet, Li Wei is acutely aware that when the figure of 1,000 yuan is mentioned, a substantial portion, perhaps 800, will invariably be siphoned off by those unscrupulous individuals. These characters are akin to opportunistic vultures. It is hardly surprising that they would raise prices upon noticing that the once unclaimed barren mountain and reservoir have finally garnered attention. Convincing them to act in the interest of the common folk is an endeavor fraught with challenges. 1,000 yuan is simply 1,000 yuan. The next time you engage in discussions, remember to invite my godfather. Otherwise, those individuals will undoubtedly contemplate increasing the price. Furthermore, ensure that the contract is signed for the longest duration possible. If a 100-year agreement can be secured, do not settle for 50. Li Wei pondered this and communicated his thoughts to his mother. As for the notion of a 100-year contract, it should not seem peculiar in rural areas such as this. Village officials have previously engaged in even more bizarre schemes for profit. Upon realizing her son's determination, his mother initially wished to voice concerns about the price being exorbitant, but ultimately decided against it. Her son's reasoning was sound. Their family holds little influence in the vicinity. Without old Xie's intervention to stabilize the situation, it is likely that the cost would escalate further during their next attempt to secure a contract. She was well aware of the nature of those village officials. If old Xie could accompany them, it would be advantageous, as he holds a position several ranks above them. The town coal mine is affiliated with the municipal coal mine, and old Xie's role as the mine manager grants him a status comparable to that of the local officials, rendering them incapable of challenging him. As Li Wei contemplated the contracting matters, another pressing issue arose in his mind. Compared to the exchange of fields and securing contracts, which were still in the preparatory phase, another matter required immediate attention. Lu Yan's uncle, a retired officer with connections within the military, had previously agreed to assist Li Wei in obtaining a military entry quota during their casual conversations. Lu Yan's uncle had assured him that as long as he passed the physical examination, joining the military would pose no problem. Li Wei was elated upon hearing this, and he intended to inquire about any associated costs when Lu Yan's uncle dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. He informed Li Wei that as long as Li Wei could occasionally offer him valuable suggestions to help him earn more, Facilitating an entry into the military for someone was merely a trivial task for him. In this era, nearly every young boy harbors a dream of serving in the military, and Li Wei is no exception. In his previous life, after dropping out of high school, he had contemplated seizing any opportunity to fulfill that dream. Yet, despite his patriotic aspirations, he found that entering the military required not only connections, but also financial expenditures to secure an opportunity, which significantly dampened a youth's ambition to serve. Now, Li Wei's request for a quota was not for himself. Being able to complete his studies rendered the matter inconsequential to him. The quota was intended for his brother. Although Li Wei had been displeased with his brother in his past life for refusing to support him financially while he squandered money on gambling, they were, after all, brothers by blood. Breaking one's hands and feet is akin to being bound, yet in this world, if one has the opportunity to assist, one should seize it. Thus, he requested a military enlistment quota for his brother. The military is a crucible that refines character, and while Li Wei is uncertain of the transformation his brother will undergo, one thing remains clear. During his years in the army, he will certainly not be able to indulge in gambling as he once did in his previous life. When Li Wei's mother learned that her son had secured a military quota for his brother, her astonishment was palpable. Consequently, Li Wei urged her to promptly call his brother and instruct him to resign from his job and return home, to which she readily agreed. For Li Wei's mother, having a son serve in the military signifies a rise in status. Many from their rural community have returned from military service to become esteemed officials. She too harbored aspirations for her son to one day attain such a position, signifying success. After settling matters regarding his brother, Li Wei turned his attention to his younger sister. He recognized that although she was somewhat reserved, she listened intently to her elder brother. Importantly, Li Wei sensed that his sister was contemplating dropping out of school due to her average grades, especially since his own academic performance was exceptional, and their family was clearly struggling to support two students. Sister, you need not worry about finances for your education anymore. Set aside those thoughts of working and focus on your studies. If you rank in the top 10 in your class this semester, I will reward you with 500 yuan and a lovely bicycle, Li Wei said, gently patting her shoulder as he observed her tall and slender figure, now mirroring his own. Upon hearing this, his sister's excitement was palpable. Is that true, brother? She exclaimed. Of course it is. Look, mother is right there. And I would never make promises I can't keep, Li Wei replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. He felt a deep sense of obligation to his sister, having owed her so much in his previous life. Thus, he vowed to protect her from harm and ensure she lived a joyful, carefree life in this one. Finally, Li Wei's mother timidly suggested writing a letter to Li Wei's father, asking him to return home to help. Li Wei glanced at her, recognizing that this was not the time for such hopes. His mother still clung to a faint hope that her husband might change, which prompted her suggestion. Yet, Li Wei was acutely aware of his father's harshness towards his mother and children, and without a moment's hesitation, he coldly declined. No need. If he wishes to return, he will. For now, let him enjoy his life away from us. We, the four of us, can thrive without him. Mother, trust me. I will ensure you live a good life, he reassured her. After addressing these matters, Li Wei drove Yifeng back to the city. His mother had managed to bring one of the remaining wild hens to the car, along with several pounds of cooking oil for him to take along. Li Wei decided to send the wild chicken and the tea oil to the person who could help his brother join the army, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. This was a simple thought from a rural mother. Though she could not offer the finest rewards, she would wholeheartedly present whatever she could from her home. Initially reluctant to carry these items, Li Wei ultimately reconsidered and decided to bring them along. Liu Yan's uncle was also a food enthusiast, harboring a great interest in wild delicacies and authentic tea oil. He had borrowed someone else's car to return home, so it was only fitting to bring a little something as a token of appreciation. As they neared the city, Li Wei dropped Yifeng off near her home, as she needed to fetch a few things. He initially intended to wait for her, but Yifeng, perhaps out of some concern, insisted that he should not wait for her, stating that she would catch a ride back to school later in the afternoon, as it was more convenient for her. Seeing this, Li Wei did not press the matter further. He had his own affairs to attend to in the city, including selling a few gold bars he carried in his bag, information that Yifeng ought not to know. Upon returning to the city, Li Wei did not immediately return the car. Instead, he drove to find gold and antique shops. Though the city was classified as a county-level city, it boasted a wealth of mineral resources, Consequently, some upscale consumer goods stores in this city often emerged ahead of those in others, including several high-end antique and gold shops. Li Wei first visited a gold shop, where the staff assessed the gold bars and promptly stated they would buy them at market price. After hearing this, Li Wei chose not to sell, indicating he needed to think it over before exiting to seek another antique shop. Upon entering this particular antique shop, Li Wei was pleasantly surprised to find that he recognized the owner. This individual, surnamed Zeng, was from the same hometown as Liu Yan's uncle and had a good relationship with him. During his visits to Liu Yan's uncle, they had met on several occasions. Li Wei planned to sell his gold bars to Zeng if the offered price matched that of the previous gold shop. After examining the gold bars closely, Zeng quoted a price of 80,000 for each bar, which left Li Wei astounded, momentarily suspecting Zeng might be deceiving him. Had it not been for Zeng's serious demeanor, Li Wei might have walked away with the bars. The price offered by Zeng was significantly higher, by half, than that of the gold shop, prompting Li Wei's disbelief. Noticing Li Wei's bewilderment, Zeng chuckled. "Do you find my offer to be too outrageous to believe?" Li Wei, unable to conceal his surprise, nodded in acknowledgement. He reasoned that given the relationship between himself and Liu Yan's uncle, Zeng should not be deceiving him. This is an antique shop, and we pride ourselves on integrity in business. Even if we weren't acquainted, I would not deceive you. Should you sell these gold bars at the gold shop, you would likely receive only half of what I am offering. The difference lies in the fact that I run an antique shop. The inscriptions on your gold bars hold intrinsic value as well, Zeng explained with a smile. Li Wei blinked several times, finally grasping the implication that the inscriptions on the gold bars rendered them collectible antiques, thus justifying the higher valuation. The precise value of the gold bars is uncertain, as I cannot provide a guarantee. The previous estimate of 80,000 is merely a conservative approximation. The actual worth is assuredly higher. Should you find yourself in urgent need of funds, you may use these gold bars as collateral. I can initially offer you 80,000 for each bar, and once they are sold, you may directly remit 10% of the total price to me. As Zeng, the proprietor, handled the gold bars, he spoke to Li Wei. After contemplating the proposal, Li Wei agreed for two primary reasons. He possessed no knowledge of antiques, and Zeng could easily feign purchasing the bars at market price, leaving Li Wei to bear the loss. Furthermore, Zeng's current offer surpassed the value of selling the bars as jewelry by more than double, rendering the 10% commission inconsequential. There was no reason for him to be parsimonious with such a trivial amount. Upon Li Wei's agreement, Zeng promptly instructed an employee to draft a contract, after which both parties photographed and signed it for confirmation. Li Wei presented all 4 gold bars to Zeng, then returned his hand to his bag. Upon receiving the 4 bars, Zeng gestured for Li Wei to refrain from producing more, believing he might continue to extract them from his pocket, for were sufficient, and he lacked the cash to accommodate any additional quantity. With the transaction complete, Li Wei found himself in possession of 320,000 in cash. Initially intending to carry the money with him, he reconsidered, as he would be occupied with classes during the day. Leaving his room unattended could invite theft. Thus, he drove to the bank, depositing 300,000 and retaining 2,000 for personal use. After finalizing the banking arrangements, Li Wei visited a mobile phone retailer and acquired a bulky phone, capable of cracking walnuts with ease. Unfortunately, the available models were limited, all large and cumbersome, rendering his choice inconsequential. He opted for a phone to facilitate communication. With 300,000 in capital, he would have numerous matters to address and needed a means to contact others. Having resolved the phone purchase, Li Wei returned the vehicle to Liu Yan's uncle, then proceeded directly to the restaurant owned by the proprietress. As he hummed a tune about newfound wealth, he was oblivious to the fact that upon arriving, the establishment stood empty, devoid of patrons, leaving only a vacant faade. Li Wei, momentarily taken aback by the desolate restaurant, realized that after merely 2 days away, it had changed hands. More troubling was the absence of contact information for the proprietress, which hampered his plans to partner with her in a restaurant chain. He determined it necessary to seek her brother for her contact details. As he pondered this, a woman forcefully tapped his shoulder from behind and greeted him. Turning around, Li Wei recognized the woman as the proprietress herself, appearing even more radiant than when she was at the restaurant. She carried groceries, suggesting she still resided nearby. "Has your establishment transitioned so swiftly?" Li Wei thought to himself, feeling disheartened. After all, this was meant to be his future source of income. "Indeed, I transferred it out yesterday. The price was quite reasonable. I've moved everything from the kitchen to my residence and plan to rest for a few days before visiting that place you mentioned, the proprietress replied. Have you eaten? If not, come to my house. I was just about to cook. My younger brother brought over a dried wild rabbit from home. Chapter 38. Partnership. The proprietress invited everyone to dine, and of course, Li Wei could not refuse. Her culinary skills were quite commendable. Moreover, he had matters to discuss with her, so he followed her to her rented accommodation. Upon arrival, however, Li Wei felt uneasy, as it appeared that the proprietress's brother was absent. It seemed somewhat inconvenient for him to come over just for a meal. Noticing Li Wei hesitating at the door, the proprietress teasingly chided, "Why don't you come in? Afraid I might feast on you, my young chick?" Such words. Despite having lived 2 lives, Li Wei felt his cheeks flush at her audacity. Married women certainly had a bold way with words. Reluctantly, he shifted the topic, asking, "Is Xiao Wu not having dinner here tonight?" The proprietress explained, "My brother, Li Xiao Wu, went to school for basketball this afternoon. We usually have dinner quite late here. And since he resides in the dormitory with evening roll call, he won't be joining us." Seeing that Li Wei was somewhat bashful, the proprietress refrained from further teasing and immersed herself in preparing dinner. She rented a suite, allowing her to store quite a bit of belongings. Li Wei entered without closing the door and settled in the living room to watch television. At that moment, the national news broadcast had just concluded, and the weather forecast was on, nothing of particular interest. Just as he was about to change the channel, the proprietress called from the kitchen, urging him not to switch channels, as the main feature would soon air. Reluctantly, Li Wei complied and began to observe the surroundings of the proprietress's abode, having little interest in the television. When the proprietress emerged from the kitchen, the theme song for the main feature was playing. Ah, ah, ah. When the mountains lose their edges, when the rivers cease to flow, when time stands still and day and night blend into one, when heaven and earth turn to mere illusions, I still cannot part from you. I cannot part from you, for your tenderness is the greatest solace of my life. Upon hearing the theme song, the proprietress settled onto the sofa, instructing Li Wei to set the table and prepare the dishes for dinner. Observing her behavior, Li Wei couldn't help but smirk. As a guest, he found it rather peculiar that she directed him about. Was the allure of the television truly that compelling? Li Wei, in his past life, had been inundated with that theme song countless times. Recognizing it immediately, he recalled that from this year onward, for several consecutive years, the enchanting little swallow with big eyes and the unfortunate Xie Wei, pricked by needles, had made my fair princess a nationwide sensation, captivating countless hearts. Yet, at this moment, they were merely beginning to air the first installment. In his previous life, Li Wei was in high school at this time, focusing on his studies and having little interest in such dramas, which accounted for his scarce viewership. In contrast to others who seemed to remember every dashing figure and beautiful face on screen, Li Wei was profoundly impacted solely by the elderly woman, whose visage was marred by excess flesh and who frequently tormented the protagonist. He believed her performance had overshadowed that of the leading lady entirely. At this moment, as Li Wei dined alongside the proprietress while watching television, his interest in the bowl of air-dried wild rabbit meat on the table far surpassed that in the show. The proprietress's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, as he had devoured more than half of the substantial dish by himself. When the television interrupted for advertisements, the proprietress seemed to awaken to a revelation, mentioning that she had a bottle of medicinal liquor brought from the countryside. Without waiting for Li Wei to respond, she poured him a bowl. Li Wei's lips twitched in slight discontent. It appeared that he hadn't even had the chance to express his desire regarding the alcohol before it was poured for him. More importantly, he had nearly finished his meal, and now he was presented with a bowl of liquor. What a breach of etiquette. He wished to voice his opinion. Yet the television had resumed broadcasting, and the proprietress had become engrossed once more. It seemed he would have to drink whether he wanted to or not. In truth, given his usual tolerance, he could only manage beer, 2 bottles at most. Liquor was more straightforward, 1 cup sufficing. As for red wine, that was entirely off the table. Despite the fervent praise it received from various enthusiasts, Li Wei remained indifferent. He held no affection for it, and the claims of its beautifying and invigorating properties were merely the assertions of so-called experts, to which he felt no obligation to respond. Furrowing his brow, he took a generous sip of the deep amber liquor, finding its flavor rich and smooth, with a pronounced herbal aroma. In rural households, such medicinal liquor was commonly brewed. The alcohol was crafted from locally harvested grains, and the herbs were foraged from the hills. The resulting concoction was intended to bolster one's health and ward off the chill of the elements. while any notions of enhanced vitality or longevity could only be pondered after indulging to excess. After consuming half a bowl of the liquor, the television finally concluded an episode. Seizing the opportunity while he was still somewhat sober and the commercial break ensued, Li Wei hurriedly shared his intentions with the proprietress, Xie Xiaoyan, lest he miss the chance to communicate them later. Despite not watching the television, the proprietress remained astute and articulate in their conversation. However, upon hearing Li Wei express his willingness to invest in a partnership for a dining establishment, she was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Having known Li Wei for over a month, she prided herself on understanding him well, yet she was astonished that he would dare propose such a venture after returning home. Surely, he hadn't engaged in any dubious activities to acquire the funds? Thus, the proprietress inquired in a serious tone, "I am aware of your family's circumstances. Even gathering your tuition fees is a challenge. Where do you intend to procure the money to enter into business with me?" In response to her question, Li Wei smiled, slightly slurred in his speech. "Rest assured, my funds are obtained through legitimate means, not through any deception from my family. They are earned by my own efforts." The medicinal liquor she had poured for him had nearly been consumed, and thus a slight intoxication was only to be expected. Thankfully, the liquor's potency was gradual. Had it been more immediate, he would likely have found himself overwhelmed. After explaining the origins of money, Li Wei left his phone number with the proprietress and discussed plans to visit the southern region together in the future. Once these matters were settled, Li Wei felt that he could barely hold on any longer and needed to return home for rest. Otherwise, he would be unable to leave later. This was perhaps one of Li Wei's greatest virtues when intoxicated. He refrained from rambling nonsensically or causing a drunken ruckus. Instead, he simply succumbed to a tranquil slumber. Noticing the effect of the drink on Li Wei, the proprietress, concerned that he might encounter trouble if left to navigate home alone, promptly rose to lock the door and accompany him back, forsaking her plans to watch television. Chapter 39. Southward. Li Wei walked briskly, albeit unsteadily. Yet he managed to keep his footing and did not stray from his path. By the time the proprietress had locked the door and caught up with him, he had already covered a considerable distance. When she attempted to offer support, he gently pushed her away, signaling that he could manage on his own. Recognizing his determination, the proprietress decided against further assistance and followed behind him, presumably to ensure he reached his lodgings safely. At that moment, Li Wei's mind was clouded, and upon reaching the entrance of his building, he found himself disoriented, fumbling about at the door without clear purpose. Observing his condition, the proprietress quickly approached to lend a hand and inquired about his floor number. Fortunately, Li Wei still remembered where he resided. After some fumbling, he finally produced his key from his pocket and, after announcing his room number, he was utterly spent, unable to keep his eyes open. The proprietress took the key from him and guided him upstairs. Thankfully, Li Wei's weight was manageable, allowing her to assist him without much strain. Upon reaching his apartment, she opened the door and discovered that he was not alone. It appeared a young woman also resided there. As the first bedroom she entered bore unmistakable signs of feminine habitation. As they approached the second bedroom, Li Wei, in his haze, seemed to sense the proximity of his bed and slid off the proprietress's shoulder, collapsing onto his mattress. She, believing he was about to fall to the floor, instinctively reached out to catch him, but instead, they both tumbled onto the bed. Li Wei landed in her embrace, and the scent of youthful masculinity enveloped her. To her embarrassment, Li Wei's hand inadvertently brushed against her chest, eliciting a sudden flush across her cheeks and a surge of panic within her. Although she was merely 5 years his senior and had been married, her union had been more a formality, as her former husband was ill and their intimacy was non-existent. Thus, despite her outwardly bold demeanor, it was merely a facade. At this moment, being inadvertently drawn closer to Li Wei left her flustered, fearful of what he might do next. However, her concerns were unfounded. Li Wei lay on the bed like a lifeless figure, utterly oblivious to anything beyond his desire for a peaceful sleep. As the proprietress lay beside him, she noted his complete stillness. Feeling a mixture of disappointment and a tinge of hope, she rose from Li Wei's embrace, helped him remove his outer garment, and lay down before quietly exiting the room, her cheeks still flushed with a lingering warmth. The following morning, Li Wei awoke as usual to find a glass of water left by his bedside, presumably delivered by the landlady. He gave it little thought, unaware of the indiscretion he had committed the previous night. Continuing with his routine, he first engaged in some exercise before heading to school for breakfast and study. At noon, Li Wei approached his homeroom teacher to request a week's leave. Citing a simple reason, his family needed him to assist with the autumn harvest, as no one else was available at home. This excuse had served him well in his past life, albeit truthfully then, whereas it was merely fabricated now. His family's rice fields had already been entrusted to others for harvesting during his return to the city, allowing him to simply pay for the labor. Li Wei's intention for the week off was to accompany the landlady on a trip south, as she had never ventured there before, causing him some concern. He was also curious to see what the southern region of 1998 was like, having only traveled there in 2001 in his previous life. Additionally, he had promised Lu Yan's uncle to brainstorm some business ideas, which meant her uncle would be traveling with them as well. In 1998, the only road south from Xiang Province was National Route 107, as the Jingzhou Expressway was still under construction. Since their departure coincided with a period not characterized by an influx of migrant workers, Li Wei and his party of four made swift progress southward, arriving in Yenching in under 6 hours before heading directly to Shenzhen. Traveling to Shenzhen at this time required a border pass, which Lu Yan's uncle had procured for Li Wei and the landlady. Lu Yan and her uncle, both originally from Shenzhen, could simply use their identity cards. They set off in the morning, and by the time they arrived in Shenzhen, night had fully descended. Lao Zhong, Lu Yan's uncle, treated Li Wei and the landlady to an authentic Chaos Han seafood feast as a gesture of hospitality. Although Li Wei had indulged in seafood in his past life, the flavors of the dishes prepared at this establishment were exceptional. For the landlady, this was her first experience, and she savored each dish with great focus. Seemingly intent on mastering the culinary techniques after just a few tastings, Li Wei watched with amusement, as he was familiar with several southern dishes, particularly seafood, which he often prepared himself. However, he had yet to learn the intricacies of certain roasted meats, like deep well roast goose and temple roast chicken, which required specialized techniques not easily acquired by the average person. After their meal, Lao Zhong guided Li Wei and the others on a tour of Shenzhen, which, at that time, was not as bustling as the city Li Wei had encountered in his previous life. The thriving areas were concentrated in the city center, while the outskirts were still under development. They visited the Diwang Tower, explored the window of the world, and then made their way to the Shanghai Hotel, a destination Li Wei had specifically requested. The Shanghai Hotel may not be particularly renowned, yet it is situated in proximity to a location of great fame known to nearly everyone involved in the industry, Huiqiangbai, the subsequent capital of counterfeit goods, complemented by the ongoing construction of the SEG Plaza. Together, these elements have forged a nationally acclaimed electronic marketplace. When Li Wei and his companions arrived, it was nighttime, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. They merely acknowledged their passage through this area, reminiscing about past lives. After a brief exploration, Old Zhong assisted Li Wei and the proprietress in securing accommodations, subsequently arranging a meeting time for the following day before departing with his driver. Li Wei was no stranger to Shenzhen. In his previous life, he frequently visited this area to procure merchandise while operating a computer store, dealing with everything from computer components to surveillance equipment and counterfeit assembled laptops. However, this time he had no intention of pursuing such endeavors. He harbored two plans for his visit. One was to discuss the chain's supermarket initiative with Old Zhong. By this time, supermarkets had already emerged, albeit predominantly in major cities. Li Wei envisioned establishing them in second-tier cities and areas concentrated with industrial zones in the southern regions. Having previously provided computer equipment and cash register software for shopping malls, Li Wei possessed a commendable understanding of this sector. The boom of southern shopping malls occurred between 2002 and 2008, during which the industrial zones were bustling with workers, unlike the sparse population he had witnessed upon his rebirth. At that time, online shopping had yet to gain traction, making the retail and supermarket businesses exceedingly prosperous, with anyone who secured a prime location for a shopping mall reaping substantial rewards. Another crucial aspect of Li Wei's plans involved the establishment of a restaurant chain, which was his initial intention and the purpose of his collaboration with the proprietress. The supermarket concept arose from Old Zhong's ability to assist Li Wei with his brother's military enlistment, a feat remarkable considering Old Zhong initially specialized in the hotel industry. The restaurant venture seemed far more accessible, given the proprietress's expertise. They merely needed to observe the dual business model of successful enterprises to glean valuable insights. After resting for a night in the city, Li Wei and Old Zhong ventured into the suburbs of Shenzhen, exploring several areas slated for future development, including Longgang and Buji. He meticulously noted the most promising locations from his memory, subsequently accompanying Old Zhong to assess the performance of existing shopping malls, observing the successes of others. After observing the foot traffic in several shopping malls, Lao Zhong felt more assured, yet his greater concern lay with the finances. The combined investment required for those malls, supermarkets, and clothing stores seemed quite substantial, especially considering the vast amount of inventory. Li Wei, upon hearing Lao Zhong's apprehensions, chuckled. If one is unfamiliar with the intricacies of mall operations, such worries are indeed understandable. However, once one grasps the inner workings of a shopping center, it becomes apparent that running a mall is not as daunting or costly as it may seem. Merely securing a prime location and renovating the space suffices. Sourcing inventory is hardly a concern. Suppliers will eagerly approach you, vying for the opportunity to showcase their products, often offering to pay for premium shelf space. As for payments, negotiations are flexible. One can arrange for deferred payments over 3 to 4 months or pay suppliers based on sales. When suppliers come to restock, they are compensated for their previous batch, effectively allowing one to profit from their funds, while suppliers are more than willing to cooperate. Thus, once a suitable location is secured, establishing a mall becomes a lucrative endeavor. Li Wei refrained from immediately sharing these insights with Lao Zhong, preferring to allow him to observe the situation first. Given Lao Zhong's limited understanding, overly detailed explanations might raise suspicion regarding Li Wei's intentions. The four of them circled the outskirts of Shenzhen, then made their way to Dongguan along National Highway 107. At this time, Chang'an had not yet gained its notorious reputation. The dazzling array of saunas and wellness centers was still absent. Li Wei and the proprietress disembarked by the roadside, where a branch of Shuangzhangzi was conveniently located nearby. Lao Zhong expressed his desire to explore the town further, as he had a comrade residing in the area and wished to visit him. He planned to return later in the evening to drive Li Wei and the others to their hotel. Standing alongside the highway, Li Wei surveyed his surroundings. The area was still in the early stages of development, starkly differing from his memories. However, his purpose was not to enjoy the scenery, but to assess the fast food chain before him. By now, it was late afternoon, and a considerable queue had formed outside Shuangzhangzi. Rather than entering immediately, Li Wei and the proprietress opted to observe for a while. During this time, Li Wei indulged himself by purchasing a pack of cigarettes from a nearby convenience store, and his eyes fell upon a lottery shop. Succumbing to temptation, he bought 100 yuan worth of tickets, only to regret his decision as soon as he completed the transaction. This detrimental habit was troubling. In his previous life, he had routinely purchased lottery tickets on his way home from work for over a decade, with his largest win being a mere 250 yuan. He could only watch as others struck it rich. It wasn't until he stumbled upon an article about lotteries that he resolved to abstain, ignoring lottery shops entirely thereafter. Yet, upon being reborn, he found himself unable to resist the allure of a lottery shop once more. As he lit a cigarette, Li Wei slapped himself in frustration, earning a perplexed glance from the proprietress. Li Wei did not explain the lottery ticket in his hand to her, as such a thing does not exist in their hometown city. After spending a while outside, they entered the establishment, where the novel practice of paying before ordering intrigued the proprietress. The ordering method was also different. Patrons had to decide on their meals beforehand and proceed to the cash register to place their orders. To be candid, the flavors of the dishes were rather mediocre for Li Wei. However, the service was swift, and the establishment proudly promoted a slogan emphasizing the nutritional benefits of steaming. Compared to similar fast food outlets, the time spent here was not slower, and the offerings were slightly more attuned to local tastes, with prices being quite reasonable. The two of them each ordered a dish and began to eat. Soon, the proprietress furrowed her brow. The cuisine leaned towards southern flavors, which might be somewhat unaccustomed for those who preferred spiciness. Observing her expression, Li Wei chuckled, clearly amused that the proprietress believed the food was exceptional given the number of patrons. How could the business be thriving when the flavors were so lackluster? It was evident that the establishment was not merely selling food, but rather a unique operational approach. As long as the food was decent, the experience was more about understanding their business model. Once comprehended, any fast food could be successful as long as the taste was acceptable. Li Wei responded with a smile, noting that this chain-style fast food model existed both in the north and south, with commendable success. He had encountered several such establishments during his business trips across the nation. The proprietress fell silent, Had she not witnessed the bustling business firsthand, she would have remained skeptical about Li Wei's claims of the restaurant's success. Now, seeing it for herself, she began to contemplate the chain fast food approach he had described. In this fast food restaurant, not only rice was served, but also noodles and porridge, all sharing the common trait of swift service. For the proprietress, the prepayment ordering model was refreshingly novel. She often encountered situations where customers left without paying when she operated her restaurant alone. However, this method effectively eliminated such occurrences. Chapter 41. The food stall. After spending nearly an hour at the dual seed shop, the two prepared to leave. During their stay, customers came and went incessantly, and the seating was perpetually occupied. Were it not for the young server's persistent watchfulness, Li Wei might have lingered longer to observe and understand the restaurant's operational dynamics better. Nonetheless, the young server continually moved about, apologizing to new guests without seats and offering reassurances, all while casting glances at Li Wei and his companion, who were engaged in conversation after finishing their meal. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Wei decided against remaining seated any longer. Upon exiting the establishment, Li Wei took the proprietress on a stroll through Chang'an town. Knowing that old Zhong and the others would not be returning anytime soon, it has come to my attention that Lao Zhong's comrades are faring quite well here, and they are still within the system. It is likely that their time together will be prolonged, especially considering that Lao Zhong is destined to return to the south once more. Standing on the street, I gazed around, witnessing the bustling construction sites and the hurried crowds, all rushing either to work overtime or back home. Li Wei had spent 2 years in Dongguan after 2008, working as a software implementer at Qing-dynasty, traversing the various towns, thereby becoming well acquainted with each one. At this moment, the wide roads that linger in his memory had yet to be constructed. Everything appeared chaotic, with streams of vehicles and pedestrians converging, creating a scene of prosperous disorder. When they emerged from the fast food restaurant, the night had fully enveloped the sky. After strolling for an hour or two through the streets, Li Wei began to feel quite famished. There was no remedy for it. After all, he was in a period of growth, and a mere fast food meal could hardly suffice to satiate his hunger. Grabbing the proprietress, Li Wei led her towards the bustling street stalls in the industrial area. In the south, anyone who has visited this region would be familiar with the street-side dining culture. Most individuals who have worked here have likely frequented these establishments. A few colleagues, perhaps celebrating payday or simply in high spirits, would summon their friends. Consequently, as evening descended, the business at these street stalls thrived. Some engaged in drinking games, while others relished hearty bowls of congee, beads of sweat glistening on their brows, or savored skewers of barbecue, hot pot, or an array of seafood delicacies. Each table was animated with joy, igniting one's appetite merely by observation. These venues, though modest, boasted affordable prices, and the authenticity of the flavors was undeniable, representing a myriad of tastes from across the nation. In his previous life, Li Wei was a true gourmand. Indifferent to the status of street stalls, as long as the flavors were exceptional, he was content. Now reborn, his enthusiasm for street food remained undiminished. The proprietress, clearly inexperienced in such matters, trailed behind Li Wei, her eyes brimming with curiosity at the surrounding sights. Those preparing to feast on seafood, plucking fresh catches from glass tanks, or those at barbecue stalls ordering skewers of lamb and chicken legs, or groups at tables animatedly conversing while awaiting their dishes. These were all experiences unseen in their hometown. In the realm of street stalls, distinguishing which establishment offered authentic and delectable fare was not straightforward. Thus, one often gravitated towards the busier spots, as those with larger crowds generally provided superior flavors. Li Wei chose a bustling stall, settling into a seat at a Chaozhou-style eatery. When the server approached with the menu, the proprietress, unfamiliar with southern cuisine, promptly handed the menu to Li Wei. Without so much as a glance, he ordered 2 servings of shrimp congee, a platter of marinated delicacies, stir-fried beef rice noodles, and sauteed mustard greens. These are typical offerings at a Chaozhou-style stall, and as someone who frequently patronized such places in his former life, Li Wei could confidently name most dishes without needing to consult the menu. The cooking time for clay pot congee tends to be longer, typically ranging from half an hour to an hour. Li Wei and his companions were in no rush. As other dishes arrived, the two leisurely ordered beers and began to savor their meal. The quality of a Chaozhou-style restaurant can often be discerned from a single platter of marinated delicacies. While some establishments may excel in other dishes, they were fortunate that the flavors of all the dishes at this restaurant were indeed commendable. After nearly 2 hours at the bustling eatery, an old friend, Lao Zhong, called to inquire about Li Wei's whereabouts. Upon hearing that Li Wei was enjoying a late-night snack by the street, Lao Zhong seemed intrigued and suggested that they wait for him and his friend, who would soon arrive to join them. Li Wei, realizing the unfolding situation, was taken aback. He felt he had nearly finished eating, and the arrival of his friends might mean they would order more extravagant fare, which he would not be able to enjoy, a rather unwise predicament. Since Lao Zhong was bringing his friend along, Li Wei and his companion decided to cease their meal, opting instead to sip their drinks slowly. They had only consumed half of the 2 bottles of beer they ordered. As they engaged in conversation, a group of uniformed individuals approached, laughing and chatting. The owner promptly emerged to greet them, even offering a pack of fine cigarettes to the group. At that time, the profession of city officials had yet to gain notoriety. This particular group, however, was known by a specific title, the Joint Defense Security Team or the Neighborhood Protection Committee. Their nature was as insidious as that of city officials, if not worse. Essentially, they were comprised of local thugs and gangsters who had been co-opted into service. Their primary duty was to patrol the area. Upon witnessing brawls, they would either flee or report the incident. While they would often approach attractive women under the guise of flirtation, flaunting their authority before ordinary workers, their fundamental task revolved around checking temporary residence permits. Day or night, they would interrogate those they deemed improperly dressed or suspicious, demanding to see their permits. If one was unable to produce such documentation, they would be compelled to accompany them for further questioning. If one had acquaintances in the area, the situation could be resolved with a swift monetary fine. Otherwise, the repercussions could be far more severe, especially during a time when labor camps had yet to be abolished. Although Li Wei bore no particular animosity towards them for their money-making tactics, many of these officials would often engage in unsavory behavior while donning their uniforms. They would harass others, especially if they found someone as companion appealing, often resorting to physical advances. Furthermore, those who spent their days idling around were often protected by these very officials, with some even participating in unlawful activities themselves. Consequently, those who had experienced the harsh realities of those years harbored little fondness for such figures. Had there been a media presence at the time to expose their misdeeds, they would have long been dismantled for their extensive wrongdoings. Li Wei, in a previous life, had encountered the tail end of the joint defense security phenomenon. After 2 years in the South, this aberration was abolished due to public outcry, paving the way for city officials to take their place. Despite this transition, Li Wei had been apprehended twice, each time incurring a fine of 50 yuan and spending a night in confinement, enduring the company of mosquitoes. Chapter 42. Conflict. Although Li Wei harbored a deep-seated annoyance towards the uniformed individuals, he was reluctant to provoke them at that moment. Both he and the proprietress lacked temporary residence permits, and they had no tickets to substantiate their recent arrival in the area. Engaging in conflict would be decidedly imprudent. Yet, as is often the case, events unfolded in unforeseen ways. Despite his desire to avoid trouble, it found him instead. The proprietress, embarking on her first journey away from home, had adorned herself with considerable elegance. Naturally beautiful, her enhanced appearance drew attention. A striking woman dining in an unfamiliar street while conversing in a foreign tongue was unmistakably an outsider. Upon sighting her, the group of uniformed men immediately adopted a predatory demeanor. Noticing the young man seated beside her, they casually pulled up a chair and settled close to her. Disregarding both Li Wei, who sat across from her with a drink, and the other diners around them. "Hey, pretty girl, you're from my hometown, right? Working at that factory?" A slender fellow exclaimed, brazenly pouring the remnants of beer from the table into his own cup, grinning as he addressed the proprietress. She regarded the group with disdain, aware of their dubious nature. Yet, being in a foreign land, she opted not to react with anger, choosing instead to ignore them. The slender man, detecting her trepidation, found amusement in her discomfort. He extended his hand, intending to lay it upon her shoulder. Li Wei, who had been observing the scene with a cold gaze, felt compelled to intervene. His desire to avoid conflict did not equate to fear. Witnessing the man's unwarranted advance, he could no longer remain a passive observer. The others laughed at the spectacle, believing Li Wei was too intimidated to act. Though unable to directly confront them, Li Wei seized an empty beer bottle from the edge of the table and hurled it towards the assailant. The 2 individuals beside him were caught off guard, merely witnessing the bottle soar through the air before it shattered against the man's shoulder. Li Wei had exerted considerable force. The bottle shattered upon impact, and the man's smirk was abruptly replaced by a grimace of pain as he cried out. The onlookers, initially captivated by the unfolding drama, were momentarily stunned. Did someone dare to oppose them? After a brief pause, they sprang into action, brandishing their batons with the intent to retaliate against Li Wei. However, he was not foolish enough to remain stationary, awaiting their assault. In truth, these individuals possessed little combat prowess. Their bravado stemmed from their uniforms and numbers. Otherwise, they would not have fled at the sight of a larger brawl. Li Wei had trained in martial arts, though his family's techniques were not extraordinary. They sufficed against several unarmed opponents. Coupled with his regular exercise, his reflexes and agility surpassed those of the average person. Dodging the stick hurled by the assailant on his left, Li Wei swiftly swayed his body to evade the blow from the individual on his right. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the assailant's arm and forcefully pulled him into an embrace, while his other hand clenched into a fist and struck the adversary squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Li Wei's fist made intimate contact with the assailant's visage, followed by a swift kick to his shins. The adversary crumpled to the ground under Li Wei's assault, who immediately retrieved a nearby chair to wield as a weapon, sweeping it across the space with ferocity. Compared to the wooden chair, the assailant's batons provided little advantage. One individual, clutching his shoulder after being struck by a beer bottle, crouched on the ground, while another lay sprawled, toppled by Li Wei's force. With these two incapacitated, 6 adversaries remained. However, emboldened by their numbers, they regarded Li Wei, armed with a chair, with disdain. Patrons around the eatery fled in terror, some even abandoning their bills in their haste, leaving the owner to smoke in resignation, lamenting the night's considerable losses. As for intervening, who would dare? Those ruffians clearly aimed to harass someone's girlfriend. How could one possibly mediate? Moreover, witnessing both sides wielding weapons made the risks of interference exceedingly high. The proprietress, initially inclined to assist, was restrained by a waiter. It was ludicrous to intervene at such a juncture, especially as the assailants had clearly targeted her. As a woman, her involvement would only exacerbate the chaos, and she felt ill-equipped to provide any meaningful aid. The waitstaff, acting out of goodwill, left her helplessly anxious, unsure of whom to contact, as she had no means of reaching old Zhong. In the midst of the fray, the ruffians quickly realized their egregious miscalculation. Fighting is not solely determined by numbers. Skill and capability matter, and Li Wei was a force they could not contend with. He paid little heed to the batons brandished against him. The chair crashed through the air with a menacing whoosh, and with each successful strike, an adversary fell to the ground. Fortunately, the chairs purchased by the eatery's owner were robust, and within minutes, the remaining assailants lay defeated. Li Wei set the chair down and regarded the 8 sprawled figures coldly. At that moment, a motorcycle parked by the roadside roared to life, and a bystander, evidently associated with the assailants, sped away, likely to summon reinforcements. Sensing that Li Wei was unharmed, the proprietress rushed over to him, grasping his arm in concern. Li Wei smiled reassuringly, indicating his well-being, and then retrieved his wallet to settle the bill, which accounted for the damages incurred from the fight. The presence of those ruffians had long instilled fear in the patrons, and the owner hesitated to accept Li Wei's money, fearful of potential retribution from the assailants should they learn of his actions. In previous altercations, the staff had retreated, silent and submissive, wary of inciting the ire of those thugs. Li Wei smiled, insisting on handing over a stack of money. The owner of the food stall glanced around to ensure no one was watching and swiftly accepted Li Wei's cash. He then quietly advised Li Wei to leave quickly, as the man who ran away was undoubtedly going to fetch reinforcements. If they lingered, help would arrive, and escape would become impossible. Upon hearing the stall owner's warning, Li Wei chuckled, expressed his gratitude for the man's kindness, and, under the astonished gaze of the owner, dialed Lao Zhong's number on his brick-like mobile phone. Lao Zhong's voice on the other end seemed cheerful as he informed Li Wei to wait for 5 more minutes. They were on their way. Thanks to Chunda for the support, the story continues. Chapter 43. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. 5 more minutes? Li Wei surveyed his surroundings. The 8 men still lay on the ground, occasionally casting hostile glances his way, likely waiting for their companions to return for revenge. The food stall, once bustling, was now devoid of customers, all frightened away by the ongoing commotion. 5 minutes was too long. Trouble was brewing. I just had a scuffle with the group, and they sent someone back for reinforcements. If I wait any longer, I fear complications will arise. Li Wei chose not to hide his predicament from Lao Zhong. articulating his concerns directly. If Lao Zhong could resolve the issue, he would remain. If not, he would have to devise a plan to leave with the owner. Who did you fight with? Lao Zhong's voice on the other end paused. He perceived Li Wei as someone averse to instigating trouble. With the neighborhood committee members. While we were enjoying a late-night snack, several of them, attracted by Sister Shaolin's beauty, began to harass her. So, I intervened and gave them a beating. Li Wei explained the reason for his actions. After a moment of silence, Lao Zhong seemed to ponder the situation as his comrades inquired about the circumstances. After a brief discussion, Lao Zhong instructed Li Wei not to leave, but to remain where he was. They would arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a wave of relief. Evidently, Lao Zhong's companions were capable of resolving the matter, or else they wouldn't have advised him to stay put. The food stall owner, initially taken aback by Li Wei's brick-like phone, was now completely stunned to see that he was not leaving after making a call. Did these young men from out of town possess some formidable backing that allowed them to stand their ground against the neighborhood committee? The members of the committee were merely a pack of bullies, taking advantage of their numbers and uniforms to intimidate ordinary workers. In reality, they refrained from confronting genuinely capable individuals, as such behavior would deter investment in the area. The men lying on the ground were similarly astonished to witness Li Wei produce a phone that resembled a brick. Even in the southern regions, a mobile phone was a rare sight. The young man they had just provoked not only took one out, but also engaged in conversation without fleeing. What was going on? A few individuals now find their hearts heavy with a chill, fearing that they may have encountered insurmountable trouble, anticipating that the evening's ordeal might have been in vain, and that they would likely face repercussions upon returning home. Soon, a small vehicle approached, belonging to Old Zhong. As the car halted beside Li Wei, Old Zhong emerged, accompanied by a man of similar age, whose countenance exuded authority, unmistakably a figure from the establishment. Old Zhong glanced at Li Wei, noting he was unscathed, then surveyed the several members of the security committee sprawled on the ground, his brows furrowing in astonishment as he directed a look of disbelief towards Li Wei. Old Zhong was aware of Li Wei's prowess, having witnessed his driver engage in sparring with him on occasion. Yet he had not anticipated Li Wei's exceptional skill and complete lack of injury. Old Zhong's comrade, equally astonished, recalled their time in the military where they had honed their combat abilities. Yet, facing 7 or 8 opponents alone would likely have resulted in some form of injury. Yet, Li Wei emerged without even a speck of dirt on his attire. After assessing the situation, Old Zhong's comrade greeted Li Wei before approaching the moaning figures on the ground to inquire about their condition. He spoke in the dialect of the southern province, and the men on the ground responded in kind, mistakenly believing Li Wei and his companions to be ignorant of the dialect, attempting to shift the blame onto Li Wei. Listening silently, Li Wei approached the most vociferous of the group and stepped down on him, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Only then did Li Wei respond in the southern dialect. How dare you assume I am oblivious to your tongue? Having lived in the South for over a decade in my past life, how could I not understand? He recalled the carefree spirit of Huang Jiajiu, whose songs he could still rend from memory. Old Zhong's comrade appeared to recognize the disingenuousness of the man and remained silent upon witnessing Li Wei's action. As the situation was quite evident, it was clear that neither Li Wei nor the proprietress would incite trouble unprovoked in a foreign land. It was more likely that others would instigate matters with them. Old Zhong was taken aback, having known Li Wei for quite some time, and yet unaware of his fluency in the southern dialect. Had he known, he would never have attempted to converse with Li Wei in his clumsy Mandarin. Mandarin spoken by Southerners often carries an unusual flavor, particularly among the older generation. Something frequently observed on television, especially in films produced in Hong Kong, where the peculiar accents elicit amusement. Thus, Old Zhong felt dissatisfied with his own Mandarin, which came out haltingly and with great effort, sounding rather cold and uninviting. After a brief exchange with the security committee members, Old Zhong's comrade chastised them sternly before returning to seek Li Wei's counsel. He implied that he had given them a thorough reprimanding and intended to handle the matter internally, with the understanding that letting these individuals depart would likely prevent them from troubling Li Wei further. Li Wei remained silent for a moment before consenting. Should he have declined, it would have placed Old Zhong's comrade in an awkward position, given his ties to the establishment. Li Wei approached and, seemingly casually, stepped on 2 more of the individuals before addressing them. I am unaware of how many ordinary outsiders you have tormented in the past. I merely wish to convey that traversing dark paths inevitably leads one to encounter phantoms. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. It is advisable to engage in virtuous deeds, thereby amassing one's own merit. Li Wei was uncertain how much of his words would resonate with those individuals. He simply endeavored to contribute in whatever manner he could. This situation was beyond his control. The entire southern region, particularly its economically prosperous cities, operated in this manner. As a mere student without influence, how could he affect change? Shortly after the few members of the neighborhood watch departed, they encountered their reinforcements, dozens of neighborhood watch members, fiercely riding motorcycles towards this direction. Yet, they did not continue towards Li Wei. It was likely that those previously assaulted had intercepted them, revealing the identity of old Zhong's comrade. Li Wei had not fully grasped the specifics of old Zhong's comrade's position, but the ability to command a group of neighborhood watch members indicated a significant rank. At that moment, he observed the approaching group with a somber expression. Such aberrations would inevitably be abolished. The harm they inflicted far outweighed any benefits derived from their existence. Over the years, countless migrant workers had suffered under their tyranny. If they were not disbanded, the social environment in southern regions would be adversely affected. Upon witnessing old Zhong's comrade, Li Wei muttered to himself in contemplation. Chapter 44. Seaside Old Zhong's comrade regarded Li Wei with a meaningful glance, but remained silent. However, his expression suggested agreement with Li Wei's sentiments. Though his status precluded him from voicing his opinion, it seemed that even someone of old Zhong's comrade's standing would find it challenging to instigate immediate change regarding such matters. The group continued to dine at the bustling food stall where Li Wei had been eating. Old Zhong's comrade appeared unfazed by indulging in street food typical of his station. They engaged in lively conversation while feasting, with old Zhong frequently praising Li Wei's insights and even revealing snippets of Li Wei's commercial ambitions. Li Wei noticed a marked change in old Zhong's comrade's gaze when the topic of the marketplace arose. His interest was piqued, and he took mental note of this matter. Having previously overlooked old Zhong's comrade, Li Wei now scrutinized him closely and realized he was one of the prominent figures from the southern province. He promptly committed every detail of old Zhong's comrade's demeanor to memory. Old Zhong's comrade, surnamed Huang, was a person of vision and determination. Though Li Wei was unsure of his current position, it appeared he would need to engage old Zhong in deeper discussions regarding this in the future. Initially, old Huang had merely smiled at old Zhong's remarks about Li Wei, harboring the belief that Li Wei was simply an unusually precocious youth. However, as their conversation deepened, old Huang recognized his underestimation of Li Wei. Although he had previously struggled to discern the trajectory of certain developments, Li Wei adeptly substantiated old Huang's conjectures with numerous facts and perspectives, leading to a noticeable warming of old Huang's demeanor towards Li Wei, even prompting him to share his contact information. Contrarily, although they claimed to be indulging in a late-night snack, the actual food consumed was scant. The scene was dominated by Lao Zhong and his comrade Lao Huang, who engaged in a spirited drinking contest. Perhaps due to the weight of daily pressures, Lao Huang felt at ease in Lao Zhong's presence, reminiscing about their time in the military, their laughter echoing as they clinked glasses in camaraderie. Observing from the sidelines, Li Wei marveled at Lao Zhong's remarkable capacity for alcohol. They ordered 3 crates of beer, with Lao Zhong only consuming a few cups, while Li Xiaoyan had 2 bottles, and Lao Zhong's driver abstained entirely, leaving the remainder for the 2 of them to finish. Seemingly unsatisfied with the beer, they proceeded to enjoy 2 bottles of Shichi rice wine. Their revelry continued into the deep hours of the night. And although the restaurant's business had been slightly affected by Li Wei's earlier altercation, it quickly regained its bustling atmosphere once Li Wei and his companions returned to their seats. In fact, the news of the altercation involving the local security committee members seemed to have attracted even more patrons. As the spectacle of the powerful being brought low has always captivated the Chinese populace. After enjoying their late-night feast, Li Wei and his friends dropped off Lao Zhong's comrade before heading back to their hotel, which was owned by Lao Zhong. On the way, Lao Zhong inquired about Li Wei's impression of his comrade, to which Li Wei candidly replied that he was quite exceptional. He spoke the truth. From his past life's perspective, ascending to the status of a magnate in a prosperous province was indeed remarkable. Lao Zhong fell silent upon hearing this, his eyes flickering as if contemplating something, while Li Wei chose to remain quiet. Whether Lao Zhong believed it or not was his own affair. Li Wei was not a fortune teller, merely offering a point of reference. Soon, they arrived at their hotel, which at that hour was relatively peaceful. free from the incessant barrage of solicitations for special services or the sight of enticing cards from women waiting outside the door. The four of them booked 4 adjacent rooms. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Li Wei retired early. After a night of altercations and heavy drinking, coupled with his naturally sleepy disposition at this age, he fell into a deep slumber as soon as he lay down. The following day, they planned to traverse the Human Bridge to visit coastal cities such as Changshan, followed by a journey along National Highway 105 to explore additional towns before returning to Yenching. The seaside was the city of Li Wei's rebirth, though at this juncture, the country's high-tech development zone had yet to materialize. Many areas on the eastern line still resembled rural landscapes, with only a few small industrial zones in sight. There were no intercity light rails or trams, just a couple's road stretching along the coastline to the gambling city's checkpoint, with no significant land reclamation activities in progress. They traveled along this road all the way to the checkpoint, which at that time was the most vibrant area of the seaside, surrounded by several industrial zones. In a few years, these industrial zones would be relocated from the city center, expanding towards the east and west. At this juncture, a large supermarket, Wanjia department store, had already established itself, thriving with a bustling clientele. Old Zhong instructed the driver to pull over, fixating intently on the throng of customers entering and exiting the supermarket, as if envisioning it as his own. Would my future shopping mall ever rival the business here? After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Li Wei. While the holiday trade here surpasses the regular business, it remains unrivaled during festive seasons. The prime location renders competition futile, Li Wei replied, speaking the truth. The supermarket's strategic position attracted not only the workforce from nearby industrial zones and city dwellers, but also numerous tourists, alongside locals from the gambling city seeking more affordable options. Achieving a business level comparable to the daily trade here would indeed be commendable. There is bound to be profit. Old Zhong mused upon hearing Li Wei's words. You are mistaken. It is not merely a guaranteed profit, but rather a substantial one. However, I worry about the trend-following mentality of our compatriots. The propensity to follow the crowd is alarming. As more individuals enter the fray, the prospect of substantial earnings diminishes. Even this bustling supermarket, in a decade, may face challenges due to the diversion of foot traffic in the coastal city, compounded by the emergence of other supermarkets throughout the city, resulting in a significant decrease in patronage, at least a halving of customer flow. After lingering at the supermarket entrance for a while, they departed. In truth, Li Wei had hoped to visit a childhood friend who had begun working here shortly after graduating from middle school. He was likely apprenticing at an advertising shop now, but given their tight schedule and uncertainty about his friend's exact location, Li Wei reluctantly abandoned this idea. Chapter 45. The prize upon leaving Binhai, they entered Xiangshan City. Traversing National Highway 105. Not far from Zhuhai lay 2 sizable towns in Xiangshan, both developed alongside Binhai. As one ventured further, the surrounding area flourished remarkably. Along the roadside, one could still observe fields of strawberries, rice paddies, and vegetable gardens. In a decade, however, these fertile lands would likely succumb to the relentless rise in property prices, transformed into residential areas, with towering buildings replacing the once thriving agricultural plots. Li Wei often pondered the peculiarities of his compatriots, who seemed afflicted by a collective ailment, a troubling obsession. The more expensive and elusive something became, the more they flocked to it. The issues surrounding purchasing homes and cars reflected starkly in society. Yet many remained entranced by this frenzy. It was said that a woman once stood by the roadside, inquiring if people felt happy, and shockingly, over 90 responded affirmatively. One could deduce the absurdity of such a response. In a nation where the divorce rate exceeds 30, where mortality rates are alarmingly high, and housing prices are exorbitant, rendering homeownership unattainable for the majority, it was baffling that 90 claimed happiness. What nonsense could be more absurd? If they were truly happy, why would they seek divorce? If happiness were genuine, why endure the exhausting grind of working solely to afford homes and vehicles? Such remarks are somewhat excessive and not concerns for the common folk. In fact, there exists a far graver issue that eludes their attention. The fertile fields flanking the road have all been transformed into residential areas. Where, pray tell, will our sustenance come from in the future? Shall we resort to imports? On one hand, there is a fervent push for rural citizens to till the land, while on the other, prime arable land is incessantly being converted into housing developments. Perhaps, many years hence, we shall find ourselves in a state where food becomes irrelevant, surviving merely by gazing at houses while the winds of the northwest sustain us. Li Wei, gathering his scattered thoughts, embarked on a journey with a group of individuals to traverse the locales he anticipated would flourish, using a map that served merely as a fade. The places were etched vividly in his memory, rendering the map unnecessary. After passing through two sizable towns beyond Xiangshan, they encountered several smaller hamlets, interspersed with scattered industrial zones, indistinguishable from the countryside. Upon reaching Xiangshan City, it became evident that there was little of significance to observe. The city was earnestly striving to develop its eastern district, with numerous areas undergoing transformation. After surveying several newly developed sites and scrutinizing the terrain, they returned to National Highway 105, continuing their journey towards Yangqing. Shortly after departing Xiangshan, they encountered a traffic jam that slowed their progress. During this time, Li Wei noticed an elderly farmer-like figure on a nearby slow-moving bus, exuberantly shouting about having won a grand prize from the Coca-Cola Company, detailing the substantial sum of his winnings. His performance was undoubtedly top-notch, and coupled with the presence of a stooge who had previously bullied him, one could easily be led to believe he was a simple, illiterate laborer who had fortuitously hit the jackpot. After indulging in his charade with the stooge, the elderly farmer began hawking his winning Coca-Cola bottles to the other passengers. His voice boomed, and with a mere glance, Li Wei discerned the ruse. Unlike the feudal scams depicted in Crazy Stone, where no one was deceived, this particular con was still in its infancy, ensnaring many unsuspecting victims. As Li Wei observed, he noted that, aside from the stooge, others were also reaching for their wallets. The boss lady beside him, intrigued, leaned over to converse with the other passengers, expressing her astonishment at the farmer's good fortune, with even old Zhong offering a compliment. Witnessing the envious expressions on the faces within the vehicle, Li Wei turned his gaze to the bus and casually remarked that it was all a deception aimed at extracting money from the passengers. Really? Is that even possible? It seems he pulled it straight from a soda can, she replied, evidently skeptical, her eyes filled with doubt as she looked towards the bus. Li Wei chose not to elaborate. Some things simply defy explanation, especially since they were in different vehicles. He was, however, quite curious about the aftermath for those who were taken in by the ruse. The individuals heading south for work bore no resemblance to the youthful, positive energy portrayed in television dramas. Rather, they seemed akin to pilgrims embarking on a treacherous journey, destined to endure myriad trials before achieving their goals. Initially, I embarked on a journey by train to the south, during a time when high-speed trains were yet to be introduced, and the trains were not particularly swift. Not only was the pace sluggish, but seating was also scarce, with the aisles and lavatories crowded with people. Boarding the train required navigating through a gauntlet, lest one be left behind on the platform with belongings still in hand. Those with fewer possessions often resorted to climbing through windows to board. Once aboard, another set of challenges awaited, as one had to remain vigilant against pickpockets and con artists engaging in gambling schemes. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of valuable items and money. Traveling by train was perilous enough, yet switching to long-distance buses posed even greater risks. Passengers on these buses were frequently coerced into paying exorbitant prices for meals, while young women were often subjected to unwelcome advances, and theft was a common occurrence. Furthermore, switching vehicles mid-journey added another layer of anxiety, as being sold off like livestock was not an uncommon fate. Upon arriving in the south and disembarking from the train, the next hurdle was finding employment. The difficulties of securing work in 1998 were not akin to the challenges faced by modern-day university graduates who might turn their noses up at manual labor or low-paying jobs. Rather, the struggle was universal. Even securing a laborious job required connections, particularly for men who hunted for opportunities with the fervor of stray dogs scenting a meal, often racing against hundreds of others to claim a position. Those with higher qualifications or personal contacts were exempt from this plight. Li Wei experienced similar hardships when he moved south in 2001, with conditions only beginning to improve after 2004. In the absence of employment, another significant challenge arose: securing housing and residence permits. Without a job or factory identification, finding accommodation became exceedingly difficult, often leading to harassment from local authorities. This was the reality faced by many who ventured south. Those accompanied by family or friends fared somewhat better, while individuals who ventured forth alone needed exceptional fortitude to carve out a path. At that moment, the road ahead became completely obstructed, and all vehicles came to a standstill. Suddenly, cries of a young girl pierced the air from a nearby bus. She had just been swindled out of a significant amount of money and, in her regret, sought to retrieve a portion from an elderly farmer. The farmer, however, reacted with hostility, scolding her before instructing the bus driver to open the doors and let the passengers disembark. Chapter 46. The grand prize. Realizing that the farmer was not only unwilling to return a few hundred yuan, but also intent on leaving, the girl sensed something was amiss. She merely wished to reclaim a small sum for fear of being left without funds, not the entirety of her losses. Fueled by this realization, she became agitated, pulling at the farmer and weeping loudly, demanding the return of her money. Her outburst prompted others on the bus who had also spent money on rewards to express their discontent, leading to a commotion. At this juncture, rather than supporting the distressed passengers, the bus driver opened the door, preparing to let the rowdy individuals exit. Li Wei noticed that the vehicle ahead was unable to move for the time being. Upon observing the situation with the bus across the street, he immediately disembarked. Lao Zhong and his driver, upon witnessing this scenario, also exited the vehicle, leaving Li Xiaoyan alone inside. Both men had served in the military and possessed a commendable sense of justice. The group of individuals aboard the bus, who had evidently won a prize, were unmistakably fraudsters. Seeing such an incident, Li Wei could not stand idly by. How could they? Lao Zhong's driver even retrieved a long steel pipe from the vehicle and handed Lao Zhong a wrench. Armed with these makeshift weapons, they followed in Li Wei's footsteps. At that moment, a scene reminiscent of a battle unfolded on the bus. An elderly farmer was momentarily restrained by a girl, and the rustic demeanor he had previously exhibited vanished, replaced by a fierce countenance. He unleashed a flurry of punches at the girl holding on to him. His companions, including a seemingly successful individual, revealed their true colors and brandished knives, threatening those inside the vehicle while descending the steps. As Li Wei reached the entrance of the bus, he witnessed the so-called successful individual swaggering down with a knife. Charging forward, Li Wei delivered a powerful punch, sending the man sprawling to the ground. He then seized another assailant attempting to follow and forcefully yanked him from the bus, delivering a swift kick that left the man crouched on the ground, clutching his midsection. Unable to rise, the fraudsters were caught off guard by the unexpected intervention, with two of their numbers swiftly brought down. The remaining three, now hesitant, refrained from exiting the bus, standing atop it in a standoff against Li Wei and his companions. The bus driver was rendered dumbfounded. At that moment, he could neither drive the vehicle nor escape through the doors. The passengers, initially intimidated by the fraudsters' aggression, began to stir as they noticed help arriving, though they remained too fearful to rush forward and instead erupted in a chorus of shouts from their seats. Observing the unfolding situation, Lao Zhong promptly called the police. With the road ahead blocked, it was impossible for the bus driver to navigate to the police station, and given the driver's questionable character, allowing him to drive might have facilitated the escape of the fraudsters. Lao Zhong reported the incident in a southern dialect, presenting himself as a businessman from Shenzhen, here to assess the investment environment. Consequently, the police responded swiftly. Before the vehicles had even moved, more than a dozen officers arrived on motorcycles. The fraudsters, lacking the resolve to take hostages and confront the police, surrendered without resistance and were apprehended. The entire bus was escorted to the police station, where the authorities would assist in recovering the money that had been swindled from the passengers. Li Wei and his companions were also invited to the station, where they cooperated with the investigation. After a brief inquiry, the police expressed their profound admiration for their courageous actions. The officers even arranged for their superiors to meet Lao Zhong in order to commend him, but he graciously declined, citing the urgent need to assess the investment environment. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Wei and his companions were permitted to leave. They were brought to the police station at the largest town in Shanshan City. As they exited the police station, dusk was rapidly approaching, prompting Li Wei and his companions to decide to spend the night there, taking the opportunity to explore the town thoroughly. After experiencing the lottery scam on the bus, Li Wei suddenly recalled that he had purchased a 100 yuan lottery ticket the previous day and had yet to claim his prize. He sought out a nearby sales point to verify the ticket and ascertain how much he had unwittingly lost through his impulsive actions. Old Zhong observed Li Wei emerging with a handful of lottery tickets and chuckled quietly, seemingly understanding Li Wei's urge to gamble. In response to his smirk, Li Wei rolled his eyes, realizing that his behavior stemmed merely from a habitual impulsiveness, devoid of any desire for wealth. After the ticket-checking machine processed his tickets, Li Wei noticed the salesperson's expression momentarily freeze before being informed that he had indeed won a prize. However, only a few smaller amounts could be claimed at that location, while one ticket, a first prize worth 5 million, required a trip to the provincial office. Stunned, Li Wei confirmed the news repeatedly, finding himself momentarily lost in disbelief. Could it be that encountering a lucky charm truly brings fortune? Or perhaps his luck had improved since his rebirth? Old Zhong and the others were equally astonished. Had they really won? Was this yet another scam? Xie Xiaoyan, unfamiliar with the dynamics of lottery winnings and fresh from the can-opening scam, instinctively suspected this was another ruse. 5 million was an astronomical sum. How could a mere slip of paper yield such a fortune? It seemed far less credible than the previous scam. This time it's genuine, Old Zhong responded, well versed in the workings of local lotteries. It's a government-operated lottery. It can't be fraudulent. What does one feel upon winning? That question could elicit 1,000 different answers. But for Li Wei, the sensation was peculiar. When Old Zhong inquired about his feelings upon winning 5 million, Li Wei bluntly replied, "It's not enough," leaving Old Zhong momentarily speechless. This was Li Wei's inner sentiment. He envisioned business ventures and opportunities. 5 million appeared substantial, yet after taxes, he realized 1 million would be deducted, leaving him with 4 million. How much could one accomplish with 4 million? In times of financial struggle, one might wish to stretch a single penny into two, yet once fortune smiled upon him, he found that even 5 million could feel insufficient, a tragic realization. With this revelation, the initial elation of winning diminished significantly, and he quickly regained his composure. Accepting that the amount was less than he anticipated, he resolved to develop his resources at a measured pace. Relishing in his extraordinary stroke of luck, his first lottery win since his rebirth, Li Wei, in a gesture of generosity, decided to treat his companions to dinner at the finest hotel in town, confident that his funds would cover the expenses. Gratitude is owed to Sha Meng for his generous contributions. As the new week commences, we strive earnestly, seeking your recommendations and support. In Chapter 47, Return. The financial situation is rather dire, yet one could turn to Lao Zhong, who is now quite affluent, with assets exceeding 10 million. It was only after Li Wei ventured south that he discovered that Lao Zhong's entire family is engaged in commerce, and his father's siblings are flourishing in Hong Kong. After a celebratory feast to acknowledge Li Wei's unexpected windfall, the group rested for a night in Shaolin town. The following morning, they set off to Shund, conveniently located along National Highway 105, which made their journey smoother. Shortly after passing Shund, they arrived in Yenching. Reflecting on his previous life, Li Wei had visited several major cities in the country, yet found none to his liking. The more bustling the city, the more it seemed to foster a sense of coldness among its inhabitants, enveloping the urban landscape in an oppressive atmosphere that left him uneasy. What is the duration of a week? This question is difficult to articulate. In his former life, it seemed a day would swiftly pass, reinforcing the notion that as one ages, time accelerates. In his youth, he often gazed longingly at the festive occasions filled with fish and meat, feeling that a week stretched interminably. Back then, he yearned to grow up, only to realize upon maturation that childhood, with its carefree nature, was far more delightful. Yet now, Li Wei perceives time racing by. Their travels in the southern provinces were limited, merely skimming the surface of the Pearl River Delta's burgeoning cities. In an era devoid of highways, reaching the cities Li Wei had planned within a few days was no small feat upon arriving in Yenching. They spent nearly half a day exploring the city before claiming Li Wei's grand prize. After collecting the award, they lingered another day in Yenching. Li Wei distributed several tens of thousands of yuan as congratulations among the trio, who initially declined the gifts but eventually accepted a few tens of thousands that Li Wei insisted on giving to Lao Zhong's driver and Li Xiaoyan. Lao Zhong's wealth rendered such sums trivial, yet he took Li Wei to his hotel in Guangzhou for an extravagant expenditure. Following the distribution of funds came a significant shopping spree. Both Li Wei and Li Xiaoyan, visiting the south for the first time, purchased numerous local goods to take back as gifts. Lao Zhong remained behind to assess his hotel's operations, while his driver, having benefited from Li Wei's fortune, assumed the dual role of guide and chauffeur, consequently improving his demeanor towards Li Wei. Upon their return from the south, Lao Zhong and his party returned to their hotel, while Li Wei resolved to forego karaoke nights, which had been disruptive to his sleep. With financial stability now secured, he deemed it unnecessary to exhaust himself. Lao Zhong chuckled in agreement, but expressed hope that Li Wei would still perform on special occasions, as university girls in that area held a fondness for his singing. Matters concerning the shopping mall were also discussed with Lao Zhong. Li Wei would invest $3 million for a 40 stake, while Lao Zhong would contribute the majority of the funds for the mall's establishment. In truth, Li Wei was at an advantage with this arrangement, as Lao Zhong's investment was double that of Li Wei's. However, the suggestions were made by Li Wei, and the planning of the shopping mall also relied on his execution. An important task for Li Wei was to expedite the development of the cash register software for the supermarket and clothing store, so that he could recruit cashiers and IT personnel for training. The cash register software remained a perpetual source of anguish for him in his previous life. He had been short-sighted, although he was the one who originally developed the software. His ignorance regarding copyright and his inability to foresee the software's potential led to his partner reaping the benefits. That individual merely maintained the software Li Wei had created and prospered in the southern provinces, acquiring a car and a home, far exceeding Li Wei's own success. For Li Wei, designing this software was not a daunting task. He merely needed a computer and design software. He could effortlessly recall the knowledge from his past life without consuming much time. As for training, Li Wei had other plans in mind and needed to discuss a potential collaboration with Fang Yuan. If they could successfully partner, both the cash register software and financial software from Qingde and Yufida could be utilized for training. Such quickly trained individuals would be highly sought after when seeking employment in the South, and they could also engage in targeted training with various enterprises. Li Wei had frequently performed such tasks in his former life. Upon returning from the South, Xie Xiaoyan was deeply inspired and immediately immersed herself in the preparations for her new dining establishment, as she now had sufficient funds. Li Wei allocated her several tens of thousands, and he invested an additional 200,000, securing a 60 share, while the owner contributed her expertise and 50,000 for a 40 stake. Those familiar with the prosperous cities in the southern region may recall the once popular Hunan-style fast food, specifically barrel rice. However, this market had been poorly managed, and by the time of Li Wei's rebirth, only the successful establishments had survived, while the failures tarnished the reputation of barrel rice. This dish could indeed be paired with double-seed steamed rice to create a large-scale enterprise. In 1998, barrel rice had yet to emerge, so Li Wei instructed Li Xiaoyan to prepare for this venture, complemented by an acclaimed series of Hunan rice noodles. This combination held great potential. In fact, even the rice noodle offerings alone, such as Changde beef noodles, handmade noodles from Changsha, Xinshe rice noodles, and Qinzhou fish noodles, were excellent choices. However, the people of that era were not like those of later generations, who frequently sought new flavors when they grew weary of their meals. At that time, most individuals were primarily focused on satisfying their hunger and were less discerning about taste. Pursuing a standalone noodle series could lead to a lack of interest, especially in industrial areas. Upon returning, Li Wei found himself busier than ever. He needed to prepare for the shopping mall, contribute ideas for the fast food chain, report to school, and prepare for midterm examinations while discussing training for the chain with Fang Yuan. In high school, midterms were not particularly significant, as neither teachers nor students paid much attention. They served merely as an opportunity to gauge one's performance. Li Wei intended to maintain his usual low profile, aiming to just scrape by with a passing grade. Yifang found it quite unusual that Li Wei had not been present in the classroom for a week, leaving her with many thoughts to share. Upon arriving for class, Li Wei enthusiastically recounted the events that had transpired at school over the past week. After more than a month of integration, the classmates finally began to feel a sense of familiarity with one another. As the organization gradually took shape, those who were inclined to align with it also started to become more active, leading to the formation of both a football team and a basketball team. The emergence of these two teams was quite natural, especially following the recent 1998 FIFA World Cup in France, which had undeniably heightened the allure of football. However, attendance was dismally low. During matches, very few girls showed up, leaving only a handful of boys from school and class to cheer themselves on, which rendered the experience rather lackluster. In contrast, the basketball team benefited from the popularity of the anime slam dunk, thus attracting a considerable number of female spectators whenever a game was held. The enthusiastic cheers from the girls invigorated the players, inspiring them to showcase their skills and impress. Li Wei had little interest in anime, yet it was undeniable that the impact of Japanese animation had permeated his childhood. From the classic dinosaur special to later favorites like Doraemon, Smart Little Monks, and Saint Seiya, he realized that all his cherished memories were tied to Japanese creations. Only a few domestic productions like The Magic Gourd and Little Dragon Man remained in his recollection, prompting a sense of melancholy as he reflected on how his childhood had been subtly influenced by Japanese media. It was no wonder that, despite the disdain shown by the Japanese towards his compatriots, many Chinese still shamelessly frequented their stores, likely a consequence of this cultural conditioning. Due to his height, both teams seemed eager to recruit Li Wei, leaving him to make a decision. He noticed Yifeng watching him expectantly, hoping he would join the basketball team. With a smile, Li Wei replied, "I think I'll play football. It's quite enjoyable." Seeing the disappointment etched on Yifeng's face only made him smile wider. "Basketball is also appealing, and I might go watch a game. I just hope no one tries to pigeonhole me as a character from Slam Dunk." He wondered if the schedules for the two teams would conflict. Yifeng rolled her eyes at Li Wei, but he pretended not to notice. In reality, there was no conflict between the basketball and football teams. Li Wei was aware that some individuals managed to participate in both, considering the limited number of students in their class while excluding those who were less inclined towards sports. However, he had refrained from joining in the past due to the high physical demands and the fact that his meager pocket money could not sustain such an endeavor. In truth, during this semester, both teams had few competitive matches, primarily engaging in casual play during physical education classes and leisure time, focusing on practicing teamwork and fostering camaraderie. The interclass basketball tournament and friendly matches with other schools will not take place until the next semester, so there is no need for haste. In his middle school years, Li Wei had a penchant for basketball. At that time, the rural middle school lacked a football field, and the only sports available for boys, aside from table tennis, badminton, and volleyball, were basketball and a couple of wooden hoops. Most households only watched news, weather forecasts, or dramas on television. No one was inclined to attend a match where, after hours of play, only a few goals were scored. It was only after entering high school that Li Wei developed a fondness for football, relishing the exhilarating experience of running and competing for the ball. Even after he began working, he found opportunities to engage in both sports. Due to his early athletic training, he excelled in both football and basketball, earning a reputation as a skilled amateur player. Overall, he leaned slightly more towards football. Had it not been for the universally understood reasons among national fans, he might have evolved into a true diehard supporter. In 2002, after he and a few colleagues broke the television in the company's convenience store and had to pay for it, he ceased watching any domestic football matches. Nothing is more disheartening than making it through a tournament only to return empty-handed. As a person of modest means, he never entertained dreams of change. He simply chose to ignore the disappointment that lingered thereafter. The midterm examinations arrived unexpectedly. After an early study session, the Chinese language teacher was the first to distribute the exam papers. The Chinese exam was a source of great anxiety for Li Wei, as he struggled to gauge the score for his composition. He was uncertain about how many points he should aim for in the foundational questions. Achieving too high a score could be detrimental. Following the Chinese exam were physics and other subjects. Aside from the uncertainty surrounding his Chinese score, he was confident about his performance in the other subjects, and thus felt little anticipation for the results to be announced days later. The midterm scores would not be revealed. Each teacher would merely announce which student had shown improvement and encourage the rest to persevere. The remaining activity involved reviewing the answers to the exams. To Li Wei's surprise, his deskmate, Yifeng, received praise from the teacher for her remarkable progress in every subject, providing him with a small shock. As for his own results, after discreetly glancing at the papers of a high-performing classmate, Li Wei felt assured of his standing in the class. Average, neither good nor bad, and thus lacking presence in the eyes of the teacher. After the midterm examinations, Li Wei sought out Feng Yuan to discuss the training classes. Feng Yuan did not immediately agree but stated he needed time to consider. Seeing this, Li Wei could only allow him the space to ponder. He was left awaiting Feng Yuan's decision, knowing he had even thought of a name for the chain training center, Lanxiang, a reputed institution. It felt awkward to seek out Lanxiang, especially since the materials endorsed by teacher Tang had been copied. However, without Feng Yuan's decision, Li Wei could not express his thoughts. All plans had to be put on hold. The challenges of managing everything alone, recruiting teachers, and acquiring equipment for an office, seemed daunting and impractical for him to undertake single-handedly. There is no longer a need to sing in the evenings, as Li Wei now finds himself with ample time during those hours. He dedicated several evenings to retrieve the cash register software he originally developed, although he encountered some complications with the database structure. The previous software was a network version utilizing a 2000 database, which is now obsolete, necessitating the use of alternatives. Old Zhong is quite attentive to the matters concerning the mall. Once Li Wei concludes his midterm examinations, he will present the selected locations for Li Wei's review. His plan is to establish 2 outlets in this city initially, and once the staff is adequately trained, he intends to expand southward. Upon reviewing the locations chosen by Old Zhong, which are bustling areas with considerable consumer spending power, also the future sites for malls in this city, Li Wei expressed no objections. He then instructed Old Zhong to recruit a few reliable young women and to procure several computers, so he could train them on the operation of the cash register software, which he had recently finalized. The newly developed software, named Freewind Cash Register Software, comprises 3 versions, one for supermarkets, one for clothing retail, and one for home appliances. Furthermore, it features separate interfaces compatible with Qing-dynasty and Yufida's financial software. This software bears the same name as the one he developed in his previous life. And now the copyright fully belongs to Li Wei, as he developed it independently. He also intends to register this software, as it is expected to remain relevant in the mall sector for at least a decade, its utility surpassing what his own chain store could ever consume. However, he will need to upgrade it periodically in accordance with advancements in computer technology. In Chapter 49, titled Joyful News, since the cash register software was developed by Li Wei, the mall must purchase it from him at a rate of 3,500 yuan per unit, while the training costs for employees will be considered complimentary. At this time, cash register software is scarce, and Li Wei's pricing is quite reasonable, significantly cheaper than foreign alternatives. Reflecting on the software he developed, Li Wei realized he ought to find an agent to manage this aspect, as future installations and training will necessitate the establishment of a software company by that individual. After all, his primary responsibility remains attending school. He lacks the extraordinary identity of a typical reborn protagonist, and should he neglect his studies, his mother would undoubtedly be furious, and the school would certainly expel him. Contemplating this, he felt a headache coming on. Where could he possibly find such an individual? For Li Wei, academic credentials hold little value. He had accomplished much without graduating high school in his previous life. What mattered was whether the person he found was reliable, skilled, and motivated. As for the technical aspects of computer hardware and cash register software installation training, he could impart that knowledge himself. Finding someone with ambition would facilitate the learning process, even if it required a bit more time. While Li Wei must oversee the cash register software, he is equally invested in the mall's operations. Old Zhong is tasked with handling logistics and liaising with suppliers, while Li Wei focuses on planning and the layout of the mall. Once Old Zhong had sorted out the arrangements, Li Wei was tasked with establishing the personnel structure for the shopping mall, subsequently recruiting and training staff according to this framework. He was also responsible for the layout of the shelves and the installation of security measures within the mall. If he were to neglect these duties, no one else would have the expertise to manage them. Thus, after the midterm exams, Li Wei, who had anticipated a lighter workload upon resigning from his singing job, lamentably discovered that he seemed busier than ever. Each evening after school, he had to inspect the mall under renovation and conduct a comprehensive training session for all the newly hired employees. However, Old Zhong proved to be quite resourceful. Noticing that Li Wei was overwhelmed, he managed to entice a store manager from a functioning supermarket in the south with a lucrative offer, and subsequently arranged for several reliable individuals to accompany the manager daily for learning purposes. With a seasoned professional on board, Li Wei's responsibilities lightened somewhat, as he only needed to focus on training the cashiers and data clerks. Soon enough, the time arrived for Li Wei to return home for the grand occasion of his brother's enlistment in the military. This visit was not for the purpose of gathering living expenses, but rather to celebrate a significant milestone, as it was a matter of great pride for families in rural areas to have someone join the army. Those selected would don military uniforms adorned with red flowers, accompanied by local officials who would ceremoniously send them off to the armed forces. Given that it was a rare occurrence for someone from Li Wei's family to enlist, his mother was understandably overjoyed and decided to host a banquet, inviting relatives as well as village and town officials. Both Old Zhong and Old Xie were expected to attend. Old Zhong was there to assist and could be considered a distinguished guest, while Old Xie, being Li Wei's godfather and a man of authority, was also regarded as an esteemed guest due to his insights that would guide Li Wei's mother in navigating the intricacies of the event. The congratulatory letter had arrived a few days prior, and Li Wei's brother had already collected his military uniform from the recruitment office, ready to report for duty early on Monday morning. On Saturday morning, Li Wei returned home in old Zhong's vehicle, this time opting not to invite Yifeng, fearing misinterpretations about his relationship status and preferring to maintain a degree of ambiguity. Upon arriving home, he found old Xie already present, accompanied by his wife. Marking Li Wei's first encounter with his godmother, he promptly greeted her with warmth. His godmother, a leader at the local rural credit cooperative, was amiable and down-to-earth, showing no airs of superiority or class prejudice. She appeared quite pleased to meet her godson, who greeted her with a beaming smile. Old Xie was busy hosting the village officials, as the travel expenses for enlisting were traditionally provided by the village, delivered directly to the families with a receipt. Several officials from the town also arrived to offer their congratulations. Fortunately, the weather was splendid that day, allowing the banquet to be held right at the entrance of Li Wei's home. A few of Li Wei's aunts had also come, though they seemed perplexed that Li Wei's brother would actually be enlisting. Li Wei simply acknowledged their presence with a faint greeting and moved on. At this moment, the villagers remained remarkably unpretentious, their joy palpable as they celebrated the first soldier to emerge from their village in nearly 2 decades. The opportunities had previously been seized by more assertive individuals from neighboring villages, so how could they not be elated? The women of the village, filled with delight, laughed and assisted Li Wei's mother in preparing the banquet, busily tending to the kitchen affairs. Meanwhile, the men gathered outside, gazing with reverence at the seldom-seen town officials and village leaders engaged in conversation. In this context, the significance of old Zhong and old Xie became exceedingly apparent. They faced the town officials without a hint of trepidation, exuding a commanding presence that only heightened the villagers' respect for Li Wei. They understood that it was this academically gifted young man, who had ventured to the city for his studies, who had catalyzed such transformations. In contrast to the reserved expressions of Li Wei's elder aunts and their families, the exuberance on the faces of his younger aunt's family was utterly unrestrained. The prospect of having a soldier in their midst brought a radiant glow to their visages. Thus, one could hear the unabashed laughter of Li Wei's younger aunt resonating through the gathering as she welcomed the incessant stream of guests. After placing his belongings from Guangdong in the house, Li Wei encountered his elder brother, a man of few words and little assertiveness. More crucially, his brother harbored a growing fear of him as they aged, likely due to Li Wei's sharper intellect and more imposing stature. At that moment, Li Wei's brother was conversing with a group of his middle school classmates. Upon seeing Li Wei return, he greeted him with a nod. Li Wei reciprocated the greeting with a smile, tossing 3 packs of cigarettes he had brought from the south to his brother's friends for distribution. In Hunan province, renowned cigarettes were scarce, and compared to the future's Fu Ron Wang and Yitong Tianxia, the most expensive option at this time was the exquisitely packaged by Sha, costing 10 yuan per pack. The 555 cigarettes Li Wei produced instantly elevated his brother's status among his peers. Today, the banquet's guest of honor was Li Wei's brother, while Li Wei himself remained modestly seated with his sister, observing the bustling adults and idly counting ants. When the feast commenced, the siblings continued to maintain a low profile, gracefully accepting compliments directed at their elder brother. The banquet was presided over by old Xie, a role typically reserved for Li Wei's father and a senior member of the village. However, Li Wei's father had not returned, and Li Wei harbored suspicions that he had indeed received the telegram sent from home, yet chose to remain absent, a behavior not uncommon for him. When Li Wei's grandparents passed away, he had similarly refrained from returning home, seemingly embarrassed to act as a filial son-in-law to his father-in-law. This incident only served to deepen the villagers' disdain for Li Wei's family. As old Xie took charge of the banquet, Li Wei noticed a mixture of joy and unspoken sorrow etched on his mother's face. The sight pained him deeply. He wished for his mother to divorce his father, yet knew she would never consent. In those rural times, divorce was not as commonplace as in later years. It was a matter that would invite scorn and judgment, particularly from the uninformed. After old Xie delivered a grand speech on behalf of the host family, the town's officials took the stage to encourage Li Wei's elder brother to train diligently in the army, heed the leader's directives, and defend the motherland. Subsequently, the village chief spoke, his message mirroring that of the town officials. The villagers, upon hearing the leader's addresses, occasionally cheered, enhancing the leader's prestige. Thus, The banquet unfolded with great vivacity, particularly amplified by the raucous shouts of the village's mischievous children, who, despite their ignorance of the speeches, were filled with excitement and joy. After the banquet, everyone returned to their respective duties, leaving a few women to assist Li Wei's mother in tidying up. Old Zhong departed with the town officials, pressed for time as the market was set to open soon. The village officials reminded Li Wei's elder brother to rise early on Monday and accompany the town officials as they departed. After a brief respite, old Xie and his wife prepared to leave. Li Wei selected 2 items from the goods he had brought from Guangdong to gift to his godmother. However, his godmother, unaware of Li Wei's circumstances and recognizing the items as somewhat extravagant, graciously declined his kind gesture. Puzzled, Li Wei turned to old Xie, who, possessing some knowledge of Li Wei's situation, chuckled and teased, "Have you struck it rich, young man? Purchasing such expensive gifts?" Li Wei merely smiled in response, showing his phone to old Xie and asking him to save his number, explaining his good fortune in earning some money. He mentioned collaborating with old Zhong on a venture and extended an invitation for old Xie to attend the grand opening in the city. Old Xie, aware of old Zhong's stature as a wealthy businessman with a hotel and dance hall in the city, began to reassess Li Wei's capabilities. The fact that Li Wei was now partnering with old Zhong left him increasingly impressed. If it weren't for his humble beginnings, this lad might have already stirred up quite a storm in the city. It seems I have chosen my godson wisely. We may very well benefit from his success in the future, old Xie remarked with a smile as he took Li Wei's gifts and got into the car. His wife, however, seemed skeptical of her husband's assessment, having only met Li Wei briefly and perceiving him as a mere youth. You've seen their situation. This boy has only been in the city for less than half a year, yet he manages his own tuition each semester. He even persuaded his mother to lease the village reservoir for aquaculture and agriculture, the very one we visited today. Who would have foreseen such potential without a discerning eye? And look, he even has a smartphone, which costs several thousand. The champion song sung by Xiaoyan at the competition was also a gift from this lad. And that's just what I know. There's likely much more I am unaware of. Old Zhong is a prominent businessman from the south. If he recognizes Li Wei's potential and engages in business with him, surely the boy possesses remarkable abilities. Old Xie, seeing the incredulous expression on his wife's face, chuckled and offered an explanation, appearing quite reflective. Li Wei was unaware that old Xie was discussing his own affairs with his wife. He had prepared similar gifts for his aunt's family, while for his 2 older aunts, he intended to give them something modest. Li Wei was a person who valued emotions, albeit with discernment. If one treated him well, he would reciprocate tenfold, but if treated poorly, he would not allow his warmth to be met with indifference. As the evening wore on and only Li Wei's family remained, he withdrew several tens of thousands of yuan from his pocket to give to his mother. The matter regarding the reservoir had been resolved, yet the foundational investment required capital. Previously, when he lacked funds, he could only plan for gradual growth. But now that he was financially secure, Li Wei intended to make a decisive move. He could enlist his aunt's family to assist with management, compensating them monthly, as he felt at ease employing relatives with whom he shared a close bond. Li Wei's brother, observing his sibling extracting money in increments of 10,000, was momentarily taken aback. Having worked for several years, he had never possessed such an amount. Furthermore, his enlistment in the military was facilitated by his brother, which intensified his sense of awe towards Li Wei, whose presence exuded an overwhelming aura. After handing the money to his mother, Li Wei turned his attention to his brother. His painstaking efforts to secure his brother's military placement were not merely for leisure. He laid out a plan. Upon joining the army, his brother must perform admirably and strive for admission to a military academy. If that proved unattainable, he should learn to drive, as enlistment was imperative. Should he fail to meet either criterion, he would be required to repay Li Wei for the expenses incurred, for such assistance was not without its costs. Of course, this was primarily a scare tactic. His brother had a temperament that responded to pressure, and Li Wei feared that without a sense of urgency, he might squander his time in the military. Meanwhile, Li Wei's sister, observing her brother's demeanor that evening, increasingly admired him. Throughout her life, he had been her role model, excelling in both studies and endeavors, and now adding financial acumen to his repertoire. Li Wei was strict with his brother, but considerably gentler with his sister. His gaze filled with affection. He ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, "Did you witness your brother's prowess? The words I spoke previously still hold weight, and I've raised the stakes. If your grades show significant improvement, I shall reward you each semester, starting with a bicycle tomorrow. We shall venture to the town to procure one." Upon hearing this, Li Wei's sister leaped with joy, abandoning her bowl and excitedly shaking her brother's hand. The Li siblings comprised the eldest, Li Feng, aged 19, who had toiled for several years without amassing much wealth, now destined for military service. The second, Li Wei, aged 16, had just begun his studies at a prestigious high school in the city. The youngest, Li Yan, aged 13, had recently entered junior high and was studying in town. Chapter 51. The dispatch of troops. Ironically, Li Feng's enlistment initially required considerable connections and financial expenditure, amounting to no less than 10,000. However, upon being accepted, the village surprisingly provided travel expenses, a notion that utterly defied Li Wei's expectations. It seemed almost absurd. Would someone who spent such a sum to secure enlistment still concern themselves with a mere travel allowance? Li Wei understood that this provision was due to old Xie's influence. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether such funds would even reach his household, as he was well aware of the dubious nature of the village officials. Take the village chief, for instance, who incessantly preached about family planning while himself fathering 5 daughters and a son. Such hypocrisy was astonishing. He would seize others' homes and drive away their livestock, behaving like an invader. Moreover, since the land was divided among households, only those who migrated for work saw any improvement in their living conditions. The rest remained stagnant. The village, endowed with abundant resources, a vast reservoir, sprawling camellia forests, and fields of daylilies, had never witnessed these officials leading a collective effort toward prosperity. Instead, they fixated on the meager wealth of others, relentlessly filling their own pockets. The village's collective forest and tea plantation had been sold off, yet poverty persisted. The local school leaked every time it rained, with drafty windows leaving students shivering through winter classes. The dirt road in front of the village remained riddled with potholes. The disaster relief funds for farmland inundated by floods along the riverbanks never seemed to reach the hands of the common folk. Most ironically, during this year's catastrophic flood, although the government allocated considerable relief supplies, all that reached the citizens was a paltry pound of rice per person, an insult to their plight. Since his rebirth, Li Wei had been disenchanted with these individuals. Yet, aside from relying on old Xie, he lacked other connections. Therefore, he bided his time, awaiting the moment he could rid himself of these nuisances. Otherwise, he would have acted against them long ago. The following Sunday, Li Wei took his sister to the town to purchase a bicycle. They walked, as there were no buses servicing the dirt road, which became a muddy quagmire in the rain. The journey from their home to the town took approximately 20 minutes, but the return was much swifter. As he pedaled on the newly acquired bicycle with his sister riding behind him, her laughter ringing out incessantly. Though easily pleased, she had never been this joyful before. Upon their return, they saw his brother, proudly adorned in his new military uniform, posing for photographs with his classmates. Upon noticing Li Wei and his sister, Li Feng's friends greeted them with smiles. Their mother soon emerged, calling the siblings over to join in a family photograph. In those times, not every household in the countryside owned a camera, so capturing a picture required an expenditure to hire someone for the task. Li Wei was summoned by his aunt. And at this juncture, the autumn harvest had already concluded, with the fields of rapeseed sown. Consequently, the rural populace found themselves in a period of leisure. Li Wei's aunt, being a woman of contemporary sensibilities, joyfully invited a photographer to capture an image of her nephew, who was about to enlist in the military. Coincidentally, Li Feng's classmates arrived to visit, resulting in several additional photographs taken in the spirit of merriment, as the expense was of little consequence. On this day, Li Feng donned his military uniform, taking the opportunity to display it proudly. Seated before his younger brother, he seemed to sit up straighter, exuding an air of confidence. Li Wei, intending to accompany his brother to the Armed Forces Department, chose not to return to the city on Sunday afternoon, but instead planned to depart early Monday morning, sharing a ride with his brother in the vehicle arranged by the village. Observing his brother's exuberance, Li Wei refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, simply sharing a smile with his sister as they watched him. It was said that the initial months of military training for new recruits were quite arduous, a sentiment Li Wei, having never been in the army, could only glean from hearsay. However, it was also said that life became considerably more comfortable after the basic training period. Li Feng, being physically trained, would likely adapt to military life with greater ease than other new recruits. The brothers had both benefited from the legacy of their late grandfather, who had practiced with them since childhood. Speaking of Li Wei's grandfather, who should properly be referred to as his maternal grandfather, he was a notable figure in the vicinity, albeit unfortunate in his fate. In his youth, he had participated in the southern Hunan ambush against the enemy forces, but chose not to join the troops after marrying his pregnant wife, resulting in his comrades ascending to the rank of major general. Remaining at home after liberation was initially of no consequence, yet he was later conscripted as a soldier. His service, however, bore fruit when he saved an army officer during a river crossing, which led to his promotion and an offer to accompany the officer. Ultimately, he returned home from Fujian, unable to part with his family, due to the unwelcome imposition of a military officer's identity. The years that followed were fraught with difficulty for Li Wei's family. His mother, once the best student in the village, found her academic pursuits thwarted by her family's status. It was only after a comrade from the ambush, visiting home, uttered a few words that cleared the family's record, revealing to the younger villagers that their elder had once been a soldier who fought in battle. Otherwise, it might have been precarious for Li Wei's brother to enlist. Fortunately, a prominent leader had previously assured the family's standing, and as long as that leader remained influential, the family's reputation was secure, with the local naysayers silenced. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Wei's mother roused the family for breakfast. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle from the village arrived, accompanied by a procession of people. Upon reaching Li Wei's home, they adorned his brother with a large red flower, and the accompanying group promptly began to play drums and gongs. According to tradition, they circled the dirt road in front of the village, celebrating with music before sending him off to the city. The villagers had long been aware of the matter. So when the drums began to resonate, even before dawn fully broke, no one complained about the noise. Instead, they eagerly gathered by the roadside to watch, pointing and whispering about Li Feng, who walked ahead adorned with a bright red flower. Li Wei, witnessing this scene from the vehicle, couldn't help but chuckle, perceiving his brother as a monkey in a circus. Yet, his brother seemed less amused, striding in his military uniform with an air of confidence, as if he were basking in glory. Upon arriving in the city, Li Wei found it to be quite early, not yet 7 o'clock. He did not accompany the armed forces, but alighted near his school, returning to his residence first. After engaging in his usual exercise routine, he had breakfast before heading to school. However, upon reaching the classroom, he noticed his deskmate was absent. Typically, she would have arrived before him, as she lived on campus. Li Wei dismissed the thought, assuming she was merely running late. However, when the first class commenced and she still had not arrived, he began to feel a sense of unease. The first lesson was conducted by their homeroom teacher, who inquired about Yifang's absence. Li Wei shook his head, indicating that he was unaware of her whereabouts. Yifang's transformation during the first half of the semester had taken the teacher by surprise, and he had since ceased to regard her with indifference. It was disconcerting to see her now skipping class again, which displeased the teacher, who continued the lesson in a rather frosty manner. Yifang arrived at school just before the last class of the afternoon, but rather than heading straight to the classroom, she went directly to the teacher's office before returning. After just 2 days apart over the weekend, Li Wei noticed that his deskmate appeared considerably more haggard, with traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Upon seeing Li Wei, she offered a forced smile before busily gathering her belongings. When he attempted to inquire about her well-being, she simply shook her head, signaling him not to ask and assuring him that she would seek him out after school. This revelation caused Li Wei to feel a knot of anxiety. Could it be that trouble had arisen? Judging by the timing, it seemed plausible. He observed Yifang as she collected her things and exited the classroom, with their homeroom teacher accompanying her, seemingly advising her to embrace new opportunities beyond school. This did not appear to be an indication of any entanglement with society's troubles, leaving Li Wei puzzled about what might be transpiring with his deskmate. During the final class, he could not concentrate on practicing his writing or crafting his story, preoccupied instead with thoughts of Yifang. Once the last lesson concluded, he hurried back to his residence, knowing she would come to find him afterward. The day was overcast, suggesting an impending downpour, and as the final class finished, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Arriving at his dwelling, Li Wei indeed spotted Yifang downstairs, carrying a suitcase and a backpack. Li Wei assisted her in lifting the suitcase, guiding Yifang to his residence while she silently followed behind with her backpack. Inquiring if she had eaten, Yifang shook her head. After placing his belongings in the room, Li Wei took Yifang out for a meal. It was then that he comprehended the reason behind his classmate's demeanor. Her parents had divorced, leaving her and her grandmother at home while they absconded. Yifang returned home during her month-long break only to discover that her parents had been gone for over a month. Her aunt, who was caring for her grandmother, unleashed a torrent of curses upon Yifang's parents, deeming them unworthy for abandoning their responsibilities due to unemployment. When Yifang returned for her living expenses, her aunt promptly provided for her, insisting she focus on her studies while covering her costs, with the understanding that Yifang would repay her once she earned money. However, Yifang declined, intending to seek employment at a garment factory in the south, wishing to support herself independently. Li Wei, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to offer comfort. Perhaps you should continue your studies. I can assist with your tuition and living expenses. At your age, leaving school to work will place you at a disadvantage, he suggested. That won't be necessary. A classmate of mine works there and is earning nearly 1,000 yuan a month, she retorted. Your own situation is precarious. How can you support me? Stop speaking foolishly. Yifang smiled in response to Li Wei's words, as if the prospect of education had lost its significance to her. You are unaware of my circumstances. I have earned quite a bit during my recent endeavors, and supporting your education is entirely feasible, he insisted. Though aware that Yifang spoke without malice, Li Wei felt a flicker of anger, retrieving his phone to show her. Fine, you are indeed impressive. However, I appreciate your goodwill, but wish to avoid accruing further debts of gratitude. I have already declined my aunt's assistance, so I will not accept yours either. I aspire to forge my own path and believe I can achieve my goals through my own efforts. Trust me, Yifang declared, her demeanor exuding calmness and wisdom. Li Wei regarded her and felt as if he no longer recognized this classmate. Some women, akin to phoenixes, must endure trials by fire to emerge renewed, evidently. Yifang was one of them. At that moment, Li Wei was uncertain of the heights Yifang might attain in the future. Yet he was aware that her past was marred by betrayal and expulsion, which ultimately led to her rebirth and transformation into a legend within the Southern fashion industry. If you wish to work and support yourself, there are opportunities here in our city. I am about to open 2 shopping malls with others. You could work there instead of going south, Li Wei continued to implore, his intentions purely altruistic, devoid of romantic inclinations. If one were to contemplate the aspirations that Li Wei harbors following his rebirth, it would undoubtedly be to amass considerable wealth. However, as his life has undergone a transformation, he endeavors to exert his utmost efforts to alter the fates of those he can assist, striving to uplift the lives of individuals whose destinies mirror the hardships he once faced in his previous life. He is determined to extend a helping hand to every decent individual within his familiar circle, believing that those who toiled diligently should not be relegated to a life of struggle due to mere chance or their origins, nor should they bear the scars of painful lessons during their youth. He is neither a great man capable of altering the fate of a nation, nor a genius whose talents could elevate a particular technology of his country to the pinnacle of global advancement. What he aspires to achieve is simply the transformation of the lives of those around him. He has saved Xie Xiaoyan, enabling her to clinch the championship in a singing competition and providing her with the opportunity to become a celebrated artist, a feat made possible by both his assistance and her relentless efforts. He has also redirected Li Xiaoyan's life path, sparing her the ordeal of struggling in the southern regions for years, where she might have faced mistreatment, by granting her sufficient funds to pursue her passion in the culinary arts. Initially, he believed that Yifang, having been rescued from her expulsion by the school, would emerge transformed. However, he was taken aback to find that she remained ensnared in a cycle of unending semesters. Chapter 53. Farewell. My dream is fashion design. I can operate the sewing machine at home and craft my own garments. I wish to venture into the garment factory, as it aligns with my aspirations. Your marketplace bears no relation to my ambitions. I still yearn to explore the South, Yifang declared, hesitating only briefly before rejecting Li Wei's goodwill. Once again, a young woman has been captivated by the gilded dreams of the South. At this juncture, countless youths, much like Yifang, have been lured by the promise of fortune, resolutely embarking on their journeys southward. Li Wei wished to impart that garments in the South are now produced using electric sewing machines. Yet upon observing the determination in Yifang's eyes, he realized that further discourse would be futile. He ordered 2 bottles of beer for the proprietor and raised a toast with Yifang, exclaiming, "To dreams. May yours come to fruition swiftly." There were no melodramatic toasts or drunken confessions. After consuming 2 bottles, they ceased their libations. Li Wei settled the bill for their meal, and the 2 wandered aimlessly through the city. It was astonishing that he had just sent his brother off to the military in the morning, and now his classmate had rushed over to declare her intention to pursue her dreams in the South. Indeed, so much had transpired in a single day. Unbeknownst to them, they strolled to the site where Li Wei and old Zhong were preparing to inaugurate their new marketplace. There, Li Wei proudly ushered Yifang into his establishment, proclaiming, "This is a market I have co-founded with others." He was uncertain of his own motivations, whether he was boasting or attempting to sway Yifang's decision, yet he could not articulate his feelings clearly. Yifang merely congratulated him, offering no further response aside from occasional expressions of curiosity regarding the new marketplace. This left Li Wei feeling disheartened. Where was the scene he had envisioned, where the protagonist's brilliance would compel admiration from the leading lady? What had happened to the promised aura of dominance? On a particular evening, Lao Zhong happened to be at the mall when Li Wei, avoiding Yifang, approached him to borrow 50,000 yuan. At that time, banking was far less convenient than it is in later years. There was no online banking or mobile banking, and ATMs were nowhere to be found in the city for instant withdrawals. Thus, Li Wei directly sought cash from Lao Zhong, planning to repay him later. Lao Zhong did not inquire about the purpose of the money and promptly handed over 50,000 from his bag. Ever since the mall's preparations began, Lao Zhong had been carrying over 100,000 yuan on him, viewing any notion of owing money to others as inconsequential. If he had the funds, he would simply give them without hesitation. Li Wei felt it was essential to discuss matters with Lao Zhong, as they had only opened one mall and were preparing for another. Such direct financial transactions would be impractical once they began to expand significantly with multiple branches. This was not to imply that Li Wei intended to default on any obligations. Rather, he believed that managing cash flow prudently through a credit period would be a safer approach, a model that would become standard in future business operations. The mall was nearing completion, with several suppliers eager to promote their products, personally investing in shelving and already setting up their displays within the premises. After a brief tour of the mall, Li Wei pointed out a few details before departing with Yifang. His mind wasn't particularly focused on assessing the mall that evening. He had merely wandered in out of habit and to retrieve some cash from Lao Zhong. Once outside, they continued to stroll through the city, the weather growing increasingly overcast, hinting at impending rain. The early winter chill was palpable, and a cold gust of wind sent a shiver down Li Wei's spine. Noticing that Yifang seemed disinclined to return, he resigned himself to accompany her for as long as she wished to walk. They began discussing matters pertaining to the South, with Li Wei predominantly sharing insights about what to be mindful of during their journey. Yifang listened attentively, occasionally affirming her awareness of certain aspects. Their conversation eventually meandered into discussions of the future, with Li Wei even sharing observations about fashion trends he had glimpsed in later years. Their evening meandered on until they found themselves walking in heavy rain past midnight before finally heading home. By the time they returned, Li Wei felt utterly exhausted, as if his feet were no longer his own. Yet, Yifang appeared unfazed, which left him in awe of women's seemingly boundless stamina, especially when it came to shopping. Upon returning, Li Wei handed the 50,000 yuan he had borrowed from Lao Zhong to Yifang. When she saw the money, she was momentarily taken aback and immediately pushed it away. Her travel expenses were already sufficient, and she had no desire for Li Wei's financial assistance. Li Wei, observing her reaction, smiled reassuringly, stating, "Rest assured, I have great faith in your dreams. This money is my investment in you, with no ulterior motives. When you achieve success, remember to share a portion of your equity with me. Who knows, I might find myself in need of your assistance one day." After a moment of surprise, Yifang glanced at Li Wei and chose not to refuse him again, silently accepting the money he offered. When Yifang tucked away her money, Li Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps with the initial capital secured, her journey to success would be considerably shortened, and in that sense, he would have altered the course of her life. After arranging for Yifang to sleep in Xie Xiaoyan's room and providing her with fresh linens, Li Wei retreated to take a shower, preparing for bed. The day had been exhausting, and he had to rise early for class the next morning. Initially, he intended for Lao Zhong's driver to escort Yifang to the train station, but she declined, stating that her ticket was for an early train and that she could manage alone. The train station was not at its peak hours, making travel quite convenient. He also shared his phone number with her, asking her to call him once she settled in the South to assure him of her safety. Once in his room, Li Wei lay on the bed, reflecting on the events of the day. He felt overwhelmed by the multitude of occurrences and soon prepared himself for sleep. Just as he was about to drift off, a soft, fragrant body slipped beneath the covers beside him, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. He was about to rise and refuse when he found the figure had already turned atop him. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a tender voice whispered in his ear, "Do not reject me. I have liked you for a long time. Tonight, let me indulge myself that night." Li Wei felt as though he had experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream, one that was not initiated by his own will, and he hadn't even prepared for it. The scenes within that dream penetrated his heart so deeply that he could not forget that night long after Yifeng had departed. It was his first experience since his rebirth, as well as Yifeng's, yet Li Wei felt frustrated, although he had been experienced in his previous life. He found himself devoid of control that night, perpetually subdued. When Li Wei finally rose from his bed the next morning, he found himself alone. Yifeng had already left. Upon seeing the remnants on the sheets, he was reminded of her past experiences and suddenly slapped himself across the face. He hadn't brought protection. Chapter 54. Xie Xiaoyan's album regarding protection. It was a sorrowful matter for Li Wei. In his previous life, just over a year prior, the girl who had gifted him a notebook had stolen his first kiss. As they were about to progress further, she made a request. Li Wei needed to purchase protection, or there would be no next step. Thus, tragedy ensued. At that time, buying protection was not as overt as it is today. It was not readily available in every supermarket or convenience store, but seemingly only in pharmacies. He found himself lingering at the pharmacy entrance for 2 hours, too embarrassed to step inside and make the purchase, resulting in their relationship stagnating and ultimately fading away. Years later, when protection was widely available and young people purchased it openly, Li Wei pondered a troubling question. The girl who had given him the notebook was also from the countryside. Who in those rural areas knew about such things? How did she come to know? Furthermore, considering her awareness of his shyness and introversion, how could she have dared to buy it? Upon reflection, Li Wei came to the realization that the young lady had likely already employed protection, an affair that was none of his concern. Furthermore, it appeared that at this juncture, she harbored no intentions of advancing their relationship, merely engaging in casual conversation, destined to part ways once the momentary excitement had waned. Yifeng had departed, leaving the atmosphere of the room to dissipate with time. Due to the rain, Li Wei opted not to rise for his exercise routine, instead lying in bed, lost in a torrent of thoughts. The sight of the season's first heavy rain suddenly reminded him of a poignant song by Adu, which spoke of a deep kiss yet an inability to halt the tears, encapsulating a heart shattered alongside another. The relentless downpour mirrored the long, sleepless night, while the oblivious populace remained unaware, igniting within him a profound disdain for the world, as it heralded a farewell. In truth, he harbored no deeper feelings for Yifeng, a fact that Sanqing could attest to. He merely viewed her as a classmate and a potential peer in future endeavors, wishing to offer assistance to prevent her from traversing the convoluted path of her past, encountering unnecessary tribulations. However, the situation had morphed into a humiliating experience for him, as if he had been the one taken advantage of. It was imperative to reclaim his dignity. Yet, a week after Yifeng's departure, there had been no communication from her, as if she had vanished into thin air. This unnerved Li Wei, leading him to suspect that something may have befallen her, compelling him to monitor the situation in the south closely. He even ventured to her home under the guise of school inquiries, yet returned empty-handed. It was not until a letter arrived 2 weeks later that he learned of her safe arrival, though she seemed disinclined to maintain contact, leaving no forwarding address. The sight of that letter incited his anger. He tore it to shreds, feeling as though he had been reduced to a mere passerby, used and then discarded. Life must continue, and Yifeng's reluctance to reconnect left him powerless. The vast expanse of the South made any search futile, especially in an era devoid of the advanced internet resources that would later emerge. Finding someone then was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Compounded by his academic obligations, the ensuing days passed in a haze, marked by a monotonous routine of traversing school, his residence, and the shopping mall, with little recollection of anything beyond these locations. The plans for the mall's opening were nearing completion, yet old Zhong proposed a New Year's Day launch, which Li Wei promptly dismissed. It was absurd to consider the potential frenzy of business at that time, especially with the propensity for public imitation. He was acutely aware of the consequences that could arise from an overloaded opening day. Thus, he decisively opted for a launch 2 weeks prior to New Year's. However, noting old Zhong's anxious demeanor, Li Wei sought to bolster his confidence. He invested in a week-long promotional campaign at the local television station. taking advantage of the remarkably low advertising rates of the time. Additionally, he rented several vehicles equipped with loudspeakers blaring advertisements for the mall's grand opening, circulating throughout the city, adorned with promotional signage. At this moment, Li Wei suddenly realized that he could hear the 3 songs he had composed for Xie Xiaoyan playing in the nearby audio store, sung by none other than Xie Xiaoyan herself. Upon reflecting on the passage of time, he discovered that nearly 3 to 4 months had elapsed since he last contacted her. And now she was releasing an album. He decided to purchase a cassette tape from the audio store on his way to the mall, only to find Xie Xiaoyan's face gracing the cover of her album. It contained 12 tracks, and aside from the 3 songs credited to Li Wei, the majority were penned by Xie Xiaoyan herself. Upon listening to Xie Xiaoyan's compositions, he found them quite satisfactory. Her singing was commendable, though perhaps lacking the spark required for widespread acclaim. However, when combined with the 3 songs he had provided, the album would undoubtedly achieve success. Otherwise, the audio store would not have been playing White Fox on repeat. During this era, cassettes typically featured a few standout songs alongside several average ones to fill the tape for sale. The album was titled White Fox rather than For Whom. And although the cover photo did not do justice to her beauty, it was evident that she was indeed an attractive woman. It seemed that a rising star was emerging from his town, much to the delight of the Xie family. As if to affirm Li Wei's thoughts, just as he purchased the cassette and had not yet departed, a group of young individuals nearby approached the owner of the audio store, requesting to buy the tape of the song currently playing. The owner promptly collected their payment and handed them several copies without discussing the price. As he walked past a square near the Normal University, Li Wei noticed a young man strumming a guitar and singing. Given the chilly weather and the mediocre quality of his performance, the audience was sparse, with only a few scattered listeners. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei felt a twinge of nostalgia. It seemed that he had pioneered street performances in this city, and now, just a short time after stepping back from the scene, others were following suit. Feeling a sudden impulse, he sat beside the young man to listen. Judging by his attire, the boy appeared somewhat lacking in means. He was performing Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies by Huang Jiajiu. Though his singing was not particularly impressive and his Cantonese pronunciation reminded Li Wei of his own early struggles with the dialect, the boy's voice was undeniably good, and he sang with earnestness, suggesting he was new to this endeavor. The young man's age seemed to be slightly older than Li Wei's, likely a university student from the vicinity. Noticing Li Wei attentively listening, he flashed a shy smile. Li Wei returned the gesture, applauding at the end of the song and placing 100 yuan into the guitar case on the ground. Chapter 55, Fondness for You. The boy, named Zhang Chu, noticed Li Wei's gesture but did not see the amount he had contributed. After finishing a song, he appeared a bit fatigued and sat down beside Li Wei to rest. The two of them sat in silence, observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians. Noticing the sweat glistening on Zhang Chu's forehead, Li Wei casually struck up a conversation. The name Zhang Chu reminded Li Wei of a distant place, where another individual named Zhang Chu, a rock musician, resided. Li Wei's recollection of that individual was sparked by the latter's rendition of The Lonely Are Ashamed, a song that resonated deeply with him, particularly the line about it being a season for love, which had long haunted him from his past life. Like many adolescents, Zhang Chu was a dreamer with aspirations. He had a passion for music, yet his family's financial constraints made it challenging for him to pursue it. Attaining a university education was a feat he had to piece together through sheer determination, and the thought of abandoning his studies for music was simply impractical. A few months prior, he had witnessed a young man singing in the square, earning a substantial income while honing his vocal skills. After months of frugality, he managed to purchase a guitar, hoping to embark on a similar journey, yet it became evident that his earnings paled in comparison to that young man's. Lacking even a third of his income, and his guitar skills and singing techniques were vastly inferior. Zhang Chu's words carried an air of resignation, yet upon hearing him, a smile crept across Li Wei's face, who was seated beside him, unbeknownst to Zhang Chu that the guy he spoke of was right there. Despite Zhang Chu's meager earnings, Li Wei perceived in him a profound determination, confidence, and an unwavering passion for music. Inspired by this, Li Wei requested the guitar from Zhang Chu, who assumed that Li Wei was also a music enthusiast wishing to try his instrument. Without hesitation, he handed the guitar over. Li Wei smiled, took the guitar, and began to strum the music of Wang Ka-Kuei. Li Wei could not fathom the thoughts of today's youth, but he had a clear understanding of the mindset of adolescence in his era. Wang Ka-Kuei's music seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Young people in their middle and high school years were irresistibly drawn to the melodious tunes of the fair-skinned young man, unable to resist its charm. It was an ageless myth, though tragically, that young man departed too soon. At that time, every secondary school and every youth's cassette collection undoubtedly featured albums by Wong Kar-wai. One could often hear young voices passionately singing in their imperfect Cantonese, expressing sentiments like "forgive me for this indulgent life" or "magic can embellish the duality of my existence." Li Wei chose to sing "I Like You," a song that Wong Kar-wai had penned for a former girlfriend he had reluctantly let go of due to his love for music. Li Wei was unsure why he selected this particular song, but on that wintry afternoon, under the somber sky and biting northern winds, it felt like an instinctive choice. Inexplicable yet compelling. The gentle rain carried by the wind soaked the twilight streets as he gazed upward, lost in thought. Towards the solitary streetlights, a melancholic memory evoking countless longings within him. Moments of past joy lingered on his face, and he wished that in this instant, she might know that he sincerely wished to express, "I like you," for those captivating eyes and enchanting laughter. Having spent over a decade in the southern regions in his previous life, Li Wei's Cantonese far surpassed that of Zhang Chu, and his guitar skills were considerably more refined. Moreover, having performed in night venues, he quickly attracted a larger crowd than before with just a brief performance. And the money in his guitar case swelled significantly as a result. Zhang Chu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a young man sitting beside him could sing so exquisitely, and to his surprise, he possessed far greater popularity. This was indeed a delightful revelation. After Li Wei concluded his song, he paused and nodded towards Zhang Chu behind him, saying, "The next song is one I composed myself, dedicated to my comrade Zhang Chu, and to all those around us who continue to strive and persevere. Our efforts shall never cease." The song is titled "The Vast Sky and Ocean." I once doubted myself. Wandering through a desert, barren and unfruitful, regardless of the dreams I attempted to sow, only when I spread my wings did the winds grow silent and accustomed to pain. I pondered whether it could be deemed a harvest. Fortunately, I never looked back. I ultimately discovered the existence of an oasis. With every bead of sweat shed, life became weighty, and emerging from despair, I glimpsed a new universe. At this moment, those in the vicinity who had previously heard Li Wei sing suddenly recognized the young man before them. They erupted in applause, their cheers growing fervent, and the coins in the guitar case began to accumulate. After finishing his song, Li Wei bowed in gratitude to those around him, then returned the guitar to Zhang Chu. He also handed Zhang Chu a freshly printed business card from old Zhong, urging him to reach out when he had the time, before hastily departing. The youth here were too enthusiastic, and Li Wei feared he might become a hindrance to them, despite not being a major celebrity. Not long after leaving the square, he was called to a halt by two girls, wrapped in their bags like zongzi. As they approached, Li Wei recognized them as Lu Yin and Xie Xiaoyan, whom he had been reminiscing about for months. The sight of the two girls, hand in hand in their unusual attire, elicited an involuntary smile from him. What a quaint image of a pop star. However, the two seemed oblivious to how their appearance might be perceived. Lu Yin stood on tiptoe and playfully patted Li Wei's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's really you. We just came from school, and we're about to find you when we heard the singing and cheers from the square." Xiaoyan immediately recognized it was you. "Your godsister certainly remembers you well." Li Wei chose to disregard Lu Yan's words and instead inquired, "When did you return?" "Why now? We just arrived this morning," Lu Yan replied. "We've placed all our things at my uncle's house and haven't even returned to our residence yet. My uncle mentioned that his new shopping mall is opening soon and wanted me to come and support him. We just came to the school to discuss work with the principal," Xie Xiaoyan remarked, observing her godbrother. "It seems you've grown stronger in these few months. And there's an unexpected maturity about you. Does old Zhong lack confidence in me? Calling you here only adds to the chaos," Li Wei lamented, pressing his forehead in distress upon hearing Xie Xiaoyan's words. He had initially planned to launch the mall before New Year's, wary of the potential crowd. Little did he know that old Zhong, in his apprehension, had summoned his niece back without notifying him, fully aware that her close friend had now become a star. Thanks to the generous support from Chinda 5. Chapter 56, The Mall Opening. Li Wei, please, let us clarify this matter. Do not presume that your newfound wealth from the mall partnership makes you superior to us. Why have we come here if not to disrupt your affairs? Lu Yan's displeasure was evident upon observing Li Wei's demeanor, and beside her, Xie Xiaoyan murmured in agreement, both steadfastly aligned in their stance. "Well, now you're even calling each other by name. It seems you are genuinely upset, Li Wei remarked helplessly. Sisters, how could I dare to act foolishly in your presence? That would be courting disaster. You are aware of the incident last year when a minor celebrity visited our city, right? The chaos it caused was unprecedented. You cannot expect me to have my sister simply stand outside the mall. Wouldn't that be adding to the turmoil? How could the mall possibly open under such circumstances? Last year, a minor celebrity had visited their city, but after making a brief appearance in a television drama, they faded into obscurity. However, upon their arrival, they had caused significant traffic congestion. If Xie Xiaoyan were to sing a few songs outside the mall, it would likely result in a similar blockade, rendering the establishment's opening impossible. Given Xie Xiaoyan's current popularity, which Li Wei could ascertain without looking, it far eclipsed that of the minor celebrity. Lu Yan and Xie Xiaoyan, who were also students in the city at that time, could not have been oblivious to such events. Indeed, Xie Xiaoyan's fame was evidently greater. Even her mere presence would likely draw a crowd at the mall's entrance. Yet, why was Li Wei so confident in the mall's ability to attract patrons without Xie Xiaoyan's involvement? The two women exchanged skeptical glances at Li Wei's explanation. At that moment, an incoming call from Old Zhong interrupted, intending to discuss his plans to bring his niece and Xie Xiaoyan back. Just as Li Wei was preparing to call him, Old Zhong reached out first. Li Wei promptly urged him to cancel the announcement regarding Xie Xiaoyan's participation in the opening event. Old Zhong appeared reluctant, prompting Li Wei to explain that if the opening did not yield satisfactory results, they could always announce Xie Xiaoyan's involvement before New Year's Day. After all, she and her group were considered family, eliminating concerns about performance fees or scheduling conflicts. After much deliberation, Old Zhong reluctantly acquiesced to Li Wei's proposal. The two women, intrigued, marveled at how Li Wei had transformed from a mere singer under Old Zhong's direction to someone capable of negotiating with him. With the mall opening the next day, everyone was preoccupied, including Li Wei and Old Zhong. Yet amidst the flurry of activity, a hint of anxiety lingered. Uncertainty loomed over what the opening day would bring. Even Lu Yan and Old Zhong, who had seen the mall in their hometown, seemed unsure, while Li Wei remained the sole beacon of confidence, the source of which remained a mystery. After working tirelessly in the mall until past 10 o'clock, Li Wei felt reassured that all arrangements were in order before returning to his residence with his sisters, planning to assess the situation again in the morning. In contrast, Li Xiaolan's restaurant, quietly prepared to open on the same day as the mall, stood ready at its entrance. A bucket of world-renowned wooden bucket rice, a fast food chain inspired by Hunan cuisine, also offers a variety of noodles and rice dishes. Its name is significantly more impressive than the current title of Double Seeds. Once it rebrands itself as True Kung Fu, a comparison shall be made. As for the quality of service and the flavor of the fast food, that ultimately relies on customer feedback. If Li Wei claims it is good, that alone does not suffice. True acclaim arises from the consensus of the patrons. Li Wei merely provided suggestions regarding the restaurant's decor, staff training, and food hygiene, as well as assisting with the front desk cash register system. Beyond that, he had little influence. The proprietress, being well-versed in the culinary arts, knows how to create delectable dishes, rendering Li Wei's input unnecessary. His sole contribution was the concept of wooden bucket rice. On the journey home, Li Wei found the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances of Xie Xiaoyan and Lu Yan. Both had adeptly managed their affairs at school. Lu Yan could graduate as long as she passed her exams, regardless of attendance. Xie Xiaoyan's school, upon learning that one of its teachers had become a singer, graciously released her, with the principal even offering to retain her as an honorary teacher. These were matters they handled seamlessly upon their return. It was also true that Xie Xiaoyan had been signed by a prestigious company following her singing competition. This company had indeed gained significant renown and continued to expand. Li Wei felt reassured upon hearing that Xie Xiaoyan had joined this company. As long as she performed well, and with his occasional assistance, her path to stardom seemed inevitable. Lu Yan had taken it upon herself to become Xie Xiaoyan's manager, which, while self-appointed, provided Xie Xiaoyan with the comfort of having a familiar companion as she ventured into the world. This arrangement also eased her parents' concerns. Observing Lu Yan exuberantly proclaiming her newfound role as a prominent star's manager, Li Wei chuckled to himself, realizing that if he ever wished to enter the entertainment industry, he would have her protection. However, he had no intentions of pursuing that path, finding greater appeal in quietly amassing wealth. Lu Yan's lively demeanor was likely reserved for those with whom she felt comfortable. In truth, Her capabilities far surpassed Li Wei's, albeit without the advantage of a reborn individual. Upon returning to his residence, Li Wei felt a pang of hunger. Dinner had been a communal affair with individuals from the mall, and with so many present, he had refrained from standing out, not wanting to become the subject of ridicule for his voracious appetite. After a long day, he felt the gnawing hunger return, and the two women beside him echoed his sentiments. Unfortunately, late-night snacks were not available outside, so they would have to prepare something themselves, as the room was stocked with provisions. The following morning, the trio rose at their usual time, had breakfast, and prepared to visit the mall. While en route, old Zhong called, his voice urgent and slightly hoarse, suggesting he had not rested well the previous night. The mall had yet to open, but the throngs of people outside were overwhelming, startling even the highly paid manager they had recruited, prompting old Zhong to urgently contact Li Wei and implore him to come quickly to handle the situation. Li Wei chuckled. He had anticipated such a scenario and had already devised a corresponding plan. All that was left was to execute it accordingly. Old Zhong was simply taken aback by the sheer volume of people. A novel establishment has opened its doors, offering goods at prices lower than those found elsewhere. To celebrate its grand opening, there are delightful promotional activities and a lottery event, followed by an extensive advertising campaign from the city television station over the span of 2 weeks. Several vehicles have been cruising through the city, broadcasting advertisements. How could it not draw a crowd? Previously, when Li Wei devised an emergency plan, Lao Zhong had mockingly laughed at him, deeming his concerns about establishing connections with the police as an overreaction. Yet now, before the grand opening, he finds himself astonished by the throngs of customers at the entrance, fearing that an unforeseen incident on the first day would cast a shadow over the celebration. Chapter 57. Astonishing Revenue Over the Phone. Li Wei instructed Lao Zhong to retrieve the emergency plan he had prepared and to seek assistance from the police, assuring him that they would know how to handle any situation that arose. Lao Zhong held considerable influence in the city due to his military background and his former position as an officer upon retirement, coupled with his connections to the local garrison. Additionally, his wife is the daughter of a prominent leader in the city, granting him adeptness in navigating these relationships swiftly. By the time Li Wei arrived at the mall, the police were already present to maintain order. The sight of a dense crowd filling the plaza in front of the mall left the two women accompanying him speechless. If Xie Xiaoyan were to sing a couple of songs, even the police would struggle to maintain order, and chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Originally, Lao Zhong had planned for a lion dance performance to last the entire day, but it was curtailed to only the grand opening due to the overwhelming number of onlookers filling the space. Although the mall had yet to officially open, the owner of a nearby eatery, Yitong Tianxia, had already begun to reap the benefits. Patrons who arrived hungry bypassed the breakfast rush and took a seat inside, creating a bustling scene. Initially prepared for 2 shifts of staff, the first shift quickly filled to capacity, and those who stayed on were compensated with double wages for their overtime, boosting morale among the employees. The two women, who had entered the mall discreetly, could hardly believe the thriving business at Yitong Tianxia. They had intended to dine there as a means of support. Fortunately, Li Wei had the foresight to eat elsewhere before arriving, where they would have found no seats available. One must commend the resilience of the Chinese people. Li Wei had previously worried that the model of paying before receiving food might pose a problem, yet it appeared to have minimal impact. The only reaction was a brief moment of surprise as customers observed others queuing to pay first. Inside the mall, Lao Zhong, dressed in a single layer despite the winter chill, paced back and forth. Several leaders from the police department were seated in his office, sipping tea. Upon noticing Li Wei's arrival, Lao Zhong hurried over, visibly sweating and his voice hoarse, expressing his concern about the potential for issues given the massive crowd. Li Wei smiled reassuringly, stating that everything had been arranged, and they were prepared for any foreseeable mishaps. The rest depended on the diligence of the loss prevention team and the employees. "Have you encouraged them?" he inquired. "I have," Lao Zhong replied. "I've arranged for everyone working today to receive double pay, and I even distributed red envelopes to each of them before their shifts began." Old Zhong spoke with great exuberance, and Li Wei couldn't help but smile at the boss's generous spirit. However, he refrained from further comments, acknowledging that the proclivity for giving red envelopes is a trait of Southern entrepreneurs, albeit contingent upon individual circumstances. Today was a festive occasion, and spending a bit of money was inconsequential, as long as everything went smoothly. That would be a victory in itself. The sales figures were of little concern, especially with such a bustling crowd. Even if just one person made a purchase, the revenue would be substantial. What was there to worry about? The shopping mall operated with 2 shifts, yet today, all personnel were on duty, working throughout the day and merely swapping shifts during meal times. Old Zhong orchestrated the operations from the office, maintaining external communications, while Li Wei stationed himself at the front desk. As he was the architect behind the cash register software and the cashiers themselves, his presence ensured a reduction in potential mishaps. Lu Yin and Xie Xiaoyan assisted in the office, unable to venture out for fear of being recognized, particularly Xie Xiaoyan. The cash register area functioned smoothly, equipped with the finest technology that Old Zhong had invested in. The cashiers, buoyed by Li Wei's supportive presence, performed admirably. He frequently praised them and even treated them to drinks as a token of appreciation, motivating them to work diligently. The rewards for the employees were managed by the mall, while he provided his own incentives. For the customers, this was a chance to experience something novel, especially with the word that the merchandise was affordable and accompanied by various discounts and lottery events. Upon entering, patrons were greeted by cheerful police officers directing foot traffic and ensuring a smooth flow, followed by a row of charming hostesses bowing and exclaiming, "Welcome." The suddenness of their greetings startled many, yet they soon laughed and eagerly ventured into the mall. Once inside, the vastness of the space and the multitude of offerings, daily necessities, stationery, sports equipment, fresh meats, left visitors in awe. Sales assistants promptly approached to guide customers through the various sections, indicating where to find specific items and the location of restrooms. Each item was clearly marked with prices, allowing customers to simply pick up what they desired and proceed to the front desk for payment, while unwanted items could be returned to their original places. This refreshing approach provided each patron with a delightful experience. Li Wei manned the cash register tirelessly throughout the day, until the mall closed at 10 in the evening, leaving him quite fatigued. However, the day was not yet over. Although the mall closed to the public at 10, considerable time was required for internal organization before staff could leave. Li Wei's final task involved compiling the day's revenue, extracting figures from each cash register and aggregating them. Old Zhong, filled with anticipation, followed Li Wei as he and the accountant finalized the statistics. When the figures appeared on the screen, they were staggering. Over 4 million in supermarket sales, more than 120,000 in clothing, and a slightly lower figure of just over 60,000 in electronics. The accumulation of these factors would indeed astonish Lao Zhong. Their total investment merely doubled, and considering the numerous suppliers' entry fees, isn't it reasonable to expect a swift return on this within days? However, this figure represents revenue, not profit. If the profit were as substantial, it would be akin to extortion, and supermarkets typically operate on a rebate system. At this moment, Lu Yin and Xie Xiaoyan approached, gazing at the revenue in Lao Zhong's hands, left with nothing but their astonishment. The revenue was indeed extravagant. Lao Zhong beamed at his impressive results, gestured grandly, and announced to all employees that each would be reimbursed 20 yuan for late-night snacks, instructing the finance department to dispense the cash from his own pocket on the spot before dismissing everyone for the day. Well, Lao Zhong was in high spirits today, and rightfully so. The day's revenue warranted such a celebration. Late-night snacks were predominantly a custom of the southern provinces, and in Li Wei City, such a notion was hardly recognized. Upon hearing Lao Zhong's exuberant announcement, all employees erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude for their boss's generosity, leaving Li Wei to smirk to himself. After all, he too was a boss. Chapter 58. The booming bucket of heaven today. The mall's revenue indeed exceeded Li Wei's expectations. In his previous life, he assisted a proprietor in a southern mall's opening, which boasted the highest revenue among all of that owner's establishments, with the supermarket generating only 4 million and the clothing department merely over 800,000, far inferior to this. Moreover, that mall opened several years later and accounting for inflation, the comparison became even more untenable. However, that mall was surrounded by others, whereas this location stood alone in the city, rendering any comparison moot. As Li Wei pondered these thoughts, he received a call from Li Xiaoyan, indicating that the bucket of heaven had concluded its operations, and he needed to tally the revenue there. He informed Lao Zhong that he would head downstairs, to which Lao Zhong called out for him to relay a message to the lady boss, inquiring what food remained, as they intended to organize a late-night feast to celebrate with the mall's office staff. Li Wei smirked in response, sensing that Lao Zhong was quite euphoric. Upon arriving at the bucket of heaven, The establishment was devoid of customers, with only the staff seated and resting. After greeting the lady boss, Li Wei was tasked with calculating the revenue while she prepared a celebratory feast for all employees. Observing the lady boss's radiant complexion, Li Wei couldn't help but smile, surmising that the revenue here must be commendable, leaving the lady boss equally elated. He advised her to prepare more, as the mall's personnel would also join the celebration, necessitating consideration of their numbers. The lady boss readily agreed. Today, Li Xiaowu was assisting his sister, and upon seeing Li Wei, he greeted him. Li Wei, along with him and the fast food restaurant manager, proceeded to examine the cash register's revenue. The manager needed to be apprised of these figures, while bringing Li Xiaowu along was merely incidental. Before long, the revenue for the bucket of heaven was tallied, over 40,000. Although this sum paled in comparison to the mall, it warranted context. The area of this establishment is merely over 60 square meters, while the mall spans more than 5,000 square meters. And the range of goods offered is distinctly different. When calculated, the profits garnered by the proprietress far exceed those of the mall. It is no wonder that she radiates a vibrant glow. She does not need to scrutinize the total revenue. Merely observing the items sold within her shop allows her to estimate her earnings. However, many factors contribute to her success, notably the advantageous timing of the mall's opening. As there are few dining options in the vicinity, the future revenue will largely depend on the quality of the dishes and the establishment's reputation. Maintaining even half of the current sales figures would be commendable. Soon, Old Zhong descended with a group from the mall. Yet the grand feast they had envisioned was no longer feasible. The ingredients prepared by a bucket of heaven had been nearly depleted, leaving only scraps. Nonetheless, these remnants were skillfully transformed by the proprietress into a commendable late-night meal. After tasting the dishes, the kitchen staff at a bucket of heaven realized their culinary skills paled in comparison to those of the proprietress. It was no wonder she appeared so vigilant in the kitchen. After the late-night meal, only Old Zhong, the proprietress, Li Wei, and a few trusted associates remained. Old Zhong inquired of Li Wei regarding the opening of the next branch. The proprietress echoed his curiosity, as her establishment was designed to operate alongside the mall. A strategy proposed by Li Wei. The foot traffic adjacent to the mall ensured a steady flow of customers, allowing for gradual development. Once the reputation was established, they could choose a location independently. Li Wei, observing the glimmer in their eyes, smiled. The city's other mall was set to open after the new year, which would allow for the recirculation of funds, alleviating any pressure associated with launching a new branch. The new location was already undergoing renovations. They were merely awaiting a specific opening date. Launching after the new year would help divert the shopping surge during the spring festival. And since the mall's holiday period was typically brief, the impact on revenue would be minimal. This timing also meant that the new employees could receive training at the current location. Old Zhong found himself without grounds to dispute Li Wei's advice, as he recognized that Li Wei possessed a deeper understanding of the mall dynamics than even the highly paid store manager. Consequently, he resolved to follow Li Wei's counsel. The proprietress, too, was inclined to adhere to Li Wei's directives, for her culinary expertise was surpassed by Li Wei's acumen in business operations. The surrounding individuals could only sigh in admiration. Li Wei was familiar to them, yet they could not fathom the depth of his understanding of both malls and fast food establishments. Li Wei, noticing their expressions, smiled. Some things could not be explained and could only be attributed to genius. Could he claim to be a reincarnated soul? In the following days, the sales figures at both locations soared, particularly at a bucket of heaven, where the unique wooden bucket rice and delectable flavors garnered an exceptional reputation among nearby schools. Remarkably, daily revenue even exceeded that of the opening day, leaving everyone astonished, including Li Wei. However, after experiencing the dishes himself, he understood that the proprietress's culinary skills truly warranted 32 accolades. The wooden bucket rice she prepared surpassed the flavors of all the wooden bucket rice that Li Wei had tasted in his previous life. Such exquisite taste made it impossible for the business to falter, and Li Wei felt fortunate to have collaborated with the proprietress. Initially, he merely intended to assist her. Yet he soon realized that he was the one who benefited from this arrangement, a truly unexpected outcome. After spending a few days in the city, Xie Xiaoyan returned to her rural home, while Lu Yan also journeyed back to her southern abode. However, they could not linger at home for long, as they were due to return to the provincial entertainment company shortly. Once they became stars, most of their time was no longer under their own control. Their return home at this time was due to the inability to celebrate the Spring Festival with their families, as they could only return after the New Year's Eve. Xie Xiaoyan's song was directly commandeered for the Spring Festival Gala, where she would perform alongside another male artist. A shift in history began here. The song was originally meant for another female artist, but now it had transformed into Xie Xiaoyan's performance. This was indeed a fortuitous event, albeit it meant they could not partake in the reunion dinner with their families on New Year's Eve. Their visit home was merely to greet their families and take a few days to rest. Li Wei's residence, which had been lively for a few days, returned to its usual solitude. He resumed his routine, oscillating between school and home, only venturing to the mall on weekends or indulging in a quick meal at Yitong Tianxia. Zhang Chu had yet to seek him out, and Li Wei felt it inappropriate to initiate contact. This was his path, and the choices he made were his alone. He expressed gratitude for the time afforded to him and offered an apology regarding updates. He admitted that managing 3 chapters felt like a limit, as his daytime commitments to work consumed him. Recently, the design department at his company was undergoing a mass computer replacement, keeping him busy, and only during this time could he realize the importance of being a versatile worker. He intended to attempt automatic updates of 4 chapters over the next few days to see how it would unfold. Chapter 59. Performance schedule. While Zhang Chu did not seek Li Wei, it was Lao Zhong's fellow townsman, Lao Zong, who first approached him. He requested Lao Zhong to give Li Wei a call, inviting him to visit his antique shop when convenient to discuss matters. Presumably, Lao Zong sought him out regarding the batch of gold bars, so Li Wei chose a free moment to pay a visit. As anticipated, Lao Zong's purpose in contacting Li Wei was indeed concerning those 4 gold bars. They had been sold, and their value had indeed exceeded what Lao Zong had previously reported. After reviewing the details, Li Wei promptly honored their prior agreement and provided Lao Zong with the agreed-upon commission, returning home with the remaining funds. As he departed, Lao Zong requested that Li Wei leave his contact information so that future communications could bypass Lao Zong. Li Wei had no intention of selling any antiques, as he possessed none, yet he still provided Lao Zong with his business card. Upon exiting, Lao Zong emphatically instructed Li Wei to remember to reach out if he ever acquired similar gold bars or other antiques, assuring him that the prices he offered would always be fair. Li Wei acknowledged this at the door with a wave, indicating he had heard, assuring that he would certainly seek out Lao Zong if he had items to sell. However, he decided against parting with the remaining items at home, opting to keep them as family heirlooms. He was no longer in need of money, and he had no other antiques to offer. Thus, a fortnight swiftly passed, and the dawn of the new year, 1999, drew near quietly. Initially, I believed that these mundane days would persist until the end of the semester without any alterations. However, merely 2 days before the new year, the homeroom teacher's announcement disrupted Li Wei's tranquil existence. Ms. Mao, could there be a mistake? I have never registered for any performance at the school's New Year's Eve gala. How could my name and program appear on this list? Li Wei possessed no interest in the event and had never contemplated performing. Yet, it was perplexing that his name was now associated with a performance. The homeroom teacher revealed that none of Class 164 had registered for the gala, as most students were solely focused on their studies, leaving artistic pursuits to those with special talents. We dedicate ourselves to learning and striving for prestigious universities. All else is of lesser importance. Only education holds true value. I am uncertain about this, the teacher replied. This was submitted by the student council. It must have been your classmates from the first year who signed you up. Even if it has been reported, it matters not if the performance is poor. It will merely serve as a moment in the spotlight, and it brings some honor to Class 164. It would be unfortunate for our class to have no representation at all. The teacher supported him upon hearing Li Wei's words. Support? I feel no sense of belonging to this school. I merely intend to drift through these 3 years quietly. That scoundrel signed up for me, and as a solo guitar performer, no less. Although the song remains undisclosed, I am thoroughly displeased. This is a quintessential case of commandeering without notice. Coincidentally, New Year's Day in 1999 fell on a Friday. Li Wei distinctly recalled that they enjoyed a 3-day holiday due to the occasion, during which a sensational event transpired. Although the incident did not occur precisely on that day, he learned about it from a classmate, and he eagerly anticipated whether it would unfold differently in this new life. The event was a significant boon for the entire city. A second-generation official, long entangled in corruption, was apprehended along with his entire network. In his past life, the New Year's Gala of 1999 left no profound impression on Li Wei. The The event took place in the school's open-air playground. He remembered standing at the back, observing the beautifully dressed young women on stage, though from his distant vantage point, he could not see them clearly. He recalled that, despite the absence of rain, it felt somewhat chilly, and he pondered how the girls in skirts performing were unperturbed by the cold. The gala was scheduled for Thursday evening, and the homeroom teacher had kindly arranged for Li Wei to forego the last self-study session each day for rehearsals leading up to the event. However, he completely disregarded this convenience, dismissing the need for practice. He devoted that final self-study period to practicing his writing and crafting stories, deeming it far more significant. In his previous life, his handwriting resembled the scrawls of a dog, and even though he had transitioned to using a computer more frequently, his signature remained unsightly. Now, with time at his disposal, he yearned to refine his penmanship. As fortune would have it, I found myself once again indulging in the art of novel writing for science fiction world. After a pause due to my busyness following the completion of my previous 2 pieces, I now have the luxury of time to resume where I had left off. On the day after our homeroom teacher announced that Li Wei would perform at the school's New Year's Eve celebration, a girl from another class approached me. To elaborate, this girl was quite strikingly beautiful and dressed with impeccable taste. However, her demeanor left much to be desired. Regrettably, her manner of speaking was less than pleasant, which caused Li Wei to lose interest immediately. As the girl approached, all the boys seated behind in our class turned their attention toward her, seemingly captivated by her allure. Yet, whether in this life or the last, Li Wei truly did not recognize her. She settled into the seat once occupied by Yifang and, exuding a somewhat haughty air, inquired, "Are you Li Wei?" Li Wei, unamused, responded rather curtly, "No, I am merely the deskmate of Li Wei's deskmate." The girl paused upon hearing his words and surveyed her surroundings, as if realizing that only one empty seat remained beside Li Wei. With Yifang gone, the homeroom teacher showed no inclination to rearrange the seating, leaving Li Wei to enjoy his solitude, which was quite convenient for his desire to rest undisturbed. "You claim to be Li Wei, so I suppose you are Li Wei? Do you need something from me?" Li Wei asked, his irritation palpable. He was trying to focus on penning a few hundred words, and having only managed 2 before being interrupted, his mood was understandably soured, particularly given the girl's initial unpleasant demeanor. "Hello, my name is Qingge, and I am with the student council. I believe your guitar performance is quite impressive, so I have signed you up for the school's New Year's Eve program. Please prepare well and perform to the best of your abilities," she stated, seemingly oblivious to Li Wei's annoyance. Upon hearing Qingge's words, Li Wei was taken aback, the pen in his hand tearing through the pages of his notebook in a fit of agitation. He had been pondering who had submitted his name for the program, only to discover that the instigator was now standing before him, unabashedly discussing the matter. He immediately lifted his gaze, glaring at Qingge, and exclaimed, "You signed me up for this? Do I even know you?" "I am Qingge, as I have already informed you. Does that not qualify as knowing each other?" She replied innocently, observing the peculiar expression on Li Wei's face, as if her act of signing him up had somehow become a misdeed. Curiously, Qingge, who typically exuded an air of superiority in front of other boys, felt a twinge of insecurity in Li Wei's presence. "You are mistaken. I do not play guitar and sing. I only play the eru, having learned from a blind fortune teller in the neighboring village," Li Wei retorted sharply, unimpressed by her demeanor. "You are lying. You sing in the dim night, a melody I have heard on several occasions. If you can sing there, why not at the school's New Year's Eve party?" Qingge glared at the boy before her, who spoke with such unfounded confidence. "I sing there for a paycheck. Will I receive compensation for performing at the New Year's Eve event?" Li Wei now understood why this girl had submitted her program. Yet he was puzzled about how she knew his name and that he was in class 164. It seemed a girl still in school could frequent such places. And if not for socializing, then surely her family must be well off. Qingge likely belonged to the latter category. Otherwise, how could she be part of the student council? Could you possibly elevate your thoughts? Do you not harbor even a modicum of ambition to bring honor to your class? Performing at school could enhance your class's reputation. Both our class 165 and yours are advanced classes, and ours has submitted 2 programs. Is your class filled with mere bookworms? Not a single performance to boast of? Do you not feel that reflects poorly on you? Qingge's voice rose, betraying her indignation. The other students, who were diligently studying, turned to look at the source of the commotion, glancing between Qingge and Li Wei. Li Wei sensed that engaging in conversation with this girl during a study session would yield no favorable outcome. The disdainful looks from the boys around him confirmed as much. Even if he were to win the argument, he would still be the one looked down upon. It appeared this girl held some notoriety within the school, a status he was unaware of. Fine, I shall not argue with you. How did you know I was in class 164? How did you learn my name? If you reveal that, I shall perform in your program. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, a hint of pride flickered across Qingxi's face, mingled with annoyance. After all, she was the belle of the school, and it irked her that this boy, who did not recognize her, spoke to her with such disrespect. I can't even have a proper conversation if I don't raise my voice a little, Yifong told me. We were in the same class in middle school. One day, I saw you walking with Yifong and later inquired about you. Qingxi's revelation momentarily stunned Li Wei. Upon hearing Yifong's name, he recalled events from that night, though he had no idea where that girl was now. Oh, so it was she who mentioned it. All right. I shall perform in your program then. Do you have any further questions? Li Wei casually inquired, having obtained the answer he sought. What will you be singing? I need to find an accompaniment for you. Qingxi responded, feeling an impulse to reprimand him for his nonchalance. No need for that. I do not require accompaniment. The guitar will suffice. The song is titled The School Bell. No, that will not do. I believe you should sing Broad Sea and Skies instead. The School Bell is a nonsensical choice. I have decided. It shall be Broad Sea and Skies. Before Li Wei could finish his sentence, Qingxi interrupted him decisively, swiftly determining his performance. She hurried away, and Li Wei could have sworn he noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. Does this girl possess an inflated sense of self-worth? He had initially intended to perform the version of Campus Bell by Pang Long, but was unexpectedly met with rejection. What could this possibly mean? The song he wished to sing contained no inappropriate themes at all. Was he truly dismissed so easily? However, considering the mindset of the school authorities, Li Wei felt it prudent to heed Qingxi's suggestion and sing as directed, lest he suffer repercussions. He distinctly recalled an incident from his middle school days when a teacher from another class was criticized for not performing a patriotic song during a school choir competition, instead allowing her students to sing the one sitting next to you. In the eyes of the school leaders, that song was deemed to promote romantic relationships among students and was therefore unsuitable for performance at such an event. To avoid becoming a target of the school's faculty, he resolved to remain compliant. Li Wei, what did you say to the campus bell? You managed to upset her, remarked a male classmate who was relatively close to him, leaning in conspiratorially as if they were part of an underground organization, albeit with a somewhat lecherous demeanor. Campus bell? What are you talking about? Who is the campus bell? Li Wei paused momentarily in confusion before retorting. Are you suggesting that the girl who just spoke to me is the belle of our school? You truly don't know? His classmate exclaimed, bewildered. I genuinely have no idea, Li Wei thought to himself, feeling vexed by his friend's incredulous tone. Throughout his middle and high school years, he had never paid attention to who the campus belle or class beauty was, being preoccupied with either studies or leisure activities, and thus remained oblivious to such social dynamics. You're impressive. No wonder you managed to make the campus belle upset. Qingxi has been the belle of our school from middle to high school. No one surpasses her beauty. Haven't you noticed how many boys flock to class 165? I've visited a few times, but she has never spoken to me. I can't believe she approached you. His classmate wore an envious expression, audaciously expressing his admiration. Feeling somewhat guilty for unintentionally breaking the heart of a boy enamored with the campus belle, Li Wei hurriedly reassured his classmate that Qingxi had sought him out for a matter of school business, and he bore her no ill will. It was merely a return to the fold of academia for the honor of his class, and he implored the admirer not to read too much into it, asserting his innocence and newfound commitment. Disappointed by the lack of useful information from Li Wei, the classmate returned to his seat. No wonder Qingxi reacted so strongly when I mentioned performing her song. She must have thought I was teasing her. This misunderstanding feels quite unjust, Li Wei mused after his friend departed. It became clear that being unaware of the identities of the campus belle and class beauty during one's school years could lead to significant consequences. Gratitude is extended to the reader 150707. Should you enjoy this, kindly cast your vote and offer your support to allow me to dedicate more time to this endeavor. Apologies for any delays, as I had indulged in some drinks last night and overslept. Chapter 61. I adore your song in the ensuing days. Li Wei continued to abstain from rehearsals. He merely sang a song, an activity he had often engaged in during the twilight hours, and it was simply a matter of not doing so for a while. Whether he rehearsed or not was of little consequence. When the time came, he could merely warm up his voice and moisten his throat. Instead, He chose to continue practicing calligraphy and writing novels, which he found quite enjoyable, despite his casual approach. Once he began to write, he found it nearly impossible to cease. However, by Wednesday afternoon, his delightful pastime was interrupted. Shi, accompanied by another girl, approached Li Wei to inform him that there would be no afternoon classes. Instead, they were to rehearse in the school auditorium. As the administration wished to inspect the New Year's Eve performance to ensure everything was in order and to gauge the effectiveness of the presentation, Li Wei considered using the excuse of not having his guitar with him. But Shi promptly informed him that the school's music room was equipped with various instruments, and he could use one of the school's guitars for the rehearsal. The administration would not be overly concerned with his vocal performance, but rather with the content of the presentation. This scenario reminded Li Wei of the self-assessments often conducted in the realm of online novels. Indeed, the mindset of the administration appeared to be quite uniform. The rehearsal proceeded smoothly. Li Wei took the stage with his guitar and performed without a hitch. As his content bore no romantic themes, which elicited no comments from the school leaders. Yet, he noticed the proud expression on his homeroom teacher's face, suggesting that his performance had garnered favorable reviews from the authorities. However, upon catching sight of the gleaming eyes of the English teacher beside him, Li Wei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Surely, she did not mistake him for another charming young lad. He detested the feeling of being the center of attention during class. Li Wei's homeroom teachers from both his first and second years were relatively amicable. Both were unmarried young individuals who treated their students well. After his performance, his homeroom teacher approached him and patted him on the shoulder, commending him for a job well done and encouraging him to continue striving for his class's glory in the upcoming performance, even though she had to stand on tiptoe to reach his shoulder. Then, Li Wei spotted the grade director he found particularly insufferable, small eyes, whiskers reminiscent of a mouse, and unfortunately, rather diminutive in stature. This individual had earned the nickname Grade Cat during the first semester, a moniker that was far from flattering, implying that he treated all students with the same predatory vigilance as a cat pursuing a mouse. The sight of him irked Li Wei. Yet the man paid him no mind, merely casting a glance at Li Wei's homeroom teacher as she approached. Li Wei's current homeroom teacher, surnamed Mao, had previously taught at the same school as his cousin from his second aunt's side. In a prior life, when Li Wei's mother had accompanied him to school, she had engaged in casual conversation with teacher Mao about this shared history. During Li Wei's first year, teacher Mao had shown him considerable care, insisting that he sit at the front of the class despite the pressure from the grade cat. The homeroom teacher he had in his second year was also decent, though it seemed that this teacher could not withstand the grade cat's scrutiny, resulting in Li Wei's seat gradually moving further back until he eventually found himself at the very end of the classroom. In this world, Li Wei never truly cultivated a rapport with teacher Mao. He remained indifferent while seated there. However, his homeroom teacher had not made things particularly difficult for him. She merely felt that his current academic performance was significantly lacking compared to his entrance examination results from middle school, and she would occasionally remind him to seize the time to study diligently. The rehearsal was far more gratifying than merely observing it live. Seated in the school's grand auditorium, where warmth enveloped the space, he found solace in the sparse audience. Participants like Li Wei were fortunate enough to occupy front row seats, and since his performance was scheduled midway through, he had ample time afterward to enjoy the acts of others. Here, he could witness the dancers showcasing their various physiques, including their fair, delicate legs. Overall, the figures of the senior girls surpassed those of the freshmen, although occasionally, a freshman girl would emerge with a figure that rivaled those of the seniors. The entire performance spanned 2 hours, with the senior and junior classes sharing 1 hour, while the freshmen occupied the other hour due to their larger number. With preparation time included, all participants in the rehearsal were released half an hour earlier than usual. Li Wei, without hesitation, bypassed the classroom and headed straight home. Not long after exiting the school gates, Li Wei felt his phone vibrate. He retrieved it from his backpack. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. In an era devoid of the myriad of nuisance and scam calls that would later plague society, he felt no apprehension about engaging in conversation, so he promptly answered the call. Upon hearing the voice, he instantly recognized it as Zhang Chu, who had taken quite some time to reach out to him. Li Wei suggested that they meet tomorrow night at night mist, as he would head to old Zhong's place after the New Year's Eve party at school to borrow a vehicle for his return. Just as he hung up, a woman called out his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Shi, accompanied by another girl on a bicycle. casting a somewhat perplexed gaze at the phone in his hand. At that time, very few individuals owned a mobile phone, and given that Li Wei was still a student, Chunxi's reaction to his device was particularly notable. Li Wei regarded Chunxi with a furrowed brow, casually stowing his phone in his bag, and inquired, "Beautiful leader, what brings you to me?" "Nothing much, just wanted to say hello." "You performed splendidly in today's rehearsal," she replied. "By the way, why do you sound like a little rogue when you speak?" Chunxi felt a twinge of frustration as she observed Li Wei's demeanor. He was markedly different from his usual self at school. "Splendid? I believe it was exceptionally good. I truly enjoyed your song," she continued. "Li Wei, keep it up. I believe you have the potential to become a great singer." A loud interjection from the girl beside her dissipated the momentary awkwardness between Li Wei and Chunxi. Grinning, Li Wei expressed his gratitude for the compliment from the girl, and the three of them gradually strolled along, chatting amicably. "I heard you have a song called Campus Beauty. Why haven't I heard of it? Did you write it yourself? Is it about your middle school or high school campus beauty? When can you sing it for us?" The girl accompanying Chunxi inquired, her questions flowing seamlessly, as if she were taking a breath. Her name was Lin, a spirited and carefree girl with a heart of gold, whom Li Wei had known in his previous life. She was Chunxi's South classmate and close friend throughout middle and high school. Upon hearing Lin's words, Chunxi beside her immediately perked up, displaying a keen interest in the matter. If I have the opportunity to sing, you all shall listen. However, I must head to the market to buy groceries first, and then I need to return home to prepare dinner, so I cannot accompany you." Li Wei was nearly taken aback by Lin's forthrightness. She was indeed refreshingly candid. "All right then, when the time comes, you must sing for us." "I truly enjoy your singing," he replied. Lin smiled and picked up on Li Wei's enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Wow, you can cook? That's impressive. We shall come to your home to savor your culinary creations and listen to your songs. It will be a delightful gathering." Feeling a surge of urgency, Li Wei hastily quickened his pace, sensing that lingering any longer was perilous. Chapter 62. The night encounter. The New Year's Eve gala mirrored the previous life, as it remained cold despite the absence of rain. The most unfortunate were the young women in skirts who danced during rehearsals. They were oblivious to the chill due to the heating, yet during the outdoor performance, they shivered while earnestly completing their acts. Li Wei watched in admiration, bundled up warmly himself. In contrast to his past life, Li Wei participated in a performance this time, no longer relegated to the back of the playground. While on stage, he yearned to wave to the sea of students below and shout, "Comrades, greetings. Thank you for your hard work." This marked his first experience performing in front of thousands. Regrettably, he never mustered the courage to shout that out. The stern gaze of the leaders in the front row held him back. It was reminiscent of that previous occasion when he had spent 10 yuan to climb the viewing platform at a parade, filled with the same impulse to shout, only to be deterred by the vigilant guards. Truly, a tragic irony. Li Wei's singing ultimately earned him a second prize. If only it had come with a monetary reward, it would have been perfect. Alas, the only prize was a mere certificate, with nothing else accompanying it. This wretched school continued to exhibit not only its corruption but also its stinginess, offering less than what Li Wei had received in elementary and middle school. Back then, he had not only received a certificate, but also towels, mugs, and pencil cases. His home was adorned with such scraps of paper, effectively covering some of the cracks in the walls of their mud brick house, allowing guests to appreciate the achievements of this academic prodigy while praising the intelligence of the homeowner's child. In response, Li Wei's mother would enthusiastically share tales of her son's various accomplishments. By the time the New Year's gala concluded, it was already 9:30 in the evening, coinciding with the time when students typically remained for evening study sessions. Li Wei was fortunate to experience the sensation of returning home at night. He had arrived on his bicycle, carrying a guitar as he rode out of the school gates. Along the way, he could feel the eyes of passers-by upon him, a lingering effect of the evening's performance that would likely endure for some time. It seemed that his aspirations of becoming a quiet, handsome man who could sleep peacefully would not be realized anytime soon. As he exited the school gates, Li Wei soon heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Lin and Chunxi, both bundled up, pedaling their bicycles in pursuit. It was Lin who had called out to him, and upon seeing her, a smile crept onto Li Wei's face. As fate would have it, we found ourselves on the same path once more. Hopeful that I would not be compelled to sing that song about the campus beauty. Previously, I had no knowledge of who the campus beauty was. Yet Li Wei sang it effortlessly. Now, With the identity of the campus beauty revealed, having Li Wei sing that song would indeed feel quite awkward, especially considering my rather tenuous relationship with her. Fortunately, Qiulin seemed to have forgotten the conversation she had with Li Wei last time. The three of us walked together without delving into that topic. Instead, Qiulin came to Li Wei's defense, expressing her belief that his rendition was truly remarkable and deserved a first prize, rather than the performance of some other individual. Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Wei's mouth twitched. It seemed our relationship was not yet sufficiently familiar. In my past life, I had come to know her because we were placed in the same class, yet we had not even been assigned classes this time around. Nonetheless, I felt grateful for her support. After passing the intersection leading to Li Wei's residence, Qiulin and Chunxi noticed that Li Wei had not departed but was still walking alongside them, which piqued their curiosity regarding his engagement with the dimly lit venue. There was nothing to conceal, as both of them had attended the venue and were aware of my circumstances. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, Qiulin and Chunxi actually resided near the dimly lit venue, an area populated by several universities. And just a short distance further lay the municipal party and government buildings. Not far from the school entrance, as they turned onto the main road, a few motorcycles suddenly emerged from behind, blocking their path. Li Wei looked up and recognized a familiar face, grinning maliciously at him. It was Yifang's ex-boyfriend. It appeared that this fellow had just been released. His hair was no longer the slick, middle-parted style, but had been reduced to a buzz cut. He likely knew that there was a New Year's Eve celebration at the school that evening, thus lying in wait. It seemed that matters would not resolve peacefully tonight, as this location was relatively desolate, devoid of nearby residents or a place to call for help. Li Wei removed his guitar and bag, handing them to Chunxi, who was closest to him, and he specifically patted his bag, indicating that his phone was inside, which was none of their concern. You two should take another route and head back. They are looking for trouble with me. Chunxi remained silent, accepting the guitar and bag and slinging them over her shoulder. She immediately turned to leave with Qiulin, whose expression was filled with anger, seemingly wanting to say something. However, after being pulled away by Chunxi and glancing back, she fell silent. This prompted Li Wei to regard Chunxi with newfound respect, recognizing that at this moment, saying anything or taking any action would be futile. The two women could not assist in any meaningful way. The priority was to leave quickly and contact someone for help. Hey, two lovely ladies planning to leave. Is it that easy? Did you ask us? A fellow with dyed blonde hair jeered, spotting Chunxi and Qiulin as they attempted to leave with their bicycles. He immediately revved his motorcycle and surged towards them, accompanied by another individual wielding a steel pipe, completely disregarding Li Wei, who stood there. They were a gang of over 10 individuals, armed with knives and steel pipes, and it was unlikely that the fellow would dare to act. What he did not anticipate was that Li Wei was indeed prepared to fight back. Armed with a weapon of his own, Li Wei directly extracted the two steel pipes lodged in his vehicle, using one to strike down a motorcyclist attempting to pass by. He swiftly advanced to deliver two more blows to the fallen figure. These steel rods had been prepared days in advance, concealed within the frame of his bicycle, a precaution against potential retribution from the gang leader, who he feared might emerge from detention seeking vengeance. Had the events of this night not transpired, the gang and its leader would have been apprehended the following day, alleviating Li Wei's concerns. It is imperative to note that the gang had been sentenced to severe penalties due to the detrimental consequences of their actions, which had initially garnered attention from foreign entities before reaching the authorities, eventually culminating in the city leader's awareness. The repercussions were dire, with even the fathers of influential second-generation individuals not escaping unscathed. When the gang was dismantled, the local populace celebrated with firecrackers for several days, reveling in their newfound relief. Chapter 63. Blood on the streets. Li Wei adhered to the principle of striking first to deter trouble, understanding that if surrounded by adversaries, even his skills would be of little use, and he might suffer grave consequences. After toppling the two assailants, the remaining members of the gang erupted in fury, particularly the leader, who had undergone significant changes during his time in detention. Previously contemplative, he now urged his comrades to encircle and brutally assault Li Wei, proclaiming that they would kill him. Li Wei, unprepared to hold back, called for the two women behind him to flee, brandishing a steel pipe as he confronted the advancing adversaries. Fortunately, the distance between him and the gang's motorcycles was not too great, making it difficult for them to accelerate quickly. As they charged at him, the riders atop the two motorcycles at the front panicked. their speed insufficient to evade Li Wei's impending strike. With a resounding thud, the first two motorcycles, along with their riders, toppled to the ground. Observing that a vehicular assault might be ill-advised, the remaining gang members dismounted and rushed towards Li Wei, confident in their numerical superiority. Soon, chaos ensued as they engaged in a melee, with Li Wei single-handedly facing multiple foes. Had the confrontation been unarmed, he would have felt no pressure, but with weapons involved, the dynamics shifted dramatically. During the skirmish, his arms and shoulders endured several blows, inflicting considerable pain. Fortunately, the thickness of his attire provided some protection, or the pain would have been far worse. However, the adversaries were not faring well either. Those who fell to the ground rapidly lost their combat effectiveness. With the number of incapacitated adversaries escalating to 7 or 8, nearly half of their fighting force vanquished. This created an opportunity for Li Wei to maneuver, retreating for self-preservation while inflicting further damage on others. The gang leader, seemingly resolute in his determination to subdue Li Wei, pursued him relentlessly as they engaged in a protracted struggle, oscillating between bouts of combat for over 10 minutes. During the course of the altercation, 2 more individuals from the group collapsed, leaving only 6 or 7 capable of continuing the fight. Li Wei was not faring any better. He had truly bled this time, as a thug's knife had slashed through his thick outer garment, leaving a long gash on his arm. Though it did not reach the bone, it was enough to draw blood. Additionally, he had suffered a blow to his shoulder, and only one of the 2 steel pipes he wielded remained intact. Continuing the fight was no longer an option, as he feared that persisting might lead to his demise right there. Surveying the surroundings while parrying the attacks from his assailants, Li Wei pondered an opportunity to escape. Just then, several police cars raced towards them from the roadside. Upon witnessing the brawl, the patrol cars immediately activated their sirens, and an officer shouted from the vehicle, demanding that they drop their weapons and take cover on the ground. Upon seeing the police, Li Wei felt a surge of relief. He had not anticipated the swift response from law enforcement that evening, and he realized he would not have to flee. However, the thugs continued to attack, seemingly unperturbed by the arrival of the police, as their leader was the son of a high-ranking official within the police system. Why would they fear the authorities when the police might very well fear them? Li Wei quickly discerned the thug's mindset. It was clear that after being expelled from school and detained in a holding facility, this individual had strayed further down a dark path. Little did he know that their leader was currently in dire straits himself, unable to lend any assistance to them. Seeing that their warnings had fallen on deaf ears, the officers in the police car resorted to firing a warning shot, which finally instilled a sense of panic in the thugs. Their assault on Li Wei ceased, and he too halted, discarding the steel pipe onto the ground and distancing himself from them. However, the thug did not relinquish his weapon. Instead, he brazenly faced the approaching police officers, preparing to invoke his leader's name to intimidate them. To his astonishment, the officers paid him no mind, swiftly disarming them and knocking them to the ground before handcuffing them. The thug was momentarily taken aback by the officers' decisive actions, but soon regained his composure and began to hurl insults, threatening to have his leader retaliate against them. The officers, having harbored resentment towards his leader for some time, seized the opportunity to deliver a few more kicks, rendering him speechless. Li Wei spent New Year's Day of 1999 in the police station and the hospital. His injuries were severe, particularly the lengthy gash on his arm, which required over 10 stitches. Chun-Shi and Xiao-Lin accompanied him at the hospital for a while, delivering some items before being escorted away by the police. They had initially wished to stay longer, but Li Wei had declined their company. Having endured hardships together, the bond among the 3 had notably strengthened. Li Wei could not personally address Zhang Chu's situation, so he contacted Lao Zhong, requesting him to arrange for that fellow to learn from a skilled guitarist during the twilight hours after work. Zhang Chu had just over a year left until graduation. Upon receiving Li Wei's call, Lao Zhong readily agreed to assist and sent Zhang Chu to work. He had intended to visit Li Wei at the hospital, but was declined. It seemed inappropriate to have someone running around late at night, especially in the cold, and Li Wei felt he had no serious injuries. Originally, he had planned to return home for the new year, but this incident thwarted his plans. He feared that if his mother saw him, he would undoubtedly face her ire and cause her unnecessary worry. Thus, he called home, informing them that he would be working overtime in the city and would return the following week. After spending a night in the hospital, Lao Zhong and Li Xiaoyan were the first to arrive the next morning, bringing some fruits and breakfast for Li Wei. Upon seeing that he was not seriously harmed, they finally felt relieved. Li Xiaoyan chided Li Wei for always trying to be strong, which had now resulted in him getting beaten up. Li Wei smiled but offered no explanation. He had never sought to act tough, and this time he felt somewhat wronged. Lao Zhong also brought news that the group responsible for the incident had been apprehended, and it was likely that the citizens would celebrate with firecrackers for several days after hearing the news later that afternoon. As soon as Lao Zhong and Li Xiaoyan left, Chen Shi and Xiu Lin arrived together, also bringing breakfast for Li Wei, just as he was still feeling hungry. Chapter 64. Feng Yuan's plans once again. I grasp your hand to bid farewell. On that rainy Sunday, I accompanied you away from your hometown. The rain muffled our unspoken grievances. The words that needed to be said had been uttered countless times, yet the feelings left unexpressed lingered in the rain. When tears blurred my vision, I realized you had vanished, allowing the cold rain to drench my longing. How are you faring in a foreign land? Are your eyes wet with tears? On the television, the city broadcast was playing, and I wondered which brother had chosen the song How Are You Faring in a Foreign Land. In it, Li Jin, with his shiny bald head, was passionately singing. Hearing this song reminded me of Yifeng, who had gone south alone. I pondered how she was doing now. I had anticipated that she had left, and I found myself enduring a beating because of her. After spending a night and a morning in the hospital, Li Wei could no longer endure it. He returned to his residence and lay on the sofa, idly watching television. The city broadcast had little programming at that hour, primarily featuring song requests and advertisements. Li Wei was not fond of other channels, so he lay on the sofa, listening to music while dozing off. The shopping mall and fast food restaurants were bustling with business that day, leaving Lao Zhong and Li Xiaoyan unable to break free, as they had to keep a constant watch over the situation. Li Xiaoyan prepared lunch, which was sent to Li Wei, as he had just had stitches and could not move his hand. Shortly after finishing his meal, and as he was about to drift off to sleep, Feng Yuan called, wanting to discuss a potential collaboration with Li Wei. Li Wei had not attended the training classes for quite some time, due to his busy schedule and his tasks related to preparing materials for the training center. Now that Feng Yuan had come to seek him out, it seemed like the right moment for a discussion. However, Li Wei was in considerable discomfort. Every movement sent waves of pain throughout his body. The previous day's altercation had not registered much in the heat of the moment, but after the adrenaline wore off, he felt the sharp, searing pain in every impacted area, particularly when the nurse at the hospital applied the medication. She treated him as if he were a pig, applying pressure with such force that he could hardly believe it, concluding with a remark about dispersing the bruises to prevent future complications. Li Wei was left speechless, and he had to thank the nurse loudly as she departed. He found the idea of applying ointment to his back absurd, as he could not reach the injuries himself, deciding instead to rest for a few days to allow them to heal naturally. Feng Yuan had visited Li Wei before and was aware of his residence, which was not far from the training center. Shortly after their phone conversation, Feng Yuan arrived. Upon seeing Li Wei clad in loose clothing and wrapped in bandages, his mouth fell open in astonishment. What on earth happened? Were you mugged? Or did you get into trouble for messing with someone else's girlfriend? Could we refrain from discussing matters of romantic entanglement? Li Wei replied, his expression souring at Feng Yuan's insinuation. Do you really think I am that kind of person? It's no wonder the school hesitates to let you lead a class. They only trust you with computer training. If you were a homeroom teacher, all the students would be led astray. I acted in defense of justice. Do you understand? The police had indeed classified the previous night's events as an act of bravery. Initially, Li Wei was reluctant to accept this label, feeling that he was merely caught up in someone else's troubles. Yet, the officers had offered him no opportunity for explanation. The commanding officer simply stated the conclusion and led his team away, leaving Li Wei bewildered. It was only this morning that he learned from Chen Shi and Xiu Lin that they had reported the assailants for attempting to assault them, and Li Wei had been recognized as a hero for aiding his female classmates. He could not help but wonder if the police were genuinely so accommodating or if they had been misled. Regardless, the fact remained that he was deemed a hero, and Chen Shi informed him that the school would view this act favorably for his future. After some banter with Feng Yuan, the two men transitioned into a more serious conversation. Feng Yuan candidly confessed that he was involved in training because he recognized the lucrative potential of the field. But his ambition was not to remain in it indefinitely. He intended to assess the industry's future prospects. Li Wei was taken aback, having presumed that Feng Yuan was committed to a long-term endeavor. Instead, it seemed he was merely looking to make a quick profit and move on. Li Wei felt a sense of emotional investment wasted, especially since he had even gone so far as to draft advertising slogans. It was clear that he needed to take action to ensure the continuation of their venture. Firstly, let us delve into the future prospects of computers, particularly in light of the practical applications of networking alongside the advancement of various supportive software. This presents a substantial opportunity, a veritable feast, which one simply cannot afford to overlook. However, what Li Wei did not anticipate was that, although Feng Yuan's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm upon hearing Li Wei's words, his response was entirely divergent from Li Wei's expectations. So, you also believe that the domain of computer networking holds great promise? I was merely preparing to pivot the training program towards that area. What is this? Li Wei had not yet finished his thoughts. Regardless, this afternoon's conversation left Li Wei feeling exceedingly disgruntled. It was quite challenging to communicate effectively when their discussions seemed to diverge so greatly. Li Wei nearly exhausted his voice. Yet they ultimately reached a preliminary agreement to proceed with the training program, selecting suitable individuals to establish a software company. They would initially focus on the cashier software developed by Li Wei, as well as the technology for retail computer equipment, and also begin preparations for an internet CAF chain. They decided to amalgamate these ventures under the name Deep Blue Technology Company, Limited. Thus, Li Wei would contribute software, technology, and a portion of the funding to hold a 50% stake, while Feng Yuan would provide the majority of the funding for an equal share. Together, they began to further strategize the development of Deep Blue technology. As their conversation progressed, Feng Yuan began to sense something amiss with this young man before him. Many of the concepts that sprang forth from Li Wei's lips were unfamiliar to him, and some of these ideas seemed to exist merely as concepts even at present. This prompted Feng Yuan to question how Li Wei could possess such extensive knowledge. Certain insights seemed as if he had personally experienced them. Surely, such understanding was not typical for a boy hailing from the countryside. Consequently, he promptly voiced his doubts to Li Wei, causing the latter, who had been passionately engaged in discussion, to halt abruptly, as if doused with cold water. The conversation could not continue in a pleasant manner. It was frustrating that he could not express himself fully without doubt being cast upon him. Was it not possible that he could be a genius or that inspiration had struck him suddenly? This rationale, of course, Li Wei could not use. He merely rolled his eyes and claimed that he had traveled to the south and had encountered computers early on as an explanation. Grateful acknowledgments to his supportive partner, tipsy little scholar, and the generous contributions from others. Heartfelt thanks for all the recommendations. Chapter 65. The plan. The maintenance of the cashier software and retail computer equipment could now be entrusted to Feng Yuan's cousin. Li Wei had met him. His name was Yi Huan, and he was currently working under Feng Yuan at the training center. He possessed commendable practical skills and had a foundational understanding of computer hardware. Although his academic performance left much to be desired, having ceased his studies after high school, he harbored a strong interest in computers. Previously, when Li Wei was assembling computers at the training center, Yi Huan had observed closely and had performed quite well. Upon Feng Yuan's suggestion, Li Wei readily agreed. And the training center would subsequently offer targeted training in office software, retail cashier software, and financial software, thereby supplying the retail sector with computer personnel and financial staff. This vocational training would also be applicable in the future corporate office settings. Additionally, they would introduce training courses focused on computer hardware and software installation, ultimately cultivating computer maintenance personnel and network administrators. The professions that can obtain certifications will eventually be pursued, as they are the most lucrative. Li Wei's shopping center will also provide some remuneration for the personnel to the training classes, allowing them to simply send trained graduates to work, thereby saving their own training time. Meanwhile, the training classes can directly inform incoming students that job placements are guaranteed for the profession, significantly enhancing its allure, while simultaneously promoting the cash register software developed by Li Wei. This creates a triadic win-win situation, benefiting all parties involved. As for the internet CAF sector, Li Wei confidently informed Feng Yuan that as long as he has sufficient connections, he could apply for as many licenses as he wishes, without concern for a lack of computers. At that time, obtaining internet CAF licenses was relatively lenient. After a few years, acquiring a license for an internet CAF would be a costly and challenging endeavor. Furthermore, during this period, there were not many large-scale online games, and computer configurations did not need to be overly advanced. In the southern regions, there were plenty of outdated machines discarded by developed countries, available at remarkably low prices. which could easily suffice for operations. Li Wei had previously assisted a business owner in assembling computers, setting up a veritable United Nations market with numerous languages represented. At that time, it was unnecessary to comprehend those languages. Relying on intuition, he could make educated guesses about the general configurations among thousands of languages, simply pressing enter to achieve success most of the time. The two engaged in discussions until dusk, and only then did Fang Yuan take his leave. Initially, he intended to invite Li Wei out for a celebratory dinner to mark their successful collaboration, but upon seeing Li Wei's exhausted demeanor, he decided to stifle his suggestion and returned alone to make arrangements. After Fang Yuan departed, the proprietress called to inform Li Wei that she would be arriving later, advising him to eat something if he was hungry. Li Wei reassured her that he was fine, being a healthy young man who wouldn't starve, and encouraged her to focus on her busy fast food establishment, indicating that she need not come over that evening. Once the call ended, Li Wei searched his room for something to eat, only to discover that he seldom kept snacks on hand. He glanced at the kitchen and resolved to cook some noodles, which fortunately was a simple task. He placed a pot of water over the fire, and upon boiling, he added 2 duck eggs to create a sort of poached egg, followed by the noodles for a brief cook. As the noodles neared completion, he added some chopped scallions and condiments, and at the moment of serving, he tossed in a package of pickled vegetables, relishing his meal. Due to his aversion to instant noodles, this act of preparing boiled noodles felt reminiscent of a past life he often engaged in, and since his rebirth, it had been quite a while since he had done so. The taste was delightful, prompting Li Wei to commend his culinary skills internally. By the time the proprietress arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock. Li Wei had just finished showering and was preparing for bed when she knocked on his door. He was astonished by her unexpected visit at such an hour, and behind her was Li Xiaowu, presumably having accompanied his sister. The proprietress carried some food, questioning why she had come so early when she was ready for bed. Bringing you some nourishing soup and food. Please indulge yourself for now. Once you have finished, I shall attend to your wounds, as the nurse mentioned that you should wait until after your evening bath for the next treatment. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately comprehended that the proprietress was aware of his solitary living situation and had come to assist him with his medication in the evening. This was not for the wound itself, but rather for the contusion on his back inflicted by a steel pipe, requiring a topical remedy to disperse the bruising, one he could not reach on his own. Gratefully thanking the proprietress, Li Wei did not hesitate to devour the meal she had brought, savoring a generous late-night feast. Afterward, he shed his clothing and lay bare-chested on the sofa, awaiting his impending treatment. It was Li Xiaowu's first visit to Li Wei's abode, and he had just learned of Li Wei's unfortunate condition. With a smile, he inquired if Li Wei had perhaps stolen someone else's girlfriend. At this, Li Wei felt a tug at the corners of his mouth, his heart heavy with frustration. Why was it that both young men who had visited had made such remarks? Fang Yuan had said the same, and now Li Xiaowu echoed it. Did he possess a visage that suggested he was a rival in love? After the proprietress and her brother had applied the ointment, they lingered for a while before departing. During their conversation, Li Wei learned that the business at One Barrel Under Heaven had outperformed even its opening day, and the mall was bustling with patrons. While specific figures were yet to be released, the flow of customers was evident. After bidding farewell to the siblings, Li Wei succumbed to sleep, as he had barely rested the previous night, compounded by his injuries, rendering him exceedingly weary. Upon awakening the next day, Li Wei felt considerably improved. Aside from the areas around his wounds, which remained sensitive, the rest of his body was much less painful than the day before. Noticing the hour was still early, he rose and took a gentle jog, mindful that he could not engage in strenuous activity just yet. On his way back, he fortuitously encountered Chun Shi and Xiao Lin, who were headed to visit him. They had come to see how he was faring, and upon witnessing him jogging, they understood that his injuries were healing well. Thus, they proposed an excursion to the outskirts of the city, for the weather was delightful, clear skies without a hint of rain or wind. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wei acquiesced, and the trio made their way to One Barrel Under Heaven for breakfast before Li Wei checked them all, finding no pressing matters, and then joined Chun Shi and Xiao Lin. Together, they ventured to a nearby ancient site, the final resting place of the celebrated poet Du Fu, renowned in its own right. However, the area remained undeveloped, and with the winter chill, there was little to behold. The sparse crowd added to the desolation. Yet, the two girls were in high spirits, often marveling at the trees scattered across the landscape. Chapter 66. The winter here is quite amusing observing their reactions. Li Wei couldn't help but smirk. These two city dwellers were rather pitiable. What was there to be so astonished about? Back home, there were plentiful sights far more captivating, delightful, and delectable. It seemed that the season for harvesting winter bamboo shoots had arrived, and this thought ignited a longing within Li Wei for the taste of home, as it had been ages since he had savored the flavor of those cherished bamboo shoots. Two young girls, noticing Li Wei's distracted demeanor, inquired about his thoughts. With a smile, Li Wei replied, "I am longing for the winter bamboo shoots at home. It is the season when we can harvest them. Moreover, we can also enjoy bamboo rats, the authentic taste of wild delicacies. I could have returned yesterday to relish these treats, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I must wait until next week." Upon hearing this, the girls were immediately intrigued and clamored for Li Wei to take them to his home. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wei decided it would be convenient to drive back next week anyway, and he could bring them along to see his home. He reasoned that his current living situation was merely temporary. If the girls were concerned, he could simply refrain from inviting them in the future. It was not a significant issue. In fact, Li Wei had previously given his mother several thousand yuan, who expressed a desire to renovate their house. But he had dissuaded her. The ideal location for construction was currently unfeasible. Should they proceed, there would inevitably be disturbances from neighboring villagers, which was unnecessary. He believed it wise to wait until the right moment presented itself. Besides, their earthen house had been their residence for over a decade, and staying for another 2 or 3 years was inconsequential. On the following Saturday morning, after school, Li Wei's injuries had nearly healed. He was resting at his desk when Chun Shi and Xiu Lin, carrying backpacks, arrived to find him, leaving their classmates in 164 class astonished, particularly a certain underground party member whose eyes glimmered with envy. By this time, news of Li Wei's act of heroism had spread throughout the school, and both classmates and teachers were aware of his assistance to the two girls. Thus, no one suspected any romantic entanglements. After leaving the school, Li Wei instructed the girls to wait for him at the corner while he returned to his residence to fetch some items. The driver of the old clock had already delivered the car that morning, when Li Wei emerged with the vehicle and invited the girls to join him. They were visibly taken aback, as they had not anticipated that he could drive or had acquired a car. It seemed that Li Wei was full of surprises. However, Li Wei felt no particular sense of accomplishment or pride in the girls' astonishment. His thoughts were wholly consumed by the excitement of returning home. Unlike others who despised winter, Li Wei cherished it, for in his memories, winter was a season filled with countless enjoyable activities. Yet as he aged, he could no longer indulge in the same childlike joy, and the warmth of winter had gradually diminished his enthusiasm. In his rural hometown, one of the delightful activities for children after school was to gather pig fodder from the fields. During this time, every household typically raised 1 or 2 pigs, and it was the children who would collect the fodder while adults attended to other responsibilities. A group of over a dozen children, carrying baskets, would first seek out any unharvested taro along the field edges before gathering pig fodder. They would then build a fire using straw and roast the taro. While waiting for the taro to cook, they would not immediately gather fodder, but instead would lift the straw piles to hunt for rats. In general, the field mice are quite clean, and the adults come to catch the larger ones for consumption. However, the children have no interest in eating them. They find the act of catching mice to be delightful and entertaining. Moreover, the writing assignments given by the teacher provide ample material, as the children's diaries during winter are predominantly filled with tales of pulling pigweed and catching mice, prompting the teacher to exclaim that the mice in the fields are nearly on the brink of extinction from their relentless pursuit. During the winter, the field mice burrow into the haystacks to create their nests, as it offers warmth. Consequently, whenever a pile of hay is lifted, one is likely to spot a mouse. There are several types of mice within these haystacks. Some are large and plump field mice, while others are small and stunted. There exists a peculiar variety, presumably a mutant species, characterized by its modest size and rarity. Its fur is a striking golden hue, and the children affectionately refer to this mouse as the golden-haired mouse. The joy of capturing one of these is akin to the delight of feasting on meat. Nevertheless, this type of mouse is particularly fragile and easily succumbs to fright. The children often wish to catch one to keep as a pet, eager to flaunt it before their companions. Yet such mice rarely survive the night. Whether by being playfully mishandled or succumbing to sheer terror, they seldom last long. For the rural children, death is merely a fleeting disappointment. They simply resume their pursuit the next day. After a time of catching mice, fatigue sets in, and the focus shifts to pulling pigweed. In those days, the rice fields were sown with a type of grass known as pigweed, and failure to cultivate it could result in a fine. This grass grows easily and is favored by pigs, making it a simple task for the children to fill a basket with it, provided the families who cultivate the grass do not come to shoo them away. As the sun begins to set, the roasted taro is usually ready, and everyone joyfully digs it out to share. With faces smeared with blackened remnants, they giggle and make their way home. By this time, dusk has settled, and the adults in every household call out for their children to return for dinner, with the children responding boisterously, competing to see whose voice can ring the loudest. Upon reaching the village entrance, they are summoned home by their respective parents, some of whom scold their children for being too mischievous and forgetting to come home at such a late hour, warning them of consequences if they repeat this behavior. However, to the children, such admonishments are effectively meaningless, and the cycle repeats itself the following day, accompanied by further reprimands and late returns. The adults merely express their habitual concerns, and by the next day, they seldom follow through with threats, unless a child has genuinely misbehaved. This generation of children is raised in such a manner. Each household boasts 2 or 3 children who are reared in a free-range fashion, with most parental worries centered on education. Therefore, as long as they return with sufficient pigweed after school, the adults hardly intervene. This pertains to gathering pigweed. Cutting firewood must wait until the weekend, as there is insufficient time during weekdays. For the children of the countryside, weekends are cherished, providing a day and a half of busyness. So much so that they often forego returning home for lunch, as there are simply too many activities to indulge in. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers for their time and generosity, particularly to 151,112 for their kind donation. Thank you all for your recommendations. Chapter 67. The winter fun. Here you see, there is only a brief day and a half of holiday. Ascending the mountains to gather firewood, one can roast sweet potatoes, scavenge for bamboo twigs in the bamboo groves, and sweet pine needles in the woods. Occasionally, one might spot a wild chicken or a hare darting by, prompting a spirited chase after these elusive creatures. Time seems utterly insufficient for such delightful pursuits. Though the children seldom catch these animals, their enthusiasm remains unabated, often engaging in imaginative play, reminiscent of the fable of the waiting for the rabbit by the stump. This expression has undoubtedly appeared most frequently in the diaries of the children during this season, with each mountain excursion inspiring another daydream. In fact, a trend of dog ownership emerged among the children, as dogs can chase rabbits and serve as guardians. These were humble mutts, easily cared for with leftover meals. Consequently, one could hear children calling out names like Tiger, Black Panther, and Yellow Lion as they compared whose dog was more formidable and obedient. However, whether these impressively named canines could actually catch a hare remains uncertain, as rabbits are not entirely defenseless and can bite when provoked. If that were all, the weekends would not be overly hectic. The subsequent activities generally required adult supervision, including digging for winter bamboo shoots and capturing bamboo rats. Extracting winter bamboo shoots is a skillful endeavor, and even adults do not always return from the mountains with a bountiful harvest. Li Wei excelled at this after observing an elder from a neighboring village a few times, yet his success was merely marginally better than others. Consequently, for the children, digging for bamboo shoots was rather unexciting and quite laborious. They accompanied the adults not merely to witness the meager results of the harvest. If winter bamboo shoots were elusive, then capturing bamboo rats became the true purpose of their venture. Bamboo rats could be considered a local delicacy, as they are not commonly found everywhere. These creatures are significantly larger than ordinary rats, possessing exquisite flavor and valuable fur, and they are adept at burrowing, thus presenting a challenge to capture. Therefore, a group effort is necessary. One must guard each hole, and upon sighting a bamboo rat, one swiftly strikes with a stick or traps it in a metal cage. Wooden or bamboo cages are ineffective for containing these nimble creatures. Typically, smoke is employed to capture bamboo rats, as water inundation is less effective due to the distance from water sources. When a bucket of water is poured in, most is absorbed by the surrounding soil, rendering the flooding futile. The bamboo rats likely only lament the unexpected rain. At this juncture, the children, unable to assist, merely cheer from the sidelines, their excitement akin to a surge of adrenaline upon seeing a bamboo rat emerge. The older boys can help by using sticks to drive the bamboo rats toward capture. Children are discouraged from catching the bamboo rats themselves, as these creatures can bite fiercely with their large incisors, inflicting considerable pain, and there are concerns about rabies. In addition to digging for bamboo shoots and capturing bamboo rats, there is also the activity of searching for loaches, not in a pond filled with water, but rather through the art of excavation. As the water in the rice fields had long since receded, the soil had become a semi-moist earth, providing the perfect hiding spot for the loaches, which burrowed into the mud to prepare for winter. At this time, catching loaches became remarkably easy, as one need not worry about their slippery escape. The surrounding mud was relatively firm, making their retreat into the earth a challenging endeavor. Upon spotting small holes in the fields, one could simply use an iron rake to excavate a bit, revealing the loaches without needing to dig too deeply. However, if the hole appeared large and deep, caution was warranted, for it could harbor either water snakes or eels, both of which could inflict bites, though not venomous. The pain was notable, especially from the water snake. Once this task was accomplished, the next adventure involved accompanying adults to the reservoir to catch fish and shrimp, without the necessity of wading into the frigid water. A few bundles of bamboo or twigs, tied loosely, would be placed in the water before dusk. The following morning, one could simply retrieve them with an iron hook and give them a gentle shake. Fish and shrimp, seeking warmth, would retreat to deeper waters or areas thick with branches and weeds. The children, filled with enthusiasm, would dash to the spots, eagerly gathering shrimp and small fish. Their excitement difficult to articulate. The more bamboo placed, the greater the catch, leading to a delightful feast. What fun it was! Yet, even more amusement awaited with the arrival of snow. Building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights were pastimes for the younger children, while the older ones dismissed such simple games as beneath them. Instead, they would scatter grains on the ground, using sieves to ensnare birds, a task that the youth of the village had mastered. Generally, they would catch sparrows or accompany adults up the mountain, following animal tracks in search of wild rabbits. This, however, depended on the snow's depth. In milder winters, the thin layer would not conceal even the withered grass. Encountering wild boar tracks would prompt immediate retreat for the little ones, as such ventures required the collective strength of many adults and the use of firearms and tools. The fanciful notion of striking deer or scooping fish from pots was utterly unrealistic. The snow would typically melt within 2 or 3 days, and catching wild chickens proved far more challenging than capturing rabbits. Throughout their journey, Li Wei regaled Chun Shi and Xiao Lin with these delightful tales, their eyes sparkling with wonder at the joys of rural life, which they had scarcely known. Their envy of Li Wei's intriguing childhood grew palpable, as it seemed each day was filled with adventure. Upon reaching his doorstep, they encountered a group of mischievous children engaged in a bubble-blowing contest on the threshing ground. Around 6 years of age, while the older ones had long outgrown such trivial pursuits, the vast mountains and rice fields were their true paradise. Although it was not the time of the spring festival, when adults typically refrained from purchasing bubbles or balloons, as they were colloquially known, Li Wei scrutinized the bubbles being enthusiastically blown by the little rascals, a sense of familiarity washing over him. As a mischievous child presented an uninflated bubble, Li Wei's lips involuntarily twitched. Goodness, that was no bubble, it was unmistakably a condom. Which child had the audacity to bring forth such an item, presumably belonging to their unsuspecting parents? Likely, they would face a stern reprimand upon returning home. In rural areas, family planning offices often distribute such items to young parents as part of their advocacy for population control. However, in this instance, the parents had yet to utilize them, only for their child to whimsically transform it into a bubble. This was indeed characteristic of a mischievous child. Chapter 68. Winter fun here. As Li Wei parked the car, his mother and sister emerged from the house, accompanied by his aunt and uncle. The sight of Li Wei returning with 2 girls left both him and his aunt momentarily stunned. How has he managed to bring home 2 at once? Observing the reaction of the adults, Li Wei's lips twitched again. Come on, I merely invited 2 classmates of the opposite sex to hang out. Must you think otherwise? His aunt and uncle had come to assist with the reservoir project, which had recently been contracted. They were tasked with constructing pig pens, duck houses, chicken coops, and living quarters near the reservoir, hoping to complete it before the new year so it could be utilized come spring. It was rare for Li Wei to return home, especially accompanied by classmates. Thus, his mother would not allow him to help with the work. They had even hired laborers to assist. While Li Wei's mother had taken on fewer tasks lately, Spending most of her time cooking at home, his uncle supervised the project as the foreman. After spending some time at home with Chunxi and Xiaolin, Li Wei took a hoe and led them to the bamboo grove on the mountain to dig for winter bamboo shoots. Just as they approached the grove, they heard a raucous voice singing a dialect version of returning from target practice. A basket of sweet potatoes lasts half a month. Once finished, we asked the production team for more. Accompanied by laughter, Li Wei's spirits soared. These were the village youth, likely gathered to catch bamboo rats. He quickened his pace, leading the two girls into the bamboo grove, catching up with the group ahead. Upon seeing their tools, it was evident they were indeed on a bamboo rat expedition, with several small cages prepared. Upon noticing Li Wei with the two city girls, the youths exchanged knowing glances before greeting him. Through conversation, Li Wei learned that they had discovered a bamboo rat burrow a couple of days ago, and with today's idle time, they had decided to collaborate in catching the rodents. Delighted by the addition of Li Wei and the girls to their number, they welcomed them warmly. With only 4 in total, a few extra hands would be beneficial. The girls' combat prowess could be overlooked, as long as they did not panic upon encountering the bamboo rats. Since Li Wei's brother joined the military and he began attending a prestigious school in the city, the villagers' attitude towards Li Wei's family had noticeably improved. Incidents of deliberate harassment had diminished, a change Li Wei had anticipated. In a couple of years, he expected their demeanor would evolve further. Li Wei stood guard with a cage positioned at the entrance of a burrow, awaiting the emergence of bamboo rats that would be driven out by smoke. As the rats emerged, he would swiftly close the cage. The individual responsible for generating the smoke produced a large bamboo tube, one end sealed with a small hole, while the other remained open. Dried rice husks and straw were placed into the opening, ignited, and then inserted into the burrow, with gaps sealed using mud. The person then blew forcefully into the tube, allowing the smoke to permeate the subterranean dwelling. Patience was essential, as bamboo rats typically burrow deeply. Once the smoke filled the burrow, the rats, unable to endure the situation, would venture out through other exits. According to the experiences of the group, the burrow they had discovered likely housed several rats, so they decided against sealing other exits, as it would complicate the capture process and allow the rats to escape. After a while, smoke began to waft from the other burrow openings. Moments later, a plump bamboo rat bolted from the burrow Li Wei was monitoring and promptly dove into the iron cage. Before it could regain its bearings, Li Wei swiftly closed the cage door, successfully securing a hefty rat, which he estimated weighed around 3 to 4 pounds. At that moment, Chunxi and Xiaolin approached, displaying a courage uncommon among city girls. They curiously peered at the captured bamboo rat, their first encounter with such a creature. It was considerably larger than an ordinary mouse, comparable in size to a wild rabbit. If not for its prominent incisors glinting ominously, the rat's appearance could be deemed rather endearing, appealing to the girls. However, the unsettling teeth deterred their prolonged interest. After the commotion at Li Wei's burrow, the other openings began to stir as well, yielding 3 additional captures. Surprisingly, after securing 4 rats, several more emerged shortly thereafter, necessitating keen observation and skillful handling. The individuals present were seasoned veterans in this endeavor, and they quickly caught 3 more without the use of cages. After distributing 1 rat to each person, 2 remained. Li Wei offered 20 yuan for an additional rat. Despite his companion's initial reluctance to accept payment, he felt it prudent to compensate them, as he was merely a temporary participant, having already received 1 rat. Obtaining another might have incited discontent among the others, so he preferred to settle the matter with money, avoiding any sense of indebtedness. Since Li Wei intended to search for winter bamboo shoots, he requested that his companions take the bamboo rats home, as they required secure confinement in iron cages. The others showed little interest in digging for bamboo shoots, as it posed a greater challenge than capturing rats. Once they secured the rats, they happily made their way home. To excavate winter bamboo shoots, one must first identify bamboo with dense foliage, deep green leaves, and a few yellowing ones, ensuring the bamboo is of sufficient age. The direction of the bamboo tips is crucial. Shallow digging near the tips can reveal bamboo rhizomes, which, when found, should be followed and carefully dug up, as this method often leads to the discovery of bamboo shoots. This is the experience gained by Li Wei, which proved to be quite fruitful. After he shared his insights with 2 young women, they immediately set out to implement his methods, brimming with enthusiasm. Before long, both discovered the type of bamboo Li Wei had described, prompting them to summon him. Upon examining their finds, Li Wei confirmed their similarity to his earlier descriptions and promptly began to excavate with a hoe. The soil in the bamboo grove was relatively loose, and since digging for winter bamboo shoots does not require deep excavation, Li Wei quickly uncovered the bamboo roots and followed them downward. It wasn't long before he spotted the tips of 2 winter bamboo shoots emerging from the ground. The success of Chen Shi and Xiu Lin's first discovery greatly boosted their confidence and invigorated their determination to seek out more winter bamboo shoots. The trio continued their search in the bamboo forest for over 2 hours, successfully unearthing 8 or 9 shoots. Satisfied with their bounty, Li Wei led them back, ensuring a sumptuous dinner was secured. The dry pot bamboo shoots and bamboo rat dish is a distinctive culinary creation, replete with nutritional and medicinal value. As both the bamboo rat and winter shoots are cited in the compendium of Materia Medica, in the southern Hunan region, stews are seldom prepared. Rather, wild game is typically cooked in dry pots, seasoned with chili, garlic, and ginger, resulting in an exquisitely delightful flavor. Li Wei's mother, upon noticing that her son had brought 2 classmates home, promptly slaughtered a chicken for dinner. They enjoyed steamed chicken with mushrooms, complemented by the small river shrimp that Li Wei's uncle had procured recently, along with an array of other dishes. Li Wei himself took to the kitchen, and the evening meal was quite lavish. His culinary skills were commendable, leaving the 2 city girls beaming with joy and further enhancing their perception of him. Perhaps the afternoon's adventure of catching bamboo rats and digging for winter shoots was particularly captivating for the 2 girls from the city. After dinner, noticing their continued excitement, Li Wei proposed going out to hunt for wild rabbits that evening and inquired about their thoughts. Initially, he anticipated they would hesitate, as wandering the mountains at night requires a certain audacity. To his surprise, their eyes sparkled at the suggestion, and they eagerly agreed to join him. Seeing their keen interest, Li Wei borrowed a high-pressure air gun from a classmate in a neighboring village who had access to such equipment. The weapon's lethality is relatively limited, beyond 50 meters. Its effectiveness diminishes significantly. Thus, using it to hunt rabbits necessitates precision and proximity. One must aim for the head, as a distant shot would likely allow the rabbit to escape. Li Wei did not expect to capture a substantial amount of game. His primary intention was simply to take the 2 young women out for a leisurely stroll. At that time, nightlife was rather monotonous. Evenings at home consisted mainly of watching television and chatting, and going to bed too early was not conducive for the city girls, who found it difficult to fall asleep. Contrary to his expectations that the 2 would disdain his family's earthen home, they merely paused momentarily, seemingly surprised that Li Wei could drive while holding a mobile phone, reflecting their astonishment at his living conditions. This does not require an explanation from Li Wei. His mother, while conversing with 2 young women, almost revealed his intimate garments, reflecting her immense pride and satisfaction in her son. Despite the financial burden of his education, Li Wei ventured into the city, where he could earn enough to pay for his tuition and send money home. This peculiar situation left the 2 girls regarding Li Wei with a newfound curiosity. They finally understood how he could serenade under the dim twilight. With a mining lamp strapped to his back, Li Wei thoughtfully provided the girls with flashlights of their own. The mining lamp was intended for his use, as wild rabbits tend to pause upon seeing the light, presenting the perfect opportunity to shoot. Since he would be hunting, he could not attend to the girls trailing behind him, hence the separate flashlights. The rural night was devoid of the city's clamor, offering a tranquility where the stars sparkled vividly in the sky. Li Wei had initially expected their evening to yield little more than a leisurely stroll. However, not long after ascending the hill, he unexpectedly bagged 3 wild chickens. This outcome astonished him, as it felt as if he were reborn, finding success in every endeavor. A stark contrast to his previous life, filled with failures. As he pondered this, 2 wild rabbits darted past him. Instinctively, Li Wei raised his gun and pulled the trigger, causing one rabbit to collapse instantly. Strangely, the second rabbit, perhaps startled, collided with a nearby tree and was knocked unconscious. Can this truly happen? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, as were the 2 girls trailing behind him, feeling this was more astonishing than the classic fable of waiting for a rabbit to appear. Regaining his composure, Li Wei rushed to seize the dazed rabbit before retrieving the one he had shot. His luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Although his family lacked such hunting prowess, Li Wei's skills surpassed those of his classmates, who often invited him along on their bird hunting excursions, ensuring a steady income. Even if he did not achieve perfect accuracy, he could reliably hit 9 out of 10 shots. Just as he marveled at his good fortune, an even more fortuitous event unfolded. Carrying 2 rabbits and the 3 wild chickens, his bounty was substantial. Consequently, the trio decided against further hunting, as the winter night, though snow-free, was still a bit chilly. Upon returning with their catch, Li Wei's mother was astonished. When had hunting in the mountains become so fruitful? The following morning, Li Wei promptly returned the borrowed items to his classmate, bringing along a wild chicken. His friend, who had not continued his studies after middle school, was now assisting his father with driving. As he prepared to leave early, he was taken aback to see Li Wei arriving with a gun and a wild chicken. It appears last night's haul was quite bountiful. Li Wei smiled, placing the gun and chicken at his friend's home. I managed to bag 3 wild chickens shortly after entering the mountains and brought this one for you, hoping to enhance your dining experience. Due to his classmates' eagerness to go out for a drive, Li Wei did not linger at his home for long. After a brief chat, they parted ways. Upon returning, Chen Shi, Xiao Lin, and Li Wei's younger sister had only just risen, while Li Wei's mother had already prepared rice noodles for breakfast. After they finished their meal, Li Wei took them to the reservoir to fish. Although the weather had seemed pleasant the previous evening, and frost was expected in the morning, Li Wei discovered upon waking that there was no frost and the temperature was relatively mild, prompting their excursion to the reservoir. Had frost occurred, he would have refrained from going, as the water would have been too cold. While fishing, the 2 girls were astonished to learn that, without the use of a fishing net, they could catch fish and shrimp with just a few bundles of branches. This revelation proved to be quite delightful. Li Wei's uncle had placed several branches into the water, and after thoroughly checking them, Li Wei managed to gather a couple of pounds of wet fish and shrimp. He planned not to cook them today, but instead to pack them in a bag and take them to the city for processing by the proprietress, whose culinary skills far exceeded his own. It would also be an opportune moment to invite old Zhong to join them for a meal. As they were preparing to return to the city, Li Wei suddenly recalled that they seemed to have a roe deer at home, and he wondered how it was faring. The last time he visited, the creature appeared to be in good health, though it had not yet given birth, and its belly had grown considerably. He was curious whether it had since delivered. Strangely enough, Li Wei had assumed that wild roe deer would be challenging to care for. Yet, the doe he had captured seemed to be either nearing the time of birth or simply possessed a gentle temperament. After being placed in the backyard, it had not exhibited any extreme behavior, but rather adapted serenely to its surroundings, enjoying daily meals and leisurely strolls in the yard or basking in the sun. Chapter 70. It truly is beautiful here. It felt as if the food here was delivered right to their doorstep, eliminating the need to forage. Moreover, the new nest was lined with dry straw, clean, warm, and comfortable. Such a splendid place made it reluctant to relocate. The doe thrived in this environment, likely gaining a few pounds. Even when visitors arrived, it did not display excessive alarm, showing no concern for its safety. Li Wei inquired about the doe's current state, and his sister, as if recalling a sudden thought, cheerfully replied that it had given birth to 2 fawns half a month ago. After hearing her words, Li Wei took Chen Shi and Xiao Lin to the backyard to see the roe deer. Compared to the fierce incisors of bamboo rats, the roe deer appeared far more endearing. The shape of the roe deer resembled that of a deer, albeit smaller. In Li Wei's hometown, the largest roe deer weighed no more than 30 pounds, with the males sporting short antlers. Indeed, the 2 girls were instantly captivated upon seeing the doe peacefully nibbling on vegetables alongside her 2 fawns, their eyes sparkling with delight. Li Wei's sister remarked with a smile that the space seemed a bit cramped, suggesting that once the reservoir was completed by year-end, they could relocate the family to the mountainside, where they would be more comfortable, especially since a wall would be constructed around the area. Just as they exited the backyard, they heard someone outside passionately singing, "My hometown is truly beautiful, with verdant hills and sweet waters." The waters of one's hometown are unmatched, and the people of one's native place are unparalleled. Upon hearing that distinctive voice of Li Wei, one instantly recognizes him. In rural areas, some individuals possess a peculiar talent. They enjoy transforming popular songs into dialect versions, often altering the lyrics as well. This penchant likely originated from the era when the nation produced films depicting the revolutionary fervor of Xiangnan and the ascent to Qing-dynasty. During those times, renowned directors, seeking to capture the essence of revolutionary crowds singing red songs, were often dissatisfied with their initial attempts. Eventually, someone had the brilliant idea to experiment with dialect renditions, which resulted in a profound and resonant performance. Consequently, the director embraced this approach wholeheartedly. As for the specific films, Li Wei cannot recall them vividly. However, he retains a vague memory of the song's essence, which speaks of daring farmers and their spirited endeavors. A sentiment that resonates far more when expressed in dialect rather than in standard Mandarin. Overnight, some local talents began to indulge in this creative pastime, reveling in their self-entertainment. Numerous adaptations emerged, including versions tailored for laborers and students. The previously crafted adaptations from communal gatherings had already indicated that the locals had been engaging in this form of expression for quite some time. Compared to the individual outside singing a rendition of Hometown, the older generation exhibited a far greater mastery of this art. The singer outside happened to be a classmate of Li Wei, who had come to borrow an air rifle. It appeared that he had just returned from a joyride and was visiting Li Wei. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Wei stepped outside, observing as his classmate purposefully disarranged the marbles of a group of spirited children playing nearby. Naturally, the children, incensed, rushed to confront him. Li Wei, witnessing his classmates' mischievous antics, couldn't help but smirk. After all, why disturb the innocent joy of those children? Yet, his classmate showed no sign of remorse, boldly proclaiming, "Next time I go to town, would you like a ride in my car? If not, that is fine too." The children paused, contemplating the offer, realizing that a car ride to town was far more enticing than their marble game. One audacious child shouted, demanding multiple rides, to which Li Wei's classmate chuckled, assuring them that it was no problem. The children promptly released him, the exact number of rides becoming less significant in the moment. Upon seeing Li Wei, his classmate noted the presence of two female classmates from the city and chose not to enter Li Wei's home. He had come to the village on business, but took the opportunity to visit Li Wei, given their once-close relationship. They exchanged pleasantries at the door before parting ways. As Li Wei needed to return to school, with everything prepared, Li Wei drove Chun Shi and Xiu Lin towards the city. During the journey, Xiu Lin exclaimed, "Your area is truly beautiful and enjoyable. It's a pity the roads are poor, otherwise many more people would come to visit." To which Li Wei responded with a smile, "Indeed, it is beautiful and genuinely fun. Indeed, it is not merely this season that is delightful. Each season throughout the year offers a multitude of enjoyable experiences." Li Wei was not exaggerating. His assertions were grounded in truth, though one must consider individual perspectives. A child like him, raised in a free-range manner, would undoubtedly find joy in all seasons. In spring, one can dig for bamboo shoots, pick tea leaves, and gather wild strawberries, which are indeed local delicacies. During the Qingming festival, these treasures abound in the mountains. There are also ferns to be harvested, tender and delectable when briefly blanched and stir-fried with dried chili and cured meat. A truly exquisite taste. At night, one can wield a torch and fish for eels and loaches in the rice paddies, freshly plowed. As summer arrives, the heat increases, and swimming or fishing may lose their appeal. The most thrilling pastime then becomes catching mud frogs at night or pilfering melons from neighbors' gardens. This seems to be an innate trait of mischievous children. Melons from one's own garden often lack flavor, while those stolen from others taste far sweeter. During this time, every household cultivates some melons, and with children everywhere, a little thievery typically incurs no wrath, only a gentle admonition to avoid damaging the vines or picking unripe fruit. Autumn, though busy, is equally enjoyable, brimming with edible delights. Stealing sweet potatoes and yams becomes a specialty of young rascals, while the wild mountain fruits and chestnuts are ripe for the picking, an opportune time for harvest. Shaking a chestnut tree vigorously and then scampering away is a thrilling endeavor. Those who are less nimble must brace for the painful fallout of falling chestnuts. Of course, these are the frivolities of youth. The present day Li Wei has outgrown such antics. In his eyes, his hometown is a place of beauty, abundant in resources, with verdant mountains and clear waters. With a modicum of thoughtful planning and utilization, this area could easily be transformed into a picturesque ecological agricultural development zone and a sought-after tourist destination. Such visions had not materialized in his past life, but now, having been reborn, he is determined to fashion this place into the paradise he envisions. Chapter 71. I have a dream. As Li Wei recounted amusing anecdotes from his childhood to the two young ladies, he gestured towards the surrounding scenery. Look at our vast fields of oil tea trees. By late autumn and early winter, we will witness a breathtaking bloom of tea flowers. White as snow and pink as dawn, truly magnificent. He continued, and behold the expansive bamboo groves. Have you seen Andy Lau's martial arts film, Legend of the War God? The bamboo forest battles depicted there are stunning, are they not? Our bamboo thickets are equally captivating, if not more so. This place would serve as a splendid backdrop for filmmaking, requiring no additional set design. He then pointed to the small river nestled between the two mountains. If we were to construct embankments along the river and plant willow trees, combined with the playful ducks frolicking in the water, the sight of the golden rapeseed flowers blooming in the spring would evoke memories of the enchanting landscapes of Weiying, not far from here. The remaining pine forests and chestnut groves require no introduction, nor do the rice fish in the paddy fields, the wild chickens, hares, and bamboo rats on the mountains, the abundant wild honeysuckle, and the rows of daylilies by the dry earthen ridges. Additionally, the mushrooms and various herbal medicines found within the woods hold the potential to transform this place into a captivating scenic destination with just a little development. How could such a splendid locale not be beautiful? Alas, the village officials here are akin to parasitic worms, solely focused on monetary gain without contributing anything of substance. Li Wei spoke passionately, feeling an unfamiliar eloquence envelop him. The two women beside him listened intently, particularly captivated by his vivid descriptions, which indeed evoked a sense of longing. I have a dream that one day my hometown will flourish, with every villager enjoying a prosperous life, where dilapidated earthen houses are replaced by orderly rows of villa-style residences. I have a dream that one day every village in my homeland will be connected by paved roads, eradicating the sight of uneven dirt paths and swirling dust. I have a dream that one day the local specialties of my hometown will be sought after far and wide, with everyone eager to taste them, yearning for more. I have a dream that one day the breathtaking scenery of my homeland will be known nationwide, enticing all who hear about it to come and witness its beauty, leaving them longing for another glimpse. Li Wei's words were filled with fervor, despite drawing inspiration from another's speech. Xiaolin chuckled, acknowledging the familiar segment from I Have a Dream, yet she expressed her belief that what he spoke of could indeed be realized. Chen Shi, however, remained contemplative, pondering the feasibility of Li Wei's aspirations. Upon hearing Xiaolin's encouragement, Li Wei proudly asserted, "Of course it can be achieved. Otherwise, why would I be striving to earn money now? My tuition fees could be covered by a simple job, but that amount is insufficient for development. Hence, I need to earn much more. Once I graduate, with a determined effort, all this can be brought to fruition. Have you considered attending university after graduating high school?" Chen Shi inquired, breaking her thoughtful silence. "Certainly. Otherwise, my mother would certainly disapprove. I aim for Tsinghua." Li Wei replied without hesitation, only realizing he may have let something slip as the words left his mouth. "Tsinghua, with your current grades, that seems unattainable. Even with your commendable rank of 10th in the city upon finishing middle school, admission remains precarious, as only a handful from our city are accepted each year." Li Wei assumed the two women would overlook his slip, but to his surprise, Chen Shi seized upon it immediately. Li Wei chuckled awkwardly, preparing to gloss over his misstep. But Xiaolin promptly redirected the conversation. "Your grades are indeed not ideal, merely average in your class. How did your performance decline so drastically? Is it due to your need to earn money? Would you like Chen Shi and me to tutor you?" That won't be necessary. I'm confident in my abilities," Li Wei replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Realizing the consequences of his earlier words and knowing he must find a way to smooth over this awkward moment. "Are you feeling shy? Nonetheless, you must consider this carefully. Both of us are also heading to Tsinghua, and after this semester, we shall transfer to the capital. When that time comes, even if you wish to seek our assistance with your studies, no one will be available to help you." Xiaolin, believing Li Wei to be bashful, kindly offered her encouragement once more. "You are both going to the capital?" Li Wei paused in astonishment, for it seemed that such an occurrence did not transpire in his previous life. "What is the situation?" "Indeed, I had not made a firm decision initially. But after that incident one night, my family grew concerned about my safety here, and Chen Shi's parents felt the same. Our parents are close friends, so they deliberated on relocating us there for our education," Xiaolin replied casually. However, Li Wei comprehended that it was indeed due to his own butterfly effect that they were being sent to the capital school. The stature of their families was evidently not ordinary. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Their familial connections had little bearing on his life. Very well then. In light of your impending departure, I shall share a secret with you, but you must promise to keep it confidential. I am already enrolled at Tsinghua, and I shall not require any supplementary lessons, So you need not worry. We will meet again at Tsinghua, Li Wei said with a smile. With your current grades, you should not require supplementary lessons to gain admission to Tsinghua. Are you perhaps dreaming? Xiaolin asked skeptically, her thoughts not wandering elsewhere. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chenxi interrupted her, realizing that Li Wei was merely feigning ignorance and deliberately achieving such scores. No wonder she found his grades rather peculiar. His average scores were exceptionally fortuitous. Why would you intentionally perform poorly? Wouldn't doing well earn you the teacher's favor? Xiaolin clearly struggled to grasp Li Wei's rationale. How could someone think this way? I simply wish to avoid drawing too much attention from the teachers. I aspire to be a quiet, handsome scholar, Li Wei replied with a light smile, his tone nonchalant. In truth, he harbored a dislike for the grade director, whose impression of him in his previous life had been exceedingly negative. If he excelled academically and managed to pay the tuition fees, that individual would undoubtedly don a different facade, and Li Wei was determined to prove him wrong, refusing to allow him to garner accolades at his expense. A quiet, handsome scholar? You must be quite vain, Xiaolin teased, laughing at Li Wei's words. While she and Chenxi were close friends, their personalities were entirely distinct. Chenxi was somewhat aloof and often remained quietly amused, while Xiaolin exhibited a more boyish demeanor, being carefree and amiable. Li Wei felt more at ease in Xiaolin's company, as their conversations flowed without reservation, devoid of the need for mental gymnastics to decipher intentions. Chapter 72. The Journey in Terms of Appearance. Chenxi surpassed Xiaolin slightly, while Xiaolin had a slight edge in figure. Overall, both were equally captivating. Li Wei maintained his perspective from his previous life, admiring women from below upwards. The scenery along the way was delightful, and the spirits of the trio were high. But alas, just as they had traversed nearly half the distance, an unfortunate occurrence dampened their enthusiasm. Li Wei's family had to pass through another township on their way to the city. This particular township, being somewhat close to the urban area, had residents who were more receptive to new ideas than those in other places. A small group of individuals, always seeking to gain without effort, had their sights set on this road, hoping to hatch some dubious schemes to make a quick profit. One day, a passenger minibus accidentally ran over a chicken, which prompted the locals to halt the vehicle. At that moment, the driver was engaged in a tense discussion with the villagers, and it appeared that the standoff had been ongoing for quite some time. Passengers on the bus could only grumble amongst themselves. Disembarking could escalate the situation further. The locals, who relied on this road to extort money from travelers heading further inland or those transporting coal from the mines, had the upper hand. Due to the high population in the area, Li Wei drove slowly. The two women in the vehicle listened intently and quickly grasped the reason for the standoff. The price being demanded for the chicken was 500 yuan, an exorbitant sum, considering the minibus driver likely earned far less in a day's work. In the rural regions, a chicken was worth about 20 yuan at most, so the driver's offer of 50 yuan was already generous. Yet, the locals remained unsatisfied, insisting on the 500 yuan before allowing the vehicle to depart. Xiaolin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "This is clearly extortion. Why doesn't the driver call the police?" To which Li Wei replied, "It's futile. The rural police hardly concern themselves with such matters. They might intervene if there were connections involved." Casting a glance outside, Li Wei continued, "Drivers in these situations are seasoned. They know the locals well. It's often better to call upon acquaintances for assistance, though the issue at hand is merely one of how much compensation is deemed appropriate." Li Wei felt helpless. As a student, he knew that attempting to assert himself in such a scenario could lead to misfortune, especially with two young women present in the vehicle. Navigating cautiously past the minibus, Li Wei noticed that the individuals by the roadside were merely causing trouble. They seemed uninterested in anything but extorting further money, displaying a brazen attitude that ignored Li Wei's honking. After what felt like an eternity, they finally cleared the troublesome stretch of road. Ahead, he spotted a young woman waiting for a bus, her demeanor suggesting she was quite anxious. As he approached, Li Wei felt an increasing sense of familiarity with her. Upon reaching her, he recognized her as Zhang Limei, a classmate from middle school, albeit from a different class. She was currently studying at a vocational school in the city. Li Wei had a particular fondness for her due to a small anecdote that connected them. This anecdote stemmed from a humorous poem scrawled on the wall of a boys' restroom during their third year in middle school. The lines read, "When flowers bloom, a plum blossoms. I adore Zhang Limei. Now that we have parted ways, when shall we meet again?" At the time, Li Wei found it amusing and inquired among his classmates about Zhang Limei, thus discovering her identity. As for the subsequent derivative poems that followed, like When Flowers Bloom and Orchid Blossoms, I Adore Lawn, Li Wei dismissed them, for the first always left a more profound impression, while the latter seemed unoriginal and dull. In her junior high days, Zhang Limei was rather unremarkable. However, viewed through the lens of adulthood, she embodies a woman of considerable substance. By the second year of middle school, she had begun to develop, her figure curvaceous and her complexion fair and immaculate. Thus, Li Wei found himself admiring the individual who penned humorous verses in the restroom. His discerning eye had transcended that of his peers, who were largely captivated by girls with pretty faces, while he had astutely recognized a more worthy subject of interest. Li Wei believed that girls with good figures and skin deserved more attention than those merely deemed beautiful, a sentiment likely shared by those who have experienced the complexities of relationships with women. Yet, at that time, Li Wei was not one of them. He harbored little interest in the girls at school, his passions more inclined towards leisure pursuits. For him, studying was merely a side endeavor, far less engaging than the prospect of observing girls. Nevertheless, his academic performance remained the finest in the institution. Zhang Limei, too, was a unique individual. She had a particular fondness for sleep, her academic achievements often overlooked. However, in her third year, she unexpectedly secured a place at the municipal finance school, leaving many in disbelief. The admission scores for this vocational school were as high as those for the city's teacher training institution, both considered prestigious due to their provision for job placements upon graduation. Unlike the rigorous high school entrance exams that prioritize top-tier students, the vocational exams occurred after those for high school. Li Wei did not participate in the vocational exams, having already been accepted into a prestigious high school. He harbored doubts that Zhang Limei's seemingly lackluster performance in junior high was anything but intentional. Had she been selected for the high school examination, she likely would have excelled. Now, upon encountering Zhang Limei once more, Li Wei recalled an adage he had seen online. If one encounters a girl who sleeps during class yet performs well academically, one should consider marrying her. For sleeping enhances skin clarity, and importantly, a girl who dozes in class likely has little inclination towards romantic entanglements. Coupled with the fact that her academic prowess indicates her intelligence, Li Wei parked his vehicle in front of Zhang Limei and honked the horn. Zhang Limei, standing outside, looked curiously at the car, only realizing it was a familiar face when Li Wei leaned out. During his junior high years, all his classmates recognized him. After all, it is hard not to know the student who consistently ranked first in the entire grade. Once Zhang Limei entered the car, Li Wei inquired about her presence there, to which she expressed her frustration regarding the situation. She had returned home to retrieve her living expenses and, having taken a cramped minibus, found herself stranded as it was halted, needing to reach school promptly. It was a fortunate coincidence, Li Wei mused, that had he arrived earlier or later, their paths might not have crossed. After ensuring Zhang Limei was comfortably seated, Li Wei introduced her to his two high school classmates in the back seat. Upon seeing the two girls, Zhang Limei paused momentarily before enthusiastically greeting them, as they were contemporaries studying in the same city, and with their schools in close proximity. The three girls quickly engaged in lively conversation, chattering about various topics, including the latest popular dramas, entirely neglecting the driver, Li Wei. Chapter 73. The girls we pursued in those years on the road. Li Wei curiously inquired about whether Zhang Limei had ever received love letters during her middle school years. He was intrigued by the notion of that individual, who once penned whimsical verses in the restroom, potentially having sent her a love letter. And he also wondered if they had developed any connection since then. On the evening of the graduation party, as they faced separation, many unspoken sentiments were finally voiced, leaving one to ponder the stories that unfolded that night. What nonsense are you spouting? I was fast asleep back then. How could anyone have sent me a love letter? Zhang Limei rolled her eyes and replied. The two girls behind her perked up their ears at this topic. Such discussions during middle and high school, a time of budding romance, often led to amusing anecdotes. How could that be impossible? Don't you recall that the very first poem written by a boy in the middle school boys' restroom was about his affection for you? It even bore the teacher's commentary. Li Wei retorted, incredulous. That fellow actually didn't muster the courage to send you a love letter? What a coward. And a poem, too? Please share it with us. During our school days, we only encountered love letters, never poems. Yet that fellow had the audacity to scribble his verses in a restroom. How peculiar. Chilene chimed in from behind. With a smile, Li Wei recited the poem titled A Plum Blossom Blooms, along with the various adaptations that emerged from it. He also recounted the teacher's remarks, which were remarkably astute. This student possesses great talent, though sadly wasted. Should he apply himself diligently and attend the same school as his beloved, what need for parting words? May future students take this as a lesson and strive to excel academically. Note: please refrain from defacing restroom walls. Writing love poems here will only provoke disdain from any girl. The three girls in the vehicle erupted in laughter at the teacher's commentary. Recognizing the playful antics of students and the teacher's equally humorous responses, Xiaoyan remarked, "It seems that students from your countryside are more playful than those from the city." With such beauty as Li Wei, how could she not have received love letters? The risks of delivering love letters were too great. One could be found napping at their desk all day. Back then, boys were somewhat shy. How could they dare to present a love letter in person? The shame of rejection would be unbearable, not to mention the ridicule from their peers. Li Wei chuckled. "I've heard that sleeping can make one's skin fairer. Just look at her complexion. Sleeping makes one fairer? Who claims that? I've never heard of such a thing." Yet, Li Wei, always napping, still managed to get into a prestigious finance school, which is quite a high cutoff score. That is impressive. Xiaoyan's barrage of questions left Li Wei at a loss for words. Should he reveal that sleeping makes one fairer was merely the pseudonym of an online writer he found amusing? Perhaps she was just playing the fool. Much like I do now, Li Wei mused uncertainly. No, it was probably due to family circumstances. My relatives were always comparing me to other children. So I resisted their expectations. Now that I'm in finance school, they have nothing to say. Zhang Li Wei countered Li Wei's assertion, though she refrained from disclosing the specifics of her situation. The phrase about comparing oneself to the children of others is indeed quite piercing. Every child inevitably has a rival, and that rival is the offspring of someone else's household. Li Wei has always been the other's child in the eyes of the adults in his village, consistently excelling in his studies and diligently assisting his family. One would assume that such a child would have no enemies. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Li Wei's mother, he does have one despised rival, the children of others. Whenever she speaks of them, Li Wei feels overwhelmed. Li Wei, did you ever receive love letters during your school years? I imagine you must have received quite a few, given your excellent grades and commendable appearance. Several girls in our class have a fondness for you, Zhang Li Wei remarked. Sensing that her previous topic had grown somewhat disheartening and redirecting the conversation towards Li Wei. I never received any. From the first to the second year of middle school, I always sat at the front of the class, and I was too short back then. I only experienced a growth spurt in the third year. Li Wei chuckled. That is nonsense. I distinctly recall a girl in our class who sent you a love letter, hidden within a martial arts novel. Zhang Li Wei unhesitatingly exposed Li Wei's fib. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Wei realized he had been caught off guard. He had hoped to maintain some semblance of mystery. I truly never saw it, but I have heard others mention it. My desk was never locked, and my classmates often rummaged through my belongings. Unlike you, I spent little time seated. So you can understand, those love letters never reached my hands. They were intercepted by others first. However, those rascals never boasted about it, merely mocking me during recess. Those boys lack manners. How could they just go through someone else's desk? Back when Chun-Shi and I received love letters, those same boys would pry into our desks as well. They are truly insufferable. Xiaoyan seemed to resonate with Li Wei's sentiments, but was interrupted by Chun-Shi, who reminded her to be discreet. At that moment, Xiaoyan realized she might have let slip more than intended. However, neither Li Wei nor Zhang Li Wei pressed further. It was evident that the two girls likely had their fair share of admirers at school, especially considering that urban children tend to mature faster than their rural counterparts. Li Wei had even heard rumors of girls becoming pregnant in urban middle schools during his time. As their conversation progressed, they began discussing their current lives. Li Wei interjected with a smile. Girls like Li Wei must have numerous suitors at the finance school. The boys there are quite precocious. It seems their school is not as strict about these matters, unlike ours. No, I still sleep during class and then have to work part-time after school, leaving no time for such pursuits. Even after a semester, I haven't seen anyone pursue me, Zhang Li Wei replied plainly. Ah, you two do seem quite alike. Adept at balancing studies and work. In comparison, while Chun-Shi and I consider ourselves decent, we merely excel in academics. We fall short in many other aspects, Xiaoyan remarked, seemingly resonating with Zhang Li Wei's words. Alas, there's little choice. My family's circumstances compel me to rely on myself, Li Wei responded with a hint of resignation. Li Wei replied that he felt little resonance with the topic. His previous employment was merely a means to continue his studies, devoid of any lofty aspirations. The notion of balancing work with academics seemed unrealistic. Isn't your school quite strict with students? Zhang Limei questioned. And yet, you still need to work while driving a car? She expressed skepticism regarding Li Wei's circumstances. Chapter 74. Our secret. This topic resonated within the confines of the car. After hearing Zhang Limei's words, Chen Shi and Xiao Lin turned their gazes toward the driving Li Wei. Their curiosity piqued. Given his family's modest means, how could he afford to live in the city instead of at school? And where did he procure his car? There were many inexplicable questions surrounding him. Can I refrain from answering these questions? They pertain to confidential matters that the authorities might investigate. No. All right. The three of them unanimously opposed his refusal to speak. Fine, but you must promise to keep my secret. I confess, I actually hail from Mars. You can say I'm from the stars, so you know, extraterrestrial technology is quite advanced, and aliens are indeed formidable. Speak in human language. Xiao Lin threw a tissue ball at him, and the other two wore expressions of discontent. This is genuinely human language. My cousin is the one I fished out of the water. She had just graduated from a teacher's college and fell in while saving a child, only to be rescued by me. My cousin is exceptionally beautiful. What else could she be called if not a mermaid? Who is your cousin? Beautiful? You didn't rescue her just because she was pretty, did you? The three of them wore skeptical expressions. You may doubt my cousin's beauty, but you cannot question my character. At that time, she was submerged. How could I know what she looked like? As for who my cousin is, that question is indeed quite challenging. Should I answer or not? I'm truly torn. Li Wei yearned to continue his fanciful tales, but suddenly he sensed a chill in the car and decisively stated, Have you heard the song White Fox? That singer is my cousin, Xie Xiaoyan. She is from our city and is your cousin? You must be joking, Xiao Lin exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise. Calm down. You're scaring me. It makes me feel like Earth is too perilous, and I might just return to Mars. Li Wei was nearly startled into driving the car into the adjacent rice field by Xiao Lin's outburst. Xie Xiaoyan is indeed my cousin. But when I acknowledged her father as my godfather, she was not yet a star. She was merely a freshly graduated music teacher preparing to begin her career. Her family possesses an apartment in the city, whereas I merely reside at my godfather's house. The first sum of money I ever earned was from singing at the square near the Teacher Training Institute, where I performed a few songs and made several hundred yuan. Subsequently, I found employment at a place called Night Mist. This was my inaugural job, and later, I took on a second position as a computer training instructor at the Lanxiang Computer Training Center. Do not inquire how I became so proficient with computers. It is only natural for an extraterrestrial such as myself to surpass you Earthlings. Even that fellow from the Atlantic cannot compare to my prowess. Initially, I sought to earn merely enough for my tuition, without aspirations for significant wealth. Perhaps it is due to my handsome appearance, which has endeared me to many. Thus, the owner of Night Mist, after hearing my words, contemplated opening a mall and granted me a share in the venture. I also borrowed some funds to collaborate with the proprietress of a restaurant near the school to establish a chain called One Bucket Under Heaven. For her culinary creations are exquisite. Do not misconstrue my admiration for the proprietress's beauty. I assure you, I am partial to extraterrestrials. You see, I can now be regarded as a modestly successful individual. Henceforth, you may address me as Boss Li or General Li. I almost forgot to mention that I also have a stake in Lanxiang. During the inaugural computer class taught by teacher Fang Yuan, I bested him, which left him somewhat embarrassed, resulting in him granting me a portion of shares in Lanxiang as well. As for this vehicle, it belongs to the owner of Night Mist, for we share a close bond. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lin hesitantly spoke. Why do I feel as though you are still not speaking coherently? However, I grasp your meaning. You claim to be the god-brother of the celebrity Xie Xiaoyan, as well as a proprietor of the Good and More Mall, the One Bucket Under Heaven fast food chain, and the Lanxiang Training Center? Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Li Wei felt that his humor was akin to playing a lute to a cow. The solitude of a reborn individual is incomprehensible to others. Perhaps they only know of that man from the Atlantic. Li Wei longed to sing in sorrowful lamentation, like Brother, who from Stephen Chow's movies, who understands the loneliness. Who understands? Are you truly an extraterrestrial? This does not resemble the actions of a human. You are merely in your teens. This remark came from Chen Shi. The veracity of Li Wei's words was nebulous, yet the implications left the three women in the vehicle unable to maintain their composure. Even Chen Shi, who typically withheld her opinions, could not resist. This inquiry is somewhat profound, akin to the philosophical quandary of whether one has transformed into a butterfly or the butterfly has metamorphosed into oneself. However, you may consult my mother. I am indeed her offspring. Li Wei, continuing his playful banter, earnestly stated, what I have shared is mostly factual, save for the extraterrestrial claim. So you must promise to keep this secret between us. I wish for it to remain undisclosed, especially to the teachers at school. Understood, General Li, Xiao Lin responded. Her voice elongated, revealing her sense of defeat. For she and Chun, she had always prided themselves on their privileged backgrounds and outstanding achievements. Suddenly, two prodigies emerged here. One, a slumbering fellow, astonishingly managed to gain admission to a prestigious financial institution, while the other was even more remarkable. Not only did he rank 10th in the city during the entrance examinations, but upon arriving in the city, he quietly amassed a considerable fortune. Even more outrageous was the fact that this individual, who seldom applied himself to his studies, was utterly confident in his ability to gain admission to Tsinghua University. Is this even human? Following this revelation, aside from Li Wei, the others lost their desire to converse. They were disheartened, bowing their heads or gazing out the window in deep contemplation. Observing their lack of interest in conversation, Li Wei focused intently on driving. As they approached the city, the number of vehicles increased significantly compared to the countryside, making idle chatter distracting. Chapter 75, Financial School. Upon arriving in the city, they intended to head to the financial school first, as Zhang Limei was pressed for time, while the remaining three were not in a hurry. As they neared the financial school, Xiaolin curiously inquired about Zhang Limei's activities. Zhang Limei appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing at Li Wei as if contemplating whether to speak. Noticing this, Li Wei felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that she was working as an escort in a bar? Why else would she be looking at him? Clearly, he had been influenced by the tragic dramas from later generations. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Limei calmly stated, I am working as a temporary dishwasher at Yitong Tianxia, paid by the hour. Once she finished speaking, the other two turned their gazes sharply toward Li Wei. Realizing he needed to clarify the situation promptly to avoid backlash, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Limei would be employed at Yitong Tianxia. The idea of hiring temporary dishwashers had originated from him. Initially, the owner intended to hire someone full-time, but he aimed to create opportunities for students from less fortunate backgrounds nearby. Not everyone shares his reincarnated experience, nor do they all encounter individuals willing to assist them. In this city, many students had to drop out due to financial constraints. He could not help everyone, but he would strive to assist some. In his hometown, there were hardly any temporary positions and few opportunities for students seeking part-time work. I am not involved in the daily operations of Yitong Tianxia. I spend most of my time at school. However, the idea of hiring temporary dishwashers was indeed mine, intended to provide opportunities for students facing hardships nearby. But I never expected. Li Wei sighed ruefully. This position is quite advantageous, truly. In fact, another girl accompanied me, after her family covered her tuition. They could barely afford her living expenses. Now, we both work there washing dishes in the evenings, and our monthly living expenses are covered and more. We were genuinely grateful to the owner for providing us this opportunity, as finding this job was not easy, and it turns out it was you. Zhang Limei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I see. Li Wei pondered deeply after hearing Zhang Limei's words, contemplating how he might assist such students. He had considered this issue during his own work experience. Direct financial assistance was certainly not feasible, while helping one or two individuals was manageable. How could he extend support to many? The enterprises, including Yitong Tianxia and Lanxiang, were still developing, and his own funds required circulation, disregarding others for now. But Li Mei is your classmate. You wouldn't want her to be perpetually washing dishes, would you? Li Wei remained deep in thought when Xiao Lin could no longer restrain herself. Well, addressing one or two is manageable, but with a greater number. I Haven T devised a solution. I wonder if there is a way for many impoverished students to continue their education. Upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, Li Wei instinctively replied, but reflecting upon it, the issue felt overwhelmingly vast. Even the affluent nation in the future, with its substantial financial resources, failed to resolve such challenges abroad. Li Wei pondered briefly and decided to let it go. After all, his own capabilities were limited. Have you thought of any solutions? She inquired, her eyes lighting up at Li Wei's statement. No feasible options. For vocational and university students, it's somewhat better. There's a potential approach to explore, but it requires governmental intervention. High school and middle school issues are more complex. Nowadays, many students leave school by junior high. The allure of wealth in the South is simply too enticing. How can we assist vocational and university students? Li Wei suggested the government could establish a student loan agency, offering low-interest loans to such students. Once they graduate and secure employment, they could repay the government in installments. This would enable these students to pursue their studies. However, the funding required for such an agency is enormous, far beyond my limited means. Li Wei was familiar with this kind of institution because he had encountered beneficiaries of such programs while working in the South in his later life. Those individuals held a high regard for the agency. However, at this juncture, such an agency did not yet exist. It was established in 1999, but only piloted in 8 major cities, leaving others without such support. Furthermore, the agency's establishment at that time was largely ineffectual and merely a formality for the sake of appearances, gaining real efficacy only after the leadership of Hu and Wan. Remarkably, the populace later held a high opinion of the two leaders, despite their understated lifestyles. Discretion is necessary in discussing this, lest one be censored, yet it is understood. The genuine implementation of the 9-year compulsory education, the abolition of agricultural taxes, and the provision of subsidies, along with the connectivity of rural areas, all serve to benefit the common people. The public is quite straightforward. Those who provide tangible benefits are regarded favorably, while there are still some unsavory elements. It is not their fault. A glance at the subsequent corruption scandals reveals the true nature of those leading a humble existence. Li Wei parked his vehicle at the entrance of the finance school, but refrained from entering. Doing so would attract undue attention and likely incite public outrage. Although they were of similar ages, the students at the finance school exhibited an early maturity, as they were poised to enter the workforce upon graduation. Li Wei had heard several accounts of conflicts among girls at the first high school due to such matters. The city finance school, located beside the normal university, appeared quite aged amidst a cluster of schools, presenting a notably modest facade. Nevertheless, Li Wei was aware of its esteemed reputation within the province. A significant percentage of the financial system in several neighboring cities was comprised of graduates from this institution. As for Zhang Limei's future accomplishments, Li Wei was uncertain, as they were not in the same class and had no further interactions thereafter. After Zhang Limei hastily placed her belongings in the dormitory, she rushed outside, only to be pulled by Li Wei towards a local eatery. He had brought along a wild chicken, a hare, as well as some fish and shrimp, all sourced from pristine, unpolluted environments, delicacies that would be hard to come by in later times. Zhang Limei seized this fortuitous opportunity. The proprietress, having already received a call from Li Wei, along with old Zhong, proceeded to the eatery's small office for their meal. It was then that the proprietress realized that the temporary dishwasher she had hired was none other than Li Wei's classmate from middle school. Consequently, she said nothing when Li Wei invited him to join their meal. After dining, Li Wei discussed with the proprietress the possibility of having Zhang Limei assist with the accounting during the evenings, as she was well-versed in finance and could be considered one of their own, bringing more peace of mind than an outsider. The proprietress's eyes lit up at this suggestion. She had been managing the accounts herself, which had been quite burdensome. Furthermore, Li Wei often inundated her with financial concepts, such as the principle that for every debit there must be a credit, leaving her head spinning. The prospect of having someone knowledgeable in finance assist her was indeed a relief. However, she understood that Li Wei's reassurances were merely words. She would observe Zhang Limei's performance and retain the right to dismiss her if necessary. Chapter 76. Infidelity. On his way back from the eatery to his residence, Li Wei opted to walk, having already returned the vehicle to old Zhong. He carried with him some dried vegetables, fish, and shrimp, as his mother had instructed him to bring these to school to enhance his meals. As he strolled past the normal university square, he instinctively glanced towards the center, noting that it was already late and the area was nearly deserted, devoid of any singers. Just as he was about to quicken his pace to leave, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly pierced the air, startling him. Turning his head, he spotted a fellow, only slightly older than himself, staggering along with 2 classmates, likely inebriated. The individual was belting out, "Between you and him, has there been any real emotion? Don't hide it. Tell me, don't be afraid of hurting me." Goodness! Given his drunken state and the anguished cries of that heart-wrenching ballad, it was evident that a melodramatic tale of heartbreak had unfolded. The separation after graduating from middle school, the loneliness in a new place, and the temptations of reality had rendered many relationships hollow due to distance. Such emotional turmoil is an inevitable chapter on the path to maturity. Having experienced similar sentiments, Li Wei empathized with the distressed individual and resolved not to dwell on the fact that he had been startled by the outburst. The tragedy of heartbreak was profound enough. The man's tears, despite his words of bravado, were a testament to his sorrow. And Li Wei believed it was best to be magnanimous and not hold his indiscretion against him. However, Li Wei was not the only one startled by the heartbroken man. A familiar, irate voice reached his ears, the grade director. To his astonishment, the director was accompanied by a woman who was notably taller than him as they passed through the square. That woman was certainly not his wife. His wife, Li Wei, had been seen in the faculty housing, an unremarkable woman who also taught at the same school. Compared to the notorious figure known as Nianji Mao, she was far more amiable and possessed a pleasant demeanor, standing at a height similar to that of Nianji Mao. This fellow, however, was surprisingly fashionable, despite his unimpressive appearance, resembling a short, round gourd. At this moment, he was entangled in an affair. Li Wei discreetly concealed himself in the shadows beside a roadside greenbelt, observing that Nianji Mao was approaching his direction. After they passed, Li Wei hesitated, contemplating whether he should follow this man to uncover the truth and subsequently inform Nianji Mao's wife about the situation. At this juncture, infidelity was still regarded with considerable gravity. Individuals like Nianji Mao, if exposed, faced the dire consequences of dismissal or demotion from the school. However, Li Wei understood that the likelihood of Nianji Mao being dismissed was somewhat greater, given that the school had already endured a scandal this semester and could ill afford another. While Li Wei remained in a state of indecision, the couple ahead inadvertently made the choice for him. As their conversation revealed, they were concocting an excuse to send the original spouse back to the countryside to teach and subsequently file for divorce. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a surge of indignation. The disparity in salaries between rural and urban educators was stark. These two deceitful individuals were not only opting for divorce, but were also intent on making another's life miserable. Consequently, he resolved to follow them, unnoticed. The two ahead remained oblivious to his presence, whispering conspiratorially about their plans to rid themselves of the original spouse for financial gain. Their residence was not far from his, and from their conversation, it seemed to be an apartment rented by Nianji Mao. Once they entered the building, Li Wei promptly noted the door number and returned to his own residence. The rest, he decided, would be left to others. He had classes to attend and could not afford to dwell on these matters. He called Lao Zhong, requesting his assistance in finding someone to tail the couple, offering to pay for the service. Lao Zhong, upon hearing the request, confidently asserted that he knew many such individuals and would handle it as a favor to a friend, without charge. Despite Li Wei's insistence on compensating him, Lao Zhong insisted on helping without remuneration. After obtaining the door number, he advised Li Wei to await further news before ending the call. Li Wei had complete faith in Lao Zhong's ability to handle matters efficiently, given his military background characterized by decisiveness and reliability. Thus, reassured by Lao Zhong's promise to find someone, Li Wei returned to his classes. Each time he passed by the faculty building on his way to school, he instinctively glanced towards Nianji Mao's residence, noting that the original spouse's demeanor seemed to deteriorate day by day, perpetually marked by sorrow. She was a woman of integrity, prone to internalizing her troubles, and would not erupt unless driven to the brink of despair. Li Wei understood this well, which had initially caused him to hesitate. Yet, it appeared he had made the right choice. The sorrow etched on her face, coupled with the disgraceful behavior of Nianji Mao, made it evident that allowing such a character to remain in the school was a blight upon its reputation. 3 days later, Lao Zhong provided an update on the matter, delivering an envelope filled with photographs to Li Wei. He refrained from inquiring about Li Wei's intentions, merely observing him with an expression that suggested he had much to say but held back. He hesitated for a moment without uttering a word. After handing the envelope to Li Wei and briefly discussing matters concerning them all, he took his leave. In Lao Zhong's eyes, Li Wei did not resemble a youth at all. He appeared far too seasoned. Such individuals undoubtedly calculated their actions meticulously, leaving no cause for concern. Upon glancing at the photos he had received, Li Wei's lips curled in disbelief. It was no wonder Lao Zhong had displayed such a hesitance in his demeanor. The seemingly proper demeanor of the class representative was indeed a stark contrast to the peculiar interests revealed in those images. The variety of poses suggested he had certainly indulged in adult films. There was even one picture taken on the balcony during the day. Li Wei found it perplexing that the balcony's railing had not collapsed, nor had anyone else come to observe them. It seemed that Lao Zhong had endured considerable discomfort while trailing such individuals. What a scandalous couple they were. Tracking such people would yield ample material without any significant effort. In his previous life, nothing noteworthy had transpired with the class representative until Li Wei departed from school. However, he had paid little attention to his wife's affairs. At that time, his focus had solely been on tuition and academics. Yet, it appeared that the class representative's original spouse had endured a rather unfortunate existence. Having been cast aside by her husband and forced to teach in the countryside, such circumstances would undoubtedly be distressing for most women. Having acquired the evidence, the next dilemma was how to deliver it and to whom. After much contemplation, Li Wei resolved to provide a copy solely to the class representative's wife. Observing her reaction before contemplating alternative measures, he had never trusted the school administration and knew few of them, hence he would not entrust this material to the institution. Taking advantage of an opportunity when the class advisor's spouse was present, Li Wei discreetly passed along the photographs, including the woman's information and details about their rental arrangement. The subsequent actions were now in her hands. Having completed this task, Li Wei returned to his tranquil routine of sleeping, practicing calligraphy, and writing novels. However, finding peace to concentrate had become increasingly difficult, as girls from other classes frequently approached him during breaks to seek out their middle school friends. The directness of these girls would often jolt the sleeping Li Wei awake, leaving him unable to rest peacefully, forcing him to feign diligence in his studies. Classes were even more daunting, particularly English, which now instilled a deep sense of dread in him. He felt akin to a tender morsel in the jaws of a ravenous wolf, enduring an unbearable experience, especially since he could not resist. During every English lesson, the female teacher would invariably call on him to answer questions, far more frequently than before, leaving him no time even for a brief nap. Life had become quite intolerable. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, his English teacher was equally vexed. He consistently answered questions correctly, yet somehow managed to barely scrape passing grades on exams. This discrepancy was utterly illogical. She remained unaware that his accurate responses were a result of her penetrating gaze, which left him with no choice but to answer correctly, even during self-study sessions. Tranquility eludes us. Ever since the new year, following a few encounters between the campus belle and Li Wei, representatives of an underground organization have frequently disrupted his study time, seemingly eager to forge a brotherly bond with him. Occasionally, they would even bring delectable treats to share. Li Wei was not particularly acquainted with this individual, who was known as Jiang Jing. Their paths had not crossed in his previous life either. After the second year of high school, they were separated into different classes, and even upon his rebirth, their interactions remained non-existent. However, this fellow had become quite familiar with him, and his father was rumored to hold a governmental position. Though the specifics were never disclosed to Li Wei, Jiang Jing bore no signs of the typical second-generation elite and was rather affable, leading Li Wei to believe that forming a friendship with him would not be disadvantageous. Consequently, he tacitly accepted Jiang Jing's presence as his desk mate during study sessions. Jiang Jing was an intriguing character, tall and robust, yet with an insatiable curiosity for gossip. From the school to the city, he was a reliable source of the latest news, often closest to the truth, which led Li Wei to ponder the true nature of his father's position, suspecting it resembled that of an undercover informant. As Li Wei became more acquainted with him, he discovered that Jiang Jing was indeed quite likable. In their class, many students had recently migrated from rural areas and came from modest backgrounds. Yet, Jiang Jing treated everyone equally, always wearing a cheerful demeanor and exhibiting a natural friendliness devoid of any disdain for those less fortunate. Furthermore, whenever the class organized activities requiring borrowed items, he would readily retrieve what was needed from his home. Li Wei recalled that the television set used for screening videos every Saturday afternoon in their classroom was brought from Jiang Jing's house, providing entertainment for students boarding at the school. At that time, the device was still relatively new in the city, not yet commonplace in the way it would become in the years to follow. However, after growing closer to Li Wei, Jiang Jing practically became his shadow. Neither of them were boarding students, and they would leave school together after classes, with Jiang Jing often visiting Li Wei's home for a while before departing. particularly one weekend. When Li Wei managed to invite Chun Shi and Xiu Lin out to play, Jiang Jing's reaction was almost reverential, as if he were worshipping Li Wei. His gaze transformed into one of sheer admiration. As Jiang Jing learned more about Li Wei, he became increasingly captivated. Li Wei took him directly to the office of a local shopping mall, where they shared tea with old Zhong. The proprietor of a popular establishment treated Li Wei with remarkable warmth, and their escapades into the night, indulging in drinks without cost, left Jiang Jing astounded. Realizing that this rural newcomer had advantages he himself lacked, despite being a second-generation elite, Li Wei recognized that Jiang Jing was jesting. Individuals like him would undoubtedly receive flattery wherever they went. However, at the venue of Old Zhong and in the nocturnal haze, such privileges were not extended to him. Old Zhong wielded considerable influence in the city, and Li Wei had never witnessed Old Zhong currying favor with anyone. He maintained a demeanor of amicable prosperity. Yet his territory remained undisturbed. Thus, when Jiang Jing grasped the depth of Li Wei's relationship with Old Zhong, his astonishment was beyond description. For he was aware of Old Zhong's significant standing. Li Wei had handed the photograph to the wife of the grade cat 2 weeks ago. Yet there had been no response. The school remained eerily quiet, which left Li Wei perplexed. Was that woman truly resolved to bear this burden alone? Or had some unforeseen circumstance arisen? As a new week commenced, an unusual event transpired. The school's morning assembly was unexpectedly canceled on Monday, leaving all the students in a state of astonishment. Typically, during the Monday morning exercises, the school leaders would gather on the playground to deliver lengthy and tedious speeches, which were often repetitive, leading one to wonder if they lacked original content or simply preferred to regurgitate the same phrases ad nauseum. Listening to such monotony for 3 years must have been particularly trying for the senior students. The morning classes also exhibited a peculiar atmosphere. The usual patrol by the grade cat was absent during the study period, and the teachers seemed somewhat distracted, frequently glancing at the clock. When lunchtime arrived, Li Wei prepared 2 portions of food, only to be approached mysteriously by Jiang Jing, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. "Do you know? Something major has happened at our school." Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. Was it possible that something had happened to that woman? However, he maintained his composure and inquired about the nature of the incident. "It's a significant affair. The principal, vice principal, and the head of education, along with the grade cat, have all been summoned for discussions by the relevant authorities. Currently, the day-to-day operations of the school are being overseen by a leader from the Education Bureau along with some minor officials," Jiang Jing excitedly relayed. Though his excitement seemed more akin to schadenfreude, it appeared that he harbored discontent towards the school leaders, finding joy in their misfortune. "Damn it, I can't stand that grade cat. His eyes light up whenever he sees a beautiful woman, yet he puts on such a pathetic facade in front of us. What on earth is going on? Please elaborate," Li Wei urged, realizing from Jiang Jing's words that the grade cat was indeed in trouble. But he hadn't anticipated the involvement of so many school leaders. This situation seemed rather serious. The school leaders are collectively guilty of corruption. You won't believe it. The grade cat was the first to disclose this, and then the other leaders were implicated, Jiang Jing whispered conspiratorially after glancing around. "Let me tell you, don't speak carelessly. The truth is, the grade cat has been keeping a mistress outside, while the school leaders conspired to send their wives to the countryside to teach, intending to divorce them. Somehow, the grade cat's wife gathered evidence and confronted the school leaders, declaring that they should not underestimate the strength of an honest woman, before reporting him to the authorities. Coincidentally, the head of the education system is a woman who despises such men, and given that the school had previously faced an incident, she and the other leaders decided to dismiss the grade cat. I never anticipated that the individual would turn out to be so spineless." Upon entering, he divulged everything, leaving the leaders astonished. The institution, once held in high regard and robustly supported, had devolved into such a state. Hence, the events of today transpired, shocking the entire city. It is said that even the provincial authorities were stirred. You cannot fathom the misdeeds of those individuals. Are you aware of the situation in our school's computer lab? One side is operating on a 95 system, while the other is not, yet both sides report identical prices, despite the actual costs being vastly different. The newly erected teaching building is similarly afflicted, and even more despicably, the scholarships intended for students have been siphoned off. It is utter nonsense that those leaders forbade students from engaging in romantic relationships, yet one of them entangled himself with a female student. Therefore, You understand that the leaders summoned to address the issue have not returned, and this has become a source of immense satisfaction. It will be intriguing to see how those individuals maintain their arrogance in the future. A look of unspeakable schadenfreude and delight adorned Jiang Jing's face. Li Wei was momentarily stunned. He had indeed delivered photographs, never anticipating such a sensational outcome. It seems that the school will once again gain notoriety across the city. The once demure women are indeed not to be trifled with. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. However, reflecting on the situation, those individuals brought this upon themselves. Their arrogance was excessive, considering that it took over 2 weeks after Li Wei delivered the photographs for the incident to unfold. It is likely that the woman had no initial intention of reporting it. Had the school's administration not brought up the relocation of personnel to the countryside, this situation might never have arisen. It is all a consequence of their own actions. In the aftermath of this incident, the school experienced a brief period of chaos. But it quickly stabilized under the guidance of the higher authorities and the innate responsibility of the teachers. Most of the faculty returned to a state of normalcy, although the abrupt removal of so many school leaders will undoubtedly have repercussions. Surprisingly, Li Wei's language teacher and the original partner of the grade's cat were both promoted as a result of this incident, becoming the grade directors for the first and second years, an outcome quite unexpected. The principal and vice principal have yet to reach a swift resolution. It is likely that a decision will not be made until the next semester. As the dust settled on this matter, Li Wei and his peers entered the final examinations, with the winter break fast approaching. In contrast to other students sharpening their wits in preparation for the finals, even the perpetually playful Jiang Jing joined the ranks of diligent scholars. Li Wei's routine remained unchanged. He slept when it was time to sleep and played when it was time to play, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. The second store of Good and More has officially opened, strategically placed near the city's agricultural machinery factory and several old industrial zones. Business is thriving, akin to the first establishment, and the same applies to the one bucket under heaven. Drawing from the experience of the first store's launch, the opening of the second proceeded in an orderly fashion, although it still required the assistance of local police to maintain order. The overall demeanor of the individuals in the industrial area is somewhat inferior to that of the academic district. The philosophies of the working class and intellectuals diverge significantly. Without the police's aid, issues are bound to arise. Li Wei diligently assisted for a day and a half, as the grand opening was strategically scheduled for the weekend. Following the conclusion of the high school final examinations, there was no need to collect report cards. The homeroom teacher would distribute them at the beginning of the next academic year. Consequently, no student needed to fret about poor grades that might lead to parental reprimands, allowing everyone to joyfully celebrate the upcoming new year. Of course, this did not exclude the highly ambitious individuals, eager to ascertain their academic performance for the semester. The fortunate aspect was the absence of winter and summer holiday assignments in high school. However, it was unfortunate that, despite the lack of such assignments, teachers still assigned tasks to be completed. In their words, one must not neglect their studies during the winter break, as time was fleeting. 3 years of high school could pass in the blink of an eye. Li Wei's final examination was an exact replica of the midterm examination format, so he was already well aware of his expected performance and felt little concern. Nevertheless, the winter holiday assignment caused him some distress. The Chinese teacher had assigned 5 essays, each comprising 5,000 words, with one of the essays focusing on individuals from his surroundings who had migrated south for work. This assignment was identical to one from his previous life, with no alterations whatsoever. Thinking about this winter assignment reminded Li Wei of a humorous incident involving a particularly talented individual who had creatively expanded the content of a work-related song, Working in December. This person had even replicated the first-person perspective and the name Jiqiang, ultimately submitting a 5,000-word piece. When the teacher discovered it, the feedback was quite amusing. I was unaware that you possessed the ability to be in 2 places at once, studying while working, and the name Jiqiang sounds remarkably familiar. Why do I hear it in a work-related song? This individual, who shared a dormitory with Li Wei, recounted the teacher's comments upon returning to their room, causing a fit of laughter among their dorm mates. Li Wei prepared his winter assignment and then tucked his backpack away as he returned to his residence. He would not head home immediately, as the 2 nearby shopping malls and fast food restaurants were at their busiest, necessitating extra assistance. He intended to remain there until the 28th day of the lunar month. Zhang Limei also stayed behind. The financial school had an earlier break than Li Wei's, and she had already gone to help at a restaurant called Yitong Tianxia. Due to the inconvenience of accommodation after the school's closure, she was currently residing with the proprietress alongside her classmate. On the 27th day of the lunar month, Lao Xie would come to the city to procure New Year's goods, and Li Wei planned to return with Zhang Limei in his vehicle, conveniently taking care of his own New Year's purchases as well. Chapter 79. Returning home, old Zhong distributed a red envelope to each employee at the shopping mall, even extending this gesture to the salespersons hired by manufacturers, prompting the employees at Yitong Tianxia to receive similar envelopes. In fact, it was not customary for employees in Li Wei's city to receive red envelopes, yet old Zhong's establishment had this practice, offering a substantial year-end bonus, with another expected after the new year as a good fortune for resuming work. The shopping mall closed for only 3 days during the Spring Festival, from New Year's Eve to the first day of the new year, but subsequently offered staggered compensatory leave. Conversely, Yitong Tianxia closed for the holiday from the 24th day of the lunar month and would resume operations on the 8th day of the following year. As the Spring Festival approaches, the number of people dining out diminishes, prompting the proprietress to grant an early holiday. After the establishment's closure, Zhang Limei and her classmates ventured to the mall to assist, where they were afforded a legitimate opportunity for learning through the mall's structured finances. Although the duration was brief, old Zhong presented them with a red envelope, a token of appreciation for their assistance, and offered them employee discounts for shopping, allowing them to procure festive goods for a splendid celebration at home. On the morning of the 28th day of the lunar month, Li Wei and old Xie rose early to tidy up their room before heading out to pick up Zhang Limei for their journey back to the countryside. At this time, the atmosphere of the new year was palpable, with young and middle-aged individuals burdened with large bags, returning from their work outside to celebrate the holiday. This influx coincided with the peak travel season for the Spring Festival, leading to crowded buses and minibuses filled to the brim as passengers eagerly packed their belongings aboard, their faces radiating joy at the prospect of returning home. Ticket sellers shouted energetically at the bus doors, proclaiming, 5 yuan to board, 5 yuan to board. We're leaving soon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Limei remarked, why has the fare increased so much? Isn't it usually 3 yuan when we go to school? Sometimes even just 2 yuan. Li Wei, with a slight smirk, replied, this is the Spring Festival travel rush, not regular times. Everyone is eagerly waiting to earn that fare. Those at home believe that the ones returning from work are bringing back riches, and they are ready to take advantage of these returnees. This highlights the disparity between inland cities and the south. Li Wei was driving, and, as they passed the bus stop on the route to his home, he spotted a familiar figure waiting for a bus with a backpack in tow. This individual, whom he had held in high regard during his childhood, later revealed to Li Wei the naivety of youth when he matured. This person was his father, a man profoundly reluctant to accept responsibility, particularly towards those around him. Li Wei felt an overwhelming urge to accelerate past, yet a bond of blood restrained him. They shared the same lineage. In a previous life, Li Wei's father had also returned home for the new year and had taken him to borrow tuition fees from his ancestral home. Li Wei had accompanied him, feeling particularly dejected at the time, marking the beginning of his gradual disappointment in his father. Pulling over beside the bus stop, Li Wei leaned out to call out, inviting his father aboard. Once on the bus, his father appeared somewhat awkward, surrounded by 2 unfamiliar faces. Li Wei introduced his classmates and old Xie, but soon fell silent. His father, seemingly eager to engage in conversation, struggled to adapt to the noticeable changes in Li Wei, who had transformed dramatically, perhaps still recalling the days when his son would trail closely behind him in childhood. It had been 2 years since he last returned home. Unlike in his previous life, this semester, after the school year commenced, Li Wei's mother did not ask his father for any money. She simply sent a telegram regarding Li Feng's military service, to which Li Wei's father did not respond. Thus, Li Wei was perplexed as to why his father returned home during the New Year celebrations. Did he presume that Li Wei was still unable to pursue his studies and would require financial assistance? Li Wei first escorted old Xie to his home in town. His godmother urged him to come in for a visit, but Li Wei politely declined, mentioning he would return later that afternoon to present gifts, and he would also take the car back at that time. This act of gifting was distinct from mere flattery. It stemmed from the tradition that dictated Li Wei should present gifts to his godfather's family before the new year, and he was to pay a visit to old Xie on the first day of the lunar year. On the first day of the new year, The tradition entails visiting one's grandparents and parents before making rounds in the village, starting with the eldest and most respected family, followed in order. Once the village elders had been honored, all the young people would gather to engage in festivities at the ancestral mountain. A particularly significant ritual on this day involves Qing-dynasty, where one must pluck a branch from a perennial tree on the mountain to place at their doorstep, thus completing the ceremony. After assisting old Xie in moving his belongings home, Li Wei smiled and informed his godmother of his intention to visit later. He then drove Zhang Limei to her residence. He did not enter her home, merely unloading her belongings at the door before departing. During this brief encounter, an older villager observed the scene and playfully teased Zhang Limei, inquiring if Li Wei was her suitor, remarking on his handsome demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Limei's mother beamed with delight. Her gaze toward Li Wei markedly altered, as if she perceived him as a commendable potential son-in-law. Disregarding the fact that the two were still quite young, this situation unnerved Li Wei, prompting him to hastily retreat, fearing the embarrassment that might ensue from further conversation. At this point, only Li Wei and his father were in the car, and his father appeared more at ease. He cleared his throat and assumed a paternal tone, questioning Li Wei about the ownership of the car and the nature of his recent interaction with Zhang Limei. In response, Li Wei refrained from answering directly and countered with a question of his own. You haven't been home for 2 years. Why not inquire about my mother or how the family is faring? Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Wei's father's face faltered, revealing an air of awkwardness. Was this the same son who had once clung to him during his childhood? How had he changed so dramatically over the past 2 years? He could distinctly sense his son's deliberate coolness towards him. After this retort, Li Wei fell silent, and his father attempted to initiate conversation, but Li Wei remained nonchalant. However, upon arriving home, Li Wei's mother was taken aback with joy to see her husband returning for the new year. Li Wei preferred not to overly involve himself in his parents' affairs. They were both adults, and regardless of his father's behavior, it held little significance for him now. The family no longer harbors any expectations of what his father might accomplish. He has become an entirely dispensable figure. If he finds peace, that is one thing. But should he lose it, he would only bring ruin upon himself. Chapter 80. Early romance. Li Wei refrains from excessive commentary about his father, opting instead for a silent and indifferent demeanor. Upon returning home, he finds his sister absent, having gone to a classmate's house to play, and he does not inquire further. After having lunch at home, Li Wei picks up the gifts his mother had prepared for his godfather's family, adding 2 bottles of fine liquor and some dried spicy fish and shrimp from their pantry. The Xie family does not cultivate land, making these items particularly valuable to them. As for gifts, they hold little significance, given that they receive plenty each year. Li Wei's mother seems to disapprove, yet upon seeing her son make his own decisions, she chooses to remain silent. As the spring festival approaches, the children are the happiest, joyfully playing with firecrackers and various fireworks. Nearby puddles and roadside cabbages suffer the consequences of their merriment, exploding and scattering debris, while the children delight in the chaos they have wrought, unperturbed by the threat of punishment. As the year draws to a close, adults tend to be more lenient with children, merely admonishing rather than resorting to physical reprimands for minor transgressions. A notable change is the lively atmosphere as those who had gone to work return home. And on the streets, one encounters familiar faces not seen in a long while. Each village features several radios blaring, playing tapes brought back by the laborers. So as one passes through the village, they are greeted by the sounds of "One wave has yet to settle before another crashes." Deep sorrow of the Pacific. Or perhaps I am a white fox that has cultivated for 1,000 years, enduring a millennium of solitude. Li Wei listens closely and perceives that the song White Fox seems to be played slightly more often than Sorrow of the Pacific. Perhaps after this spring festival, White Fox will gain even more popularity, especially since Xie Xiaoyan is set to perform at the Spring Festival Gala. While passing through a village, Li Wei spots his sister sitting on a motorcycle with a girl and a boy. Much like Li Wei, his sister is tall and now in the 2nd year of junior high. He realizes that he has only been apart from her for a month or 2, and she has matured into quite the young lady during that time. The boy riding the motorcycle appears familiar upon closer inspection. It is none other than Xie Xiaoyan. Li Wei feels a wave of discontent wash over him, yet he refrains from confronting them directly, opting instead to park his vehicle and observe their interaction. Fortunately, their behavior does not seem overly intimate. It appears that Xie Xiaoyan is merely trying to impress her. Li Wei does not oppose their acquaintance. He remembers being young and the mindset that accompanies it. However, any further involvement that might jeopardize their studies is unacceptable. They are still quite young. And this is precisely what Li Wei hopes to avoid. Xie Xiaoyan's gaze is rather cunning. Upon spotting Li Wei's vehicle from a distance, he drives the motorcycle with Li Wei's sister and another girl right up to Li Wei's doorstep. Li Wei poked his head out of the car, and to his surprise, Xie Xiaoyan, instead of feeling awkward, heartily called out, "Brother, what a thick skin he has developed." Li Wei said nothing, casually engaging in conversation with them, only to discover they were heading to town. His sister's classmate happened to be from the town, and they were all going in the same direction. Upon seeing her elder brother's arrival in the car, Li Wei's sister immediately dismounted from Xie Xiaoyan's motorcycle and climbed into Li Wei's vehicle, and her classmate followed suit, leaving Xie Xiaoyan to plod behind on his motorcycle in a rather dejected manner. It seemed that Li Wei's sister's classmate had also matured early. Despite being in the second year of junior high, she had already developed quite a presence. This girl was quite extroverted and, upon realizing that she was riding with her classmate's brother, immediately took the passenger seat next to Li Wei, peppering him with questions. Li Yan's demeanor was perfectly normal, showing no signs of nervousness around her brother while spending time with the boy. Observing his sister's ease, Li Wei felt reassured. Their relationship still seemed to be in a hazy stage, which was a relief. However, it was evident that Xie Xiaoyan had his eyes on his sister. Frankly speaking, Li Wei's sister was indeed a remarkable girl and would be more than a match for Xie Xiaoyan. Yet, he needed to make a good impression. If he behaved as he had in the past, Li Wei would undoubtedly disallow any future association between them. After dropping off Li Yan's classmate at her home, Li Wei took his sister to the Xie residence, as Xie Xiaoyan had already returned. When Li Wei brought some agricultural products from the car to the Xie household, he noticed a distinct joy on his godmother's face. He had also brought along 2 large grass carp, caught from the reservoir his family had contracted this year. These were wild fish, as they had not been cultivated. Seeing Li Wei bring such a bounty, his godmother playfully admonished him, "You, this child, come to play and yet bring so many things. Why all this formality with your godmother?" Li Wei replied with a smile, "These are homegrown. They are not anything extravagant, and we have plenty more. I figured your family wouldn't lack for other gifts, so I brought these. My mother keeps saying I lack manners." At that moment, old Xie emerged from the room, chuckling, "This is wonderful. It's much better than other gifts. I prefer these. You needn't bring anything else, as we wouldn't be able to use so much." Upon seeing Li Yan also step out of the car, Li Wei's godmother showed no surprise, as if she were quite familiar with his sister. "Ah, Yanzi, don't leave so quickly today. Wait and have a meal with your brother before you go," she said. Hearing this, Li Wei's lips curled into a smirk. It was evident that his sister had visited the Xie residence before. He located Xie Xiaoyan and shot him a fierce glare, which made the latter blush and lower his head, clearly feeling guilty under Li Wei's scrutinizing gaze. Li Wei sensed it was time to have a serious talk with him. This was Li Wei's first formal visit to his godfather's home, and it appeared that the Xie household was bustling with activity, seemingly preparing a grand feast. The grand feasts of 8 dishes and 10 dishes are customary in the vicinity of Li Wei's home when celebrating joyous occasions. This lavish hospitality serves to convey to guests the host's sincere attentiveness and the gravity of the occasion. Li Wei has now come to understand why Lao Xie, during their first meeting, was not astonished by his culinary skills at home, for it turns out, Lao Xie himself was also engaged in cooking, while his godmother chatted amiably with Li Wei and his siblings in the living room. Observing this scene, Li Wei decided to enter the kitchen to lend a hand. Upon seeing Li Wei's involvement, Lao Xie was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, "Come, come, your skills are commendable, so you shall prepare the dishes while I assist you." Thus, amidst playful banter from Li Wei's godmother, the 2 men busied themselves in the kitchen. It seemed that Xie Xiaoyan in the living room felt somewhat out of place and, eager to contribute, also ventured into the kitchen to help. In Li Wei's household, the New Year's meals are not confined to a strict schedule. It is not uncommon to have 5 or 6 meals in a single day, as the hosts prepare food for guests who arrive. Consequently, when Li Wei and his family dined at Lao Xie's home, it was around 5 in the afternoon. The adults did not eat much, but the 3 children, being in their growth phase, could easily devour a hearty meal, given their perpetual hunger from active play. After the meal, Li Wei wished to linger a bit longer at his godmother's house, hoping to find an opportunity to converse with Xie Xiaoyan. However, a phone call from his mother interrupted him, informing him that a classmate had come over to visit, urging Li Wei to return home to entertain his friend. Shortly after Li Wei began his studies in the city, his family had installed a telephone, recognizing the inconvenience of always having to answer calls at others' homes, especially during the festive season. Upon hearing his mother's excited voice, a smile crept onto Li Wei's face, as he suspected a female classmate had arrived, explaining his mother's exuberance. Xie Xiaoyan, upon hearing Li Wei's response to the phone call, appeared eager to offer a ride back for Li Wei and his sister. But his intentions were swiftly curtailed by Lao Xie. Lao Xie tossed the keys to his jeep to Li Wei, suggesting that he drive it during the spring festival, knowing that having a vehicle would greatly facilitate Li Wei's errands. The jeep was seldom used by Lao Xie these days, as he had been provided with a smaller car for his trips to the mine. Li Wei, without hesitation, accepted the keys, recognizing his need for transportation, especially with frequent trips to the city during the festival. He promptly called for his sister to join him, and they set off. Though the timing of the phone call was less than ideal, as Li Wei had intended to chat with Xie Xiaoyan, he would have to postpone that conversation for another occasion. On the road, he inquired about his sister's academic performance, and upon hearing her enthusiastic response, she eagerly extended her hand for a promised reward. She had made significant progress this semester, now ranking among the top 5 in her grade. Relieved by her achievements, Li Wei assured her that the reward would be generous. After the new year, he would take her to the city for a day of enjoyment, encouraging her to indulge in whatever she desired, as he would cover the expenses. Upon hearing of the potential outing to the city, Li Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she had never had the opportunity to visit before, and now an unexpected reward awaited her. After expressing these thoughts, Li Wei subtly inquired about Li Yan's relationship with Xie Xiaoyan. This time, his sister appeared somewhat flustered. Observing her demeanor, Li Wei felt a pang of concern, suspecting that his sister harbored a slight affection for that fellow, which was indeed a troublesome matter. It was irksome how precocious children could be, with just a little maturity. They were eager to embark on romantic pursuits. They ought to reflect on their own circumstances, while they might have the desire for companionship. They lacked any sense of responsibility. What could possibly come of that? However, compared to the scenes he later witnessed in the South, where young people with a modicum of maturity would engage in public displays of affection, it seemed that these children were relatively well-behaved, save for the occasional misstep. Li Wei refrained from heavy admonishments, merely telling his sister that as long as she secured admission to the prestigious Shiji High School and later to university, her brother would reward her generously. He advised her to approach romance with moderation, for they were still young and naive. While he did not oppose her friendship with Xie Xiaoyan, he insisted that it should not be taken too far. Li Yan, attentive to her elder brother's counsel, nodded in understanding, which alleviated Li Wei's worries. He was reassured that his sister still possessed some discernment and was merely fearful of her impulsiveness. Upon arriving home, Li Wei noticed an unusually large number of classmates gathered, including several girls. They were all seated in the living room, sipping water, munching on snacks, and engaging in light-hearted banter, each boy eager to impress the girls in attendance. Li Wei hurriedly disembarked from the vehicle and entered to greet them, only to realize that he was particularly close with only 2 or 3 of them, while his connections with the others were rather superficial. Yet, as they shared the same class and had just graduated from middle school, returning home for the new year from various locations, some pursuing studies elsewhere, others working in the South, they naturally reminisced about their school days and shared updates on their lives outside of school. They would meander from one home to another, regardless of their classmates' varying socioeconomic backgrounds. Consequently, the gathering grew larger, and the depth of their relationships became less significant. This situation would persist for several years, until life's responsibilities took their toll, families would form, and the festive spirit of the spring festival would gradually diminish, leading to less frequent visits, and, eventually, a slow drifting apart. Amidst the crowd, Li Wei caught sight of a familiar face that stirred memories within him, momentarily rendering him speechless. This girl had not visited his home during the previous spring festival, yet it seemed circumstances had changed. In his past life, she had not come to his home, but had sent him a notebook through a mutual acquaintance. Li Wei reflected on how easily he had been swayed in his former life. A mere notebook had captured his heart, a rather embarrassing admission. After a short stint working, he had entered into a relationship with this girl, who had taken the initiative to hold his hand for the first time. Their first kiss had also been instigated by her, and even their first tender caress had been shared between them. However, Their intimate encounters ultimately fell short due to Li Wei's hesitance to purchase protection, resulting in their relationship dwindling into nothingness. This girl represented Li Wei's first love, an indelible experience etched deeply in his memory. In the life of any man, it is perfectly normal to be deeply affected by the first time a girl takes something from him, even if she possesses certain flaws. However, Li Wei, in this world, has resolved not to repeat such a mistake, despite having been subdued by another woman for an entire night, an experience he did not truly anticipate. While seated among his classmates, Li Wei seldom spoke. He primarily listened to their narratives, occasionally interjecting, until darkness enveloped the sky. As the time came for everyone to depart, Li Wei promptly rose to accompany his classmates. Even though some had arrived on motorcycles, it was insufficient for all. Those who had come to his home on motorcycles, engaged in lively conversation, now found themselves in a somewhat awkward predicament, as Li Wei was now driving a small car and maintaining a notably low profile during their discussions. At this moment, although Li Wei's home may not seem impressive, its potential is indeed immeasurable. After all, in rural areas, those who can drive a car are considered quite exceptional. Even a mere driver of a sports car commands respect. Li Wei clarified to all his classmates that the vehicle belonged to someone else and was merely lent to him. He did not wish for others to perceive him as superior due to the car. In truth, many of Li Wei's classmates were capable drivers, having shared experiences running with coal trucks during their middle school days, some for amusement, others for profit, with Li Wei belonging to the latter category. Chapter 82. I'm sorry. We are not compatible. Amidst the throngs of people, there exists you and me, encountering one another, pondering our interactions. In the sea of humanity, it is you and I, feigning propriety in the face of smiles. There is no need for excessive words. We both understand what we truly desire. Do Ji's voice was fervently shouting. He had just parted ways with a prominent figure in the industry, each going their separate paths. The romantic entanglements within the entertainment circle were already quite chaotic. Li Wei had once perused a self-biographical magazine by Do Go, unsure whether it was genuine, but the women portrayed seemed to be merely objects of desire, flitting from one man to another, which left Li Wei feeling particularly disgusted by the entertainment realm. In time, the various scandals emerging from the entertainment industry led Li Wei to realize that the previous era had been relatively pure. At least back then, there was no coercion or unspoken rules. Engagements were based on mutual attraction rather than obligation, and there were no hidden doors to navigate. Li Wei's vehicle was crowded, accommodating a total of 10 individuals, with 2 girls seated in the front passenger seat and 3 girls and 4 boys, crammed in the back. In the countryside and most cities across the nation, the concept of overloading was virtually non-existent. As long as there was space, people would squeeze in without hesitation. The situation that day was not particularly severe, as several classmates had short distances to travel, easily reachable with a few presses of the accelerator. While driving, Li Wei discovered that the car contained a cassette tape and a player. He casually inserted a tape, and to his surprise, the first song that played was No Place to Hide by the Black Panther Band. In a previous life, Li Wei first encountered this song while watching the film Let's Talk It Over, which had already premiered in 1997. However, it was not until 2003 that Li Wei, in the South, experienced it for the first time in a small video hall for the modest sum of 2 yuan. At that time, such video halls were ubiquitous throughout the South and indeed the entire nation, offering inexpensive entertainment, including adult films that showcased nudity late into the night. Many young women took their initial steps into womanhood in these very venues. At that stage, Li Wei had never seen explicit adult films. The most he had witnessed were films like Peach Blossoms that hinted at intimacy. His real exposure to full nudity was owing to the courageous women from the island nation, who, by offering themselves for the sake of cinema and monetary gain, provided Li Wei with his first lesson in biological education. It was a time when both genders were nearly equally inclined to watch such content, leading Li Wei to later regard a post he discovered online as remarkably insightful. Due to the contributions of these women, phrases like "let us have fun" and self-pleasure became colloquial expressions. 50 years prior, the island nation had conquered the country with weaponry. 50 years later, they seemed to have subdued its youth through women and material wealth. Li Wei, not being an expert, refrained from commenting on the accuracy of that post, merely acknowledging its semblance of truth. After dropping off several nearby classmates, the car felt significantly more spacious. The furthest classmate required a 30-minute drive, and with the extra room, The remaining passengers felt no urgency to return home, allowing Li Wei to first drop off the farthest student and then see them home on the return journey. Noticing no objections from his peers, Li Wei proceeded to take the farthest student home, only to realize that his first love from a previous life was still in the vehicle. A wave of disappointment washed over him upon seeing her. Why hadn't she exited the car? She lived not far from him, and she could have easily alighted with the others earlier. However, Li Wei chose to remain silent, recalling how, during the last spring festival, this girl had gifted him a notebook, and it now appeared she intended to deliver it personally. Indeed, once Li Wei had safely transported all his classmates home, the moment arrived for her to disembark, and she retrieved a notebook from her bag to present to him. Seeing she had not uttered much beyond the customary exchange of gifts among classmates, he accepted it, just as he prepared to drive away. She leaned towards the window and declared, "Li Wei, I like you." Taken aback by her forthrightness, Li Wei pondered if this was too direct. Yet, she lingered by the car, seemingly awaiting his response. After a moment's contemplation, he endeavored to soften his tone and smiled as he replied, "I'm sorry. We may not be suited for one another. You can certainly find a better man than me. I'm not currently considering a romantic relationship. Let us continue being good classmates." The girl, upon hearing his response, appeared momentarily stunned, as if doubting her own ears. She had always held confidence in her attractiveness and was unprepared for such a rejection. Li Wei observed the girl standing there in a daze, feeling a twinge of compassion. He returned the notebook he had previously given her and gently placed it back in her hands, patting her shoulder as he spoke. "You are beautiful, and there will surely be boys who admire you. I have 3 years left in high school and several more in university. By then, you will likely have children of your own, so there is no need to squander your time on me." Although in his past life this girl had an air of frivolity, at this moment, nothing had transpired, and Li Wei did not wish to cause her undue sorrow with his rejection. The girl remained silent upon hearing his words, simply turning away to head home. As he watched her retreating figure, Li Wei sighed, lighting a cigarette and standing in the brisk winter night until she entered her home before finally departing. He was indeed apprehensive about confronting her, fearing that he might once again be drawn to her as he had been in his previous life. Especially after witnessing her running to his house today, his heart had inexplicably skipped a beat. Indeed, first love is the most unforgettable of experiences, even if the object of that affection is far from perfect. Upon returning home, Li Wei found that his mother had already prepared dinner. This year's spring festival would be complete with the only absence being his brother, Li Feng, who was serving in the military, a commendable endeavor. Thus, his mother appeared particularly cheerful this evening. Seeing the satisfied smile on her face stirred a pang of emotion within Li Wei, and he fought back tears. Though she was just an ordinary rural woman, she devoted herself tirelessly to their family, sacrificing everything for her children, both in this life and the last. From this moment forward, he vowed to ensure that she enjoyed life more, experiencing the joy she had missed in her previous existence. After dinner, as the family sat together chatting and watching television, his mother suggested that Li Wei visit a family in the village the following day. Upon hearing this, he understood that the protagonist from his winter vacation essay had emerged. Regrettably, the truth of his previous essay had been dismissed by his Chinese teacher, who found it hard to believe. Although he received a commendable score, the comments indicated that Li Wei had portrayed the South in an excessively bleak manner, exaggerating the reality. In his past life, Li Wei was a rather introverted and shy boy, reluctant to engage with teachers or unfamiliar individuals. Naturally, he did not attempt to explain that the protagonist of his essay was based on a real person from his village. This individual had been a classmate of his in middle school, who had ventured south to work in the latter half of 1998, only to return home 6 months later, having developed a mental illness. The toll this took on his parents was evident, as they aged considerably overnight. Yet, Li Wei knew that after the spring festival, this classmate's condition would improve, thanks to a mysterious healer, an inexplicable turn of events. After graduating from middle school, this classmate had accompanied a relative to the south for work, but unfortunately, the timing had been unfortunate, as his relative's factory no longer needed employees. Thus, he clandestinely resided with his relative in the dormitory of the factory, venturing out each day in search of employment, only to return late at night to sleep unnoticed. One fateful day, he encountered a security officer on the road and was subsequently detained for several days. It seemed that in his resistance, he endured a beating, and it was only through his relative's intervention, which cost 300 yuan, that he was released. After this incident, his relative, fearing the consequences, dared not keep him at the factory any longer, and instead gathered some funds to send him home, suggesting he return after the new year to see if the factory required additional workers. Following this ordeal, Li Wei's classmate became somewhat disoriented, as the shattering of dreams and the harshness of reality obliterated the psychological defenses of a youth just stepping into society. His relative, occupied with work during the day, could not escort him to the train station, leading to the unfortunate event of his money being stolen while purchasing a ticket. His aspirations of employment were met with senseless violence, and with his funds depleted and fines incurred, he found himself unable to afford the ticket home. The convergence of these unfortunate events painted a grim picture. However, at this juncture, he maintained a semblance of sanity, lacking funds for his return. He wandered aimlessly near the train station, fortuitously stumbling upon a job offer. Unbeknownst to him, this marked the inception of a nightmare. For the factory that employed him was a clandestine operation. Daily shifts exceeded 14 hours. The meals provided were unpalatable and often insufficient. And there were no late-night snacks during overtime. After 3 days of grueling work, one evening, unable to endure any longer, he stealthily ventured out in the pouring rain to procure a pack of instant noodles. Alas, he was apprehended by the factory guards, who strictly forbade employees from leaving the premises. Consequently, after taking only a few bites of his noodles, he was met with another severe beating from the guards. This brutal encounter drove a once normal individual into madness, causing him to wreak havoc within the factory. The guards found themselves powerless to restrain him, as his frenzied state endowed him with formidable strength. Li Wei witnessed this transformation firsthand when the classmate returned home. He effortlessly scaled a wall over 3 meters high without any need for a running start, causing considerable damage to the houses in the village. Yet no one dared to voice their grievances. The villagers, sympathetic to his plight, were hardly inclined to concern themselves with the damages incurred upon their rooftops. The disturbance he caused at the factory was so pronounced that it ultimately drew the attention of the police, leading to the factory's closure. In the aftermath, they discovered the circumstances surrounding Li Wei's classmate and dispatched personnel to retrieve him from his hometown. It was reported that when the police initially apprehended him, they expended considerable effort, mistakenly believing he possessed martial prowess akin to that of a skilled fighter from a television drama, capable of scaling walls and traversing rooftops. Upon his return home, his family devoted significant resources to his treatment, seeking help from various hospitals and mental health institutions across the nation, incurring substantial expenses in the process. However, by the end of the year, he had not recovered, and they had no choice but to bring him home, binding him with ropes and confining him within the house. Once he exhibited slightly normal behavior, they would loosen his restraints to allow him some movement. Meanwhile, the villagers engaged in various speculations. Some suggested that his peculiar condition was due to excessive exposure to adult films in the South, while others claimed that his obsession with martial arts novels had led him to this state, as evidenced by his ability to scale rooftops. There were also whispers of demonic possession, yet the hospital's diagnosis was schizophrenia, recommending a gradual recovery process. The following day, with little to occupy his time, Li Wei decided to visit a classmate, just as he had in his previous life, bringing along some nutritional supplements. Upon his arrival, his classmates' parents welcomed him with warmth. Though the sorrow etched on their faces was unmistakable, they had painstakingly raised their son, only to face this unexpected ordeal. Miraculously, after Li Wei's visit, his classmate seemed to regain his sanity, having previously been frantically tearing at the ropes and shouting. His parents, witnessing this transformation, joyfully unbound him, allowing him to sit and converse with Li Wei. The young man appeared perfectly lucid, recounting his extraordinary experiences in the South without any complaints, as if it were entirely ordinary. This sight brought tears of joy to his parents' eyes, who believed their son had recovered. However, Li Wei understood that this was merely a temporary respite. He knew that once he departed, the young man would likely relapse. Yet, feeling reluctant to shatter their hopes, he refrained from voicing this concern. After spending over an hour at his classmate's home, Li Wei prepared to leave. His classmate offered to escort him, but Li Wei politely declined. He was wary of the potential consequences. In his previous life, when he had allowed his classmate to accompany him, the boy had succumbed to his illness shortly thereafter, leaping onto the roof of Li Wei's home with alarming agility. Even the modest rural houses stood over 3 meters tall, and Li Wei vividly remembered being utterly bewildered by his classmates' sudden outburst. Subsequently, the entire village had mobilized, taking much of the day to retrieve him from the rooftop and restrain him once more. After exiting the house, Li Wei promptly closed the door behind him, and as anticipated, the young man began to scream again, stripping off his clothes and jumping around the room in the frigid winter air. Fortunately, Li Wei had secured the door, preventing him from escaping. His parents swiftly rebound him, and seeing him restrained, Li Wei shook his head and left with a sense of relief. The young man's father had made a wise decision by bringing him home during the spring festival instead of leaving him in the hospital to be exploited financially. 4. After this festival, his condition would likely improve, costing only a modest sum of 200 yuan in a red envelope and a hen. Chapter 84. The countless relatives in my family. Upon returning from a classmate's home, Li Wei busied himself with assisting his mother in organizing the preparations for the new year. A multitude of tasks awaited him, as the household required a thorough cleaning, a ritual known as removing the old to welcome the new. The tofu, crafted by their own hands, needed to be prepared alongside glutinous rice cakes. In those times, rural areas lacked refrigerators. Only a few shops selling ice cream could be found. Consequently, to ensure the New Year's dishes could be preserved for a longer duration, they were first fried in oil, a process referred to as walking oil. The subsequent braised pork emerged as a product of this technique. Initially, all the pork was blanched in hot water to eliminate impurities, after which it was placed in a large pot to simmer until tender. Once cooked, the meat was removed to cool. The remaining bones and broth were then utilized to stew white radishes. This was a moment of great joy for the children in those days. Meat was not as commonplace as it would later become. The large chunks of lean pork and substantial bones, directly lifted from the pot, delighted the children, who savored them with a dip in soy sauce. Adults would playfully tease their children with the meat, and regardless of wealth or poverty, the atmosphere during the new year was one of unbridled joy. The white radish stewed in meat broth was delectable, particularly those harvested after a snowfall, which were fragrant, crisp, and sweet. Li Wei, from childhood until adulthood, could consume several large bowls of white radish soup along with a few hefty bones by New Year's Eve. Once the meat cooled, it was subjected to the walking oil method to enhance its color with soy sauce, then sliced into pieces and neatly arranged in bowls, thus becoming braised pork, a dish that could last throughout the spring festival without spoiling. In addition to meat, fish, tofu, and chicken also required prior preparation for preservation. During the final days of the year, the entire village was infused with the aroma of meat, as each household busied themselves with walking oil, frying sweet potatoes and glutinous rice balls, while comparing their New Year's goods, showcasing the culinary prowess of their respective matrons. In a few years, such practices would become obsolete as New Year's goods were purchased from stores, and every household possessed a refrigerator, favoring fresh ingredients. In urban areas, even firecrackers and fireworks would be prohibited. Thus, the essence of the spring festival would gradually diminish, to the point where one might scarcely feel the passage of the new year. This year, Li Wei was responsible for all these preparations. While his mother observed and critiqued her son's culinary skills, the items Li Wei had brought from the city began to prove their worth. The television had been set up, playing his mother's beloved operas, including The Red Lantern, wherein a revolutionary child sang, "The countless relatives in my family, they do not come knocking unless it is significant. Though we may be kin, we do not recognize one another, yet they are closer than relatives, as grandfather and grandmother call them family." I can discern some of the subtleties here. When Li Wei's mother felt particularly joyful, she would hum along, reminiscing about her childhood. He remembered a time when their village lacked electricity, and during those moments of happiness, his mother would teach her children songs such as a full bowl of wine and making friends across the mountains. Upon purchasing these items, one would certainly acquire accompanying discs. Apart from a few music albums and several foreign films, the majority were relics of the past. The Flower Drum Opera Lu Haikut's Wood, the Huangmei Opera The Immortal Match, and the Peking Opera The Red Lantern are among the performances that captivated Li Wei, not solely due to his personal inclinations, but rather because of his mother's fondness for them. These shows were originally purchased for her enjoyment. At that time, they were a novelty. When Li Wei's family played The Red Lantern, the older villagers were drawn by the sounds, gathering to witness this fresh spectacle, accompanied by a throng of boisterous children who came to join in the merriment. At that moment, Li Wei's mother proudly presented the New Year delicacies she had brought from the city for everyone to taste. The gathering then animatedly pointed at the characters on the television, identifying Li Yuha, Little Tai Mei, and Zhou Shan. As the Red Lantern concluded, the Huangmei opera The Immortal Match followed, and the audience's desire to depart waned, only to be rekindled when the night fell and the realization dawned that it was the end of the year, with many pre-New Year tasks left unattended. With laughter and chatter, they declared that they could no longer linger, as they needed to prioritize their own responsibilities. Otherwise, they would bring shame upon themselves when guests arrived for the Spring Festival. On New Year's Eve morning, Li Wei's home was visited by several guests, including his classmates and a cousin, the latter of whom was an elderly relative of Li Wei's mother. After a brief chat, he departed. The local children nearly monopolized Li Wei's home, not fully grasping the content on the television, yet relishing the lively atmosphere and the delicious treats available. It was not until the night of New Year's Eve that the household quieted down, as everyone returned to their homes to partake in their family reunion dinners and to keep vigil for the new year. As they shared their reunion meal, they watched the Spring Festival Gala, during which a song titled Always Come Home to Visit wafted through the air, later becoming a sensation across the nation. The song for whom also touched the hearts of 1 billion people, with Xie Xiaoyan's performance receiving unanimous acclaim. After a boisterous New Year's Eve, the following day brought the customary New Year greetings, where villagers gathered once again at Li Wei's home, as it was the only place showcasing such performances. Those from the countryside, having never seen Journey to the West or The Legend of the New White Lady, came together to relive old memories. Li Wei's household buzzed with excitement, much to his mother's delight. However, Li Wei found little enthusiasm for these gatherings, having already seen the films and heard the stories many times over. Thus, on the first day of the new year, after spending some time at home, he ventured to visit the Xie family in the afternoon. Xie Xiaoyan had just returned home by plane, and upon seeing Li Wei, she rushed forward with a warm embrace, startling him significantly. In the countryside, such gestures of affection, especially between a boy and a girl, were quite uncommon. It was evident that she was in high spirits, her joy almost radiating from her face. However, as she had only recently entered the entertainment industry, Li Wei wondered whether her innocence and happiness would endure amidst the complexities of fame. The Xie household was even livelier than his own. Having appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, the entire town was aware of her return, with crowds flocking to her home to catch a glimpse of the star. The room was filled with people, with many more outside, drawn by the spectacle. At this moment, witnessing Xie Xiaoyan preparing to embrace a young man, a flirtatious smile graced her face, causing Li Wei's lips to curl with amusement, as he felt an urge to confront the gossipmongers. What kind of gaze was that? He had merely come to offer New Year greetings, evident from the small packages he carried, especially on the first day of the new year. Chapter 85. The Demon Catching Chronicles. After spending an afternoon at the old Xie residence and sharing a meal, Li Wei decided to take his leave, feeling rather awkward amidst the throngs of family members. On the second day of the new year, the villagers would not venture out to offer greetings in the morning. Rather, it was visitors from other places who would come to extend their well wishes and partake in the temple fair. In Li Wei's village, a temple fair was held every second day of the new year, divided into 3 halls, each representing several villages. Each village would take turns parading their paper boats, which would converge at the temple, where the attendees would exchange comments on which hall's boat was the most splendid and which village had orchestrated the most elaborate procession. Together, they would pay homage to the deities, beseeching blessings for a bountiful and prosperous year, free from malevolence. The boats, crafted from paper with bamboo frames, measured about 10 feet in length, adorned with depictions of pavilions and deities. Accompanying the paper boats were dragon and phoenix lanterns, performers dancing with embroidered balls and lion dances, along with characters from various theatrical performances. With the resounding beats of drums and the sharp blasts of firecrackers, the procession would circle around. The shared temple, rich in history, dates back to the southern dynasties. It gained notoriety for a surprise attack during the Xiongnan Revolution and was later destroyed due to events surrounding its commander. This temple, known as Aowang Temple, venerates an emperor called Aowang. The specifics of its origins are somewhat elusive to Li Wei. It is said to be connected to Lu Ziyuan, the founding emperor of the later Han Dynasty, though the authenticity of this claim remains uncertain. The temple fair represents a quintessential aspect of Han folk beliefs, yet intriguingly, this temple venerates Buddha, Tao, Confucianism, and various auspicious folk deities, Aowang and Ea Mother, all within a single structure. The rituals of worship and sacrifice adhere to Buddhist principles while maintaining their own ceremonial customs, significantly impacting the entire region and even extending to other areas, including the southern provinces. The activities during the fair, such as the rituals of incense offerings, theatrical performances, boat parades, dragon dances, and lion dances, preserve numerous traditional Han customs, crafts, dances, music, and performing arts, which have later been recognized as a provincial intangible cultural heritage. Each hall's boat would navigate through every village, and upon arrival, the air would be filled with the sounds of firecrackers, horns, and gunfire, echoing throughout the skies. Elderly villagers, blessed with longevity and high status, would welcome the boat into the village, placing it upon a prepared platform before the ancestral shrine. Subsequently, the elders would wash their hands, light incense, and bow to heaven, earth, and their ancestors, welcoming the divine vessel. Taoist priests would perform rituals to drive away plagues and invoke blessings for the village, placing the afflictions and refuse into the boat, sending it off to the vast eastern seas. Meanwhile, on the threshing ground before the ancestral hall, dragon and lion dances would unfold, while theatrical performers showcased their artistic talents. Women would guide children to respectfully place sacrificial offerings into the paper boats, praying for divine protection and peace. Households would distribute pre-prepared offerings of smoke, wine, candy, and snacks to those participating in the boat procession. Villagers, women, and children would even circle thrice beneath the boat during the priest's blessing, believing this act would ward off evil and invoke divine favor. Li Wei's parents took him to the drilling boat. Initially, he was adamant about not wanting to go to the hall, but after being forcibly dragged there and having drilled the boat 3 times, he suddenly returned to normal. To everyone's astonishment, he even greeted the village elders with New Year wishes in the hall. The surrounding people, who had previously kept their distance for fear of his erratic behavior, were taken aback by his composure. His parents were overjoyed at his unexpected civility. However, the good fortune was short-lived. 2 days after the temple fair, his illness relapsed. At this point, some knowledgeable individuals suggested to his parents that their child was afflicted by malevolent spirits and urged them to seek the assistance of a Taoist priest. Desperate for a solution, his parents, filled with a glimmer of hope, sought out the Taoist who had previously vanquished the serpent demon in their village. The Taoist, now well into his senior years, prepared some items upon hearing the news and accompanied them back to Li Wei's village. Initially, Li Wei was at home, desperately struggling and shouting, bound by ropes that prevented his escape. Yet, upon the Taoist's arrival, he fell silent and shrank into a corner, exhibiting a demeanor of palpable fear, which piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. The Taoist glanced at him and cheerfully informed his parents that it was merely a horse spirit, and fortunately, it was not a significant threat. It could be resolved swiftly. Hearing this, his parents were filled with joy and hurried to prepare lunch and the necessary items for the Taoist rituals. The villagers, having learned of the Taoist's visit, flocked to their home to witness the spectacle, and Li Wei, driven by curiosity, joined them. At that time, Li Wei was in his youthful exuberance. Despite having experienced the serpent incident in his childhood, he grew up to be quite skeptical of such matters, particularly dismissing the happenings at their local temple. He found it peculiar that a temple could host the teachings of Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism all together, and even more so was his disdain for the monks. He recalled a time when he visited the temple and heard a monk chanting endlessly about days and years passing, having recited the same for 18 years. This piqued Li Wei's curiosity, leading him to search for scriptures that contained such phrases, but he never found them. In subsequent years, incidents of monks fathering illegitimate children and keeping mistresses further fueled his disdain. In their village, the temple fair occurred several times a year, especially during the birthdays of Guanyin and Ao Wang, which featured various activities. Many devotees would donate tea oil, money, and rice to the temple, resulting in substantial annual income. However, with only 2 monks in the temple, there was little evidence of repairs or charitable deeds. Yet, somehow, the funds vanished, allegedly distributed entirely among those in charge. Was this what divinity entailed? Strangely, they claimed the temple's deities were quite powerful, yet they appeared only to those far away, failing to ensure peace for the local faithful who worshipped them. What significance could there be in venerating such deities? At that time, observing the so-called devout believers, who displayed greater reverence towards deities than towards their own parents, Li Wei noted their lack of filial piety and neighborly kindness. Yet, when it came to worship, They were exceedingly generous, which only deepened his disdain for them. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, officials wished for the populace to embrace fate, encouraging them to accept their roles as humble citizens. When oppressed, they were advised to seek solace in the divine, to endure in silence rather than resist. These officials aspired for generations of wealth and power, hoping to amass more riches and climb higher in their positions. Ordinary people, when feeling discontent, would turn to the gods, yearning for a place in heaven after death, dreaming of becoming officials in their next lives, thus enabling them to dominate others. However, those common folk seemed oblivious to the fact that if heaven were indeed so splendid, why did the officials not flock there? If they were virtuous, why did those in power not share their bounty, allowing even a trickle of sustenance to reach them? If the so-called deities possessed any true power, they would have struck down the monks within the temples with thunder, for otherwise, those institutions would be sullied by their misdeeds. Upon reflection, Li Wei acknowledged that he had been somewhat extreme in his views. Despite the prevailing promotion of atheism, it appeared that the officials and wealthy merchants held more faith in the divine than the common people, revering spirits over humanity. It was rumored that a certain high-ranking official would consult feng shui and pay homage to deities before commencing any activity, only to find himself ensnared with billions in embezzled funds. The discourse has meandered once more. In any case, Li Wei was a non-believer at that time, dismissive of the lofty ideals purportedly encapsulated in Buddhist scriptures, often unable to distinguish between the essence of Taoism and Buddhism, viewing them as one and the same. He surmised that, under the current examination-oriented educational system, many young individuals would likely undergo a similar intellectual journey. After dinner, the Taoist priest produced a fire tong that he had prepared in advance, affixing a talisman to it before sealing the doors and windows of Li Wei's classmates' residence with additional charms. He instructed the family to refrain from opening the doors or windows, regardless of any noises they might hear, and to prevent anyone from entering. Following these instructions, he, as before, took a small urn, placed a talisman inside, and entered the house, carefully securing the door behind him to conceal his ritual. Curious children, eager to witness the proceedings, pressed their faces against the door, but after much effort and seeing nothing, they despaired and attempted to climb to the windows. Unfortunately, the windows were too high, and despite their best efforts, they could not reach. Thus they stood outside with the adults, straining to hear the sounds emanating from within. The villagers next door first heard the ordinary sounds of commotion, resembling a scuffle, followed by a series of strange cries. After a while, the Taoist emerged, drenched in sweat, carrying the urn that had been sealed with the talisman. Li Wei's classmate lay unconscious on his bed. The Taoist called for his parents, advising them on various precautions, and placed the small urn into a larger one they had prepared, intending to bury it later that night. Li Wei had often pondered a curious question. Why did he always seal the urn and bury it discreetly, rather than simply ending the existence of the afflicted? Who knows what to do if someone inadvertently digs up something on that day? Such behavior is utterly unprincipled. Alternatively, it could be that the Taoist's combat prowess is exceptionally poor, leaving him with no choice but to seal it away. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a mischievous child stealthily approached, poised to unveil an object resembling a talisman. The old Taoist caught sight of him and swiftly grasped his hand, repeatedly warning that such things must not be carelessly uncovered, as it could lead to trouble. The child's parents, who were watching nearby, turned pale at the sight. Despite the lingering celebrations of the spring festival, they swiftly reprimanded their child with a few sharp slaps, prompting him to wail loudly. He initially believed that his tears would garner sympathy from the villagers, but to his surprise, the adults unanimously refrained from interceding on his behalf, insisting that he learn a lesson about the dangers of meddling with certain things. Noticing that no one paid heed to his cries, the child blinked a few times, abruptly ceased his sobbing, and resumed playing joyfully with his companions. After a while, Li Wei's classmate awakened, immediately searching for something to eat. This action startled his parents, who soon realized that their son had returned to normal. Their astonishment was palpable, and as the Taoist departed, they incessantly expressed their gratitude, presenting him with a generous token of appreciation, a red envelope containing 200 yuan and a hen. The reason Li Wei held these memories in such vivid regard was that he often pondered whether that Taoist was truly formidable. Did the concept of karmic retribution genuinely exist? Were there indeed demons lurking in the shadows? Yet, throughout the course of his life, particularly in the city, he encountered no such occurrences again. Where had the demons vanished? Where was the retribution? How could one explain this? Conversely, those who had forsaken faith and acted without restraint seemed to thrive. Those who would feign death to extort others for money, those who would draw blades over trivial matters, and those who wreaked havoc upon the populace. Why did they escape retribution? The adage man acts, heaven observes had been utterly eclipsed by desire, and perhaps it was this very reason that led to the rapid decline of moral integrity, with everything spiraling toward unbridled lust. This is a false dilemma, one that cannot be resolved. Yet Li Wei found himself contemplating it once more upon witnessing his classmates' condition. However, this time he chose not to accompany others in seeking the Taoists to capture demons, for shortly after the second day of the new year, he took his parents and younger sister to the city for a day of leisure. This year, the New Year visits among relatives transpired at an unprecedented pace. On the third day of the new year, Li Wei drove with his uncle-in-law, cousin, and father, visiting two of his uncle's homes in a single day, despite the fact that they were not in the same direction. In previous years, they had to walk to visit relatives due to the lack of direct public transport, which often took over 2 days. Now, with a vehicle at their disposal, they visited one family in the morning, enjoyed a meal, and then promptly proceeded to the next, returning just as dusk fell. Compared to past visits, the demeanor of his two older uncles this year was notably more subdued, yet Li Wei felt indifferent to these changes. In their previous lives, the children of that family thrived so well that they severed all ties with the Li family. Now, when Li Wei visits for the new year, it is merely a formality, bearing no real significance to them. Li Wei's sister had never been to the city. Fortuitously, he drove them around for a tour, followed by a visit to the mall and a brief New Year greeting to Old Zhong's family. Old Zhong returned after spending just a few days back in his hometown and is still quite invested in the two malls on this side. Lu Yan did not accompany them, as she planned to arrive later. Upon returning to the mall after a brief visit with Old Zhong, Li Wei found his father sitting at the entrance, smoking, surrounded by a pile of items, while neither Li Yan nor his mother was in sight. Before Li Wei could utter a word, his father spoke up. They are still inside, acting as if they have never seen the world, eager to haul away every cheap item from the mall. Li Wei, upon hearing this, remained silent and first loaded the items into the car, then settled in with music playing while waiting for them. Shopping at the mall is a woman's pastime, appealing to all ages. Thus, it was entirely normal for the mother and daughter to linger, especially since this mall was a recent addition with affordable goods. Li Wei could easily imagine that when his mother finally emerged, she would scold him for not bringing them here before the new year, claiming they could have saved a considerable amount of money. The pork in the city was incredibly affordable. The large cuts of fatty meat seemed unappealing to many, and they sold it at remarkably low prices. The city folks were rather foolish, and this was likely the sentiment of every country dweller who had just arrived in town. Fatty meat is a delightful delicacy, and it can even be rendered into lard. Truly, the city dwellers were rather naive. Chapter 87. Strumming the guitar for the campus bell after returning from the city shopping trip. Li Wei's mother ignited a trend among the housewives in their village to venture into the city for shopping. In her eyes, city folk were quite foolish. The goods were abundant and inexpensive, particularly the fatty meat, which was priced comparably to vegetables back home, and they even provided bags for purchases. Li Wei's aunt was no exception. Upon learning that Li Wei was heading back to the city, she promptly decided to join him. Li Wei's purpose in the city was to manage mall operations. Old Zhong's plan was to open a new branch every month for the new year, a rather ambitious undertaking which Li Wei declined, considering the risks involved. Although the new malls were all located in the southern region, many areas had not yet fully developed, and venturing there too early could lead to significant initial losses. After lengthy discussions, they ultimately agreed to focus on a few locations that had already established some scale. Thus, right after the Lantern Festival, both Old Zhong and Li Xiaoyan were to head south to prepare for the new store, accompanied by some financial staff and 2 prospective store managers for training, while promoting new talent on this side. This was an inevitable path for corporate expansion, making the preparation of human resources increasingly urgent, a task that Li Wei needed to undertake. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains, and I leisurely roamed the human realm, beating my drum and striking my gong. Life is filled with rhythm. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains, capturing a monk for dinner. The mountain stream's water, exquisitely sweet, envious of neither the mandarin ducks nor the immortals. On stage, Li Wei unexpectedly transformed his usual demeanor, having not performed for quite some time, now adopting a comedic style. The 6th day of the Lunar New Year had just passed, and the dimly lit venue was not overly crowded. However, those present were in for a delightful surprise. Whether it was Li Wei's playful antics or Zhang Chu's new songs, the attendees felt their visit was worthwhile. More importantly, they had the rare opportunity to witness the rising star, Xie Xiaoyan, up close, which sent the bar into a frenzy of excitement. Li Wei chose this venue to perform a couple of songs as a farewell gesture. As Chun-Shi and Xiu-Lin were bound for Kyoto, their ties to the school had long since shifted. They remained here during the spring festival solely because of the numerous relatives residing nearby, thus delaying their departure until after the holiday. As a parting gift, Li Wei brought them out for some fun, and under Xiu-Lin's insistence, he reluctantly dusted off a song he had never sung before about the school beauty. Coincidentally, Xie Xiaoyan was also in the city for a few nights, prompting the idea of performing at the dimly lit venue. Jiang Jing and Fang Yuan were also invited to join the festivities. Being young, Jiang Jing was nearly brought to his knees upon seeing Xie Xiaoyan beside Li Wei, astonished to discover that Li Wei had a celebrity sister. Fortunately, despite the excitement in the bar, the crowd remained composed. They warmly applauded Li Wei, who had previously performed there, and Zhang Chu, who was a regular, refusing to let the presence of a star overshadow their performances. This allowed Li Wei the opportunity to sing his song about the school beauty. They say she is a flower, more radiant than any bloom. They say she is a dream, pursued by many. Strumming my guitar, thinking of the school beauty, whom will she belong to? At this moment, Pang Long had yet to unveil his song Two Butterflies, and neither had the school beauty's song, so Li Wei felt no pressure in his performance. To claim that he felt no pressure would be inaccurate, as Li Wei was acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes from the 3 women below him. Xie Xiaoyan's gaze was filled with curiosity, Xiu-Lin's with teasing, while Chun-Shi's was somewhat perplexing, leaving Li Wei uncertain of its meaning. Perhaps due to the distance between them or the dim lighting obscuring clarity. Zhang Chu also performed 2 of Li Wei's new songs, both of which were trending in later times. His vocal style and technique had significantly improved after honing his craft in the bar, garnering applause and cheers from an appreciative audience. In comparison, Xie Xiaoyan's popularity reached dizzying heights after her rendition of White Fox. The applause nearly lifted the roof off the bar. Those with phones hurriedly called friends to come witness the star, while those without shamelessly borrowed devices to contact others. Regrettably, after singing White Fox and following it with Invisible Wings, she did not return to the stage, leaving the audience with a tinge of disappointment. Lao Zhong sighed from the side, lamenting that had he known Xie Xiaoyan would sing here, he would have promoted it on the city television station, ensuring that the business at the dimly lit venue would undoubtedly thrive. Although the current evening's attendance was decent, it paled in comparison to what could have been. After sitting in the bar for a while, as the crowd grew increasingly dense, Li Wei and his companions decided to relocate to another venue to continue their conversation, even procuring some beer to enjoy. That night, their discussions extended late into the evening, encompassing their individual dreams and various amusing anecdotes. The 2 young women indulged in some light-hearted gossip about Xie Xiaoyan's glamorous life as a celebrity. Fang Yuan aspired to become a distinguished youth within his field, yearning for the moment when the woman who had once scorned him during their university days would come to regret her decision to emigrate. Jiang Jing's thoughts were particularly eccentric. Under the influence of alcohol, he exuberantly proclaimed his desire to become a renowned director, intent on bringing honor to his country while pursuing romantic escapades with foreign women. The 3 young women maintained a certain composure, avoiding nonsensical chatter, and Li Wei mirrored their sobriety. Amidst laughter, shouting, and tears, their desire for conversation eventually waned. Noticing the late hour, Li Wei took it upon himself to drive each of them home. Despite having consumed some alcohol, he exercised restraint, ensuring he was not overly intoxicated. And at that time, there were no concerns regarding DUI penalties. The following morning, Li Wei first picked up Jiang Jing to accompany him in taking Xiu-Lin and Chun-Shi to Kyoto, where they were to travel by train. He also made a detour to collect Lu Yan, who had just arrived at the station to meet Xie Xiaoyan before they proceeded to the provincial capital together. Li Wei seized the opportunity to share a few songs with Xie Xiaoyan, enabling her to take them along. After bidding farewell to these individuals, Li Wei found himself in the company of others. The proprietress and Zhang Limei had returned to the city to resume work, and One Barrel of the World officially opened its doors. The proprietress wore a proud expression, suggesting that her recent holiday had been quite enjoyable. Although Li Wei had little interest in her personal matters, he was pleased to partake in the delicious treats she had brought back from home, savoring a delightful culinary experience with Lao Zhong. As all matters began to fall into place, Li Wei and his peers prepared to commence their studies. The first day of school for the high school was on the 11th day of the first lunar month, a Friday, which meant they would celebrate the Lantern Festival at school. At this time, neither Valentine's Day in the West nor the dual celebrations of love in the East had gained popularity, and the absurd Singles' Day was nowhere to be seen. Li Wei remained perplexed by the transformation of a fabricated day into Singles' Day, and it was even more bewildering that a day meant for singles had evolved into a nationwide shopping frenzy, attracting both the married and the unmarried. What kind of logic was this? Was it his own thinking that was overly convoluted, or was the era itself simply nonsensical? Chapter 88. The intoxicated tango. The period from the 6th to the 15th of the first lunar month marked a peak in travel, as individuals journeyed south and north in pursuit of fortune, resulting in a bustling city teeming with people. Travelers could be seen everywhere, laden with large and small bags, whether on trains or in buses. The queue at the train station extended from inside the station to over a kilometer outside, with reports indicating that the platforms were also crowded. Li Wei had experienced similar scenes during his previous travels southward, even recalling an instance when he had boarded a train, only to leave both of his shoes behind on the platform. When he descended to retrieve his shoes and attempted to reboard, he found it impossible, as the entrance was already overflowing with people. Until later, when the diversion of cars and the acceleration of trains, coupled with the advent of high-speed rail, alleviated the scene that resembled a desperate escape. However, this was no longer relevant to Li Wei, who no longer needed to exert himself for a chance to board a train. After enrolling at school and collecting his report card, he nestled at home watching television. As the weekend approached, at that moment, the city's television station was closely monitoring the train station, providing viewers with the latest updates on train conditions. Seeing this, Li Wei suddenly recalled He Fong, the woman who had left him after their brief encounter. With this thought, he promptly rose and drove off in search of her. This vehicle was not old Xie's Jeep, but rather a small car lent to him by old Zhong, intended to facilitate Li Wei's visits to the two shopping malls. After all, it was unreasonable to expect the mall owners to constantly ride bicycles for their inspections. Upon arriving at He Fong's home, he was greeted by a middle-aged man who regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon hearing that Li Wei was He Fong's classmate, the man's demeanor softened slightly, but he coldly informed Li Wei that He Fong had not returned for the new year and promptly shut the door, not even extending an invitation for tea. Such rudeness during the spring festival was quite unbecoming. After encountering this discouraging reception, Li Wei returned to his residence, perhaps realizing that the woman had chosen to vanish into her own world, leaving nothing behind. In truth, he had not been preoccupied with thoughts of He Fong as he once had been. The busyness of life had indeed dulled the edges of memory. As the days progressed, Li Wei began to adapt to the resumption of school. More than half of the leadership had changed, resulting in the first assembly taking up 2 full class periods. Various leaders took to the stage to introduce themselves, followed by admonitions from the principal, vice principal, and the academic affairs director. Li Wei, standing in the audience, felt himself nearly dozing off before the speeches concluded. He scarcely remembered any of the officials or their messages, the only lasting impression being that he had stood for over an hour, his feet nearly numb from the strain. His homeroom teacher remained unchanged, but the grade director had been replaced by his Chinese language teacher, a gentle-spoken woman. Li Wei's essay on working life had once again drawn criticism, echoing the remarks of his previous life. Meanwhile, the class's overconfident student submitted his essay, working in December, with a few added words, receiving the same feedback as before. This individual sat directly in front of Li Wei, proudly flaunting his work to the surrounding female classmates, eliciting laughter and amusement, seemingly devoid of any sense of shame. Perhaps due to not encountering He Fong at her home, or the departures of Qiu Lin and Qin Shi, Li Wei felt a profound sense of melancholy wash over him as he took in the atmosphere of the school. It was utterly uninspiring, igniting within him an impulse to leave this place for the outside world. Yet, recalling his mother's expectations, he resigned himself to remain at school, lest he incur her wrath. Due to her unfortunate circumstances, his mother could not continue her education and thus placed all her hopes on her 3 children. The consequences of Li Wei's potential decision to forsake his studies were all too predictable. On the first Saturday evening after the semester commenced, He bid farewell to Lao Zhong and the proprietress at the mall, for they were to depart for the south the following morning to open a branch. It was uncertain when they would meet again, deepening Li Wei's already melancholic mood. Farewells were a sentiment he loathed. He remained until the end of the workday. And after Lao Zhong entrusted his matters to Li Wei, he returned home to discuss important family matters, as this trip was indeed a significant one. Li Wei drove the proprietress back to her residence, as Zhang Limei had already moved into the school dormitory. Upon arrival, the proprietress invited Li Wei to come upstairs for a visit. Initially reluctant due to the late hour and the potential awkwardness of being alone together, he felt compelled to accept when she mentioned it was her birthday. To his surprise, he discovered a plush doll adorned with Li Xiaowu's flamboyant handwriting, wishing his sister a happy 20th birthday. It dawned on him that today was indeed the proprietress Li Xiaoyan's birthday, and she was only 20 years old. Searching his pockets, he found himself empty-handed and unable to present a gift, which made the situation all the more awkward. Sensing his discomfort, Li Xiaoyan reassured him with a smile, stating that his presence was a wonderful birthday gift in itself. Li Wei recalled that a flower shop downstairs might still be open. He dashed down, seizing the opportunity to grab a bouquet just as the shopkeeper was closing. The flowers bore a playful inscription, wishing my sister 18 this year, 18 next year, and 18 forever. However, upon his return, he found the proprietress absent from the living room, presumably busy preparing food. He sat down, holding the flowers, and waited. Since the establishment of One Bucket Under Heaven, the proprietress had relinquished her rented accommodation near the school and secured a 2-bedroom apartment nearby, where Li Xiaowu occasionally stayed over. When Li Xiaoyan finally returned, he was astonished to see she had prepared 2 dishes and a serving of longevity noodles. Presenting her with the flowers, Li Wei was met with her gratitude. She then produced a bottle of yellow medicinal wine, which made Li Wei's scalp tingle with memories of a previous drunken escapade that had nearly led him astray. Noticing his trepidation, Li Xiaoyan chuckled, assuring him that this wine was different from the last. You'll know once you've tasted it. It's my birthday tonight, and I'm heading south tomorrow. Join me for a drink. With no grounds for refusal, Li Wei consented. She promptly poured him a glass, filled one for herself, and turned on her tape recorder. The familiar voice of Teresa Tung filled the air with the haunting melody of I Am Drunk, resonating with themes of loneliness and longing, echoing the sentiment of companionship lost since parting. I extend my gratitude to the generous patron, Izue Feihong, and to the benefactor from Baihu Bay. To be honest, I never anticipated encountering a fellow comrade from Baihu Bay. I have also perused the book The Rural Tycoon, which I found rather commendable. In Chapter 89, titled Dreams Without Traces, the melancholic melody of drunken tango fills the air. As Li Wei listens to this haunting tune in the dead of night, he feels an unmistakable chill in the room, his mood darkening further. Raising his glass, he takes a hearty swig, but his spirits, already low, seem to sink even deeper. It is then that he discovers the wine in his cup is surprisingly sweet. Much more palatable than the last, it warms him from within. Li Xiaoyan, sipping her drink, encourages Li Wei to partake in the longevity noodles she has prepared, 2 servings, each adorned with a poached egg. After downing a glass of wine, Li Wei devours his portion of noodles with great enthusiasm, all the while listening to Li Xiaoyan recount her tale. At 18, due to her family's modest means, she married shortly after leaving school, believing that marrying a teacher would secure her future. Little did she know, her husband passed away within a year, leaving her to navigate life alone at a tender age, earning a living outside without support. She found herself needing to repay the betrothal gifts to extricate herself from that family. What a predicament! Had it not been for Li Wei's suggestion to partner in a venture named A Barrel of the World, she might still be ensnared in familial obligations, with little income to show for her efforts. Fortunately, her in-laws remain unaware of her earnings in the city. Otherwise, her situation would be precarious. Li Wei listens intently, the cold night enveloping them as melancholic melodies weave through the air, and a beautiful young woman shares her story. Glass after glass of wine is consumed, and before they realize it, they have polished off an entire bottle. Staring at the now empty bottle, Li Wei is taken aback. When did his tolerance for alcohol become so robust? He forgets that even the finest wine, when consumed in excess, can lead to inebriation. As he stares blankly at the bottle, he realizes he has unwittingly succumbed to drunkenness. Despite its sweetness, attributed to the rock sugar and herbs, it remains potent liquor, with a strong after-effect. Unsteadily, Li Wei rises, preparing to leave, but the proprietress suggests he stay the night, as the adjacent room is occupied by Li Xiaowu. Considering her words, he reflects in his muddled state that it would indeed be unwise to drive home in his current condition. Following Li Xiaoyan's directions, he stumbles towards the room, whereupon spotting the bed, he collapses onto it, carelessly shedding his coat and shoes before diving under the covers, reluctant to move again. In his hazy state, he notices the bed exudes a heavy fragrance, though he lacks the clarity of mind to discern its cause. That night, Li Wei finds himself restless, plagued by an uncomfortable heat, as if a fire burns within his stomach, compelling him to toss and turn. In a haze, he found himself immersed in a dream, uncertain if it was the profound shadow cast by Yifeng that had influenced his subconscious. In this dream, he was beset by a woman, perpetually subdued by her presence. Yet, the visage of this woman remained elusive, leaving him in a quandary as to whether she was Yifeng or someone else entirely. To his dismay, he could recall nothing at all, which instilled a sense of unease within him. Thus, upon awakening the following morning, he promptly threw aside his covers. As a man who had traversed the tumult of youth, the implications of such a dream were all too apparent. What astonished Li Wei was that, upon lifting the covers, he found no evidence of his dreams, no dampness nor traces of any kind, as if he had merely dreamt without consequence. This peculiarity left him perplexed. Sensing that something was amiss, he scanned the room, relieved to recognize it as Li Xiaowu's quarters, confirming he had not wandered into the wrong space. Exiting the room, he noticed Li Xiaolin was absent, but discovered a note in the living room. The note, penned by Li Xiaolin, instructed him to lock the door upon his departure and to leave the key with Li Xiaowu, without any further elaboration. Seated on the sofa, he stared at the note in a daze, then reclined and closed his eyes, preparing to indulge in a brief return to slumber. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to leap from the sofa in alarm. Something was amiss. The spot he occupied was the same as the previous night, yet to reach Li Xiaowu's room, he would have had to turn a corner. He distinctly remembered walking straight ahead towards Li Xiaolin's room. A wave of perspiration enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself before cautiously opening the door to Li Xiaolin's room. The space was meticulously tidy. The sheets and covers had all been stripped, even covered with a cloth, leaving no trace of his presence. Relieved that he had not entered the wrong room, Li Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. The events surrounding Yifeng were still recent, and the dynamics between them remained fraught with uncertainty. In Li Wei's mind, Li Xiaolin had always occupied the role of an older sister. The thought of complicating matters due to his inebriation was daunting, a potential tragedy he wished to avoid. He was ill-equipped to navigate emotional entanglements. One missing person was already a source of distress. Another would surely drive him to madness. Li Wei tidied up the items in the room before venturing into Li Xiaowu's quarters to straighten the disarray. The chaos within was palpable, cluttered with various belongings. It was perplexing how one could leave a room in such disarray after only a few nights' stay. Compared to Li Wei's own space, it was a far cry, and a faint odor of socks and shoes lingered in the air. This realization struck him once more. The scent. The bed he had slept in the previous night had been fragrant. He rushed back into Li Xiaolin's room, and at last, he discovered the evidence of his presence. In his drunken stupor, he had torn off his jacket, and in doing so, a button had come loose, finding its way beneath the bed. It turns out that everything from last night was not merely a dream. Li Wei promptly picked up his phone to make a call, but all he heard was the automated message informing him that the user he dialed was unavailable in the service area. Am I to be treated like a public restroom, used and discarded without so much as a word? He thought, cradling his head in his hands while seated on the couch in the living room. He was at a loss to articulate his emotions. Everything felt so melodramatic, yet it was all so strikingly real. An unexpected occurrence that left him feeling as if he had merely dreamt it, devoid of any genuine sensation. Chapter 90. The Digital Age in the Ensuing Days. Li Wei engaged in deep self-reflection. Was there something amiss with his current self? In his previous life, he had suffered significant emotional trauma, which instinctively led him to believe that all women were of a certain disposition, causing him to maintain a superficial interaction with them. He lacked confidence in his ability to attract the affections of the opposite sex, which resulted in his passive demeanor upon his rebirth, even leading to him being taken advantage of. This was far from the expected behavior of a reborn individual. One would typically either rise with vigor, exuding an aura of dominance, or seek out a childhood sweetheart or spouse, achieving greatness while remaining devoted to a singular person. However, he was devoid of such awareness. In his past life, he had neither a childhood sweetheart nor a wife. His experiences of love, whether first or subsequent, were muddled, dissipating as easily as they began. This left him with profound self-doubt, distorting his worldview. Thus, despite being reborn, he unconsciously reverted to his former ways of navigating life. This approach was utterly inadequate, resulting in his current predicament where he unwittingly found himself entangled with two women, an utterly humiliating situation. He resolved to drink less in the future, vowing never to be taken advantage of again, determined to take control of his life. Yet, he pondered whom he should ultimately marry, a rather perplexing dilemma. Both women were strikingly beautiful and capable, yet both had vanished without a trace. Li Wei endured a blow far more disheartening than before. Spring, traditionally a season of passion, felt particularly shameful for a solitary soul. He spent the entire season alone, even refusing invitations from Jiang Jing to socialize, as he lacked the spirit. Daily, he slumped over his desk, lethargically succumbing to sleep. After Li Xiaoyan left, she had not contacted him again, seemingly intent on disappearing from his life. As for Li Xiaowu, the only information he had was that his sister was in the south, though he was unaware of her exact whereabouts. Inquiring about Zhang Limei yielded little clarity regarding the boss's whereabouts. Although Li Wei learned from Lao Zhong that Li Xiaoyan was indeed there, he was burdened with classes, and a mere day and a half over the weekend was insufficient to make the journey. How could he possibly seek her out? Should he request leave? Let it be. Last semester he had already taken leave for the autumn harvest. Is he planning to request leave for the spring planting this semester? One can imagine his homeroom teacher would be infuriated with Li Wei. Fang Yuan's training center is currently thriving, boasting over 500 students in a single classroom. Additionally, a branch has been established near the second high school, and the substantial income ensures he wears a perpetual smile. Furthermore, the internet CAF licenses have been secured. Li Wei and Fang Yuan have simultaneously opened 3 CAFs within the city, each equipped with over 100 computers. Following the establishment of these 3 internet CAFs, they quickly experienced a peak in business, with patrons filling the seats at all hours. Although there weren't many games available at the time, a multitude of individuals still frequented the CAFs, frantically registering online accounts, awkwardly maneuvering their mice through forums, and chatting with potential romantic interests. Observing the constant influx of visitors to the internet CAF and the monotony of the online realm, Li Wei was struck by inspiration. He sought out several decent old servers and created 4 websites. He then enlisted Fang Yuan's assistance in applying for a domain name, hosting space, and necessary registrations, uploading the sites, and utilizing the CAF's network to broadcast them online. Soon, those who regularly navigated the internet discovered the sudden emergence of a navigation site, a game review and download site, a novel site, and a movie and food review site. Each website, albeit simplistic in design, appeared rather intriguing. Fang Yuan seemed perplexed by Li Wei's seemingly frivolous endeavors, likely deeming them of little value and questioning how many people would actually visit. Li Wei merely smiled and remained silent, linking the 4 sites together and planning to recruit a suitable individual from the training center to manage them, with the salary coming from his own pocket. As for the novel and movie and food review sites, he intended to personally contribute content. While Fang Yuan might not see the potential in these projects at present, in a few years, they could yield a substantial financial return. Li Wei intended to maintain the navigation and game sites for a few years, enhancing their popularity before selling them. However, he planned to retain ownership of the novel and movie and food review sites, with aspirations to recruit professional talent to develop these platforms, eagerly awaiting future profits. Currently, leveraging the resources of the internet CAFs is merely a temporary arrangement. Once funds become more abundant, he intends to establish a dedicated company to manage these ventures. By that time, it is likely to coincide with a period of explosive growth in the online realm, as well as a flourishing era for various games. Reflecting on games, Li Wei suddenly recalled Shabak, the character with a distinctive appearance, often seen wandering with a dog, and the sleepless nights he had once spent immersed in that world. It seemed that, at that moment, such an idea had yet to fully materialize. He summoned Fang Yuan and instructed him, on behalf of the company, to recruit individuals capable of developing games. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to South Korea to seek out relevant talent, suggesting that if suitable candidates were found, they could be lured with financial incentives, or alternatively, a dedicated game development company could be established in South Korea. The objective was clear: to create a specialized firm focused on game development and to produce a game based on his designs. Fang Yuan remained somewhat perplexed by Li Wei's fervent interest in gaming. However, given the flourishing success of the Internet CAF and Training Center, as recommended by Li Wei, he felt increasingly confident in his insights regarding the online sector. Yet, upon learning that developing a game would require an investment exceeding 1 million yuan, he was taken aback. After all, that was an astronomical sum. The funds invested in launching the training center and the Internet CAF had nearly depleted his family's resources. Although income had increased, additional investments were still necessary. If he were to allocate such a substantial amount towards game development, he might have to resort to loans. Noticing Fang Yuan's apprehensions, Li Wei chuckled, assuring him that there were still 99 years left. The online launch of Legend in his previous life had occurred around 2001, leaving ample time. With the current revenue generation capabilities of the Internet CAF and Training Center, amassing such funds would not prove overly challenging. Moreover, as they were seeking developers to create the game, the financial input would be gradual, making it an opportune moment to begin this venture by gathering the right individuals first. After hearing Li Wei's explanation, Fang Yuan felt a rare moment of hesitation. However, once Li Wei laid out the potential returns, Fang Yuan's skepticism transformed into enthusiasm, invigorated by the prospect of substantial rewards. Observing Fang Yuan's reaction, Li Wei smiled, knowing he had understated the potential. After all, in his previous life, Shanda had skyrocketed to fame as a prominent online company, largely due to a single game, Legend. Chapter 91. The match having successfully persuaded Fang Yuan to embark on the quest for game developers, Li Wei realized he had returned to a state of idleness. During his time at the first high school, Chun Shi and Xiu Lin had departed, leaving only Jiang Jing, who had finally achieved his wish of sitting at the same table as Li Wei. Unfortunately, Li Wei was now entirely disengaged and lacked any desire to converse. His days passed in a monotonous cycle of sleeping during class, dining after lessons, and returning home to sleep again. Thus, the spring slipped away into summer, and Li Wei noticed that his weight had seemingly increased again, now reaching 130 jin, compared to his initial weight of 100 jin upon entering high school. He had gained 30 jin. The routine of eating and sleeping was indeed the most effective way to gain weight. The English teacher persistently called upon Li Wei to answer questions, while the once celebrated fresh meat seemed to have been forgotten, leading Li Wei to feel a sense of helplessness about his life. Those who enjoyed being questioned were overlooked, while the ones who preferred solitude were incessantly bombarded with inquiries. Tell me you have lost so much. Tell me you also fear loneliness. I know you cannot escape the pain of past failures and setbacks. Speak to me. Do not remain in bewilderment. In the darkness of your thoughts, I ponder your visage, restless and sleepless solitude. On that day, Li Wei was once again slumped over his desk in slumber when suddenly, the classroom was filled with the sound of music. The poignant strains of Zhou Huajian's Sleepless on a Lonely Pillow roused him from his dreams. The melancholic tune, lamenting a restless longing for a woman, unsettled him, rendering further repose impossible. As he lifted his head, he noticed that the blackboard still bore the announcement of a sports event scheduled for the following noon. Class 164 would compete against Class 165 in football, and he hoped his classmates would rally to support their team. Li Wei recalled that a few days prior, members of the football team had approached him, informing him of the upcoming match and encouraging him to prepare. As May arrived, the school's various athletic activities began to spring to life, and the basketball and football teams that Li Wei had joined commenced their training. This involvement liberated him from the monotony of idleness, bringing a welcome sense of purpose. However, he felt disheartened after participating in a few practice sessions, realizing that even within these small teams, divisions existed. It became evident that students who had advanced from the same junior high or those with athletic prowess tended to pass the ball only among their acquaintances. Despite their skillful play, they struggled to score, leaving Li Wei with little hope for his class's chances in the forthcoming match. Jiang Jing, who had joined the basketball team, was lured into the sport by the allure of slam dunk, eager to showcase his talents and perhaps attract a few girls from other classes. However, Class 164's roster left much to be desired. Nearly all the boys in his class seemed disinterested in their female classmates, rendering them virtually invisible. During the football match, Li Wei noticed Jiang Jing lounging nearby, donning an oversized straw hat and sipping from 2 bottles of drink. The allure of football was evidently lacking, as fewer than 20 players from both classes had shown up, with the remaining attendees from other classes barely surpassing 100 in total, resulting in a plethora of empty seats. Due to a scarcity of substitutes, all players were required to participate for the entire duration of the match. Unlike a formal game that spans 90 minutes, this match was constrained to the brief interlude of their lunch break, insufficient for a standard duration. The first half lasted 30 minutes, followed by another 30 for the second half, with a 5-minute intermission. Nevertheless, as the match commenced, an invigorating atmosphere emerged on the field, with players fiercely competing for the ball, evoking a long-forgotten sense of exhilaration within Li Wei. Regrettably, during the first half, he found himself devoid of any contact with the ball, as the opposing team maintained control without passing to him. His teammates continued their familiar pattern of circulating the ball only among their close acquaintances. Li Wei remained unperturbed, joyfully darting about the field, reveling in the experience. Fortunately, the opposing team mirrored this behavior, and the first half concluded with both sides holding a score of 0, leaving the spectators somewhat disheartened. During the halftime break, Li Wei, disinterested in mingling with his teammates, sauntered over to Jiang Jing's side and sat down, quenching his thirst with a drink. The football team was overcrowded. With 11 players on the field, he wondered when they would ever pass him the ball. After basking in the sun for half an hour, it seemed as though he had yet to even touch the ball, and he felt that his teammates were not giving him the respect he deserved. Upon seeing Li Wei approach, Jiang Jing curled his lips in dissatisfaction and remarked, "It's quite all right. I feel splendid at the moment. The hustle and bustle around here is far more enjoyable." Li Wei nonchalantly placed his beverage bottle at his feet, unconcerned. After all, he was a man in his 30s. Why should he stoop to the level of these youngsters? After a brief respite, the second half commenced, and Li Wei continued to dash about as before. Just when he thought he would maintain this pace for the entirety of the match, an opponent inadvertently rolled the ball to his feet, and fortuitously, there was little defense on his side. A quick glance at his surroundings brought a smile to his face. Was this not an opportunity for him to score? Although the distance to the opponent's goal was considerable, he resolved not to pass. After dribbling for a short distance, he took a shot. With a resounding thud, the ball soared towards the opponent's net, and, as the opposing players watched in disbelief, it grazed the edge of the goal and found its way in. A shout of excitement erupted from the sidelines, prompting others to join in the celebration. Regrettably, the crowd was sparse, and despite their enthusiasm, the atmosphere lacked vigor. It was a pity there were no female fans present. Otherwise, Li Wei would have fancied mimicking those football stars by lifting his shirt in triumph. More regrettable still was the lack of support from his teammates. A celebratory pylon would have certainly elevated the mood. Alas, the solitary cheers following his goal left him feeling somewhat deflated. Following Li Wei's goal, the opposing team grew anxious and began fervently attacking the 164th class's goal. Unfortunately, their attempts were marred by inaccuracies or thwarted by the defenders of the 164th class. As the second half drew to a close, the score remained unchanged. The match concluded with a victory for the 164th class, 1-0 against the 165th class. Upon witnessing Li Wei's goal, Jiang Jing's face lit up with joy as he rushed over to Li Wei, eager to shower him with praise. "You're truly remarkable," scoring with just one touch of the ball. A few classmates from the 164th class who had come to watch the match joined in the joviality. Despite the small turnout, winning the game brought a sense of happiness to everyone. The team had yet to have lunch, and buoyed by their victory, the captain waved his hand grandly, leading everyone to the school cafeteria for a celebratory meal. The following days were filled with matches, as the 12 first-year classes aimed to complete the tournament within a week. Time was of the essence. Thus, whether during lunch breaks or after afternoon classes, 2 or 3 matches were commonplace, leaving little time for targeted training. Amidst this whirlwind of competitions, the 164th class triumphantly advanced to the semifinals. Though they encountered some obstacles along the way, the outcome remained unaffected. In several matches, Li Wei scored 3 goals, consistently converting any ball that found its way to him, while also enjoying the game as he dashed about. However, his astonishing goal-scoring rate caught the attention of his teammates, leading to a unified resolve among them to create more scoring opportunities for Li Wei. This strategy significantly bolstered their hopes of victory. In the semifinals, they were set to face Class 169, with the match scheduled for Saturday afternoon. Given the significance of the semifinals and the weekend timing, a larger crowd gathered to witness the game, including a few young ladies whose presence, though not particularly striking, invigorated the players to showcase their skills. Regrettably, the captain's prior directive to prioritize passing to Li Wei was disregarded, as each player became eager to flaunt their prowess. Convinced of their exceptional abilities, chaos ensued on the field, with both teams engaging in a frenzied display of athleticism. Tackles and maneuvers flew in all directions, leaving the referee, a fellow student, utterly bewildered and unsure of how to officiate the chaos. This was not a formal match. Both sides committed fouls, albeit without malice, prompting the referee to turn a blind eye, focusing solely on the prospect of scoring. To Li Wei's astonishment, this reckless play actually led to a goal. As he observed from the sidelines, he couldn't believe his eyes. Was it truly possible to score in such a manner? After the goal, the few girls on the sidelines erupted in cheers, further igniting the players' excitement. Even the captains from both teams joined in the frenzy. As for Li Wei, he found himself in a position to chase the ball, with the understanding that if he managed to gain possession, he should simply aim for the opposing goal. The notion of passing was dismissed amidst the fervor of players eager to showcase their talents. Li Wei felt a sense of helplessness. It wasn't a lack of courage or skill that restrained him, but rather a reluctance to contend with a group of eager youngsters for the ball. The beauty of teamwork and the joy of passing were lost in this pursuit of individual glory. Standing amidst the pandemonium, Li Wei shook his head, realizing he could only hope to capitalize on any scraps that came his way. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the opposing goalkeeper inadvertently kicked the ball directly towards him. What luck! It seemed even in slumber, fortune might shower him with blessings. As Li Wei received the ball, an icy chill swept over him, as if arrows of intent were aimed at him from every direction. He lifted his gaze and quickly scanned the field, confirming that all opponents were fixated on him, poised to snatch the ball away. His own teammates, though not with the same fiery intensity, were equally focused on him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gestured for him to pass the ball. Seeing the situation unfold, Li Wei felt overwhelmed and decided to take matters into his own hands. He turned and charged towards the opposing side, effortlessly sidestepping all who attempted to block him, as if divinely protected against any obstacle that dared to impede his path. As a skilled player, his lower body stability surpassed that of the average individual. No matter how much his opponents tugged and pulled, they could not impede his forward momentum. A rhythm of singular focus seemed to be taking shape. After a brief sprint, he realized that very few players remained by his side, while the opposing team was retreating towards their goal. Without the ball, Li Wei advanced steadily. With a decisive kick, he sent the ball soaring like a cannonball, swift and piercing, directly toward the opponent's net. He had put all his strength into that shot, daring anyone to intercept it. Whoever attempted to block it would surely be sent flying alongside the ball. Unexpectedly, someone from the opposing team did try to halt its trajectory, but they fell short. Although that player leapt to showcase their prowess, they failed to even graze the ball. The goalkeeper, reaching for it, hesitated to intervene, merely watching as the ball sailed into the net. The goal had no protective netting, and behind it stood several ornamental trees. The ball struck one of those trees with a resounding thud, causing it to sway precariously. The goalkeeper, who had come to retrieve the ball, could only gape in astonishment, relieved he had refrained from attempting a block. Otherwise, he might have found himself tumbling into the net with the ball. The spectators erupted in cheers upon witnessing this spectacle, startling numerous students who turned their attention toward the playground. After Class 164 surged ahead with a 2-goal lead, the opposing team became frantic. After all, this was the semifinals, and the significance of this match was paramount. Only the champions and runners-up would receive rewards and accolades, leaving no room for complacency. Meanwhile, the players of Class 164 sought to maintain their lead, unwilling to allow the opposition to equalize. Both sides engaged in fierce competition, with increasingly frequent fouls that left the referee dumbfounded on the sidelines. The 3 players who had scored became the focal point of scrutiny from both teams, and consequently, Li Wei did not touch the ball again until the end of the match. The final score maintained at 2-1, Class 164 advanced directly to the finals, igniting excitement among all. They glanced triumphantly at the defeated classes surrounding them, reveling in their victory and dispelling the notion that they were merely a class of bookworms. They had demonstrated the prowess of intellect, securing at least the position of runners-up. Following the match, as customary, they indulged in a modest feast. Given the school's limited resources, a grand meal was out of the question. Even the small dishes came at a price, 5 yuan each. Consuming them daily was not feasible for the average student. They were utilizing the class activity funds under the pretense of celebrating their victory. This so-called activity fund was collected from each student every semester. A few yuan here and there, which was typically exhausted by the end of the term, with contributions from the subject teachers, particularly the homeroom teacher. In previous matches, the team members pooled their resources for the celebratory meals, but this occasion was different. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Mao, had previously stipulated that once they reached the semifinals, they could collectively expense a meal. Winning meant a feast, while a loss would mean saving the funds for future activities. At this moment, no student considered misappropriating the funds for personal use. Li Wei, not wishing to return home to cook, accompanied Jiang Jing and the team to enjoy a meal together. The school's modest fare paled in comparison to Li Xiaolan's culinary skills.